At 9 o'clock on a winter morning, Yuan, the mild-mannered RD manager with black-rimmed glasses and a warm smile, stepped into the lobby of a Grade A office building in Binjiang District, Hangzhou. He was immediately greeted by waves of enthusiastic hellos. "Good morning, Manager Liu. Lao Liu, last night's New Year's Eve dinner was amazing." Manager Liu, the greetings only faded away as he walked into the elevator area. There, a young woman stood nervously by the elevator, her two friends watching intently from behind. Her long lashes trembled, cheeks flushed, as she offered a paper bag filled with coffee and milk crepe cakes. This was Nieshayu, a recent hire, who had carefully prepared this New Year's gift in hopes of winning favor with the man everyone considered the perfect partner. "Thank you. Lunch is on me today," Yuan said with his signature polite smile. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a disheveled young man with messy hair and a haggard face rushed in. Yuan quickly noticed his clenched fists and trembling body, a strange glint flashing behind his glasses. Once inside his office, Yuan became a different person. Without a trace of emotion, he tossed the paper bag into the trash and stood by the window, lost in thought. He had played the role of perfection his whole life, but only he knew how cold he was beneath the surface. The world felt stagnant and lifeless until a week ago, when something finally changed. Meanwhile, in the fire escape, the young man named Huang Wenbin was smoking in anguish. He had come from a small city in Anhui province, his parents scraping by selling fried meatballs to put him through school, and the whole family had saved up to help him buy an apartment in Hangzhou. But on New Year's Eve, he caught his newlywed wife in bed with Yuan, the company's vice president, and his world collapsed. At that very moment, Yuan appeared, as if by fate. He wore an ancient-looking gold ring on his right hand, and gently placed it on Huang Wenbin's shoulder. Strangely, Huang Wenbin found himself pouring out all his pain without restraint. "The Marquart mask, wear it, and you can become anyone," Yuan said, producing a mask that shimmered with iridescent light. "But remember, keep your desires in check, or you'll fall into the abyss." After Yuan left, Huang Wenbin, trembling, pressed the mask to his face. A sharp pain shot through him as the mask melted into his skin like liquid silver. When he looked into his phone's front camera and saw Yuan's face staring back, he first staggered back in shock. Then a twisted excitement spread across his features. Desire points 100. As Yuan stepped out of the stairwell and into the elevator, a sudden notification flashed before his eyes, making him pause. He adjusted his glasses calmly and pressed the button for his floor without changing his expression. Only when the elevator doors slid shut, sealing him off from the outside world, did he bring up the translucent panel that only he could see. Name: Yuan. Soul count: none. Desire points: 100. Created Pandora's 3001 Marquart's mask 0001 Forbidden ring. Pandora seeds tier 32. Yuan carefully scanned each line on the panel, confirming that his desire points had indeed increased by 100. A small, satisfied smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He had acquired this mysterious system just a week ago, absorbing others' desires and harvesting souls. He could exchange them for Pandora seeds, which could then be used to create magical artifacts with both wondrous powers and dangerous side effects. These items were called Pandoras. Pandoras were divided into 4 tiers by power, from the most powerful tier 0 to the weakest tier 3. A tier 0 Pandora possessed the terrifying power to destroy nations or steer the course of civilizations. In Yuan's system, the number of tier 0 Pandoras was strictly capped. He could exchange for a maximum of 33 tier 0 seeds, corresponding to 33 tier 0 Pandoras. Marquart's mask has already been given away, Yuan calculated silently. Next, I need to find a suitable item that can accommodate another tier 3 seed. When the system first activated, he had received a newcomer's package, 3 tier 3 seeds and 1 supreme tier 0 seed. He had already used 2 of them, leaving 2 still in his possession. His plan was to quickly forge the remaining seeds into artifacts and release these Pandoras into this materialistic world. A subtle ambition was growing in Yuan's heart. He wanted to see what kind of brilliant chaos would erupt when countless supernatural objects were unleashed into this stagnant, mundane world. Would it be ordinary people seeking vengeance? Ambitious opportunists rising to power? What would happen between the old powers, who controlled the world's wealth and resources, and the new forces empowered by Pandoras? How would the world's structure and order change? Yuan longed to witness it all firsthand. In his vision, this was the birth of a new world, and he would be the god who shaped and overlooked it all. Ding! The elevator reached the 15th floor. Yuan quickly composed himself, steadying his breathing. He took a deep breath, straightened his suit, and stepped out of the elevator with a smile. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit emergency stairwell on the other side. Back to normal? The young employee, Huang Wenbin, reached up and gently removed the mask from his face. The faint glow from his phone screen illuminated his excited features. He paced back and forth in the narrow stairwell, his heart racing, his mind soon consumed by a single thought. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door and walked out of the stairwell. With his head down and steps resolute, he headed straight for the office of Dai Wenyuan, the head of finance and vice president of Chuangwei Technology. As an entry-level worker in the finance department, he should have reported to his direct supervisor. But one day, Vice President Dai had suddenly chosen him as his assistant. At the time, he thought had finally been recognized, and even went home to celebrate with his wife. Looking back now, how ridiculous. Knock knock knock. Knock knock. Huang Wenbin stood outside Deputy General Manager Dai Wenyuan's office, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement. He swallowed hard before knocking on the door. Come in. Pushing the door open, Huang Wenbin saw Dai Wenyuan, a successful middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, seated behind his large desk. Dai gave him a knowing smile before asking gently, Wenbin, is something wrong? Mr. Dai, I'm not feeling well. I'd like to take half a day off to see a doctor, Huang Wenbin replied, his head lowered and his voice trembling slightly. The events of last night replayed in his mind, coming home to find his wife in bed with Deputy General Manager Dai. His hands and feet had gone cold. Had wanted to burst in and confront them, but fear held him back, the fear of losing his job, of not being able to pay the mortgage, of losing everything his parents had worked for their entire lives. In the end, had chosen to quietly leave, pretending nothing had happened. I see. Dai Wenyuan studied the timid young man in front of him, a slight smile on his lips. You do look a bit under the weather. Tell you what, take the whole day off and get some rest. He tapped the desk and smiled warmly at Huang Wenbin. Thank you, Mr. Dai. Huang Wenbin bowed his head, stepped back, and left the office. Soon, he was outside the company building. The morning sun poured down on him, bright and warm. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before opening them again with determination. He walked straight to a nearby mall and headed into the restroom. When he emerged, he was a different person now, a handsome, slightly overweight middle-aged man. Binjiang, Sunshine Coast, Huang Wenbin told a taxi driver, his voice deep and unfamiliar even to himself. He clenched his fists, his body trembling with adrenaline. Sunshine Coast in Binjiang was one of the most prestigious residential areas in Hangzhou, with prices starting at 100,000 per square meter. The smallest units were nearly 400 square meters, each costing at least 30 or 40 million yuan. When the taxi arrived, Huang Wenbin nervously approached the main gate. Had been here before, once to pick up documents for Mr. Dai. At the entrance, the facial recognition system scanned him and the gate opened immediately. Huang Wenbin breathed a sigh of relief and was about to walk faster when a respectful voice called out from nearby. Mr. Dai, how come you're back alone at this hour? The property manager, dressed in a suit and beaming with enthusiasm, greeted him. Oh no, nothing. Huang Wenbin's heart raced as he tried to appear calm. Just there's an important document I had to come back for. Imitating Dai Wenyuan's demeanor, he said no more and headed toward the residential area. The property manager seemed puzzled but didn't press further. Once inside the building, Huang Wenbin checked behind him before letting out a few heavy breaths to steady himself. He entered the elevator. On the 17th floor, the facial recognition lock granted him access. The luxurious apartment, decorated in a European style, had 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 3 walk-in closets, and a stunning river view. The place was empty. Moving quickly, Huang Wenbin headed straight for the shower, took off his clothes, and hid them. He then found one of Dai Wenyuan's suits in the closet and changed. He had just sat down on the sofa in the living room when he heard the door open behind him. Oh, you're home early, darling? A woman stood in the doorway, wearing a loose, oatmeal-colored sweater and a knitted wrap skirt, her shapely calves encased in nude stockings. She was graceful and elegant, clearly in her 40s, but impeccably maintained her skin fair and glowing, her figure slender and poised, radiating a mature charm that young women could not match, like a fine wine with an irresistible allure. Gulping, Huang Wenbin sat up straight, sweating as he stared at the elegant woman before him. His heart pounded wildly, adrenaline surging through his veins. The realization hit him was wearing the face of the company president, and the president's wife was calling him darling. Honey, are you not feeling well? At the entrance to the master bedroom in the Binjiang Sunshine Coast community, 40-year-old Zhang Meijing stood watching her husband, Huang Wenbin, with concern as he sat on the edge of the bed. She quickly walked over and pressed her slender hand to his forehead. No fever. Why are you sweating so much? Zhang Meijing frowned slightly, leaning in to study her husband's face more closely. As she drew near, a subtle fragrance drifted to Huang Wenbin, and something inside him seemed to awaken. His Adam's apple bobbed, and, suddenly, he reached out and pulled her toward him. With a startled gasp, Zhang Meijing tumbled into his arms. After a brief moment of panic, she met his intense gaze, and a flicker of happiness rose in her heart. Now that they were both middle-aged, moments of intimacy had become rare. The last time had been half a year ago. Lying on the grand, European-style bed afterward, Zhang Meijing nestled lazily against her husband, tracing gentle lines across his chest with her fingertips. You were really something tonight. I'm actually a little sore, she purred, her voice contented and cat-like. It's been a long time, Huang Wenbin replied, holding her close. His eyes roamed the luxurious bedroom as he spoke in a low voice. Oh right. Suddenly sitting up, Zhang Meijing reached over to rummage through the nightstand. The movement made the purple strap of her nightgown slide off her shoulder. She pulled out a slim cigarette and handed it to her husband, her cheeks still flushed. Huang Wenbin paused for a second, then took the cigarette and placed it between his lips. Zhang Meijing leaned in to light it for him. He took a deep drag, exhaling a ring of smoke as he leaned against the headboard, surveying the lavish home he could never afford on his own. Greed flickered in his eyes, and his desire for revenge was slowly replaced by a longing for this life of luxury. Why? Why can't I have a life like this? At that moment, a series of system notifications flashed before him. Desire points 100. Desire points 100. Desire points 100. In the office of Chuangwei Technology, Yuan, who was reviewing project documents, noticed that the desire points had surged by 1,000 in just a few minutes, raising his eyebrows in surprise. He swiveled his chair to look out the floor-to-ceiling window and chuckled. Pandora, as the name suggests, like Pandora's box, it constantly stirs up the user's desires. Those without strong willpower are doomed to destruction. Huang Wenbin, where will your life go from here? Yuan tapped his fingers on the armrest, curiosity in his voice. He connected to Marquart's mask through the panel, catching a glimpse of Huang Wenbin's experiences, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. He opened the secondary page of Marquart's mask and noticed a transparent 5-point star in the information section, with 1 point faintly turning black. No matter their rank, every Pandora has a 3-star potential for growth, but at the beginning, they only have a position, not growth. To continue growing to the limit of this rank and to gain true power, one must continually pour desire, even their soul, into it. For example, the Marquart mask before him, its user's physical abilities and learning capacity would far surpass ordinary people as it matures. TSK. Yuan kept observing, his gaze settling on Huang Wenbin, his brows slightly furrowed. Through those eyes, he could see a beast-like hunger lurking within, a desire on the verge of breaking free. Huang Wenbin had clearly lost control over this urge, and perhaps the consequences would soon become apparent. Muttering softly to himself, Yuan closed the page and turned his attention back to the computer. His long fingers danced quickly over the keyboard as he slipped back into work mode. The morning hours slipped away quietly in a flurry of activity. At 11:30 a.m. Phew. As the elevator door slid open, the young office worker Nieshayu hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd. She stopped in front of the mirror in the elevator lobby, quickly straightening herself up. Her long hair was loosely tied up, her fair, round face tinged with a rosy glow. She wore a pinstriped business suit with a white shirt, her calves wrapped in black stockings peeking out from beneath her skirt, and a pair of elegant little leather shoes on her feet. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her clothes and then slowly walked toward the first group of the RD department, waiting obediently outside the large office. Occasionally, a few colleagues from the RD team passed by after work, sneaking curious glances at the fresh-faced newcomer. Just then, a figure approached in the distance, ordinary enough, yet Nieshayu's eyes lit up and a delighted smile appeared on her face. She hurried forward, her expression full of anticipation. Manager you must have been waiting for a while, right? Yuan smiled as he walked up, lowering his head to look at her. Feeling his gaze, Nieshao's cheeks instantly flushed, her lashes fluttered, and her smile became even more shy and sweet. Yuan spoke gently. Why didn't you come inside to find me? Nieshayu shook her head slightly, her voice soft. I didn't want to disturb you while you were working. She hesitated, then added, next time, they'll come out a bit earlier. Let's go get lunch. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I know a new restaurant nearby that's pretty good. With that, Yuan turned and headed toward the elevator lobby. Nieshayu hurried to catch up, her head slightly lowered as she walked on his right. Manager Lu's words kept echoing in her mind. Next time, come out a bit earlier. Her heart pounded faster as she mulled over the thought. Does that mean Manager Lu would like to have lunch with me again? Her eyes sparkled and her face was full of excitement. When she heard his question, she paused for a moment, then quickly replied, no need to go out. The company cafeteria is fine. The cafeteria was on the 11th floor, close to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yuan smiled at her, fully aware of the young woman's little thoughts, his gaze warm yet tinged with a hint of amusement. During lunch, he noticed a grain of rice on Nieshao's cheek and, without thinking, reached out. His warm fingertips brushed her fair skin as he picked it off. Nieshao's eyes widened, her face turning beet red, and she seemed so stunned she might have had steam rising from her head like a cartoon character. Even after returning to the office and being surrounded by her friends, she still hadn't recovered. By 5:45 p.m., dusk was settling in. Unlike the calm of the morning, Yuan hurriedly entered the building in the evening and made his way to the lobby lounge, sitting on a sofa with a clear view of the elevator. He was a bundle of emotions, sometimes excited, sometimes anxious, glancing at the elevator every so often. Each time someone walked out, he would scan the crowd nervously. As another group exited, he seemed to spot someone and immediately stood up. You guys go ahead. I have something to take care of, Lu Yuan said gently to the two colleagues beside him. Okay, Xiaoyu, be careful on your way home. Text me when you get there. Nieshayu nodded obediently. Lu Yuan watched her leave, glancing back every few steps, before turning with a smile toward a young man not far away. He walked over and sat down on the sofa without ceremony. Manager Lu. The young man looked at him nervously, his body trembling slightly, unsure where to place his hands. His voice dropped to a whisper, hello. Have a seat and let's talk. In the lounge on the first floor of the office building, Lu Yuan leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, idly spinning an antique ring on his finger. The faint sound of metal brushing against metal echoed softly. He wore a slight smile, his gaze thoughtful as he looked at Huang Wenbin, speaking in a calm, measured tone. Ah, good. Huang Wenbin's eyes were drawn involuntarily to Lu Yuan's ring, but his mind was awash with complicated feelings. Earlier that morning, he had worn the Dai president mask at home, giving in to his hidden desires without restraint. The surge of power and the incredible transformation he had experienced still played vividly in his memory. Those abilities seemed like something out of a novel, yet they had happened to him, leaving him deeply shaken. His breathing was shallow, his face pale, and he sat tensely at the edge of the sofa, gripping his thigh so tightly his knuckles turned white. He sat upright, anxiety flickering in his eyes. Inside, his desires burned fiercely, fueling a desperate longing for more power, hoping Lu Yuan could help him again. Though his desires warred with his reason, in the end, reason won out and led him here. He wanted to find out more about the ownership of the mask, maybe even secure a promise that he could continue to possess the Marquart mask. So it seems you're quite satisfied with the mask I gave you? Lu Yuan asked lightly, his tone gentle and smiling, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if he could see straight through Huang Wenbin's thoughts. The question caught Huang Wenbin off guard, making him feel as though every secret he had was laid bare. Under Lu Yuan's sharp gaze, his heart raced and his breath grew quick. His cheeks flushed, his body trembled slightly, and when he spoke, his voice was high with excitement. I am grateful for what you gave me. If it weren't for you, I'd spend my whole life swallowing my pride, living in humiliation. You probably don't know me, hometown is Huizhou. My parents run a fried dumpling stall. Life's always been hard for them. It wasn't easy for them to buy a place in Hangzhou, but that woman ruined everything. His voice shook with anger and disappointment. His eyes reddened, as if he might burst into tears at any moment. His fists clenched tighter, his body trembling with emotion. Clearly, the pain and anger inside him were far from resolved. At that moment, it was rush hour in the office building. Waves of office workers streamed out of the elevators, hurrying away and merging into the evening bustle of Hangzhou. But the noise and movement felt distant from where they sat. No one paid much attention to this quiet corner. The spot was secluded, almost like a sanctuary, leaving their conversation to linger undisturbed in the air. A system prompt flashed repeatedly before Huang Wenbin's eyes. Desire points 100, desire points 100. Lu Yuan's expression remained gentle, his faint smile never fading. He studied Huang Wenbin, his gaze sharp and clear, as if it could cut through fog and lay bare the truth. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, and Huang Wenbin immediately fell silent, his expression growing even more intense. Don't worry, Lu Yuan said, his voice still calm and reassuring. The mask is yours. As long as you're alive, it will always belong to you. That single sentence set off a wave of emotion in Huang Wenbin. He clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably with excitement. His heart pounded wildly with joy and exhilaration. His eyes widened in disbelief, a twisted smile stretching across his face. He struggled to catch his breath, his voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, Director Lu. I won't question what you do anymore. I don't care about right or wrong in the eyes of the world. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, looking down at him with a knowing glint in his eyes, as if pondering something left unsaid. The lounge was utterly silent, interrupted only by the occasional sound of footsteps in the distancia, a gentle reminder that, even in the midst of ordinary daily life, some conversations are anything but ordinary. Since I've given it to you, it has nothing to do with me from now on. Lu Yuan stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow over Huang Wenbin. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, his gaze swept indifferently across the young man's face before looking away. With both hands tucked into the pockets of his overcoat, he walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. The neon-lit city nightscape outside was reflected as a hazy blur in the glass. It's called the Marquart mask, but it also goes by another name, Pandora. Lu Yuan turned, his eyes settling on the young man once more. At that moment, Huang Wenbin happened to be standing in the shadow where two spotlights met, his entire figure shrouded in gloom. The closer you get to the abyss, the closer the devil is to you. Don't let your desires get out of hand. That's your only weapon against the devil. Lu Yuan straightened his collar, strode out of the lounge, and disappeared down the corridor at the end of the Chuangwei building. Pandora? Huang Wenbin murmured to himself. The brief wave of caution that had just surfaced in his mind was quickly drowned by excitement. now had complete control over the Marquart mask. Suddenly, his phone rang, cutting through his thoughts. On the screen, the word wife stood out. Huang Wenbin stared hard at those characters, veins bulging on his arm, his knuckles whitening with tension. On the verge of losing control, he took a deep breath, forced himself to relax, and pressed the answer button. Hello? Honey, are you off work yet? What do you want for dinner? Should I make your favorite garlic ribs? How about some long beans with braised eggplant? His wife's gentle voice came through the receiver. Okay, Huang Wenbin replied stiffly. Huh, honey, is something wrong? You don't sound happy. Please cheer up, don't be upset. Her sweet voice tried to comfort him. Huang Wenbin responded mechanically as he left the building and squeezed onto the crowded bus. Standing at the back, he gazed out the window at the rapidly receding streets, his eyes empty. When he got back to his apartment complex, he stood expressionless at his door, waiting for the facial recognition lock to open. As soon as the door clicked open, he heard light footsteps from inside. You're home. Dinner's almost ready. Just one more dish to go. Wash your hands first. I peeled an apple for you. Have a bite while you wait. His wife, with her long hair tied back, wore a beige knit sweater and an apron, a spatula in hand as she peeked out from the kitchen. Spotting him, she suddenly gasped. Oh, there's still food on the stove, and rushed back into the kitchen. Huang Wenbin watched this warm domestic scene, but the anger inside him only grew stronger. Strangely, his expression became even calmer. He changed into his slippers and walked slowly toward the kitchen. Staring at his wife's busy figure, he suddenly reached out with his right hand, his knuckles turning white with force, and gripped her neck tightly. 7:15 p.m., Hangzhou. This 9 square meter apartment wasn't luxurious, but it radiated warmth and comfort. The cloud-shaped lamp cast a gentle glow, and the windows and bedroom doors still had red paper cutouts with the character Fu from the new year, looking especially festive under the lights. Bang! A sharp crash erupted from the kitchen. Huang Wenbin, a young man with bloodshot eyes and bulging veins, gripped his wife Li Wenwen's neck like a vice, his right hand squeezing with terrifying force, shoving her backward. Instinctively, Li Wenwen clutched at his wrists, her fingernails digging deep into his skin, but her body staggered helplessly. Her back slammed into the stove, where she'd been cooking. The iron wok toppled over, sending scalding hot vegetables and oil splattering onto the counter and blue flames, hissing and crackling. Some of the oil splashed onto her back, burning her so badly she wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound with his hand crushing her throat. Suffocation. Terror. Both feelings surged over Li Wenwen like a tidal wave. Desperately struggling, she locked eyes with her husband. The eyes that once brimmed with affection now looked wild, unrecognizable. In that instant, she understood Huang Wenbin truly meant to kill her. Why? Li Wenwen gasped, scratching at his arm, her legs kicking out in vain. The difference in strength was too great. Her lips parted, forcing out a few broken syllables. Why? Huh? You're asking me why? Huang Wenbin snarled, his voice hoarse and twisted. When you all pushed me out, did you ask me why? While I was working overtime, what were you doing, you bitch? It's you. You ruined everything. His left hand joined the right, both hands squeezing her throat. Li Wenwen's struggles grew frantic, kicking, clawing, then gradually weakened. In her final moments, she stopped resisting and looked up at her husband, her gaze full of complicated emotions: apology, regret, and sorrow. The light faded from her eyes. No one knew how long it was before Huang Wenbin let go. His gentle wife, dressed in an apron and sweater, collapsed to the floor with nothing to support her. Her hair spread out in a tangled mess, like a withered flower. Heavy, ragged breaths echoed in the quiet kitchen. Huang Wenbin stood frozen, arms trembling as he wrapped them around his head, fingers digging into his hair. He stared at his wife's body, memories flooding back: her smile the first time she cooked for him, their excitement when they picked out this apartment, the way she lovingly fixed his tie every morning. He sank to his knees in front of her, lips quivering as tears streamed down his face. Several minutes passed. Click. Huang Wenbin stood up and turned off the stove, which was still burning. He seemed calm now. After one last look at his wife's body, he walked out of the kitchen. He picked up his phone and dialed. Hello? Dad. Mom. I'm sorry. From now on, just pretend you never had a son. They'll find a way to send you some money for your retirement. Don't tell anyone about it, and don't give it to anyone. Ignoring their panicked questions, he hung up. Huang Wenbin walked around the apartment, his gaze lingering on every corner once filled with happiness. He grabbed the bag he'd packed earlier and left the home behind, disappearing into the night. The old goods market at Banshan in Hangzhou was bustling with people. Yuan was squatting in front of a stall when a message from his system suddenly caught his attention. Through his connection with Pandora, he saw a warm scene: a small home filled with the inviting aroma of cooking from the kitchen. But immediately after, he witnessed the woman's death with his own eyes. Boss, do you like this doll? The stall owner noticed Yuan's gaze lingering on a Western-style doll and eagerly rubbed his hands together. You have a good eye? This came from a wealthy household. 5,000 yuan, and it's yours. Yuan pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and, after closing the system window, replied gently, "No, thank you." As soon as he turned to move to the next stall, a chorus of bargaining erupted behind him. 2005, 2000, 500. Don't go, boss. Just take it as making a friend. 50 yuan, and it's yours. 30. I can't go any lower than 30. Name your price, pay whatever you want. At this hour, the Banshan secondhand market was packed. Stalls lined the central walkway, with tightly clustered shops on both sides. As Lu Yuan walked, he searched for a vessel suitable to hold a seed. Based on his experience that week, such objects often carried a unique history. They might be imbued with the intense emotions, desires, or obsessions of their previous owner, or possess some symbolic meaning from being venerated over a long period. When he entered a higher-end antique shop, a flash of red inside a cabinet to his right caught his eye. Instead of heading straight over, Lu Yuan casually browsed from the entrance, making his way to the cabinet last. Inside, bathed in a red glow, was a Tier 3 vessel, a delicate silver hairpin in the style of ancient Rome. It was about 9 inches long, with strange patterns carved into its tip. There was even a faint dark red stain near the point, as if it were blood. "Boss, how much for this hairpin?" "Which one?" "Hold on, let me get my glasses." The balding shop owner put on his reading glasses and followed Lu Yuan's gesture. "Ah, that one. 2,000 yuan. All right, please wrap it up." Lu Yuan agreed without hesitation. The price clearly surprised and delighted the owner. A flicker of regret crossed his face, but he quickly took out the hairpin and placed it in a rosewood box before handing it to Lu Yuan. With the new vessel in hand, Lu Yuan quickly browsed the remaining shops. Finding nothing else of interest, he hailed a taxi and went home. As soon as he opened the door, a jet-black cat eagerly meowed at him. "Meow? Laobai, were you good at home today?" Lu Yuan stroked the cat gently. After filling Laobai's bowls with food and water, he took the newly purchased hairpin and headed into his study. Behind him, the black cat Laobai followed, its bright, obsidian eyes fixed intently on its master's back. "What are you doing here?" Lu Yuan turned and, seeing the cat, offered a gentle smile. All right, let's witness this together." No sooner had Lu Yuan settled into his study than Laobai leapt nimbly into his lap. Stroking the black cat, Lu Yuan reached out to the system with his mind. In an instant, a mysterious seed radiating an eerie light materialized out of thin air, floating before Lu Yuan and Laobai. Its dazzling glow illuminated the entire room. The black cat immediately grew restless, its long tail lashing back and forth as it tried to wriggle free from Lu Yuan's arms to reach for the seed. "Easy, Laobai." Lu Yuan soothed the agitated cat and took out a hairpin. As he brought the hairpin close to the seed, the mysterious object slowly merged into the pin, like a drop of water being absorbed. A system prompt sounded. "You have obtained item 3002, Pandora. Please name item 3002, Pandora." The system then displayed the item's detailed information. This hairpin was once used by its owner to pierce the hearts of countless young women, channeling their blood through its hollow shaft. It could extract the essence of life, granting the user eternal youth and reversing the effects of aging. After reading through the information, Lu Yuan was stunned by Pandora's power. After a moment's thought, he said, "Lilith's blood needle. Let's call it Lilith's blood needle." Ding. Naming successful. Item 3002. Pandora, Lilith's blood needle. The study grew quiet once more. Lu Yuan gazed at the now transformed silver hairpin, his hand still gently stroking the now calm Laobai. But as he looked down at the cat in his arms, he was astonished to find Laobai surrounded by a radiant red glow, even brighter than that of the hairpin, like a crimson moon. This light signified an incredible truth. His black cat possessed the potential to bear a supreme, zero-tier seed. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the sound of someone at the door interrupted Lu Yuan's thoughts. He glanced toward the study door, quickly put the hairpin away in a wooden box, and slid it into a drawer. He gave a gentle pat to Laobai. The lazy black cat sprawled on his lap. With a reluctant meow, the cat hopped down to the floor. "Mr. Lu," came an excited voice from outside. "Oh, thank goodness you're home." Standing at the door was a mother and daughter. The woman was his neighbor, Shun Hongru, a 33-year-old single mom and a senior executive at her company. Tonight, she was clearly dressed up. Delicate studs sparkled on her earlobes. Her lips were painted a vivid red, and a white striped cardigan paired with a black dress flattered her elegant, curvy figure. She held the hand of a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, who looked up at Lu Yuan with a shy smile. "Is there something I can help you with?" Lu Yuan greeted them warmly. As a neighbor living in the Binjiang district, his mid-range apartment was conveniently close to his office. "It's about Wan," Shun Hongru said, her lashes fluttering. "She's been begging to play with Xiao Bai ever since she got home from kindergarten. Nothing I say can change her mind." As she spoke, she gently squeezed her daughter's little finger. "That's right. It's me, Wan." The little girl chimed in cheekily, sticking out her tongue. "Uncle Lu, I miss Xiao Bai so much." The moment she spotted the black cat peeking out from behind the door, her eyes lit up. Wow, Xiao Bai. Before anyone could stop her, she had already kicked off her shoes and darted barefoot into the apartment. "Please come in as well, Miss Shun." Lu Yuan stepped aside to let her in. He noticed a faint blush on Shen Hongri's cheeks and a hint of guilt in her eyes, but he didn't dwell on it. Have you had dinner yet, Mr. Lu? Not yet. Perfect. I made extra tonight and brought some over for you as a thank you. Shen Hongru lifted the fabric bag in her hand. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't refuse, a look of delight crossed her face. She gracefully set the bag on the shoe cabinet, slipped out of her heels to reveal feet wrapped in sheer stockings, and changed into slippers before heading toward the dining table as if she knew the place well. Lu Yuan glanced at Lao Bai, now lying sprawled on the floor, pinned down by the little girl. He walked over to the dining table. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a message from Nieshayu on WeChat let him know she had gotten home safely, followed by a string of chatty updates. Lu Yuan skimmed the messages but didn't bother to reply. By the way, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered something and walked over to the wine cabinet, taking out a bottle of red wine. Ms. Shun, would you like to join me for a glass? This one's pretty good. Shun Hongru hesitated for a moment, then deftly untied the hairband from her wrist and swept her long hair up into a ponytail. It's not every day you invite me, Mr. Lu. How could I turn you down? Inwardly, she was delighted this polite, reserved neighbor was finally letting her get a little closer for the first time. At the same time, under the cover of night, Huang Wenbin sat in the back seat of a taxi. He kept his head lowered, his heart still pounding, while a burning pain flared along both of his forearms beneath his sleeves. We're here. The taxi pulled over by the roadside, and the middle-aged driver pressed the meter. 70 yuan, he said. Huang Wenbin quietly scanned the QR code to pay, responding with a muffled acknowledgement. The early March nights in Hangzhou still carried a lingering chill. As he opened the car door, a gust of cold wind made Huang Wenbin shiver. He shoved his hands into his pockets, cautiously surveying his surroundings before moving on. Deliberately, he walked into two nearby convenience stores, buying some daily necessities under the watchful eyes of the security cameras. Then, carrying the bags, he slipped into the dimly lit urban village nearby. He entered an old, rundown motel. After paying for a room, he carefully made his way to the second floor. Passing by a door left slightly ajar, he caught a glimpse of a portly, middle-aged man. The sight made him pause for a brief moment. Bathed in the room's yellowish light, Huang Wenbin sat on the edge of the bed, gripping his thighs tightly and breathing heavily. Fear and anxiety made his hands tremble. He pulled a paper-thin mask from inside his jacket. Under the dim light, it shimmered with an eerie, iridescent glow. Carefully, he pressed the mask to his face. Instantly, a miraculous transformation took place. The mask melted into his skin like liquid mercury, distorting his features and body. In the blink of an eye, he had taken on the appearance of the middle-aged man had seen earlier. Staggering into the bathroom, he gripped the sink and stared at the unfamiliar face in the mirror. Even though this wasn't his first time, the transformation still left him in awe. The reflection showed the middle-aged man's face, his expression shifting from excitement to mania, and finally twisting into something grotesque. He quickly changed into the clothes had prepared, then walked to the window and peered across at the self-built apartments opposite. After making sure no one was around, he pressed his ear to the wall and listened for a moment before quietly leaving the room. He found a phone booth on the street where there were no cameras and dialed a string of numbers. Hello? Director Dai. It's me, Huang Wenbin. As he waited for the call to connect, a strange smile crept across his face. The greasy, middle-aged features gradually faded away, revealing his original youthful appearance. Meanwhile, in a luxurious penthouse on Sunshine Coast, Zhang Meijing lounged on the sofa in a silk nightgown, applying body oil. When she saw her husband, Dai Wenyuan, turn pale after answering a call, she couldn't help but ask, "Honey? Who was that?" "It's nothing. Just a work issue I need to handle," Dai Wenyuan replied, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses as he stood up to leave. "Don't worry, he'll be back soon." 3 minutes later, a black Mercedes S-Class quietly pulled out of the garage and disappeared into Hangzhou's night. "Uncle." The young police officer stepped out of the elevator, talking on the phone while checking the apartment numbers. Shuemu Qinghua Garden, Building 4, Apartment 602. This is the place. 500 kilometers away in Zhucheng, Huang Jinbao, a man in his 50s, sat anxiously in an old house, clutching his phone. His wife, Yu Qin, wrung her hands and kept murmuring prayers under her breath. Ever since they received that unusual call from their son, the couple had been on edge. Repeated calls to their son and daughter-in-law had gone unanswered, heightening their fear until they finally decided to call the police. The sound of knocking on a door echoed through the phone into their old home. "It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay." Huang Jinbao tried to comfort both his wife and himself. "Uncle, no one's answering," the officer said, his tone growing tense. Just then, a neighbor poked their head out and told the police about hearing angry shouting from the apartment earlier. The neighbor's words sent a chill through both the officer and the couple listening on the phone. With the couple's permission, the officer stepped back and prepared to force the door open. 3 loud bangs later, the door swung open. The officer quickly searched the apartment, scanning the living room and then the bedroom before stopping in the kitchen. His eyes widened. A woman was lying motionless on the kitchen floor. Holding his breath, he carefully checked for any sign of life. The moment he confirmed she was dead, piecing together the call and the neighbor's account, he was almost certain the couple's son was the suspect. Officer, officer, how are my son and daughter-in-law? Huang Jinbeo's anxious voice came through the phone, but the officer couldn't find the words to reply. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Binjiang district, the atmosphere was completely different. A little girl with pigtails had fallen asleep under a light blanket, gently coaxed by Lao Bai. On the other end of the sofa, a black cat lounged lazily, its tail swaying contentedly. In the dining room, single mother Shin Hongru had taken off her cardigan and was now wearing a black dress. The wine bottle on the table was nearly empty, and a rosy flush colored her fair cheeks as her eyes grew slightly dreamy. Don't call me Ms. Shun, just call me Hongru, she said. Ms. Shun makes me feel like a stranger. All right, Hongru, Lu Yuan replied with a smile, pouring the last of the wine into her glass. And you don't need to call me Mr. Lu, just Lu Yuan is fine. Come on, let's finish this last bit together. Their glasses clinked, marking the end of the meal. Shin Hongru seemed a little drunk. After Lu Yuan finished clearing the table, he noticed she was still sitting there, her chin propped up in her hands, eyelids drooping as if she might fall asleep at any moment. Just as he was about to gently tap her, Shin Hongru suddenly lifted her head, her gaze dazed. She wrapped her arms around Lu Yuan's neck, her lips slightly parted, the scent of wine on her breath. Fixing her eyes on his lips, she rose on tiptoe, tilting her head up and slowly moving closer. Lu Yuan didn't resist. He felt her warm breath and the delicate touch of her tongue. His left hand supported her waist, while his right hand slid under her dress. Desire points 100, desire points 100. Cool moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a faint glow across the apartment floor. Lu Yuan ignored the endless notifications on his screen, completely absorbed in the woman before him. The night grew deeper. Meanwhile, Dai Wenyuan drove to an apartment near his company, a place he occasionally used for rest. As his assistant, Huang Wenbin naturally knew about this residence. After parking, Dai Wenyuan lingered in the car, his gold-rimmed glasses framing a face twisted with rage. Suddenly, he slammed his fist onto the steering wheel in anger. Moments later, his expression dark, he got out and entered the building. On the 26th floor, his heavy footsteps echoed down the empty hallway. Halfway to his door, a shadow quietly emerged from the stairwell and followed him silently. What are you doing, sneaking around like that? Dai Wenyuan snapped, turning to see Huang Wenbin. He glared, cursing angrily, then strode toward his own door in irritation. As he fumbled for his keys, he realized Huang Wenbin had followed him all the way. Pausing, he muttered under his breath, "All right, how much do you want?" Without waiting for a reply, he lit a cigarette and continued, "Damn it, are you and your wife trying to set me up? Did you send her to seduce me on purpose?" Behind him, Huang Wenbin closed the door, his gaze icy and sharp as he stared at the vice president's back. Dai Wenyuan kept ranting, oblivious to the danger. Suddenly, Huang Wenbin lunged forward, pulling a thick nylon cord from his pocket. He slipped the cord around Dai Wenyuan's neck, bracing his own back against the man and using all his strength to lift him off the ground. Dai Wenyuan barely had time to react before a wave of suffocation hit him. His eyes bulged in terror, legs kicking wildly, hands desperately clawing at his attacker. Huang Wenbin showed no sign of stopping. Dai Wenyuan managed to grab the cord with both hands, struggling with every ounce of strength he had left. "Struggle. This is your last chance." He screamed inwardly, but his face quickly turned ashen, his strength faded, and his vision blurred as the world went dark. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, Huang Wenbin let go. Dai Wenyuan collapsed to the floor, his cheek pressed against the cold surface, a faint glimmer of life still in his eyes. Huang Wenbin crouched beside him, a twisted smile spreading across his face as his features began to shift, transforming until he looked exactly like Dai Wenyuan. "From now on, I am you," he whispered coldly, a cruel and triumphant glint in his eyes. "Your wife is my wife, your son is my son, and your money is mine." Dai Wenyuan's pupils dilated in shock. Helpless, he stared into Huang Wenbin's eyes before slipping into endless darkness. The next day, clear skies, 9 o'clock in the morning. Lu Yuan walked into the company building wearing a dark wool coat and carrying a briefcase. As he walked, he read a police bulletin on his phone. At around 9 p.m. on March 10th, our bureau received a report from a resident. Li Wenwan, female, 26, was found dead. After investigation, her husband, Huang Wenbin, male, 26, is the prime suspect. Currently, Huang Wenbin is missing. Just as he put away his phone, a police car pulled up outside the building, and 2 officers hurried into the lobby. "Supervisor Liu. Supervisor Liu." A clear voice called out. A young employee, Nieshayu, with a small backpack and a bag of KFC breakfast in hand, jogged up to him. "Morning, Xiaoyu." Lu Yuan put away his earlier serious expression and offered a gentle smile. "Good morning, Supervisor Liu." Under his gaze, Nieshayu suddenly grew shy, her cheeks flushing, eyelashes fluttering a stark contrast to the mature woman she had seen the night before. Oh, right, Supervisor Liu, I bought too much breakfast again. Would you like some? She seemed to remember something and handed him the paper bag. They walked toward the elevator together. Along the way, Nieshayu lowered her voice and said, Supervisor, were you just watching those two police officers? I heard a co-worker's wife. The police are here to ask about it. I see, Lu Yuan replied calmly with a nod. Once in his office, he tossed the breakfast bag into the trash as usual. Sitting at his desk, he opened a black leather notebook and began writing on the latest page. 3001, Marquart's Mask. Completion, 0 stars, 15. Abilities. 1. When worn, the mask allows the user to transform into anyone they have seen before, including facial features, body shape, and voice. 2. As completion increases, the wearer's learning abilities and physical condition will improve. Negative effects. 1. Amplifies negative emotions until the wearer is completely consumed by desire. 2. The longer you wear the mask, the more you become a ghost. One day, upon removing the mask, you'll find your original features are fading away. He turned to the next page, titled Marquart's Mask, User Information. Here, he had detailed notes on the artifact and observations of each user. The first owner listed was Huang Wenbin. Lu Yuan was the observer of all these owners. After a long while, he closed the heavy notebook and stretched. He poured himself some hot water, then stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with his cup. The sunlight was beautiful today, gently warming him. Lu Yuan took a sip of hot water, his gaze drifting toward the distant city skyline. A faint, meaningful smile played at the corners of his mouth as his thoughts wandered to his experiment plan. Huang Wenbin, the first test subject, had already perfectly demonstrated the greed and desire of an ordinary person when faced with a supernatural artifact. What intrigued Lu Yuan even more was observing how this materialistic society would react to such an object. Even though Huang Wenbin now possessed Marquart's mask, Lu Yuan was certain he wouldn't escape the police. This marked the next stage of the experiment, the authorities' response to the supernatural. A barely contained excitement flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he anticipated the changes about to sweep through the world. Meanwhile, on the 32nd floor of Chuangwei Technology Tower, Huang Wenbin, in the guise of Deputy Director Dai, stood in a luxurious, spacious office, his greedy gaze sweeping over every detail. The soft wool carpet underfoot, the expensive custom sofa, the grand solid wood desk, and the meticulously arranged art display case behind him. He strode over to the floor-to-ceiling windows that spanned the wall, looking down at the city below, a surge of control welling up inside him. All of this is mine now. His face flushed with excitement. Just as he was settling comfortably into the executive chair, savoring the moment, a sudden knock at the door made him tense up. After a few seconds to steady his racing heart, he forced himself to appear calm and called out, "Come in." A female secretary in professional attire entered the room. Huang Wenbin's gaze involuntarily drifted from her face down to her long legs encased in black stockings. This was Guotong Tong, the department beauty from Jiangxi University, whose usual cold and proud demeanor always made him feel inferior. Director Dai, Secretary Guo said respectfully, "There are police officers downstairs asking to see you. It's about Huang Wenbin." What? For a moment, Huang Wenbin panicked, but he quickly remembered his current identity. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and said, "Tell them I'm not in the office." As Secretary Guo turned to leave, Huang Wenbin couldn't help but let his gaze linger on her swaying figure, his mind wandering to forbidden fantasies. I wonder if Director Dai and Secretary Guo have a special relationship? Finally, at the company's front desk, a young police officer politely handed over his business card. "If your company has any information about Huang Wenbin, please don't hesitate to contact us." Night had fallen, and the sky was dark. Lu Yuan stood at the edge of the square, his gaze casually drifting over the surroundings. Suddenly, Nieshayu's voice broke the stillness of the evening. She looked at him a little shyly, her cheeks flushed. "Manager Lu, do you want to try that trendy hot pot place? It's just in front of the Chuangwei building, on the plaza." Lu Yuan smiled, a hint of interest in his eyes. "Oh, which one is it?" Seeing that he didn't refuse, Nieshayu's spirits lifted and her eyes sparkled. "It's Shanhuanhuan. I wanted to try it when I was in Jianya, but the line was just way too long." Her voice grew softer and softer, until it was barely audible, "So I never got to eat there." Lu Yuan checked the time and replied gently, "Not today, I have something else to do. Next time, it's on me." Though a little disappointed, Nieshayu nodded obediently. "Okay." She lowered her head, following behind him with a heavy heart. When they reached the intersection, she couldn't help glancing back several times, watching Lu Yuan as he walked away. Lu Yuan, meanwhile, stood at the crosswalk, his expression calm as he turned slightly to gaze at the brightly lit city. Suddenly, a black Mercedes drove out of the company's parking garage and stopped at the crosswalk. Almost instinctively, Lu Yuan sensed something was off. He turned around, his eyes locking with the driver's for a brief moment of panic. Seeing the driver hesitate, Lu Yuan just smiled lightly and waved him on. The traffic light on the other side turned green. Without another glance, Lu Yuan picked up his briefcase and joined the crowd of office workers crossing the street. Inside the car, Huang Wenbin broke into a cold sweat. He watched the seemingly indifferent man in his rearview mirror, confusion filling his mind. The air felt heavy, his breathing low and tense. Who is he really? In this bustling city, everything suddenly felt unfamiliar to him. The certainty he once had was gone. At last, he sighed softly and murmured, "Whoever he is, he's the one who changed my fate." With that, he pressed the accelerator and drove away. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had already boarded the subway, eventually arriving at the first affiliated hospital of Jiangxi University. The air inside the hospital was thick with unspoken pain and resentment. Standing across the street from the main entrance, Lu Yuan gazed up at the tall buildings. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, his eyes were calm, as if he sensed something unusual. He murmured, "This should be a good place to find a suitable host." He didn't linger long. With measured steps, he crossed through the outpatient building and headed toward the inpatient ward. Along the way, scenes of hospital beds and patients unfolded before him, young and old, sad and numb, hopeless and defiant. But above all, he saw a deep, unspoken longing for life. Lu Yuan whispered, "If someone could offer them a new life right now, even at the cost of their soul, I doubt anyone would hesitate." He adjusted his glasses, a faint smile touching his lips. In a way, he was that very devil, the one who needed souls. Suddenly, he stopped and looked toward another inpatient building in the distance. There, he sensed a profound sense of unwillingness, a despair that surpassed anything he had ever encountered. Something hidden there was calling out to him, something he had yet to discover. He muttered to himself, "There's something strange about that building." VIP ward, special care unit. Ding. The elevator doors opened, and Lu Yuan stepped out once again. "Sir, visiting hours are over. If you have other needs, please make an appointment and come back tomorrow," the young nurse at the station said calmly, glancing at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shot her a brief look, then turned his gaze toward the end of the hallway, absent-mindedly spinning the ring on his right hand. After a slight pause, he spoke gently. "The room at the very end, the one with bodyguards outside. Who's staying there?" The nurse instinctively met his eyes, her heart suddenly racing. She couldn't explain the strange sense of pressure she felt, almost as if she were facing royalty from ancient times. Her voice quivered slightly as she replied, That room belongs to old Master Shun." "Old Master Shun?" Lu Yuan repeated, a thoughtful look flickering in his eyes. "Shun Nanshi." "Yes, Shun Nanshi, old Master Shun," the young nurse answered quickly. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, murmuring, "Shun Nanshi, from Hangcheng." The name was familiar to him. In fact, not just in Hangcheng, but throughout Jiangsu and Zhejiang, almost everyone knew of Shun Nanshi. The Shin family was a respected clan in Hangcheng. While their wealth wasn't the greatest, their reputation had been built over generations. Especially old Master Shun Nanshi, the family patriarch, his charitable works were well known, and he was even regarded as a great philanthropist. A philanthropist? Lu Yuan's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. He strode down the silent corridor, his footsteps echoing in the quiet. At the door to the hospital room, black-suited bodyguards had already noticed him, their sharp, hawk-like eyes making it clear he wasn't welcome. "Open the door," Lu Yuan commanded, his voice low and steady, carrying an unmistakable authority. "Yes, sir." The bodyguard bowed his head respectfully, opened the door, and stepped aside. Inside, the room was quiet except for the soft beeping of machines. An elderly man lay in the bed, thin and frail, his body attached to tubes, and an oxygen mask covering his face. His eyes were clouded and unfocused. He stared at the ceiling, aware that his life was slipping away, each breath harder than the last. He knew the end was near, yet deep inside, he still clung to the will to live. At that moment, the door opened. Shun Nanshi thought it was his lifelong butler, his old companion Shinshan, coming to visit. But when the figure drew near, confusion flickered in his eyes. "You are..." Shun Nanshi's voice was hoarse and weak, filled with uncertainty. Lu Yuan looked down at the old man, a faint, calm smile on his lips. He took a wooden box from his coat and gently opened it. A soft red glow emanated from within, revealing a uniquely shaped needle. "This is Lilith's blood needle," Lu Yuan said gently. "With it, you can extend your life, perhaps even reverse aging." As he spoke, the blood-red light flowed like liquid, instantly illuminating the entire room. Lu Yuan turned to Shun Nanshi and said softly, "Remember, they'll be waiting for you at the Chuangwei building." With that, Lu Yuan said no more and left the room. The door closed behind him, and silence returned. On the bed, Shun Nanshi's eyes remained wide open, his gaze empty. He took a deep, ragged breath, as if his longing for life was woven into every gasp. The red glow slowly seeped from the cracks of the wooden box, almost as if drawn by his desire, creeping up along his withered fingers. Shun Nanshi's heartbeat grew more frantic. Though his body was weak, his eyes stayed fixed on the ceiling, filled with longing and emotions too complex to name. In that moment, an inexplicable connection seemed to form between him and the mysterious box. This is strange. It's as if Huang Wenbin vanished into thin air. In the office of the Hangzhou Criminal Investigation Unit, a group of officers gathered under the fluorescent lights, frowning at a whiteboard covered with photos and clues. At the center was the ID photo of a 26-year-old man, Huang Wenbin, an ordinary office worker who graduated from Jiangsu University of Finance and Economics. According to his background, he's had no counter-surveillance training, yet he's disappeared without a trace, one detective said, tapping his pen against the board with evident confusion. At the start of the case, no one thought much of it. The evidence was clear and straightforward. It looked like a typical revenge-driven wife murder. Normally, all that was left was to arrest the suspect and close the case. No one expected the real problem would be here. An average office worker, vanishing without a single clue. Captain Moss here. The office door suddenly swung open, and a young detective hurried in, his voice carrying a mix of tension and anticipation. Right behind him came a scruffy, unshaven middle-aged man, walking alongside another man in uniform. The uniformed officer took a quick look around and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. This wife murder case has gone viral thanks to feminist social media accounts, and the public interest keeps climbing. Headquarters wants the suspect caught as soon as possible, he said, sweeping his gaze across the room, his voice steady and commanding. That's why I've brought in Detective Ma from the Municipal Bureau. Ma, it's over to you. With that, he turned and left the office. Maan Bong's name was well known throughout the Jiangsu Shanghai region. His legendary cases could fill days of storytelling. Let's skip the small talk, Maan Bong said, cutting off the team leader with a raised hand as he strode straight to the whiteboard. He quickly scanned the case analysis, then turned to the group. Where's the relevant surveillance footage? Over here, Captain Ma, the young detective called out. We've got footage of Huang Wenbin at his apartment before the incident, and surveillance tracking him all the way to the city's old neighborhood after he left. Maan Bong sat down at the computer, his eyes fixed on the screen as his fingers hit the fast-forward key. Someone give me a rundown of the case, he said without looking up. He watched the surveillance footage while listening to the briefing, quickly getting through all the available video. With a sharp click, he hit pause. The image froze on an open window inside a small inn. We think Huang Wenbin escaped through here, taking advantage of gaps between buildings, the young detective explained. No. Maan Bong stared at the screen, absent-mindedly flipping open a metal lighter in his right hand, the crisp ding-ding of metal the only sound. There was no flame, only the click of metal on metal. After a moment, he shook his head. That's not how he got out. He rewound the footage, stopping at the moment Huang Wenbin appeared in a convenience store. Here. He wanted to be seen on camera. The video continued. Huang Wenbin entered the inn and went upstairs. Soon after, a heavy-set, greasy-looking middle-aged man came down and left the building. Maan Bong's brow furrowed. Rewind the footage, he said, as the man appeared on screen again. Who is this? Maan Bong asked, pointing at the screen. Pull up all footage of him entering and leaving the inn. He stepped aside, and the young detective immediately got to work, skillfully operating the computer to search for additional surveillance footage. Within minutes, a clip appeared on the screen showing the middle-aged man entering the hotel. The moment the man approached, Maan Bong's sharp, hawk-like eyes widened, a flash of unmistakable shock passing through his gaze. Captain Ma, did you notice something? The young detective picked up on his superior's reaction and asked at once. Maan Bong simply shook his head slowly, offering no explanation. He knew all too well that unless someone had received special training, a person's walking habit, stride, step frequency, whether their feet pointed in or out, if they limped, and whether they walked upright or hunched were nearly impossible to change. The first time he saw the middle-aged man, even though his face was obscured, his mannerisms clearly matched Huang Wenbin's. But now, watching him a second time, the man's gait was completely different. Interesting. Very interesting. For the first time, a smile broke through Maan Bong's tired features, his eyes gleaming with a detective's unique light. Meanwhile, in a hospital room at the first affiliated hospital of Jiangsu University. Sir, Lazy said someone came in, the old butler reported quietly. He said he isn't sure why, but when the person asked him to open the door, he just did it without thinking. He couldn't seem to refuse. A silver-haired but vigorous old man entered the room. As soon as he walked in, his eyes locked onto the wooden box by Mr. Shin's bedside. He quickly approached the bed, leaned down, and spoke in a hushed voice. Dashin, I want to be discharged, Shin Nancher said, his lips barely moving as he struggled to get the words out. The butler, Shin Shan, instinctively wanted to object, but when he met his master's resolute gaze, he fell silent and replied respectfully, We'll make the arrangements right away. One more thing, Shin Nancher added weakly. Yes, sir? Come closer. Shin Nanchi's tone shifted only slightly, but after a lifetime of service, Shin Shan immediately sensed something important. His expression grew serious as he leaned in, pressing his ear close to Shin Nanchi's lips to listen carefully. I understand. He'll take care of it personally, Shin Shan replied after hearing the instructions. Though puzzled, He didn't ask any questions. He simply nodded, bowed slightly, and quickly left the room. On the bed, the old man's withered hand gave a faint wave. In a family with such a long legacy, there are always those tasked with handling matters that lie beyond the reach of ordinary rules. Shinshan had been adopted by the Shun family as a child and had served Shun Nansha ever since. He was not only a butler, but also the old man's glove. Elsewhere, Lu Yuan had just returned to his apartment and happened to run into the single mother, Shun Hongru, and her young daughter in the elevator. Lu Yuan? Shun Hongru's cheeks flushed as she gracefully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, calling his name softly. Uncle Lu, the little girl, Wan, suddenly became timid when she saw Lu Yuan. She hid behind her mother, only peeking out after a while to greet him in a tiny voice. Lu Yuan and Shun Hongru exchanged puzzled glances and stopped, patiently trying to comfort the little girl. Despite their efforts, Wan's big eyes soon filled with tears, and she burst out crying. She pouted and clung tightly to her mother's leg, sobbing, "Mommy, I'm sorry, I was just too scared, so I couldn't protect you." Her words only left Lu Yuan and Shun Hongru even more confused. Wan continued, choking on her words. "I woke up on the sofa last night and saw Uncle Lu choking Mommy. Mommy looked so helpless, but I was so scared, I just pretended to be asleep with my eyes closed." As the elevator ascended smoothly, a child's innocent remark made Shun Hongru, the single mother, flush with embarrassment. She glanced awkwardly at Lu Yuan, only to find that he remained as calm and composed as ever. Wan, be good. Wan, be good." Seeing her little girl crying so sadly, Shun Hongru immediately knelt down, held her daughter in her arms, and comforted her gently. "Uncle wasn't hurting Mama, he was just playing a game with me. You didn't do anything wrong. You're the best, Wan." After some patient soothing, the little girl finally lifted her tear-streaked face, glanced timidly at Uncle Lu, then turned to her mother and asked in a soft, childish voice, "Really?" "Yes. You can trust Mommy. You're such a caring daughter, Wan." Lu Yuan also knelt down, gently patted Wan's head, and said with a smile, "You're not scared at all, Wan." The little girl clung tightly to her mother, looked up at Lu Yuan with wide eyes, then glanced back at her mother. At last, she seemed reassured and managed a small, tearful smile. When they reached the 16th floor, Shun Hongru led her daughter back to their apartment, while Lu Yuan entered his own. He poured himself a cup of tea and settled into the lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the neon-lit city. Pandoran artifact with supernatural power show, would it impact civilization and reshape the order of society? It was a profound question. Sipping his hot tea, a faint smile played behind his black-rimmed glasses. Whether it was Huang Wenbin or Old Master Shun, anyone who used Pandora would inevitably leave traces. The appearance of such an extraordinary object would soon attract official attention. Lu Yuan understood while the power and rapid response of a modern state apparatus never underestimated it. As night deepened, a black business van pulled into the garage of a villa in the CC district of Hangzhou. An elderly man in a black Zhongshan suit was the first to get out, followed by two young men with cropped hair, efficiently dragging out a struggling duffel bag. "Take him to the basement," Shinshan ordered in a low voice, then called out to one of them, Zhenjiang. "Yes, Master Shan. What happened today stays between us." Seeing the man nod without hesitation, Shinshan handed over a bank card. "There's $500,000 here. Split it among yourselves." He strode into the villa and, after a brief, hushed conversation with Shun Nanshan in the master bedroom on the second floor, left again. About an hour and a half later, after the medical staff had departed, Shinshan wheeled the old man into the elevator and down to the second basement level. Inside the wine cellar, surrounded by racks of red wine, a blonde gang member sat tied to a chair, his eyes covered, struggling desperately and making muffled noises. In the quiet, the sounds of footsteps and wheelchair wheels scraping against the floor echoed through the space, followed by a low, throaty cough. In his wheelchair, Master Shin's face was as white as paper as he coughed violently. The needle in his vein trembled with each shudder of his body, while Shinshan carefully held up the 4 bag connected to it. "Who is he?" Shin Nansha turned his head weakly to look at the blonde-haired thug tied to a chair. Expressionless, Shinshan reported, "A complete scumbag. He's addicted to gambling, drained every cent from his family, and sucked his mother dry like a vampire. To raise money, he even lured 2 underage girls into prostitution." Hearing this, the blonde-haired thug sobbed even harder, twisting frantically against his restraints. "Shan," Shin Nansha said, his breath labored as he fixed his gaze on the struggling thug. "Sir, tell me, if my life could be prolonged by taking the life of garbage like this, wouldn't that be more meaningful for society, for everyone?" Shinshan bent respectfully. "Of course. The good you do each year, scholarships, poverty relief, medical aid far outweighs anything someone like him could ever contribute. Every year you live is another year of blessing for others." A hint of color returned to Shun Nanshi's pale cheeks as he caught his breath. After a moment, he continued, "Go. Take off his shirt." "Yes, sir." Shinshan first secured the 4 bag, then walked over to the thug. As the man continued to struggle, Shinshan slapped him hard across the face, then pressed a precise point at the back of his neck. Instantly, the thug went limp, slumping in the chair, all strength gone. Shin Nansher watched intently as Shinshan removed the thug's shirt. With trembling hands, he opened the rosewood box had been holding tightly and took out a silver hairpin that seemed to glimmer with a strange, eerie light. "Sean, help me over there," he gasped. Sensing what was about to happen, the young thug tried to struggle but couldn't move. Clutching the blood needle, Master Shin broke free from Shinshan's support, staggering toward the thug. In one unsteady lunge, he drove the hairpin straight into the thug's heart. A soft, chilling sound echoed in the dim wine cellar as a horrifying scene unfolded. Before their eyes, the bound thug shriveled rapidly, as if every drop of blood was being drained from his body. The black cloth over his eyes slipped away, revealing a look of utter terror. He didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to a lifeless husk. At the other end of the hairpin, a single, crystal-clear drop of life essence hovered in the air, radiating an almost hypnotic light. Even Shinshan, who had seen his share of shocking events, couldn't help but swallow nervously. Master Shin reached for the drop of essence, eager yet cautious not to damage it. Finally, he parted his lips and gently drew the exquisite drop of life into his mouth, as if it were a priceless work of art. Hangzhou, CC Villa, second basement level. Wine cellar. A corpse, completely drained of blood, had died in a state of utter terror and despair. Thick ropes bound his body tightly, and only a thin layer of skin barely maintained the semblance of a human form. With no support, his head hung limply, the skin stretched and distorted, presenting a sight far more horrifying than most could imagine. Kneeling in front of this grisly body was an elderly man, gripping the armrests of a chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "Ha ha ha!" Shin Nansher was gasping, each breath savoring the sweetness in the air. He closed his eyes, focusing intently on the changes within his body, a sensation so wonderful it defied description, like a traveler in the desert finally finding an oasis. In 90 years, he had never experienced anything so miraculous. It was as if fresh buds were sprouting from withered branches, as if parched earth was finally quenched by life-giving water. Every cell in Shun Nanshi's body trembled, craving that single drop of life essence. He wanted to cry, to shout for joy. But just as he reached the peak of this euphoria, everything stopped abruptly. "I want more. I need more." Suddenly, Shin Nanshi's eyes snapped open, filled with a raw, naked hunger and expression so chilling it was as if a demon had crawled up from the abyss. In the wine cellar, the butler, Shin Shan, was about to help the old man up when the scene before him left him frozen in shock. First the mysterious hairpin piercing the thug's heart, then the rapid draining of blood, and finally, the single drop of concentrated life essence. Shin Shan noticed the changes in the old man immediately. His spirit seemed to surge back to life. A flush of color returned to his pale skin, and most astonishingly, a single strand of black hair appeared among his snow-white locks. Shin Nansher suddenly looked up, his gaze locking onto Shin Shan. That single look sent chills down the butler's spine, making him unconsciously take a step back. "Shanzi." Shin Nanshi's voice was hoarse. Bracing himself with both hands, he actually stood up, remarkable, considering he had been bedridden and paralyzed for over a year. Like a child learning to walk, the old man took a few shaky steps, excitement lighting up his aged face. Perhaps exhausted, he gestured, "Help me." "Yes, sir." Shin Shan hurried forward to support him. "Take me back to rest. Also, arrange a full medical exam for me tomorrow," Shin Nansher said in a deep voice. He sat back in his wheelchair, about to leave, when he glanced indifferently at the skin and bone corpse. "Take care of it. Make sure it's clean." "Yes, sir. And one more thing, Shanzi. Handle this yourself. Find someone for me at Chuanwei Tower. Desire points 100. Desire points 100. Desire points 100. In the quiet study of his apartment, Lu Yuan watched the screen as notifications flashed by in rapid succession. In just a short while, the growth in desire points had already surpassed the total provided by Huang Wenbin so far. So this is what the longing for life looks like in someone with wealth and power? Lu Yuan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the wooden armrest, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Moments ago, he had witnessed everything in the wine cellar through his connection with Pandora. When Lilith's blood needle drained every last drop from an adult man in seconds, he couldn't help but be amazed. Shin Nanshi's control over his own desires far exceeded that of Xiao Huang. Recalling the shift in Shun Nanshi's expression just moments before, Lu Yuan opened his black notebook, his fingers moving swiftly across the pages. He first added a new entry under subject 3002, Lilith's blood needle ability, then flipped to the user information section to carefully update Shun Nanshi's details. Adjusting his glasses, Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. Old Master Shun could be the ideal candidate for a steward, had significant social standing, abundant wealth, and, most importantly, a remarkable intellect. Of course, this would only work if he could remain rational and not fall under the spell of Pandora's power. Since acquiring the system, One question had lingered in Lu Yuan's mind. As more and more Pandora items spread across the globe, how would this materialistic world cope with the emergence of such fantastical artifacts? Would those who obtained Pandora, especially the ambitious ones who possessed zero-rank Pandora, be content with the status quo? Inevitably, conflict would erupt between them and the existing order, leading to chaos on a global scale. In the aftermath, a new order would eventually emerge. As the orchestrator behind all of this, Lu Yuan was already planning to establish an organization called the Taboo Objects Pandora Management Committee. He intended to recruit truly outstanding and rational Pandora users, guiding the future direction of Pandora through this committee. The next day, sunlight streamed in through the windows. In the first affiliated hospital of Jiangxi University, Professor Zhao Ren Yuan, an expert physician, stared at the test report in his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? The old master's results have returned to last year's levels. He turned urgently to Xin Shan. Did you try some new treatment? We consulted a traditional Chinese medicine doctor from Beijing. Xin Shan replied briefly, gathering the scattered reports into a neat stack. With a slight nod, he turned and left. In the hospital corridor, Xin Shan pushed the wheelchair, quietly repeating the doctor's diagnosis to old Master Shun. A year ago? Xin Nansher nodded slightly, then asked, has that person been found? Yes, sir. Xin Shan handed over a folder. He works in the research and development department at Skyworth Technology, has a great reputation in the company, and seems like just an ordinary office worker. Xin Nansher opened the folder. The first page was Lu Yuan's employee photo. His emotions flickered briefly before he and Xin Shan entered the elevator together. No one noticed, right? Rest assured. After work, come with me to visit him. Should I prepare anything? Not for now. Xin Shan had always refrained from asking about matters his master preferred to keep private, but given recent events, he had some suspicions. As the elevator reached the parking level and they were about to leave, Xin Nansher suddenly spoke. Shan, do you think there are truly people in this world with powers like gods or demons? At the same time, in the VIP lounge of Hangzhou Bank, Binjiang District. Mr. Dai, the money has been counted. Please have a look. Manager Zhang from the bank greeted Huang Wenbin with a warm smile, bowing respectfully as he approached. Huang Wenbin took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the excitement bubbling inside. 2 currency counters were non-stop in front of him, and stacks of cash were piled high, 2 million in total. A female employee in uniform was making tea for him nearby, while the client manager stayed close at his side. This level of service would have seemed like a dream to him in the past. Put all the money in the suitcase for me, he said, nudging the suitcase at his feet with a deliberate calmness in his voice. A few minutes later, Huang Wenbin wheeled the suitcase stuffed with cash out of the bank. As he was about to load it into the trunk, he suddenly paused, reconsidered, and laid the suitcase flat inside the car instead. Fantastic! He exclaimed as he settled into the driver's seat, his face flushed with excitement as he slapped the steering wheel. This money was set aside for his parents, and taking care of this matter eased some of his guilt. In the end, the only people he truly felt guilty toward were his parents. He had been busy all morning and only made it back to the office after the lunch break. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Huang Wenbin called out, leaning back in his large executive chair. Behind him, a floor-to-ceiling window spanned the entire wall, flooding the room with sunlight and offering a view of skyscrapers gleaming in the afternoon sun. He was still soaking in this sense of power when the knock interrupted his thoughts. The door opened, and his secretary walked in, dressed in an off-white knit top and a fitted khaki skirt. Her long legs were encased in nude stockings, and her high heels made almost no sound on the carpet. Mr. Dai, Secretary Gua greeted him respectfully, bowing slightly. These are the documents from this morning. Please take a look. Huang Wenbin stared at her, his breathing quickening unconsciously. He wasn't sure if there was anything special between Dai Wenyuan and Secretary Gua, but at this point, it didn't matter if anything. He hoped there wasn't. He cleared his throat. Xiao Gua, there's a box of tea in my cabinet. Could you make some for me? Of course, she replied with a professional smile, gracefully moving to the cabinet on his right. She rose on tiptoe to reach for the tea. Huang Wenbin swallowed hard, eyes fixed on the curves outlined by her skirt. As a faint, pleasant scent drifted over, Secretary Gua stood by his side and began to make tea. His heart raceta still wasn't fully used to his new identity. Underneath this new persona, he was still just an ordinary office worker at heart. He hesitated, then finally clenched his jaw and reached out, touching her. The moment he made contact, Secretary Gua's body tensed, and she instinctively pulled away. Dai Wenyuan never touched her. The realization hit Huang Wenbin immediately. He felt a twinge of disappointment, quickly replaced by a more intense excitement since the old man had never made a move. Didn't that mean he'd be the first? His eyes darkened with desire, and his breathing grew heavier, his rationality slipping away as his urges took over. In that moment, he was more animal than man. Xiao Gua, Huang Wenbin said, struggling to keep his tone gentle, though the greed in his eyes was obvious behind his gold-rimmed glasses. You just graduated from university and became my secretary, right? Yes. How's life been treating you lately? Is your salary enough to cover your expenses? Girls your age really need to take good care of themselves and cut corners when it comes to self-care. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Dai. Watong Tong took a small step back, a hint of discomfort in her eyes. Watong Tong. Huang Wenbin's voice grew deeper as he reached out, trying to grab her wrist. You know things aren't good between my wife and me. His voice was low, his gaze revealing a barely visible longing. I've liked you ever since the first time we met. Suddenly, Huang Wenbin gripped her wrist and gently pulled her toward him. Watong Tong tried to break free, but Huang Wenbin's grip only tightened. Xiaogua, you deserve better. Huang Wenbin's tone became even more persuasive. I'll give you an extra 100,000 every month. No, 150,000. I can rent you a nice apartment and get you a new car. His voice grew heavier, and his words became more and more tempting. He continued painting a picture of a future that sounded almost like a fairy tale. In that moment, Watong Tong's resistance faded, her struggles slowing and growing weaker. This reaction only made Huang Wenbin more pleased. Excitement flickered across his face, and his actions became increasingly bold and rough. Desire points 100. Desire points 100. Desire points 100. Huang Wenbin suddenly paused, frowning with a confused look in his eyes. Boss, he muttered quietly to himself, is there a bug in my program? But before he could think much about it, he cleared his throat and tried to refocus. No, he trailed off, realizing he had just spaced out. At that moment, on the 15th floor of Chuangwei Tower, in the Research and Development Department's first team, Lu Yuan was observing a young employee's computer. All around him, colleagues watched their monitors intently, notebooks in hand, ready to jot down every detail. When Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly, the young employee beside him immediately tensed, glancing nervously in his direction. Phew. The employee breathed a sigh of relief. Is it really this risque? Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses, a faint smile on his lips, his gaze still fixed on Dai Wenyuan's office. Gradually, he sensed something unusual. The atmosphere in the office was no longer ordinary. It seemed to be growing more intense, even out of control. A negative effect? Lu Yuan murmured, noticing that this shift was inflating Huang Wenbin's emotions. He raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, looks like this is going to end sooner than I expected. With that, he turned his attention back to the employee's work. To be honest, Lu Yuan enjoyed his job. At 4 in the afternoon, with only a short time left before the end of the workday, a middle-aged man with dark circles under his eyes and a weary face walked into Chuangwei Tower. He wore a gray leather jacket, absent-mindedly flipping a metal lighter in his right hand. He approached the front desk and presented his ID. About 20 minutes later, it was a female secretary who emerged from the reception area, walking unsteadily. She looked exhausted, her shoulders slightly hunched, as if she'd just been through something draining. I'm sorry, Mr. Dai isn't in the office today. Please come back another time, Watong Tong said quietly, her voice hoarse. Before she finished speaking, she turned and hurried away, her steps unsteady. Maan Bong watched her leave, his gaze fixed on her back. His eyes followed her closely, searching for any hidden clues in that brief moment. He frowned slightly, muttering under his breath as his eyes grew even more focused, as if he'd noticed something amiss. Unconsciously, he replayed their brief eye contact in his mind. In that instant, he sensed a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Maan Bong quickly shifted his gaze, scanning the lobby before settling his eyes back on Watong Tong. Then, he glanced toward the first-floor lounge, looking for a spot where he could discreetly observe everything. Soon, he sat down quietly, watching everyone who came and went, his expression unreadable. Time ticked by. Eventually, the elevator doors opened again and President Dai Wenyuan appeared, with Watong Tong following closely behind. Their steps matched perfectly, moving in sync as they headed for the exit. Maan Bong took in the scene and stood up in surprise. His body trembled slightly, as if struggling to process what he was seeing, his eyes wide and locked on Dai Wenyuan's back. Confusion and disbelief filled his expression. Even after the two of them had left the building, he couldn't tear his gaze away. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? A gentle voice suddenly sounded nearby. Maan Bong jolted, snapping back to reality. Despite being a seasoned detective who had faced countless dangerous cases, his heart was pounding, his breathing ragged, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He couldn't calm himself. What he had just witnessed was far beyond anything he understood. That was no ordinary disguise, nor was it something any advanced mass technology could achieve. I'm fine. Maan Bong turned to face the man who had spoken, forcing himself to shake his head. That's good. Lu Yuan replied with a warm smile behind his black-rimmed glasses. You were shaking just now. I thought something had happened. Lu Yuan studied the veteran detective carefully. In his mind, this man might be the first in the official system to discover the existence of Pandora. This moment was destined to be recorded in history. Future chronicles might well say. Detective Maan Bong of Hangsheng was the first to uncover the forbidden object Pandora, marking the beginning of the struggle between human order and Pandora's order. Did you see something? Lu Yuan followed Maan Bong's gaze toward the building's entrance, in the direction Huang Wenbin had left. It's nothing. Maan Bong eyed Lu Yuan warily. This seemingly ordinary office worker was surprisingly perceptive. Sorry, I need to go. Maan Bong stood up hurriedly, but halfway out, he suddenly doubled back and bent down to pick up the lighter he had dropped in his shock. Lu Yuan smiled and stepped aside, watching as the old detective hurried away. At the entrance, Maan Bong suddenly stopped and, almost instinctively, glanced back. His eyes met those of the bespectacled office worker across the distance. With just a brief look, Maan Bong quickly turned away and left. At that same moment, the butler Shinshan entered Chuangwei Tower discreetly. After surveying his surroundings, he made his way straight to Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu. Shinshan bowed respectfully. And you are? Lu Yuan sat elegantly on the couch, legs crossed, his tone casual. My master is Shin Nansher. He sent me to pay his respects to you, Mr. Lu. As Shinshan spoke, he observed the young man carefully, recalling his master's instructions. Why didn't he come himself? Lu Yuan asked calmly. That simple question made Shinshan break out in a cold sweat. He quickly bent forward and explained, Please forgive us, Mr. Lu. My master said you value your privacy and worried that showing up unannounced might disrupt your life. If it's not an inconvenience, he can come in right away. That's considerate of him. Lu Yuan nodded approvingly. Relieved, Shinshan added quickly, My master is waiting just outside. If you don't mind, would you join him? Let's go. Lu Yuan stood, brushed off his jacket, and said gently. He strode outside, with the old butler, Shinshan, following at a respectful distance. Along the way, colleagues greeted him with warm smiles, and even the middle-aged security guard at the entrance, dressed in uniform, called out to him like an old friend. It was clear just how well-liked Mr. Shan was in the company. On a side road to the right of the Chuangwei building, a black Rolls-Royce waited quietly. Shinshan hurried forward, opened the door, and said respectfully, Mr. Lu. As soon as Lu Yuan settled into his seat, Shin Nanshe, a well-known philanthropist in Hang's bowed slightly and offered his greetings. Shin Nanshe sends you his sincerest regards, Mr. Lu. Please forgive me for not welcoming you in person. That's quite all right, Lu Yuan replied with a wave of his hand, his eyes curiously taking in the car's luxurious interior. As a mid-level manager at a medium-sized company, it was his first time riding in such a top-tier vehicle, worth tens of millions. For an average person earning $100,000 a year, it would take a century of saving without spending a dime to afford a car like this. Even though Lu Yuan was never one to chase after material things, he couldn't help but marvel aloud. Impressive. It seems you've already tried Pandora. Are you satisfied with the results? Lu Yuan turned to Shin Nanshe, a knowing smile playing at his lips. Pandora. Shin Nanshe repeated quietly, quickly realizing it was another name for the Lilith blood serum. The name conjured up all sorts of associations. Show many more Pandoras could there be in the world? Was it a reference to the legend of unleashing disaster? He didn't dare press for details, only replying respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for granting me more time. No need to thank me, Lu Yuan said, glancing around. Are we staying in the car the whole time? My mistake. Shin Nanshe tapped his forehead in apology. Mr. Lu, I've already arranged a meal. May I have the honor of inviting you inside? When Lu Yuan nodded, the Rolls-Royce slowly pulled away from the bustling city center, eventually stopping in front of an ancient village beside Lingyin Temple. We've arrived, Mr. Lu, Shin Nanshe announced respectfully. Lu Yuan looked out the window and saw a serene, elegant courtyard nestled among bamboo groves. Although he had lived in Hangzhou for years, it was his first time discovering such a refined retreat near Lingyin Temple, aside from the well-known Aman Hotel. Shinshan opened the door for Lu Yuan, while on the other side, Shin Nanshe, assisted by his driver, settled into a wheelchair. The two of them made their way through the courtyard to a restaurant converted from several ancient residences. The entire space exuded the tranquil, zen-like beauty of traditional Eastern aesthetics. This is Guixiang Shanfang, Shin Nanshe explained. It's a private, members-only dining club, not open to the public. The chef specializes in seasonal dishes from the hills and fields of Jiangnan, with recipes passed down through generations. I hope it suits your taste, Mr. Lu. Finally, the two of them sat facing each other in a traditional room adorned with a small bridge, flowing water, rocks, and trees. Xiao Lu, Captain Ma, I need you to pull up the surveillance footage right away and check where Dai Wenyuan went after he left Chuangwei Technology. Also, dig into his background and send everything you find directly to my phone as soon as you have it. Maan Bong strode quickly out of the building, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number as he slipped into a gray Passat parked by the roadside. As soon as the call ended, he pressed the accelerator, merging into the rush hour traffic. While waiting at a red light, his phone screen suddenly lit up. Maan Bong glanced at it, then immediately turned the steering wheel and headed down a different street. Just then, his phone vibrated again. Captain Ma, I've sent over all the files and location data. Did you find something? What's the connection with Dai Wenyuan? Do you need backup? Maan Bong kept one hand on the wheel and pressed the answer button. Ahem, I need to look into a few things. Remember, don't get involved with anything related to Dai Wenyuan on your own. Also, Keep a close eye on Huang Wenbin's parents and pay attention to anyone who interacts with them. Stuck on the main road, Maan Bong scanned his surroundings, finally spotting an opening. He made a sharp turn and slipped into a side street. Meanwhile, in a room decorated in a traditional style, Shen Nansher was pouring tea for Lu Yuan. Soft light illuminated the rosewood table, and behind a nearby screen, a woman in a blue qipao played the zither, her music filling the air. Mr. Lu, meeting you yesterday made me realize there are truly extraordinary things in this world, Shen Nansher said, breaking the silence. In time, more people will come to see and understand this, Lu Yuan replied calmly, taking a sip of tea, fully aware of the older man's probing tone. Shen Nanshi's eyelids twitched, his mind racing with speculation. Mr. Lu, what exactly is this Pandora you mentioned? Master Shun, after using the hairpin, did you notice anything unusual? Lu Yuan asked with a gentle smile. Shen Nansher frowned in thought. Aside from feeling much stronger and no longer weak, his heartbeat seemed noticeably more powerful suddenly. He looked intently at Lu Yuan. To be honest, Mr. Lu, I feel a craving for blood. It's not overwhelming, but I have to suppress a violent urge inside me. Lu Yuan walked toward the garden, admiring the tranquil landscape outside. Opening Pandora means you've drawn the gaze of the abyss. Only by mastering yourself can you control this power. Leaning on his cane, Shen Nansher stood behind Lu Yuan, listening intently. Just then, the old butler, Shen Shan, entered and announced, Master, Mr. Lu, dinner is ready. Bring it in, I'm starving, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Exquisite dishes were brought to the table one after another. The two men dropped the subject of Pandora and shifted their conversation to lighter topics. The graceful notes of the guzheng lingered in the air. After the dinner banquet ended, Lu Yuan and Shen Nansher moved to a sofa off to the side to rest. Not long after, the woman in the qipao, who had been partially concealed behind a screen, quietly slipped away. Suddenly, old master Shen Nansher stood up and walked over to Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, I am willing to follow you wherever you go, he declared. Discarding his cane, Shen Nansher bowed deeply. His raspy voice echoed in the room. By the door, the elderly butler Shen Shan, dressed in a black zhongshan suit, watched the scene unfold. Oh, Lu Yuan sat on the sofa, his smile growing warmer. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, his eyes sharpened, and he idly turned the ring on his right index finger. In that instant, to Shen Nansher and Shen Shan, Lu Yuan seemed to transform. In every sense, he appeared like a sovereign sitting high on a throne, looking down upon all Lithia, being of immense majesty and supreme authority, as if an abyssal power flooded the room. With a thud, both elders dropped to their knees, overcome by the sudden, overwhelming presence. But just as swiftly as it appeared, the aura faded. Lu Yuan's expression softened, and he looked down at Shen Nansher with a gentle smile. As it happens, I could use a butler. You can fill the position for no at least until the day you can no longer manage it. Thank you for your trust, master. Shen Nansher remained kneeling, his back soaked in sweat. Pressing his hands to the floor, he bowed his forehead to the ground and spoke loudly. Master? That sounds a bit strange. Just call me Mr. Lu. Ding. Dong. Leaving the room, Lu Yuan and Shen Nansher stepped out of the Guishiang mountain villa. In the front hall, a sudden chime of bronze bells rang out in the night. Lu Yuan glanced over casually, then paused. Against the wall not far away stood a set of bianzhong, ancient bronze chime bells common in the old Zhao kingdom, 3 tiers of varying sizes. Among them, a familiar light flickered on a small bell about the size of a palm. Mr. Lu? Shen Nansher noticed the change in Lu Yuan's expression and asked quietly. Nansher, on the top row, 3rd bell from the left, bring that one to me. Lu Yuan replied, a faint smile on his lips. This was the benefit of having someone with social standing as his butler. If it were just him, even getting into this restaurant would have been difficult, let alone asking the owner for something. I understand. Shen Nansher nodded respectfully. Mr. Lu, please wait in the car. He'll get it for you right away. The butler, Shen Shan, accompanied Lu Yuan to the black Rolls-Royce parked outside the courtyard, while Shen Nansher, supporting himself with a cane, headed toward the front hall. Mr. Shun, our boss heard you were coming tonight, and told me to make sure you were well taken care of. A woman in a black qipao and a white fur stole greeted him with a bright smile. She appeared to be in her early 30s, graceful and poised, instantly putting people at ease with just a few words. I was thinking of visiting you myself, but I heard you were entertaining an important guest, so I decided not to interrupt, she said with a smile. Thank you, Miss Wang. Please convey my regards to Boss He, Shen Nansher replied. The owner behind Guishiang Mountain Villa was also from a well-known family in Jiangsu, and Zijiang quite a prominent figure. Is there something you need, Mr. Shen? Miss Wang's sharp eyes quickly picked up on his purpose. These chime bells are Boss He's collection, right? Shen Nansher asked. Mr. Shun, you have a keen eye, Miss Wang replied with a charming laugh. Our boss found them in Yunnan province. They date back to the Sui or Tang dynasty. A few of the bells were damaged, so our boss had them restored. I'd appreciate it if you could ask Boss He for one of them, the 3rd bell from the left on the top row, Shen Nansher said, getting straight to the point. Meeting her gaze, he added solemnly, "Consider it a personal favor from me to boss he." "I understand," Miss Wang replied, her smile fading as she sensed his seriousness. She nodded in agreement. It was past 9 at night. In the basement level 2 of CC Villa, a young woman sat trembling in the middle of the room, her eyes blindfolded. Shin Shan pushed a wheelchair, escorting Shin Nanshi to the woman's side, and reported in a low voice, "Sir, this time the target is a woman. She took 388,000 yuan as a bride price, divorced soon after, and has been squandering money in nightclubs. The story has been spreading like wildfire at the Sky Bar." Shin Nanshi responded with a deep grunt. Sitting in his wheelchair, his aged eyes fixed intently on the young woman not far away. There was no pity in his gaze, only a raw, unrestrained desire, as if he was looking at a treasure that could extend his own life. With trembling hands, he struggled to stand, making his way toward the woman with impatient, faltering steps. He raised the blood needle in his hand, its tip glinting with an eerie light. As the woman whimpered softly, he plunged Lilith's blood needle straight into her chest without hesitation. The needle slid into her skin as easily as if piercing water, driving straight into her heart. Instantly, a web of blood vessels bulged beneath her pale skin, blood surging wildly. Her skin quickly lost its luster, turning dull and lifeless. Ugh! Shin Nanshi stood before the shriveled corpse, swallowing the single drop of radiant essence. He closed his eyes, savoring the rush of vitality flooding back into his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes and looked at the corpse on the floor. "Transfer another 10 million to our charity foundation, focusing on scholarships and aid for the needy." "Yes, sir," Shin Shan replied respectfully, bowing. "From now on, after each session, transfer 5 million to the charity foundation," Shin Nanshi added. As he spoke, he was surprised to find that his control over his body seemed to have returned to normal. These acts of charity after the hunt had become a kind of redemption for him, an unexpected remedy to keep his desires in check. A system notification chimed. Desire points 100. Desire points 100. In the living room of his apartment, Lu Yuan lounged comfortably in a rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, a black cat curled in his lap. Through his connection with Pandora, he had witnessed the entire scene. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, his gaze was calm and detached. He gave a faint smile. To have an aging body suddenly regain youth, as if turning back time, what an irresistible temptation that must be. He gently patted the black cat's rear. "Meow?" Lao Bai protested, stretched lazily, then leapt from his arms and strolled elegantly to the sofa. Ding! Ding! Lu Yuan got up and walked to his study, taking a palm-sized bronze bell from a wooden box. He gave it a gentle shake, and a clear, melodious chime rang out. This bell should be from the Tang dynasty, not from that set of chime bells. I wonder what kind of power it holds this time, he murmured to himself. With that, he paused. He didn't think much of it, and opened the panel right away, taking out the last third-tier seed. Once he used this final seed from the beginner's pack, he'd have to rely on soul and desire points to get more in the future. Soon, Lu Yuan let out a quiet laugh as the seed in his hand vanished into the ancient bronze bell. The room was once again filled with that strange, magical transformation. In no time at all, the transformed bronze bell appeared before him. Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 3003. Please give Pandora number 3003 a name. This bronze bell had once belonged to a renowned sorcerer from the Tang dynasty. After the sorcerer's death, the bell was buried with him. If the user rings it within 7 days of the deceased's passing, at the very spot where they died, the fading soul can be summoned and reformed. Lu Yuan turned the bell over in his hands, feeling an unusual texture, almost like the smoothness of fine jade. After infusing it with the seed, the bronze seemed to have changed in some subtle way. His eyes scanned the inscriptions on its surface, and suddenly, he froze. To be honest, ghosts and supernatural beings were one of the few things that had truly scared Lu Yuan when he was young, a weakness that could be traced back to his childhood. He coughed quietly, still shaking the bell with his right hand, while his left quickly covered it. Then, he gently placed the bell back into its box, and said softly, "Let's call it the Sorcerer's Soul Bell." Ding! Name registered successfully. Pandora number 3003, Sorcerer's Soul Bell. Time ticked by, and the night grew even darker. Outside the Sunshine Coast penthouse in Binjiang, Maan Bong sat in the shadows by the roadside, eating bread while staring intently at the surveillance footage on his phone. He was so absorbed that he absent-mindedly squashed the bread and stuffed it into his mouth, then hurriedly grabbed a pile of documents from the passenger seat. The current Dai Wenyuan isn't Dai Wenyuan anymore, he's Huang Wenbin. Maan Bong muttered under his breath. It sounded convoluted and hard to believe. Even the bank's facial and fingerprint recognition confirmed his identity, and his appearance matched Dai Wenyuan's perfectly. So what had really happened? The thought made Maan Bong shiver. He hadn't reported this to his superiors, he didn't even know how to explain it. After all, how could he make them believe this conclusion? Was it that Huang Wenbin had possessed Dai Wenyuan's body? Or had he simply taken on Dai Wenyuan's appearance? The whole thing was absurd. But when all the impossible answers were ruled out, sometimes the most outlandish explanation was the closest to the truth. Sitting in his car, Maan Bong felt his hair stand on end. He became more and more convinced that Huang Wenbin hadn't truly possessed Yuan. Instead, he had somehow gained the ability to change his appearance. After all, the original middle-aged man had still been in the hotel room when Huang Wenbin, in a new form, left the small motel in the city's old district. He slowly rolled down the window, rested his arm on the door, and lit a cigarette. The brief flare of the lighter illuminated his face as smoke drifted up, and he sank into thought. Once he finished smoking, he decided he would call his supervisor, but he knew he couldn't act on his own. If Huang Wenbin managed to escape, with that unbelievable ability to disguise himself, or if he developed new ways to evade pursuit, the consequences for them would be unimaginable. Early morning. The sky was still dark, just past 5 o'clock. In the master bedroom of a European-style flat at Sunshine Coast Residence, Huang Wenbin lay fast asleep, his brow unconsciously furrowed. His hands were clenched into fists, every muscle in his body tense. The usually refined features of his face were now twisted, as if he were suffering from some invisible torment. Wenbin, Wenbin, are you okay? Beside him, Zhang Meijing, dressed in a red silk nightgown, was startled awake. She quickly switched on the bedside lamp and sat up, causing the nightgown to slip from her shoulder and reveal most of her alluring figure. She reached out and gently patted her husband's arm, her voice filled with worry. Huang Wenbin's body grew even more rigid. A few seconds later, his eyes suddenly flew open, and a ferocity flashed in his gaze that Zhang Meijing had never seen before. The unfamiliar look made her heart skip a beat, and she instinctively shrank back. Gasping for breath, Huang Wenbin abruptly sat up. His first reaction was to touch his eyes, nose, and mouth, making sure they were all still there. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. He held his head in his hands, breathing heavily. He had just woken from a terrifying dream in it. He kept transforming into different people, wearing countless masks and living out different lives with reckless abandon. But one time, when he took off the mask, he found that his face was gone, replaced by a mess of uneven lines where his features should have been. What are you looking at? Sensing Zhang Meijing's gaze, a sudden, inexplicable anger surged within Huang Wenbin. He snapped his head toward her and demanded hoarsely, "Nothing. Did you have a nightmare?" Zhang Meijing curled up her long, shapely legs, her red polished toes tensing, her voice trembling with fear. Without warning, Huang Wenbin grabbed her arm with the force of a wild animal and pinned her beneath him, ignoring her startled cry. After a stormy moment, Huang Wenbin's eyes gradually cleared, and he felt a rush of unrestrained satisfaction. He glanced at Zhang Meijing lying on the bed, then stood up and said coldly, "I'm going to work." He slipped on his slippers and walked into the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, he stared at the familiar yet strangely unfamiliar face looking back at him. At first, his expression was blank, but then a twisted, almost sickly smile crept across his lips. "You bastard. You mess with my wife, I'll mess with yours. He'll spend your money, beat your children, bastard," he muttered under his breath, his voice dripping with venom. Dressed in an expensive suit and gold-rimmed glasses, Huang Wenbin checked his watch, then walked out of the house with a smile. As the front door clicked shut, the 40-year-old woman curled up at the edge of the bed finally let herself sob. Her pale skin was mottled with bruises, and a clear handprint marked her neck. What's happening? How could he change so completely? Zhang Meijing's eyes were filled with confusion. At first, she had been pleasantly surprised by her husband's sudden stamina and renewed passion, but she hadn't expected him to become so violent and rough. "Good morning, Director Dai." Huang Wenbin drove his black Mercedes S-Class out of the garage. The property manager, who had just been scolding a security guard at the gate, immediately recognized the car. The middle-aged manager's expression changed in an instant, breaking into a warm smile as he hurried to raise the barrier. He jogged over to the car, where the property manager greeted him with an obsequious smile, nodding and bowing. Huang Wenbin sat in the driver's seat, responding with a curt, arrogant mem. As if remembering something, he added, "Wait a moment. Mr. Dai, is there anything you need?" The property manager immediately leaned in. Huang Wenbin reached over to the passenger seat, grabbed a pack of Chunghwa cigarettes, and tossed it over. "Here, have one." The middle-aged manager's eyes lit up and his face broke into a wide grin. "Thank you, Mr. Dai. Thank you so much. You're too generous." He gushed, his gratitude flowing nonstop. As Huang Wenbin drove away, he could still see the manager bowing in the rearview mirror. A faint smile played at his lips as he pressed down on the accelerator. He had no idea that, from another direction, a black Passat was following at a discreet distance. That afternoon, inside the Skyworth Technology Conference Room. "All right, that concludes the meeting. We're done here." As the workday drew to a close, Yuan walked out of the conference room with a folder in his arms. Strolling down the corridor by the floor-to-ceiling windows, he suddenly paused. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, his calm gaze drifted outside. "Looks like they're making quite the show of force," Yuan remarked with a faint smile. He returned to his office for about 40 minutes. then called 2 colleagues to join him in picking up afternoon tea downstairs. Wow, boss, you're so generous. Coffee and cake for everyone. Thank you, boss. The 2 young colleagues exclaimed, their gratitude deliberately exaggerated. Yuan adjusted his glasses and smiled, but his eyes quietly swept across the lobby. In one corner, he spotted Maan Bong again. Their eyes met. Yuan gave a slight nod before heading into the elevator with the takeout. In a corner of the lounge, Director Ling Guerue was quietly speaking to Maan Bong. Old Ma, I'm really sticking my neck out this time. If things don't go the way you said, we're both finished. The Hangqing Special Ops team and the Blade Assault Squad are both on standby, and we've got Skyworth Tower covered inside and out. If word gets out, people will think there's been a terrorist attack. Seeing Maan Bong nodding towards someone, Lin Guerue followed his gaze and saw the back of a gentle-looking man. You know him? Don't let it interfere with our operation. No, I don't, Maan Bong replied, fiddling with his lighter. We've just crossed paths before. He just seems interesting, that's all. Time ticked by. At 5:30, most Skyworth Technology employees had left for the day, with only a few staying late. In the president's office, Huang Wenbin stood by the window, making a final effort. As dusk fell, city lights and neon signs flickered on, reflected in his eyes. He exhaled deeply, the corners of his mouth lifting. You can head out now. Okay. Secretary Guotongtong pressed her lips together and responded softly. Xiaonya. Oh, here to wait for the boss again, sister-in-law? The boss just got a sudden project that needs fixing. Looks like he'll have to work late tonight. Why don't you go wait in his office? Skyworth Tower, 15th floor. As soon as she got off work, Nieshayu quickly gathered her things and headed straight for the RD department's office. At this time, employees were trickling out in small groups, and they instantly recognized the young colleague who had been waiting outside the office every day after work lately. Each person wore a friendly smile, cracking jokes, and some even called out to her as sister-in-law. Oh, no, it's fine, he'll just wait here. Nieshayu shook her head repeatedly, her tone sweet and polite. Once everyone had left, Nieshayu sneaked a glance down the now empty hallway, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The next moment, she carefully held onto the doorframe, peeked her head into the office, and fixed her gaze on Yuan's manager's office. Her eyes darted around, and she stepped inside, both excited and a little nervous. Standing at the door, Nieshayu took a deep breath and let it out softly. Phew. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. She rapped on the door. Come in. Came the response from inside. Nieshayu pushed the door open and walked in. Meanwhile, Secretary Guotongtong quickly tidied up and left Dai Wenyuan's office. The moment the door closed with a click, Huang Wenbin, who was sitting in the boss chair facing the huge floor-to-ceiling window, underwent a rapid change in his features. His slightly chubby body instantly slimmed down. In a flash, Huang Wenbin returned to his original appearance these days. He only dared to show his true self when he was alone. TSK. His chair spun around as Huang Wenbin glanced at the garbage can by his feet, where shredded black stockings and a thong hinted at Secretary was recent presence. That's living life to the fullest. A flush appeared on Huang Wenbin's face as he punched the air excitedly. He paced back and forth in the office like a lion surveying its territory. Team 1 in position. Team 2 in position. Team 3 in position. Begin the operation. Remember, keep the impact to a minimum. With the order given, 3 teams of plainclothes officers entered the elevators at the same time, pressing the button for the 32nd floor. Maan Bong sat in the lobby's lounge on the 1st floor. After issuing the command, he set down his walkie-talkie. He sat up straight, his sharp gaze sweeping every inch of the area around him. Old Ma, this Dai Wenyuan is a big shot. If we get this wrong, Lin Guerue hesitated. And I don't know what happened, the surveillance system just went down out of nowhere. We didn't even have time to prepare. Otherwise, we could have just taken over the monitoring room and made things a lot easier. Even now, he found Old Ma's story a little hard to believe. It's where the parking lot is so slow today. It took me 15 minutes just to get out of the building. Yeah, I noticed that too. There were 3 security guards at the gate, and I don't think I've seen them before. The way they looked at me, it was like I was a criminal. It really pissed me off. Those useless property managers never do anything right. In Skyworth Technology's company chat group, a few employees started complaining. On the 15th floor, Yuan happened to notice the messages in the group chat. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and chuckled softly. He had left Huang Wenbin a sliver of hope. At the same time, on the 35th floor of the building, Huang Wenbin glanced at the stream of messages flashing across his phone screen, a sudden chill running up his spine. His instincts told him something was wrong. He abruptly pushed open his office door and hurried toward the elevator lobby. All 3 elevators were moving upward, the numbers rapidly climbing closer to the 35th floor. To Huang Wenbin, the approaching elevators felt like 3 nets closing in. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed into the fire escape, quickly descending 1 floor. Director Dai? He burst into an office, startling a short, middle-aged female supervisor inside. It's nothing. I just have a question for you, Huang Wenbin said, sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled to hide his panic, moving toward her as he spoke. Director Dai, please have a seat. He'll make you some tea, the supervisor said, rising to greet him. Thank you, Huang Wenbin replied, his eyes quickly locking onto a vase in the corner of the office. As the supervisor turned away to get water, he silently moved to the vase, grabbed it, and approached her from behind. The moment she turned around, the vase came crashing down. Blood immediately gushed from her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. The second blow landed, and she lost consciousness. Breathing heavily, Huang Wenbin crouched down and began removing the supervisor's clothes, his features and body shape shifting in a strange way. After changing into her clothes, he left the office without hesitation. Reporting in. The office is empty. The police called out after bursting into Dai Wenyuan's office. Seal off the entire building. No one goes out, only in. Maan Bong shot to his feet, brows furrowed, and issued the order without delay. Immediately, all elevators in the building were restricted to the first floor, with no access to the underground parking lot. At the same time, fire alarms blared on every floor and red warning lights flashed continuously. Supervisor Liu. On the 15th floor, Nieshayu stood up in alarm. Don't worry. Let's head out. 2. Lu Yuan replied calmly, shutting down his computer. Supervisor Liu, we can't use the elevators during a fire. Nieshayu reminded him as she saw Lu Yuan heading for the elevator. Trust me, it'll be fine. Lu Yuan turned to look at Nieshayu. In the corridor bathed in flashing red alarm lights, he gently took her hand. Nieshayu blushed, feeling a surge of sweetness that, for a moment, made her forget her fear. The elevators were still operating normally, and they reached the first floor without incident. How did they find me? This thought kept circling in Huang Wenbin's mind. At this moment, he was disguised as a middle-aged woman, head down, hurrying toward the elevator lobby of the Chuangwei building. Every step betrayed his anxiety, but he kept reassuring himself. This must be my imagination. No one is after me. I haven't left any trace. Standing in front of the elevator, he pressed the button and finally started to relax, but a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the floor. Looking up, he saw the red warning light on the ceiling casting an eerie glow over his face. Almost instinctively, he spun around and dashed toward the nearby emergency stairwell. Inside the stairwell, Huang Wenbin's heart pounded wildly and his breath came in gasps. He half ran, half stumbled down the stairs, but in his panic he tripped and fell. Before he could get up, he heard a clear voice coming from a walkie-talkie upstairs, reporting in fire escape, 35th floor. Start searching upward. Copy that. To make matters worse, footsteps echoed from below. Someone was searching from the lower floors as well. Huang Wenbin trembled all over, terror and desperation written across his face. Scrambling to his feet, he pushed open the nearest fire door and slipped into the office area. Using the chaos of the crowd to his advantage, he kept his head down and blended in, squeezing into an elevator. Standing in the corner, he stared intently at the changing floor numbers, his right hand clenched tightly into a fist. When the elevator reached the ground floor, he was stunned by what he saw. The lobby was packed with employees who hadn't left work yet. The building manager stood at the front, megaphone in hand, explaining that this was a joint anti-terrorism drill conducted by the City Bureau, Chuangwei Technology, and the building's management. To ensure realism, they had kept it secret in advance. A wave of relieved chatter rippled through the crowd. Nieshayu, an enthusiastic female employee, excitedly grabbed her supervisor Lu Yuan's hand and pointed at the armed special forces officers by the entrance, marveling at how realistic the drill seemed. Director Lin Guerwei then took the megaphone, his voice echoing through the lobby. To make this exercise as authentic as possible, we've planted a spy among you, someone who has stolen national secrets. Please line up and exit through the main door, one at a time. The office workers quickly complied, forming a long line at the entrance. Outside, police vehicles with flashing lights waited. Riot police stood guard on either side, leaving only a narrow passage for people to exit. Let's go too. Lu Yuan glanced over the sea of employees, his eyes quickly locking onto Huang Wenbin, who was disguised as a middle-aged woman near the elevator lobby. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he turned to Nieshayu and said, "Let's go." Nieshayu nodded enthusiastically and hurried to follow Director Lu into the crowd. Suddenly, she remembered something. Her bright eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Lu Yuan. "Director Lu, are you free tomorrow? It's Saturday. I know a fantastic Thai restaurant." Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then replied gently, "Sure, this time it's on me." Hearing his agreement, a joyful smile lit up Nieshayu's face, and she seemed to walk with a lighter step. The two soon exited the building, where glaring spotlights shone directly at the entrance, forcing them to squint. Once their eyes adjusted, they slowly moved to the side. Lu Yuan wanted to observe how things would unfold, while Nieshayu took the opportunity to spend a little more time with him. In the rest area, the middle-aged bureau chief, Lin Guerwei, put down his megaphone and walked over to Maan Bong. Ma's sharp gaze never wavered as he watched each person leaving the building. "Anyone still upstairs?" "Teams are sweeping each floor," Lin Guerwei replied. "If he's in the building, there's no way he'll get out." "He should be coming out soon," Maan Bong said, fiddling with his lighter, his tone confident. In the crowd, Huang Wenbin's clenched fists were slick with sweat. He knew time was running out if the police discovered the supervisor he had attacked. Or if that supervisor regained consciousness, his disguise would be exposed. There was no time to kill and hide the body. Stay calm. Stay calm. Damn it, keep it together. Huang Wenbin screamed inwardly, fighting the urge to slap himself. Taking a deep breath, he joined the line moving toward the exit. Soon, it was his turn to face the heavily armed special forces on either side of the doors. Under this extreme pressure, Huang Wenbin became strangely calm, the rush of blood coloring his cheeks. He stepped into the inspection area alone, arms outstretched, his left cheek twitching involuntarily, a nervous habit head had since childhood. Suddenly, Maan Bong straightened, his gaze locking onto the back of the middle-aged woman. Though the height was far from Dai Wenyuan's, as the plainly dressed woman turned, the twitch in her right cheek and the familiar lift at the corner of her left eye made the truth unmistakable. Eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Ma Yanbang's heart pounded as he instinctively lunged forward, raising his gun and aiming it at the woman's back. In an instant, the entire lobby fell silent. Although Lin Guruwei could hardly believe that this woman was actually Huang Wenbin, he gritted his teeth and followed suit, raising his own weapon as well. What the hell? Is this performance supposed to be this realistic? Lu Yuan's eyes widened as he stared at the gun not far away. That was no prop, it was a real firearm. The metal gleamed coldly under the night lights, and the chamber looked loaded, likely with real bullets. Isn't that Manager Ma from the business department? She's playing a spy? Lu Yuan squinted, studying her closely. Her performance was impressive, every bit of fear on her face looked utterly genuine, each muscle trembling just the right amount. This is intense. Really intense. In the lobby of Chuangwei Tower, employees who hadn't left yet, along with the crowd outside in the plaza, were all drawn to the scene. Their murmurs rose and fell like the tide. Manager Lu, a spy. Nieshayu stood on tiptoe, her face flushed with excitement as she clung to Lu Yuan's arm, eyes fixed intently on the action ahead. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, a trace of regret flickering in his gaze as he looked into the distance. Thinking to himself, the game is over. At that moment, his smile didn't fade, but behind his black-framed glasses, his eyes suddenly narrowed, turning cold. The old ring on his finger flashed with a faint light, as if responding to the change in his heart. 1 minute earlier, panting heavily, Huang Wenbin disguised in a woman's skin stopped in front of the building and slowly raised his hands. His chest heaved as he gasped for air, eyes filled with fear, struggle, and despair, like a cornered animal. Don't move. Maan Bong kept his gun trained on the woman's back, eyes locked on her as he approached cautiously, step by step. When he reached her side and their eyes met, he suddenly shouted, Huang Wenbin. The woman's body visibly trembled. She neither admitted nor denied it, but to a seasoned veteran like Maan Bong, that tiny reaction was all the confirmation he needed. At the same time, Director Lin Guruwei, also armed, received a report through his earpiece. He glanced at the woman, shock and disbelief flickering across his face. Lin Guruwei walked over to Maan Bong and whispered, Lao Ma, you were right. Team 2 found the real woman unconscious on the 34th floor. Thankfully, she's not in any danger. Good, Maan Bong replied curtly, then motioned for his team to take control of Huang Wenbin. At that moment, Huang Wenbin, desperate and cornered, spotted the mysterious Mr. Lu in the crowd. He opened his mouth to call for help, but the instant their eyes met, it was as if he was facing a supreme ruler, a godlike presence. His mind went blank, and all thoughts of resistance vanished. To everyone else watching, Manager Ma simply gave in and let the SWAT officers take her away, then was escorted to a police car. Let's go, Lu Yuan said, turning to Nieshayu, who was still craning her neck to watch. He smiled gently. Seeing the lingering reluctance on her face, he added, I'll walk you to the subway. Okay. Nieshayu nodded enthusiastically, skipping ahead. She seemed in high spirits, dropping her usual reserved demeanor. Balancing carefully on the curb with her arms outstretched, she looked like a carefree child. Lu Yuan, dressed in a gray overcoat, had one hand in his pocket and the other holding a briefcase. Behind his black-framed glasses, he watched the lively, innocent girl with a warm smile. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after the police car transporting Huang Wenbin arrived at the municipal bureau, the suspect still appearing as a middle-aged woman was immediately escorted into the interrogation room. The room was cramped, with only a cold metal table in the center. Huang Wenbin's hands were tightly cuffed to the chair. Once the escorting officers had checked the handcuffs to ensure they were secure, they turned and left the room. In the monitoring room, Director Lin Guruwei stared intently at the woman on the screen, his voice filled with disbelief. That's really Huang Wenbin? This is impossible. The scene completely shattered the materialist beliefs he'd held for 50 years. Maan Bong glanced at Lin Guruwei and said in a low voice, Didn't you just see the real Ma Huiling with your own eyes? Whatever he is, seeing is believing. With that, he headed for the door. He'll do the questioning. Get me an assistant. Understood. At the far end of the long hallway, A young officer snapped to attention and saluted Maan Bong. Just as Maan Bong was about to enter the interrogation room, he suddenly paused and reminded the officer, "Remember the confidentiality rules." "Don't worry, Director Lin has already made that clear," the young officer replied solemnly. The door to the interrogation room slid open, and a harsh spotlight flickered on. Maan Bong and the young officer sat down across from Huang Wenbin. Maan Bong studied the woman before him, unsettled by the knowledge that beneath the surface, this was actually a man. "Huang Wenbin, start talking," Maan Bong said, his voice low and commanding. Huang Wenbin slowly lifted his head, the corners of his mouth twisting into a chilling smile. "Talk about what?" he replied, his voice still that of a woman. "Talk about what?" he suddenly shrieked, his voice bizarrely blending male and female tones. He lurched forward, struggling to rise, and the handcuffs bit into his wrists, drawing blood. Everything changed in an instant. Huang Wenbin's features began to distort and shift, his bones cracking audibly. Within moments, he transformed into Supervisor Ma from the business department, then quickly morphed into the refined and portly Yuan. Next, he took on the appearance of Maan Bong sitting across from him, and even became the young officer at his side. "Talk about what? What do you want me to say?" he roared, veins bulging on his forehead, frantically cycling through different faces. Suddenly, a flicker of clarity returned to Huang Wenbin's eyes as he stared straight at Maan Bong, a twisted smile on his lips. But just as he attempted to change his appearance again, it was as if had triggered some forbidden boundary. "Ah!" he screamed, clutching his head with both hands and slamming his forehead against the table over and over. Bright red tears streamed from his eyes. "Quick! Hold him down, don't let him hurt himself." Maan Bong didn't have time to be shocked. His body reacted instinctively, springing up as he gripped Huang Wenbin's shoulders tightly. But in that moment, Huang Wenbin erupted with a strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, thrashing violently. It wasn't until another young officer rushed over and grabbed his other arm that the two of them, working together, finally managed to subdue him. By then, Huang Wenbin's forehead was a bloody mess, with fresh blood streaming down his cheeks. Gradually, Huang Wenbin's struggle subsided. His chest heaved with heavy breaths, and the confusion in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a flicker of clarity. He coughed harshly, his voice hoarse. "I'm dying. What's going on? What happened to you?" Maan Bong pressed urgently, his voice rising in panic. "Let me go," Huang Wenbin gasped. "I'll tell you what I can." He lifted his handcuffed right hand slightly, a bitter smile appearing on his battered face. Standing on the edge of death, he seemed at last to have broken free from his desires. His voice was weak, but resolute. Can you unlock my right hand? I want to die as myself." A trace of hesitation flickered in Maan Bong's eyes, but after only a moment, he nodded. "All right." He fetched the key and unlocked one of the cuffs. Instantly, Huang Wenbin lifted his freed right hand and, trembling, reached for his own face. His fingertips gently touched the bridge of his nose. A mysterious light flashed in the next second. A mask shimmering with iridescent colors slipped away. Maan Bong didn't look at the mask. Instead, his gaze locked onto Huang Wenbin's true face. In an instant, Maan Bong's pupils constricted violently, and he nearly stopped breathing. It wasn't a normal human facade. Looked as if someone had erased the original features with an eraser, then hastily sketched in lines for the nose, eyes, and mouth with a pencil, creating an eerie and unsettling effect. Huang Wenbin noticed Maan Bong's reaction and seemed to realize some terrifying truth. Trembling, he reached up to touch his own cheek. The sensation beneath his fingers confirmed his worst fear, and he let out a scream, one more desperate than despair, more terrified than fear itself, shattering the silence of the room. Inside the interrogation room, now eerily silent, the young officer gently nudged Huang Wenbin's body. Lifeless, it collapsed to the floor, and the officer's face instantly turned pale. He turned to look at Maan Bong, his eyes filled with fear. At that moment, the colorful mask on the interrogation table suddenly erupted in a blinding light and vanished into thin air. Maan Bong, seemingly anticipating this, lunged forward but caught nothing but air. He quickly scanned every corner of the room, desperately searching for any sign of the mysterious mask. "Director Lin." The door swung open and Director Lin Grue hurried into the room. The young officer immediately stood at attention to report. "All right." Lin Grue closed the door, gave the young officer a quick glance, then said to Maan Bong, "I've already reported the situation. Everyone involved in this operation must turn in their communication devices, and no one is allowed to leave until the investigation is complete." His hand was visibly trembling despite years of experience. Even this seasoned police chief couldn't hide his shock. "Until the security bureau arrives, the three of us, Xiao Rue, Old Ma, and myself, have to stay in this room." "Yes, sir," the young officer replied solemnly. "Of course." Maan Bong sat down in a nearby chair, instinctively reaching for his pocket to grab a cigarette, only to remember he had quit some time ago. Instead, he pulled out his old, well-worn lighter and absent-mindedly flicked the lid open and closed. Before long, Groups of agents in black suits from the National Security Bureau arrived at the station. After meeting with Lin Guorui and Maan Bong, they meticulously reviewed all surveillance footage and case files. Not long after, a helicopter landed at the station and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Binjiang District, Hangzhou, Lu Yuan sat in his study with a faint smile. Through his connection with Pandora, he had witnessed the entire process as Huang Wenbin lost his sanity, his features vanished, and, in a final moment of lucidity, he revealed information about Pandora and the Marquart mask. He opened his system panel and carefully reviewed the information. Name: Lu Yuan. Soul count: 1 white soul. Desire points: 5,800. Pandora created: 3,001 Marquart's mask, 3,002 Lilith's blood needle, 3,003 Sorcerer's soul bell, 0001 forbidden ring. Pandora seeds: 0. Noticing the white quality of his soul, Lu Yuan shook his head. A soul tainted by Pandora yet still rational could only be exchanged for a third-tier seed, but its quality was the highest. To obtain one of the rare 33 zero-tier seeds, a soul had to be completely corrupted to black and, in the deepest darkness, burst forth with a multicolored brilliance. Colorful black? Lu Yuan pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. I've truly never heard of such a soul quality before. He closed the panel and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the solid wood desk. Although the subject's soul quality was less than ideal, the Pandora observation experiment had already yielded impressive results. Lu Yuan opened his thick notebook and carefully jotted down his new findings. On the item page, he added 2 negative effects for the Marquart mask. First, losing one's original face permanently after losing control, and second, an intensification of the wearer's desires. Turning to the user information page, he detailed Huang Wenbin's psychological and behavioral changes before and after obtaining the item, finally noting the exact time of his death down to the second. Now that the most efficient official organization in the world has discovered Pandora, what will happen next? Lu Yuan closed his notebook, stretched, and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the glass, he looked down at the city sparkling with neon lights. His eyes, behind the black frames, glimmered with interest. Huang Wenbin may have been as brief as a flash of lightning, but in future records, he's bound to leave a lasting mark. Suddenly, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. They've already found a new host? He knew that according to Pandora's programming, after the previous host's death, the item would quickly vanish and seek out the nearest, most greedy target. Of course, he could choose to reclaim it himself, but this time, he decided to simply observe. Meanwhile, in a residential community in Hangzhou, delivery rider Lu Yang dropped off his last order, snapped a photo, and got back on his electric scooter. The early March night wind was chilly, and his breath was especially visible under the dim streetlights. Weaving through the city's alleys, he looked up at the brightly lit cityscape, a wave of loneliness washing over him. As a farmer's son, he once thought getting into a second-tier university would change his fate, but after graduating, he still ended up delivering food. Before heading home, he bought a serving of fried rice for dinner. Just then, a dim alley caught his attention. Lu Yang turned on his phone's flashlight and walked deeper into the alley, where he found a mask glowing with shifting, rainbow colors at the end. What's this? He bent down and reached out. The moment his fingers brushed the mask, ripples of light spread across its surface, and a surge of mysterious information flooded into the young delivery man's mind. The next morning, Saturday. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lu Yuan put down his book and walked to the door. When he opened it, he saw a delivery guy from Sam's Club standing outside with 2 large cardboard boxes beside him. Lu Yuan glanced inside and saw the boxes were packed full fresh black tiger prawns, all kinds of meat, eggs, milk, and seasonal fruits and vegetables, enough to fill his entire fridge. Besides groceries, there were kitchen paper towels, wet wipes, storage containers, and even 2 pairs of brand new slippers. That was quick. Just then, the door next door opened. Shen Hongru, a single mother, poked her head out, a bright smile on her face. She stepped out, her eyes twinkling as she looked at Lu Yuan, and her red lips parted in a cheerful tone. I noticed your fridge was empty these past couple of days, and you seem to be out of a lot of things at home, so I bought some for you. Come on, let's go inside. I'll help you put everything away. As she spoke, she gently nudged him. Shen Hongru walked confidently into the apartment, slipped on a pair of women's slippers from the bag, and headed straight for the double-door fridge in the living room, carrying the shopping bags. Standing on tiptoe, she began sorting and storing the groceries with practiced ease and efficiency. Lu Yuan lingered by the door, watching the single mom through his black-rimmed glasses. Shen Hongru wore a light beige sweater and high-waisted skinny jeans that perfectly accentuated her curvy figure and shapely legs. Her long, wavy hair swayed gently as she moved, and her flawless makeup and bold red lips radiated the charm of a mature woman, a striking contrast to the innocence of a young girl. Lu Yuan, what are you doing standing there? Come help me. Shen Hongru called out, her voice carrying a playful hint. With her help, The apartment was soon transformed, brimming with a sense of life and comfort. Even the black cat, Lao Bai, cocked its head, curiously eyeing its new toys. Most men would probably be touched by Shun Hong's gesture, thinking they'd met a caring woman. But Lu Yuan simply adjusted his glasses, and beneath his gentle demeanor, his gaze grew a little colder. With his sharp intuition, he easily saw through Shun Hong's intentions. She was hoping to take their relationship further. Since they'd already been physically intimate, she naturally wanted something more official. For Lu Yuan, though, he only wanted someone to satisfy his physical needs, nothing more. Phew, I really need to exercise more. Shun Hong's cheeks were flushed, and sweat rolled down her face to her collarbone. She tugged at her sweater's neckline, trying to hide her full curves, then flopped onto the couch and stretched with a big yawn. Lu Yuan brought her a glass of warm water and asked calmly, "Where's Wan Wan?" "Wan Wan's at her English tutoring class," Shun Hongru replied, taking the cup. "So early?" "Of course. I want her to transfer to the kindergarten that's affiliated with Yuan Primary School. It'll make it easier for her to get in later. But the requirements are really high. Even with all my connections, it's been tough." Shun Hongru sighed, a slight frown creasing her brow. Even though she was a senior executive at her company, she still struggled when it came to securing good educational resources. "Don't put too much pressure on Wan Wan," Lu Yuan said as he sat down beside her. "Send me her information. I know someone who might be able to help." "Really?" Shun Hong's eyes widened as she looked at him, her long lashes trembling. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled up the documents she had already prepared on her phone and sent them to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stepped aside and made a brief phone call. Less than 3 minutes later, Shun Hong's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was the principal of Yuan Primary School. She answered excitedly, thanking him over and over. After hanging up, she looked at her neighbors with shock and disbelief in her eyes. The principal of the top elementary school in Hangzhou was someone completely out of their league. What was even more astonishing was how eager and respectful the principal sounded. "Hungruji." Lu Yuan noticed the single mother's stunned expression and called to her softly. "Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Lu Yuan, I really owe you for this." Shun Hongru snapped out of her daze, her voice trembling slightly. Just as she was basking in her delight and ambition, an invisible wave of cold reality washed over her. "Hungruji," Lu Yuan called again. His tone was still gentle, but now carried a subtle sense of distance. When Shun Hongru met his gaze, a trace of fear flickered in her heart. Those clear, piercing eyes made her uneasy. It felt like an illusion, but she knew it was anything but. As a senior executive, Shun Hongru was far from ordinary. After getting involved with Lu Yuan, she had been hoping to find a powerful ally. Now, she immediately understood the message he was sending. "Mr. Lu, Hungruji, didn't we agree you'd call me Lu Yuan?" He smiled, clearly pleased by her quick understanding. "Come sit a little closer." "Okay." Shun Hongru set aside her usual confident demeanor, moving obediently closer. When his fingertips brushed her lips, she instantly understood his intentions. This was where a woman in her 30s had the advantage over younger girls. She could read between the lines, picking up on the subtlest cues. Dusk was falling. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. "Manager Lu. Manager Lu." At the subway exit, Nieshayu waved cheerfully. Lu Yuan stepped off the escalator, slightly surprised by her outfit. Was nothing like her usual office attire. She looked like a character straight out of a Japanese anime. White blouse, plaid pleated skirt, long legs wrapped in black stockings and white socks, and a khaki trench coat over it all. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Not at all. I just got here too." Noticing Lu Yuan's gaze, Nieshaoyu's cheeks flushed, and she looked a little shy. "Oh, Manager Lu, there's already a line at the Thai restaurant. Let's hurry." She grabbed his wrist and pulled him along. After getting their number in line, Nieshayu spotted a bubble tea shop across the street. "Manager Lu, wait here for a minute. I'll go buy us some milk tea." "What flavor do you want?" "Anything's fine." With his answer, she handed him the number card and dashed energetically toward the crosswalk. Lu Yuan watched her check both ways before crossing, a faint smile playing at his lips. He knew how to handle people when it came to girls like Nieshayu. Full of youthful energy and romantic dreams, it was best to savor the sweetness and wait for just the right moment to make his move. Desire points 100. Wooling Square, Xingji Hui Cinema. In the lobby, Lu Yuan paused, letting out a soft chuckle as he glanced at a scene unfolding somewhere in Hangzhou, glimpsed through his connection with Pandora. Every man who acquires a mask when he first unleashes his inner ambitiones, it always like this? Lu Yuan watched the scene, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This man, after confirming the power of the Marquart mask, had entered someone's home disguised as the woman's husband. As his ambition was gradually released, he might very well end up following the same path as Huang Wenbin. It was just that Huang Wenbin had terrible luck. The uproar from killing his wife was too great, and then he ran into Maan Bong. As for this new guy, it's hard to say, but one thing is certain. Once someone starts killing, the chances of being discovered rise exponentially. That's when the real challenge begins. He wasn't sure how this one would turn out, but he seemed like a promising candidate. Lu Yuan closed the system interface and looked up, his gaze settling on a young man standing by the ticket check not far away. The young man looked to be around 20, with an unremarkable face and a hint of lifelessness in his eyes, giving the impression of someone quiet and reserved. But Lu Yuan could clearly sense a kind of volcanic madness suppressed beneath that calm exterior. Director Lu. Director Lu. They're checking tickets. Nieshayu glanced at her watch and tugged anxiously at Lu Yuan's arm. All right, let's go. Lu Yuan responded with a smile, cradling a bucket of popcorn in his arms as he walked with Nieshayu toward the ticket check. Hall 3. Go in and turn right. It's the third door, the young man Lu Yuan had noticed said with a yawn, tearing off the ticket stub with practiced ease, his tone flat. In that moment, he caught Lu Yuan's meaningful gaze, and his brows furrowed slightly, an unexplainable feeling rising in his heart. As Lu Yuan and Nieshayu's figures faded into the distance, a young woman at the ticket counter turned to the young man and asked, Yang Yucheng, are you heading to your other job after your shift? Yeah, Yang Yucheng replied simply. Why are you working so hard as a college student? No money, Yang Yucheng answered, not bothering to say more. He was an orphan, a sophomore at a second-tier university in Hangzhou. He skipped any class that wasn't important to work part-time, and not just one job. After finishing at the cinema, he had to rush to a bar to work as a waiter, staying until the early hours of the morning. Time slipped by. At 3 a.m., the bar closed for the night. Yang Yucheng changed into casual clothes, slung his bag over his shoulder, and prepared to leave. Yucheng, there's no buses at this hour. How are you getting home? Another intern, who worked as a bartender, patted him on the shoulder, concern in his voice. They'll find a KFC, get some sleep, and head back to school in the morning. Yang Yucheng shrugged, his tone calm. Why not just crash at my dorm for a bit? Save yourself the trouble. No, thanks, Yang Yucheng declined flatly. All right, I'm off then. The intern waved, hopped onto a bike, and quickly disappeared into the night. Yang Yucheng yawned again, stuck his hands in his pockets, and made his way into a nearby KFC with practiced ease. He didn't order anything, just found a quiet corner and sat down. Even though he kept yawning, he still pulled out his phone to play for a while before getting ready to sleep. Ding-dong's door opened again after a while. Yang Yucheng put down his phone, ready to get some rest. When he glanced casually toward the door, his gaze paused, recognized the man who had just walked in. It was the same customer had seen at the movie theater earlier that evening. The man was tall, dressed in a gray sweater and a long black coat, exuding the effortless charm of a suave leading man. Yang Yucheng immediately felt a sense of alarm. The stranger seemed to be heading straight for him. Instinctively, he straightened his back and began tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Is this seat taken? Lu Yuan approached, looking directly at Yang Yucheng with a faint, gentle smile. No, Yang Yucheng replied, shaking his head. As he met the man's gaze, an uneasy sense of being seen through washed over him. Noticing that Lu Yuan was about to sit, he quickly added, there are plenty of open seats over there. It's fine. You stay, Lu Yuan replied, dismissing the suggestion. Not wanting any trouble, Yang Yucheng grabbed his backpack, ready to move. I didn't say you could leave, Lu Yuan said calmly, his thumb absent-mindedly rubbing the ring on his index finger. A mysterious, distant glow rippled from it like water. Just a moment ago, Yang Yucheng had wondered if this man might be unstable. The next, his feet froze in place. His heart pounded wildly, and suddenly, everything around him fell into an unnatural silence, as if all sound had vanished. He turned to look at the man beside him. Though Lu Yuan appeared to be sitting there casually, he gave off an air of untouchable authority, as if he were seated on a throne. Under that steady gaze, Yang Yucheng found that his legs felt rooted to the floor, unable to move at all. Sit, Lu Yuan commanded gently. His body reacted before his mind could catch up, and Yang Yucheng sat down almost mechanically. At that moment, the hum of the KFC equipment and the sound of customers at nearby tables watching short videos returned to his ears. Yang Yucheng stared wide-eyed at the man in front of him, unsure if what had just happened was real or just his imagination. What's your name? Lu Yuan asked with a smile. Yang Yucheng. Are you a student? Yes, I'm a sophomore at University of Science and Technology. Bathed in the dim light of the KFC, Lu Yuan quickly learned the basics about the young man through their brief exchange. I see. Lu Yuan nodded, as if deep in thought. Then, with a soft chuckle, he pulled a palm-sized wooden box from his coat. He slid it across the table to Yang Yucheng, locking eyes with him as his smile brightened. I sense the restlessness in your soul. So here is a gift for you. It's called the Sorcerer's Soul Bell. Remember, you must be its master, never let yourself become its slave. With that, Lu Yuan stood up and left, disappearing through the KFC doors just as quietly as he had arrived. The security cameras in the restaurant resumed their normal operation at that very moment. Sorcerer's Soul Bell? Once Lu Yuan's figure had completely vanished, Yang Yucheng let out a long breath and focused on the wooden box in front of him. He swallowed nervously and carefully opened the box. Inside was a bronze bell, ancient and mysterious, bearing the marks of time. The moment he laid eyes on it, his breathing quickened, a longing rose from deep within his soul. Almost involuntarily, his fingers reached out to touch the surface of the bell. In that instant, it felt as though a contract had been sealed. The knowledge of the sorcerer's soul bell's powers surfaced in his mind out of nowhere. The weekend passed in the blink of an eye. On Monday, Hangzhou was shrouded in a steady drizzle. A black Rolls-Royce cruised slowly through the rain. Inside, Shen Nanshi, looking revitalized, greeted Mr. Liu with respect. Yes, I really have to thank you for what happened on Saturday. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze settling on the elderly man. Shen Nanshi was now completely free from his wheelchair and could walk with ease, no longer needing even a cane. His once silver hair was now streaked with gray, but the most striking change was in his eyes. What had once been a lifeless gaze was now full of vitality. Nanshi, Lu Yuan spoke softly. Mr. Liu. Shen Nanshi immediately bowed his head. When you indulge your desires, the abyss will draw closer, Lu Yuan said meaningfully. Even without Pandora's connection, it was clear that this well-known philanthropist of Hangzhou had spent the past 2 days regaining his youth at the cost of a life each day. Now, although he was 90 years old, his physical age had reversed to 86. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Liu. Shen Nanshi's eyelids fluttered as he quickly replied. There's one more thing, Lu Yuan said calmly. Last Friday, one of Pandora's users was arrested by the Hangzhou police. The authorities will probably start paying real attention to Pandora now. With that, he opened the car door, unfurled a long-handled black umbrella, and disappeared into the rain. Inside the car, Lu Yuan's words left Shen Nanshi deep in thought. As someone with significant influence, he understood all too well the chaos that would erupt within the system if such supernatural objects were ever exposed. Shanzi. Yes, sir. Shinshan, seated in the passenger seat, responded. Let's put things on hold for now, and find me a makeup artist. Watching Lu Yuan vanish into the rain, Shen Nanshi gave his instructions in a low voice. Understood. The car then merged into the city's rainy morning rush. Elsewhere, Lu Yuan arrived at the entrance of an office building. Just as he was about to close his umbrella and head inside, hurried footsteps echoed across the plaza. Director Liu. Director Liu. Nieshayu came running over in boots, splashing tiny drops of water with each step. Slow down, Lu Yuan said gently, reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Nieshayu's cheeks flushed as she grinned, her bright eyes sparkling with laughter. Director Liu, I got extra breakfast today, soy milk and pan-fried buns. Thank you. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting Miss Nie to lunch today? You absolutely do. Nieshayu replied playfully. On the 15th floor, Lu Yuan stood by the window in his office, his gaze behind black-rimmed glasses as calm as the deep sea. He let go of the breakfast bag, which dropped soundlessly into the trash without a second glance. Taking off his coat, he stared out at the rain, his thoughts already shifting to another concern. All 3 Pandora items had now been distributed, and in the future, more and more of these objects would inevitably appear. They first emerge as urban legends in this world, and when enough of them appear, they begin to disrupt the existing order. A bright smile spread across Lu Yuan's face. He knew that with the authorities starting to respond this week, the game had officially begun. Captain Ma, a middle-aged man, stood up inside the Hangzhou National Security Bureau and extended his right hand to Maan Bong. You're free to go, but please stay in Hangzhou until you receive an official notice. We may need your cooperation at any time. Don't worry, I understand, Maan Bong replied, shaking the man's hand. As the first person to discover the Pandora incident, he had become a key figure in the investigation since last Friday. When he left the discreet building hidden in the busy downtown, Maan Bong glanced across the street at the bustling market and breakfast shops. Director Lin Guorui was standing under an awning, holding a bowl of noodles. Old Ma, Lin Guorui called out as soon as he saw him, quickly swallowing his mouthful and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Here, breakfast. Let's head back together. The 2 men drove to the city bureau in silence. Sitting in the passenger seat, Maan Bong absent-mindedly fiddled with his lighter, his gaze drifting over the passing scenery outside the window. As they entered the bureau compound, a middle-aged woman caught his attention. Years of detective work allowed him to pick up on key details instantly. She was under 50, but looked particularly worn out. Her clothes, faded at the collar and cuffs, hinted at a modest background. Her eyes were filled with a mix of fear and anxiety. Old Ma, are you going home to rest or heading to the team office? Lin Guorui asked. He'll go back to the team. All right, call me if you need anything. With that, Lin Guorui hurried toward the building to attend to his duties. Just as Maan Bong was about to return to his office, the woman stopped him. After he showed his badge, her eyes reddened as she pleaded, clutching at him as if he were her last hope. Captain Ma, please, help my son. He's been missing for 4 days. His phone is off. Something must have happened. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's never stayed away from home this long. Maan Bong took the phone she handed him. The photo showed a young man with dyed blonde hair, a face that clearly suggested he was no stranger to trouble. What's his name? Lin Peixin. All right, leave your number. I'll let you know if we hear anything. Maan Bong replied, then walked over to join his waiting younger colleagues. From their brief conversation, He learned that the young man had been arrested several times for gambling and organizing prostitution. Maan Bong nodded silently and turned his attention back to his daily work. As the workday was ending, a man in a black suit appeared at the office door. Maan Bong, there's a meeting in half an hour. You need to attend. Two black sedans pulled out of the city bureau, merging into the neon-lit streets under the rainy night. As raindrops streaked the car window, Maan Bong watched the city outside in silence. It hadn't been stated outright, but he could sense that this would be a high-level meeting unlike any he had attended before. The rain continued to fall, a fine curtain of droplets shrouding the entire city and casting a slightly oppressive atmosphere. Yuan stepped out of the main entrance of the Chuangwei building, his gaze sweeping over the blurred city skyline in the distance, a gentle smile appearing on his face. He glanced casually around, seemingly just taking in his surroundings, but his keen eyes had already picked up on subtle changes. Since morning, unfamiliar faces had been appearing in and around the building, people using Huang Wenbin and Yuan as entry points, conducting an intricate investigation. Their methods spread out like a net, tightening with each step. It was a clumsy but highly effective approach, one that only a state apparatus could execute with such scale. Just as he walked a few steps, Nieshayu caught up to him, her pace light and energetic. She stretched lazily, glancing at the dense rain before complaining, "It was raining when I came to work this morning, but I didn't mind because I was on my way to see you, Director Liu. Now it's raining again as I leave, and my mood's worse since I'm heading away from you." She pouted playfully, then smiled. "All right, let's go. Director Liu, let me hold the umbrella." Nieshayu slipped her arm through Liu Yuan's, and the two of them sheltered together under the black umbrella, its canopy shielding them from most of the rain. They walked at an unhurried pace, as if savoring this rare moment of quiet. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the Hangzhou National Security Bureau was equally tense. Chen Weirong, the bureau chief, approached Maan Bong, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man with a smile, and offered his hand. "Captain Ma, good to see you again," he said. "Director Chen," Maan Bong replied, his eyes scanning the room before asking, "Is Director Lin not coming?" "No." Chen Weirong shook his head slightly. "The invitation was only for you." He glanced at his watch and added, "It's getting late. Let's head to the conference room." With a gesture, the two of them walked side by side to the elevator. After riding up, they crossed two corridors and finally stopped outside a meeting room. Two soldiers stood guard at the door, their expressions stern. Chen Weirong handed over his phone and opened his hands to show he had nothing suspicious on him before being allowed through. He turned to Maan Bong, signaling for him to do the same. Maan Bong nodded, handed over his phone, and extended his hands. The soldiers' expressions shifted slightly when they saw him, then returned to normal. Only then did Maan Bong remember the lighter in his pocket. He quickly pulled it out and handed it over. The soldiers inspected it, then continued their thorough check, even examining his shoes. After the inspection, the two finally entered the conference room. It was a small space, with just two tables set side by side. The display screens at the front flickered in the dim light. Chen Weirong's face remained calm, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as if nothing about today's situation could unsettle him. "Relax, the sky isn't falling," he said lightly. Maan Bong nodded slightly, his gaze settling on the display in front of him as he spoke slowly. "I'm just wondering who will be at this meeting?" Chen Weirong's smile faded, his eyes growing more serious. He lowered his voice. "Leaders from the Ministry of State Security, the Public Security Bureau, think tanks, expert groups," and he pointed upward, leaving the rest unspoken. Maan Bong nodded quietly, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. His curiosity and anticipation for the upcoming meeting only deepened. He wasn't surprised that news of this incident reached the highest authorities so quickly. Although it seemed like an ordinary case on the surface, the occult elements and deeper implications were significant enough to draw immediate attention from the top. At 6:20 p.m. in Yanjing, the giant screen in the conference room suddenly lit up. The display was divided into 13 video feeds, a large frame at the top and 12 smaller frames arranged neatly in 3 columns and 4 rows below. Maan Bong spotted his own image in one of the windows. As he glanced at the other participants, he felt his breathing quicken involuntarily. "All right, good evening, everyone." The man in the top frame, a middle-aged figure with a gentle yet commanding presence, spoke as he tapped lightly on the table. "Maan Bong, is that correct? After a brief introduction, please give us a detailed report on the entire incident." "Understood." Even through a screen, Maan Bong could feel the weight of so many influential figures watching him, and his heart began to race. He instinctively started to stand, but was immediately motioned to stay seated. "Please, remain seated." "Yes, sir." Maan Bong straightened and began. "On the night of March 10th, a homicide occurred in our city. The suspect, Huang Wenbin, male, 26, from Zhucheng, Hui Province, deliberately murdered his wife, Li Wenwen. Also 26, he recounted the case clearly and concisely, outlining the evidence chain and how he identified the key doubts, even sharing some of his own deductions. Next, the relevant video evidence was played. All 13 participants could clearly observe the strange transformation in Huang Wenbin's appearance and demeanor during his interrogation. Our technical team has thoroughly verified the footage. It is authentic and completely unaltered, another middle-aged man confirmed. The group quickly reconstructed the entire sequence of events and officially acknowledged the existence of the forbidden object known as Pandora. In a remarkably short time, they had already mapped out the full range of this Marquart artifact's capabilities. Sitting in front of the screen, Maan Bong was quietly impressed by the efficiency of the meeting. As he listened to the discussion, an unspoken theory began to form in his mind, one that hadn't yet been raised. Captain Maan Bong, do you have anything else to add? The man in the top frame suddenly asked. Yes. Maan Bong instinctively reached for his lighter, but stopped himself, then looked directly at the screen. I'm not sure if my theory is correct, but I believe there is a mysterious presence involved, something I call the taboo. This may be the very thing that people like Huang Wenbin, those who possess Pandora, refer to as something that cannot be named or mentioned. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense. Every participant, including the man in the top frame, wore a grave expression. Meow? In Binjiang district, in a high-end apartment, a cat with jet black fur crouched in front of the sofa, its slender tail lazily swaying back and forth. Its round eyes were fixed intently on its owner, who stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Suddenly, the cat stood up, gave a little shiver, leaped off the sofa, and walked gracefully to its owner's feet, rubbing its head against Lu Yuan's pant leg. Lao Bai, what's wrong? Lu Yuan asked gently, bending down to pick up the black cat and cradling it in his arms. His right hand, adorned with a ring, stroked the cat's head slowly. Something seemed to occur to him. He looked up at the deep night outside the window, his brows knitting together. Who's talking about me? Lu Yuan murmured to himself. After a moment of thought, a bright smile appeared on his face. There are at most 33 zero-rank Pandoras, each one a terrifying existence that touches upon the very rules of reality at their peak. The forbidden ring on his hand, though not even 1% of its first star was filled, still held an indescribable power. At its peak, when Lu Yuan wore the ring, he would be like a god, unseen, indescribable, and anyone who spoke of him would inevitably draw his attention. Though he wasn't at that level now, he still possessed a tiny fraction of that authority. When Maan Bong spoke the forbidden words, across the vast night, in heavily guarded offices throughout Zhao, all the high-ranking officials fell silent at the same time. A moment later, everyone, in the video window, a middle-aged man raised his hand. As the others focused their attention on him, he cleared his throat and said in a low voice, I'm not sure if it was just my imagination, but right after Maan Bong spoke the forbidden words, I felt as if something in the darkness was watching me. It gave me chills. Me too. I thought I was the only one who felt that way. Yes, I had the same feeling. After a brief pause, one official after another, from various parts of Zhao, began to speak up from behind their video feeds. Phew. In Hangzhou, at the National Security Bureau, Maan Bong tried to steady his increasingly rapid, heavy breathing as he looked at the top officials gathered at the pinnacle of the organization. Let's all stay calm, the person at the very top of the video conference said, remaining composed. He simply tapped his fingers on the table and said, Captain Maan Bong, please explain why you came to this conclusion. Yes, sir, Maan Bong replied, promptly pulling up the surveillance footage. I made 2 discoveries during my contact with Huang Wenbin. The first was during the arrest. He paused the video at the moment when Huang Wenbin looked up in despair. Please look here. At that moment, he looked to the sky and was clearly about to shout something. But in the next second, the light in his eyes went out, and he seemed like a walking corpse. And then, during the interrogation, Huang Wenbin rapidly changed from one person to another. In the end, he seemed to be trying to transform into someone else, but as if he hit some kind of taboo, he instantly lost control. He brought up the second piece of footage, showing Huang Wenbin banging his head against the table, his forehead bloody and battered. All right, I understand. The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully, his voice low. The meeting continued as they discussed various topics, time ticking by. As the night grew late, the powerful leaders fell silent, and everyone turned to the first video window. Now here are my decisions. First, for now, we acknowledge the existence of this forbidden entity, which will be referred to as S. Second, regarding the establishment of the Pandora Special Investigation Unit. This unit will select personnel from the National Security Bureau, the police force, and the military, and will be temporarily overseen by the National Security Bureau. While carrying out its mission, the investigation unit will be given the highest priority, and all relevant departments and agencies must fully cooperate. The middle-aged man in the video continued, his tone extremely serious. As soon as these words left his mouth, all the senior officials present instantly realized the immense power behind this investigation unit, especially the phrase highest priority, which hung over everyone like a sword. Third, it has been decided that the Pandora Special Investigation Unit in Hangzhou will serve as headquarters, responsible for unified command and deployment. Fourth, regarding the nationwide assessment of Pandora, the top priority is to confirm whether Pandora exists, and then to determine its scale and potential threat. During this crucial meeting, decisions were made swiftly. As the middle-aged man on the screen paused, his sharp gaze swept across the room. After a moment of silence, he continued, "If there are no further questions, before we adjourn, Captain Maan Bong, do you have anything to add?" His eyes locked onto Maan Bong, who was seated at the front. The atmosphere grew tense. Maan Bong took a deep breath and spoke in a low, firm voice. "I would like to join the Pandora Special Investigation Unit." His words were strong, filled with unwavering resolve. "I must personally capture S. I cannot allow such a creature to continue manipulating human nature and desire at will. What right does it have to turn ordinary people into slaves of their own desires, or to take innocent lives so recklessly?" His eyes were nearly wild, his voice impassioned, every ounce of anger and determination visible on his face. At that moment, he had forgotten all formalities. His mind was consumed by hatred for S. The room fell silent, the tension palpable. After a few seconds, the middle-aged man in charge spoke. Though his voice remained gentle, it carried undeniable authority. "Captain Maan Bong, I am appointing you as the deputy leader of the Pandora Special Investigation Unit in Hangzhou. I hope you achieve your goal and capture S." Maan Bong stared intently at the man holding the highest authority, nodded, and replied in a deep voice, "I won't let you down." The display in the meeting room then went dark, signaling the end of the meeting. "Congratulations, Deputy Leader Ma." Chen Weirong, the director of the Hangzhou National Security Bureau, stood up with a light chuckle, extending his right hand. "This position in the Pandora Special Investigation Unit will make you a household name. Although the unit is nominally under the National Security Bureau, we all know that's just on paper. Sooner or later, the unit will become independent." Ma Onbong looked at Director Chun, his expression steady as always. He had never cared much for power or titles. If he had been ambitious, his reputation for solving major cases would have already placed him much higher. "I hope we can work together to keep Pandora within controllable limits as soon as possible," he said quietly as he shook Chen Weirong's hand. As Ma Onbong hurried out of the National Security Bureau and into the drizzly night, a sophomore at Hangzhou University, Yang Yucheng, was sitting at the back of an almost empty city bus. He kept his head down, with the light from his phone screen flickering across his face under the dim bus lights. On the screen, Yang Yucheng was searching for recent news in Hangzhou about criminal cases, traffic accidents, and suicides. "Oh, really? What a coincidence. If I count the days, today is still within the 7-day window. Huh. Interesting, very interesting. Is this fate at work?" In a mid to high-end apartment in Binjiang District, Yuan sat in his study, flipping through a book. His eyes paused for a moment before he pressed the page down with his hand. Through his connection with Pandora, his gaze seemed to pierce through space, catching a distant scene that made him chuckle softly. The scene shifted to a dimly lit bus, where the only light came from a faint phone screen illuminating the thin face of a young man. On the night of March 10th, a homicide occurred in this city. According to the investigation, the suspect is Huang Wenbin, male, 26, a native of Zhucheng, Anhui Province, accused of premeditatedly murdering his wife, Li Wanwen, female, 26. Yang Yucheng sat by the window at the back of the bus, his eyes scanning the police bulletin in his hand. The blue and white news page flashed on his screen, and this was the keyword he kept encountering while searching for recent criminal cases. The 10th? Today is the 17th, exactly 7 days later. "This case has been the talk of the city lately," he murmured, but the news report revealed neither the neighborhood nor the exact address. He kept searching, his expression focused. Scanning through forums, Douyin, and Weibo, he pieced together more precise clues from the constant stream of updates. First, he identified the neighborhood. Then, on a forum, he found the residents' group chat. To avoid suspicion, he pretended to be a resident and posted, "Did they catch that guy yet? Our property values are tanking, hope they give him the death penalty soon." The message quickly sparked replies. "Yeah, it's just crazy. I heard they just got married." "Well, it's not that simple. I know someone at the police station who said the wife cheated first." The conversation heated up, with everyone chiming in. Yang Yucheng responded a couple of times, then added, "Honestly, the neighbors next door have it the worst. Must be terrifying. If it were me, I'd be thinking about moving." Almost immediately, someone replied, "Man, I moved my wife and kid to my mom's place the day it happened." Yang Yucheng's eyes narrowed as he clicked on the commenter's profile, a spark of excitement in his gaze. The user's nickname included the exact building, unit, and floor. Head pinpointed the neighborhood and a specific building. He quickly got off the bus and hailed a taxi, heart pounding as he headed to his destination. A week had passed since the incident, and there were no longer any police or reporters near Huang Wenbin's home. Yang Yucheng took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Dressed in a gray hoodie with the hood pulled low over his face and his hands in his pockets, music playing in his earbuds, he looked like an ordinary college student, though his mind was tense with anticipation. The elevator doors opened with a whoosh, and he stepped into the dim hallway. The motion sensor light flickered on, casting a weak glow over the narrow corridor. There were only 2 apartments per floor, 1601 and 1602. Yang Yuqing noticed that 1602 had a police seal on its door, while no light came from 1601, likely the neighbor, who had already moved out. Suddenly, the motion sensor light went out, plunging the hallway into darkness. Yang Yuqing's heart raced, a chill creeping over him as an uneasy feeling settled in. He stifled a cough, hoping to trigger the light again, but stopped at the last moment, sensing that something wasn't right. He quickened his pace, thinking, come on, hurry up. If I wait any longer, the 7 days will be up. Could it really work, even through a wall? Using the faint light from his phone, Yang Yuqing carefully felt for the box Lu Yuan had given him, his fingers trembling slightly. His heart raced, and he muttered under his breath, feeling as if he were losing his mind. How did he end up here? Why did he believe in something so absurd? Could there really be such mystical objects in this world? I must be crazy, completely out of my mind. His fingers brushed against the ancient bronze bell, pausing for a moment before he shook it gently. Ding! Ghosts. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Lu Yuan watched the hallway intently through Pandora's eye. When he saw Yang Yuqing ring the bell, he adjusted his glasses and murmured, Lao bai, Lao bai. He glanced around the room before finally looking toward the door, calling out several times, Lao bai? A moment later, a lazy black cat sauntered out from the dim corridor. Lu Yuan scooped it into his arms, feeling some of his tension melt away as the warmth of the cat seeped into him. Ghosts and spirits, these were taboos Lu Yuan had rarely encountered, and had always felt an inexplicable fear of them since childhood. Even now, as a calm and collected adult, those childhood shadows still lingered. He gently stroked the cat's chin, and it purred contentedly, nuzzling into his hand. Just then, something changed in the distant, shadowy corridor. Ding! The echo of the bell seemed to carry a chilling presence with it. In the kitchen where a tragedy had once occurred, a cold wind suddenly swept through, and the sound of a mournful wail drifted closer and closer. Yang Yuqing, still holding the bell, had no idea what was happening, but his body was gripped by instinctive fear. The hairs on his neck stood up, and goosebumps crawled across his skin. At that moment, the seal on the security door silently peeled off, and the doorknob began to turn on its own, as if pushed by some unseen force. The door swung open with a bang. Thump, thump, thump. Yang Yuqing's heart pounded as he forced himself to step carefully inside. The moment he entered, the door slammed shut behind him, and the seal reattached itself as if by magic. Outside, the rain had stopped without him noticing. The clouds had parted, and moonlight streamed through the curtains. The wailing was now clearer, filling the entire apartment. Standing at the kitchen entrance, his heart thundering in his chest, Yang Yuqing's whole body was taut with tension. Suddenly, he rang the bell again. Ding! This time, everything in the kitchen seemed to change. The bloodstains on the range hood, stove, and floor turned from dark red to a fresh, vivid crimson. The cold wind intensified, and the cries grew sharper. Then, right before his eyes, the air shimmered and slowly coalesced into a hazy figure. It was a woman, caught between the real and the unreal. She appeared above the bloodstains, her limbs drifting as if suspended in midair. Yang Yuqing held his breath, his eyes wide in shock. In the dim kitchen, Li Wenwen leaned against the counter, her face buried in her hands as she sobbed quietly. After a long moment, she lifted her head, her tearful eyes fixing on Yang Yuqing. Did you save me? She asked softly. Unconsciously, Yang Yuqing stepped back. Faced with her sorrowful gaze, his throat tightened and his voice shook. Yais. Li Wenwen gave a small nod and lowered her head again, continuing to cry. She looked just as she had before her death, her long hair a disheveled mess, wearing a beige sweater and an apron, exuding the gentle aura of a devoted wife. Why are you crying? Yang Yuqing blurted out. Choking back sobs, Li Wenwen replied, I'm mourning for my husband. He asked me to accompany the company's deputy director, but who would have thought Dai Yuan never kept his promise of a promotion? My husband was furious and took it out on me. Her voice trembled, as if even recalling the memory tore her apart. Suddenly, Yang Yuqing understood the rumors he'd seen on the forum did hold some truth. But then, doubt crept in again. Was all of this just a ghost story? Meanwhile, in the office, Lu Yuan sat quietly in his chair, watching the scene unfold. Stroking Lao Bai in his arms, he chuckled softly and muttered, what a dramatic turn of events. The next day, March 18th, dawned bright and clear, with not a cloud in the sky. The temperature was comfortably mild, making it the perfect season for a spring outing. Uncle Lu, where's Xiaobai? As Lu Yuan was locking his door, ready to head to work, the door next to his swung open. A little girl with 2 pigtails came bouncing out. Her eyes lit up when she spotted Lu Yuan, and she skipped over to him, looking up eagerly. Since they'd met last time, she was no longer afraid of him. Xiaobai is at home, Lu Yuan replied. Oh, the little girl nodded, her eyes shining even brighter. Can I go see Xiaobai? Wan, don't bother uncle. He needs to go to work, a gentle voice called out. Single mother Shun Hongru stepped out, a small backpack slung over her shoulder. She gave Lu Yuan a warm smile, then walked over in her heels to take her daughter's hand. heading toward the elevator alongside Lu Yuan. Thank you again, Shun Hongru said quietly once they were in the elevator. On Saturday, the principal of the affiliated kindergarten at Shuejuan Primary School called me. Everything's arranged, so Wan can start there today. That's great, Lu Yuan replied, nodding kindly. He glanced at Shun Hongru. As always, she was impeccably dressed, a simple black straight-cut dress, paired with a khaki blazer, giving her a look that was both stylish and alluring. Standing next to Lu Yuan, her height almost 1.72 meters made them appear especially well-matched. They'll be heading off now. Wan, say goodbye to Uncle Lu. Goodbye, Uncle Lu, the little girl chirped. When the elevator reached the ground floor, Lu Yuan nodded and stepped out first. As the doors closed, Shun Hongru watched his retreating figure with a complicated expression. At first, she truly wanted Lu Yuan to become Wan's father. She had looked into his background, even asking a friend at Skyworth about his reputation and work. She learned he was reliable, hardworking, and trustworthy. Who would have guessed he was hiding such influencia, true heavyweight in the industry? Well, I've already been with him. It's just the title that's missing. Shun Hongru sighed to herself when the elevator reached the parking garage, trying to reassure herself. When he arrived at the office, Lu Yuan, as usual, tossed his breakfast into the trash and sat by the window, ready to open his black notebook. He suddenly paused. He examined the notebook, which contained records of Pandora artifacts and their users. He was certain it had been an ordinary notebook before, but now, he could see it faintly glowing just barely strong enough to contain a third-tier seed. It seems like this glow can actually grow, Lu Yuan mused, adjusting his glasses. He suspected that the emergence and increase of this glow might be linked to the Pandora artifacts and users recorded inside. Perhaps, one day, this notebook could evolve to hold the power of a supreme zero-tier seed. If that happened, what kind of Pandora artifact would it become? Lu Yuan decided not to use a third-tier seed on it and risk destroying its potential. Instead, he'd save it for the future. Lu Yuan opened his notebook, the fountain pen gliding smoothly across the paper as he recorded the information he'd gathered after observing 3003 the previous night. 3003, Witch's Soul Bell, completion level, 0 stars. As he wrote, he organized his thoughts, listing the abilities one by one. Ability 1, can summon the ghost of a person who has died within the past 7 days. The more unjust or unwilling the person's death, the more complete their consciousness and the greater their potential as a ghost. Ability 2, at 0 stars, the ghost can only exert a minimal influence on reality. For example, on a busy road, it might give someone a gentle push toward the traffic. When fear is heightened, it can create even deeper illusions. It can also briefly possess a person. Lu Yuan paused, then added, it's unclear whether these abilities will change if the soul bell's completion level increases to 1, 2, or 3 stars. Ability 3, the number of ghosts that can be summoned may be related to the host's soul capacity. Under the heading Negative Effects, he wrote, summoned ghosts often speak nonsense and tell lies. Perhaps, one day, the user of the soul bell will become completely lost in their deceptions. Lu Yuan stopped writing and carefully reviewed his notes before turning to a new page to record information on the first host of the Witch's Soul Bell, Yang Yuqing. Afterward, he documented the new host of the Marquart artifact, Lu Yang, along with his assessment. Phew. Lu Yuan stretched, his shoulders giving a slight crack from sitting too long. This is even more exhausting than writing a work report. He tapped the desk, thinking, hopefully at least one of these two can keep their wits and avoid being captured by the authorities. His thoughts shifted to a bigger plan. It's time for the Pandora Management Committee to recruit its first member. Or rather, the second Shenanxia from the Shun family is the first. He pictured the blueprint in his mind. The committee needs a place for meetings and for members to gather. He'll ask Shenanxia to look for one. And should we consider recruiting exceptional ordinary people who aren't Pandora hosts? He mulled it over for a moment. He'll keep that as an option for now. Lu Yuan tried to envision the future as more Pandora artifacts continued to appear. Meanwhile, under the blue skies of Hangzhou, at a pier downstream on the Qiantang River, police cars raced in with sirens blaring and quickly cordoned off the area. A fisherman had just pulled up a suspicious snakeskin bag. Lu Wei, captain of the city's criminal investigation unit, had just arrived when a young officer approached him, saluted, and hesitated to speak. What is it? Something wrong? Lu Wei asked as he walked toward the body in the distance. The young officer stepped closer and spoke in a low voice. It's strange. Preliminary checks show the victim hasn't been dead long, but every drop of blood in their body is gone, not a single drop left. He emphasized the last part, his eyes uneasy. How is that possible? Lu Wei frowned, his voice rising. As a seasoned detective, he couldn't imagine any method that could drain every drop of blood from a person. He walked over to the snakeskin bag, put on white latex gloves, and took a quick look. His pupils contracted instantly, his expression turning grim. There's also an iron weight in the bag, the young officer explained. It was probably meant to sink the bag to the bottom of the river, but by chance, the fisherman pulled it up. Lu Wei crouched down for a quick examination, then stood up and lit a cigarette, the smoke drifting away in the morning breeze. He thought for a moment, feeling that something was off, then stepped aside to call Maan Bong. Having experienced the Huang Wenbin case firsthand, Lu Wei had an inkling of what might be going on, and he too was bound by the National Security Bureau's confidentiality rules. Huh, who's that? Chen shooting? Lu Yuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Chuangwei building. He had just finished a work meeting and was about to return to his office. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze drifting out over the bustling city below. Through the remote connection of the Pandora system, he observed quietly for a moment before pulling his eyes back and quickly sending a message to Shen Nanshi. Look into a woman named Chen shooting for me. She's about 35, has a 5-year-old son named Qiu. Shen Nanshi replied almost instantly. Mr. Lu, I know who she is. They'll send you the file right away. Do you need anything else? The file arrived in seconds. With one hand in his suit pocket, Lu Yuan scrolled through the documents as he walked back to his department. As he read through the detailed information, a faint smile appeared on his lips. This kid isn't lacking in ambition or initiative. It doesn't seem like something a sophomore in college could pull off. The report read, Chen Shooting's father, Chen Guanrong, is the real power behind the scenes in Hangzhou's underworld, with business interests spread across the city. From the upscale Yunding Tiangong nightclub, to mid and high-end foot massage parlors in various districts, to recent ventures into real estate, and even a few underground casinos, the Chun family's total assets have already surpassed 10 billion yuan. TSK, targeting Chen Guanrong's only daughter, a widow, is actually a smart move, Lu Yuan thought, settling into his office chair with a growing smile. Once again, he focused his attention on the distant scene through Pandora. Meanwhile, at Lakeside in Time Mall, a woman with a commanding presence was leading a chubby, adorable little boy out of the building. Her long, carefully styled waves and bright red lipstick, paired with sunglasses that covered half her face and a mid-length trench coat, only added to her sharp, decisive aura. Hello. Chen Shooting stopped in the middle of the square, answering the phone that had been ringing non-stop with a hint of impatience. The little boy beside her, however, was suddenly distracted by something and started hopping in place. Butterfly! A butterfly! The boy shouted, pointing excitedly at the air. As the butterfly fluttered away, he broke free from his mother's hand and dashed toward the side of the road. After taking a few steps, the sensible child hesitated and glanced back at his mother, who was still on the phone. At that moment, the butterfly looped back and danced in front of him. The boy reached out to catch it, but it floated just out of reach. Qiu. The moment Chen Shooting felt her hand empty, she hung up the call and scanned her surroundings anxiously. When she realized what was happening, her usually cool expression was instantly replaced by panic. Qiu. She saw that her son had somehow made his way to the edge of a busy street. He was looking up, his chubby little hand reaching for something, when he suddenly stumbled forward, his small body pitching toward the road. At the same time, a car was speeding toward them from another direction. The sudden turn of events drained all the color from Chen Shooting's face. With a screech, the sound of brakes tore through the busy city street, drawing the attention of passers-by. In that critical moment, a young man dashed forward like an arrow, scattering the flyers in his hand like snowflakes. He swept the little boy into his arms just before disaster struck, tumbling heavily onto the lane reserved for non-motorized vehicles. The college student, Yang Yucheng, felt a sharp pain burning across his back as he gasped for breath. But when he looked down and saw the boy safe in his embrace, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes so subtle, it was almost invisible. While working part-time at a bar in Hangzhou, he had heard of Chen Shooting and caught a glimpse of her striking presence and mature allure from afar. More importantly, the power and wealth she commanded were things an ordinary student like Yang Yucheng could only dream of. Today, with the appearance of the wizard's soul Bell, his long-suppressed ambition finally broke free. Thank you, Yang Yucheng said quietly. To everyone else, it was just a playful boy who had accidentally fallen. But only he had seen the translucent woman standing behind the boy, her face full of longing as she suddenly pushed the child toward the street. Qiu. Chen Shooting rushed over in panic, even losing a high heel in the process. Barefoot, her feet clad only in sheer stockings, she scooped her son tightly into her arms. Once she was sure he was safe, she put on a stern face and gave him a gentle smack on the bottom. What did mommy tell you? You can't run off on your own. Have you forgotten already? Mommy, there was a butterfly. A butterfly, Qiu whimpered, aggrieved. A butterfly? There's no butterfly. Chen Shooting glanced up at the sky, then gave him another light tap. If you run off again, just see what happens. Turning to Yang Yucheng, her tone shifted instantly to gratitude. Sir, thank you so much for saving Qiu. It was nothing anyone would have done the same. Yang Yucheng replied as he bent down to gather the scattered flyers. During a brief conversation, Chen Shooting learned his name and that he was a college student. Noticing the scrape on his wrist, she immediately called over a black Bentley parked nearby. She handed the flyers to her driver, took her son by the hand, and pulled Yang Yucheng into the car. As she drove, Chen Shooting learned through bits of conversation that Yang Yucheng was an orphan juggling 3 part-time jobs. Her heart softened at once. Yucheng, from now on, consider me your big sister. And you're my little brother. Come on, call me sis. Sis, Yang Yucheng replied softly. Chen Shooting smiled and glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, she thought she saw a woman sitting beside her son, staring intently at Xiaoqiu as he played with his toys. Her heart skipped a beat, but when she looked again, there was nothing. She brushed it off as her imagination. In the passenger seat, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of Yang Yucheng's lips. Hee. At this rate, when are you and Manager Lu going to make any real progress? In the office, just before lunch, 2 close friends gathered around Nieshayu like strategists, eagerly probing for updates on her relationship with Manager Lu. Kai Mengqi and Fei took turns teasing her, making Nieshayu's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Manager Lu is in high demand, you know. If you don't take the initiative, someone else might snatch him away at any time. This warning made Nieshayu's heart skip a beat, her lashes fluttering nervously. So, what should I do? She asked softly. Kai Mengqi immediately hatched a plan. Aren't you having lunch with Manager Lu soon? Just tell him we're insisting on dragging you to a bar tonight, and ask if he'd come along with you. Once we're there, Fei and I will have your back. She winked mischievously and added, and have a few drinks if you don't get a little tipsy. How will Manager Lu ever get his chance? Listening to her friend's brilliant idea, Nieshayu was both shy and secretly excited, finally nodding in agreement with a blush. At noon, sitting by the window in the company cafeteria, Lu Yuan noticed Nieshayu seemed hesitant to speak. Is something wrong? He asked gently. It's Kai Mengqi and the others, my friends from HR. They want to go to a bar at Walin Square tonight. Nieshayu lowered her head, her voice trailing off. They want to know if you could come with me. Sure, Lu Yuan replied readily. Actually, Yang Yucheng is meeting Chen Shooting over there tonight, too. They said they want to thank their former colleagues. Maybe we'll run into them. Really? Thank you, Manager Lu. Nieshayu looked up, her face lighting up with surprise. Meanwhile, at the Hangzhou City Police Department, Captain Ma Lu Wei hurried over as soon as he saw the exhausted Maan Bong. What did Dr. Qin say? Maan Bong asked, stifling a yawn. He hadn't slept a wink since the special meeting of the Hangzhou Pandora investigation team last night. Just as the two reached the forensics lab, Dr. Qin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, came out, removed his mask, and spoke gravely. Estimated time of death is 6 days ago, around March 11th. The most bizarre part is, there's not a drop of blood left in any of the organs under the victim's skin. Dr. Qin, Maan Bong picked up on his hesitation. Dr. Qin scratched his head in confusion. Honestly, I can't imagine what could cause something like this. To be frank, it almost seems like the work of a vampire. As soon as those words sounded, Maan Bong's eyelid twitched sharply. He strode into Forensic Qin's office, where a chilling, mummified corpse greeted him. Although there was no concrete evidence yet, his instincts as a police officer were screaming another Pandora incident was emerging. First, identify the victim, Maan Bong ordered, his gaze fixed on the body and his voice steady and firm. Also, review all surveillance footage along the Qiantang River, both upstream and downstream, from the past 2 weeks. Look into anyone suspicious. He'll assign additional personnel to assist with the investigation. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of Lingyin Temple, a renowned ancient monastery in Hangzhou, Shen Shan, an elderly butler dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, received a phone call that left his expression grave. He hurried through the traditional corridors and approached a pavilion in the small courtyard, respectfully greeting, Sir. Inside the pavilion, Shen Nansher was enjoying tea with a senior monk in robes. Thank you for taking the time to recite sutras for me today, Master Daoquan, Shen Nansher said with a smile. It is my honor to discuss the Dharma with you, Brother Nansher, replied Daoquan, the esteemed abbot of Lingyin Temple, who maintained close ties with prominent families like the Shuns in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. After Shen Nansher took his leave, Master Daoquan, still meditating in the courtyard, furrowed his brow and murmured, Brother Nanshi's state of mind is troubled. I must be cautious with my words. With that, he closed his eyes and resumed chanting. Inside a Rolls-Royce, Shen Nanshi's tone turned serious. What is it? A disposable was found, Shen Shan reported quietly. The atmosphere inside the car grew tense. Since he had started using blood needles more frequently, Shen Nansher had suffered from bouts of confusion and madness. He found that listening to Buddhist scriptures helped calm these violent urges, which was why he often visited Lingyin Temple. I've personally handled disposing of the materials in the Qiantang lately. I never expected this. Shen Shan explained the situation in detail. Shen Nanshi's expression grew even more somber. Mr. Lu said that last Friday, a Pandora host was apprehended. From what I know of the authorities, there must be turmoil beneath Hangzhou's calm surface. Tell everyone involved to leave the city and lay low for now. Understood. Keep a close eye on this. Also, double-check for any overlooked clues, Shen Nansher said sternly. If things were exposed, not only would his own life be in danger, but the entire Shen family would be doomed. You can count on me. At the next intersection, get out and take care of it. Report to me immediately if anything comes up. Shin Nanshi's voice rose sharply. The black Rolls-Royce started its engine and pulled away from Lingyin Temple, merging into the busy city traffic beneath the blue sky. Captain Ma, we've identified the deceased. His name is Lin Peixin, male, 20 years old. His DNA was already in our database. Lu Weigang burst into Ma Anbang's office in a hurry, his tone urgent. Lin Peixin. Ma Anbang's eyelid twitched. He took the file and flipped through it quickly. Lu Weigang continued his report. He was a troublemaker arrested multiple times for gambling and soliciting prostitution. He was even caught once for organizing prostitution. Maan Bong nodded, his expression turning serious. Understood. Go check out his social circle. Focus on everyone and everything he came into contact with before his death. On it, Lu Weigang replied, turning and leaving in haste. The office fell quiet. Maan Bong took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and dialed the number of the woman he had met earlier. Hello? Is this Lin Peixin's mother? I'm the officer you met at the city bureau entrance on Monday morning. My name is Maan Bong. On the other end, the woman's voice trembled with a faint glimmer of hope. Yes, I remember. Captain Ma, is there any news about Xinshin? Ma Anbang's mood sank. He spoke in a calm, steady voice. At 10:20 this morning, a fisherman found a snakeskin bag in the middle of the Qianjiang River. Inside it was confirmed to be your son. As soon as he finished, a stifled sob came from the other end of the line, the pain in her voice almost unbearable. Mrs. Lin, I'd like to ask before you last saw Lin Peixin, did anything unusual happen? Also, could you tell me where he usually spent his time and who he often hung out with? Choking back tears, the woman slowly recalled several names, mentioning 3 or 4 of Lin Peixin's friends. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and her tone turned dreamy. Actually, there's nothing really wrong with Xingxin's friends, they just went down the wrong path. Take Wang Jinbo, for example. He's got an incredible talent for sketching. Just one glance at someone, and even after a long time, he can draw them as if it were a photograph. Ma Anbang's eyes narrowed as he made a mental note of the name. At 3 in the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the car window as the young man Xinshan got into a black business car, his expression cold. How's the situation at the bar? He asked quietly. Lin Peixin's family and everyone connected to him are under investigation, the young man replied in a low voice. But something feels off. There are clearly 2 groups involved in this investigation, one out in the open, and another operating in the shadows. They're not letting anything slip by, not even a fly. I've never seen a scene like this before. Xinshan closed his eyes and thought for a moment. That is unusual, he murmured, then gave a firm order. No matter what, find him. Make sure he never talks no matter what he remembers. The atmosphere in the car instantly grew heavy, the pressure almost suffocating. Suddenly, the driver turned around, urgency in his eyes. Boss Shun, before Luan boarded the boat, he said he bumped into someone named Wang Jinbo. Wang glanced at his profile just for a second, under dim lights. It seemed insignificant at the time, but right before getting on the boat, Luan remembered it and started feeling uneasy. Xinshan's eyes snapped open, his icy gaze sweeping over the other 2 in the car. The tension instantly thickened. He only knew that Wang Jinbo had become the one weak link in the Shin family, the only one likely to leave any trace. News flooded in like a rising tide. Boss Ma, all of Wang Jinbo's drinking buddies say they haven't seen him in 3 or 4 days. Keep looking. Dead or alive, we need to find him. Boss Shan, Wang Jinbo disappeared 3 days ago. Boss Shan, the police are searching for Wang Jinbo too. The last message made Xinshan's heart clench. Boss Shan, Wang Jinbo is known for his sketching skill. She draws whoever he meets, and he's used this talent to charm quite a few women. Boom. The news hit Xinshan like a thunderclap, his aged pupils shrinking in alarm. A chill ran through his body, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he turned and hurried toward the back garden of the Shun family villa. The sunlight was perfect. Shin Nanshur was in the midst of trimming the garden shrubs with a large pair of shears, completely focused on his task. Sir, Xinshan approached quickly, took a deep breath, and reported everything about Wang Jinbo in detail from beginning to end. As soon as he finished, the shears in Shun Nanshi's hands shook, snapping a branch in 2. He put down the shears and fixed his gaze on the old butler, who stood with his head lowered. Just then, Xinshan's phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He answered, his white eyebrows twitching slightly as he listened. After hanging up, he met Shin Nanshi's gaze and said, Sir, we found him. Wang Jinbo was caught at a casino by the river and is now being held at the detention center. You're saying we need to send someone into the detention center to silence him? Shin Nanshur narrowed his eyes, speaking each word deliberately. It's just a tip we picked up in the underworld. No trail leads back to us, Xinshan replied quietly. The police are looking for him too. We're running out of time. For Maan Bong and his men, it was a blind spot. But for the Shin family, the detention center was far too sensitive a location. Forcing their way in would definitely leave evidence pointing back to them. The air seemed to freeze. Wang Jinbo was inside the detention center, and it was only a matter of time before the police found him. The Shin family's hands were tied, as if waiting for the axe to fall. Change the car. Take me to Chuangwei Tower, Shun Nanshi ordered, feeling the pressure of the net closing in. After finally seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, he was determined not to be caught. Thinking of Mr. Liu, who seemed both godlike and demonic, he felt as if he'd found a lifeline. Yes, sir, Shinshan replied respectfully. Moments later, a black sedan sped away from the villa. Inside his office, Lu Yuan had already sensed the turn of events through Pandora. He tapped his fingers on the desk and murmured to himself, "Oh, this really is a tricky situation. TSK, what should I do about it?" At 5:30 in the afternoon, the neon lights of Hangzhou flickered on one after another as the employees of Chuangwei Technology began streaming out of the building. Director Liu, Nieshayu called out sweetly. Her two close friends followed suit, their eyes sparkling with excitement. In Chuangwei Technology, Lu Yuan was more than just popular, was a celebrity. Lu Yuan nodded kindly, glancing toward the nearby lounge area. You all go ahead and get your numbers. I have a friend to catch up with. As he spoke, he gently tapped Nieshayu on the head right in front of her friends. Nieshayu's cheeks flushed instantly. Feeling the envious stares of her friends, her heart melted with happiness. Okay, Director Liu, go ahead, she replied obediently. Lu Yuan turned and walked toward the lounge, and behind him, he could hear the girls stifling their cheers. He couldn't help but smile. Giving them a little emotional boost was effortless for him. Inside the lounge, old Master Shin Nanshi sat waiting alone, his face clouded with tension. When Lu Yuan approached, he hurried to his feet, only for Lu Yuan to press him gently back down. Mr. Liu, please save the Shin family, Shin Nanshi pleaded, his head bowed and voice filled with reverence. You've let me down, Lu Yuan replied, leaning back in his chair. His demeanor was now completely different, cold and detached. You're even more useless than I imagined. He tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest. Forget it. I'll give you a chance. I won't intervene directly, but I can tell you the identity of a Pandora host. Remember, you must respect his wishes, no threats. You have my word, Mr. Liu. Barely 2 minutes later, Lu Yuan picked up his briefcase and left like any ordinary office worker. To him, Shin Nanshi was just a useful old dog. Showing him a little kindness was simply a way to ensure his continued loyalty. As for Lu Yang, whether he lived or died was of little consequence. A dead man was just a soul, while a living one might offer more entertainment. Shin Nanshi watched Lu Yuan leave. Only when his figure had fully disappeared did Shin finally let out a long breath, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. After making sure no one was watching, he quietly got up. Master, the old butler, Shin Shan, called anxiously from inside a black business car. Drive to Sky Garden in Shihu District, Shin Nanshi ordered, cutting him off. As the car merged into the rush hour traffic, he gazed at the neon lights blurring past the window for a long time before finally saying, Mr. Liu has shown us a way out. Meanwhile, the Hangzhou police and Maan Bong's investigation team were intensifying their efforts, digging deeper into Lin Peixin's social circle, while the investigation into Wang Jinbo's side continued to move forward. Wang Jinbo's movements, both online and offline, were quickly pieced together over the past week. Skyflower Garden is a mid to high-end residential complex located in Shihu District. Lu Yang had been there before while delivering food. Now, in the dimly lit underground parking garage, a black Mercedes slowly pulled away. Diagonally across, a man with such an ordinary face that it left no impression sat in the driver's seat, glancing up with a faint smirk. In the next moment, under the soft yellow glow inside the car, the man's features began to subtly shift. His facial structure became more defined, and even his height seemed to increase before one's eyes. He changed into a crisp white shirt and tailored dress pants. Now completely transformed, Lu Yang stepped out of the car and headed toward the elevator. The elevator took him straight to the 13th floor. Lu Yang stopped in front of an apartment and rang the doorbell 3 times. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After the clear chime, the door opened, and a graceful woman with a gentle face appeared. Honey? A hint of confusion flickered in her beautiful eyes. Weren't you on your way to work? Did you forget something? Lu Yang cleared his throat, steadying his voice. Nothing much, just forgot something. I can head in a couple of hours later today. I see. Kai Jiarong nodded and stepped aside to let him in. She was completely unaware that as she turned, her husband was eyeing her with a greedy, dangerous glint. When Lu Yang first obtained the mask, he dreamed of reaching the top of the pyramid. But the first time he used it to open this door and saw the woman who had caught his eye in a fleeting moment during a delivery, he was completely captivated. He started to think that this life was enough. Why take even bigger risks? That was one reason Lu Yuan had chosen to reveal his identity to Shin Nanshi, though in the end, the choice was Lu Yang's to make. As soon as the door closed, Lu Yang stepped forward, pressing himself against Kai Jiarong's back, his warm breath on her neck. What's gotten into you? Kai Jiarong teased. Weren't you just here yesterday? The baby still needs to be fed. He'll share with the baby, Lu Yang whispered, his breath hot against her ear as he gently bit her earlobe. Kai Jiarong's eyes widened, her fair skin flushing red. She was surprised her usually reserved husband was suddenly so bold. Afterwards, the two lay together in bed, Kai Jiarong contentedly nestled in her husband's arms. Suddenly, the doorbell rang again. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Honey, can you see who it is? Kai Jiarong propped herself up and said. Lu Yang wanted to refuse, worried he might not recognize the visitor, which could complicate things. But looking at the woman lying in his arms, he nodded. Pulling on some clothes, he walked to the living room, trying to keep calm while running through possible scenarios in his mind, then opened the door. Standing outside was an elderly man whose presence was immediately striking. Lu Yang met his gaze, waiting for him to speak so he could quickly gauge their relationship. But the next moment, as the old man spoke, Lu Yang's heart pounded and his hair stood on end. Mr. Lu. Shen Nanshi greeted him, showing no concern that Lu Yang looked nothing like the man he had investigated. With a slight bow, he spoke with utmost respect. Honey? Who is it? His wife called from inside the apartment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sky Garden, 13th floor. When Mr. Liu's name slipped quietly from Shen Nanshi's lips, a wave of terror surged through Lu Yang's heart. There was too much hidden in that simple sentence. He couldn't fathom how Shen Nanshi had discovered his identity, or why he had found him so precisely. Had he been watched by some mysterious force ever since that mask appeared? Was every move he made nothing more than a piece in someone else's game? Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I mean you no harm. Why don't we talk somewhere more private? Shen Nanshi's voice was gentle, as if he could see right through Lu Yang's unsettled thoughts. Inside, Lu Yang was in turmoil, but outwardly, he forced himself to stay composed. Honey? It's nothing. I'm heading to work now. Kai Jiarong's soft voice drifted from the bedroom. Lu Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He nodded in response to his wife's call, then turned to Shen Nanshi and nodded slightly again. Back in the bedroom, Lu Yang changed his clothes. After kissing Kai Jiarong on the forehead, he tried his best to appear calm as he stepped out the door. He and Shen Nanshi entered the elevator together and then got into a black business van in the underground garage. The air inside was heavy. It felt almost suffocating. Who are you really? Lu Yang asked anxiously, unable to hide his unease. I'm also a master of Pandora, Shen Nanshi replied, still with that gentle tone. Pandora? Marquart's mask? A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Yang's eyes as he finally recalled the secrets hidden within those masks. How did you know about me? Was it your Pandora's power? He pressed further. Of course not. Shen Nanshi shook his head, his gaze sharp like an eagle's, cutting through Lu Yang's defenses. He spoke softly. I know these things not because of the mask's power, but because a certain supreme gentleman told me. Supreme? Lu Yang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Can I meet him? That's not up to me. A complicated look flickered in Shen Nanshi's eyes. If he wishes, you'll meet him. So why did you come to me? Lu Yang finally steadied himself, looking directly at Shen Nanshi, a hint of caution in his eyes. He realized that since Shen Nanshi was also a host of Pandora, perhaps he didn't need to be so afraid. Shen Nanshi didn't hide his intentions any longer. I need someone killed. He paused, locking eyes with Lu Yang, then added slowly, if you succeed, we'll pay you 100 million. And the Shen family will owe you a favor. 100 million? Lu Yang's heart leapt into his throat, could hardly believe his ears. Just 3 or 4 days ago, he was an ordinary delivery driver. That kind of money was an unimaginable fortune, something he could never hope to earn in a lifetime. His breathing quickened, and his heart pounded in his chest. Meanwhile, at the Hangzhou City Police Department, Maan Bong frowned as he flipped through page after page of documents. His pen scratched across the paper, circling each time and location. Captain Ma, we found the thug who was last in contact with Wang Jinbo. Lu Wei rushed in, his tone urgent. He mentioned that on the day Lin Peixin had his accident, Wang Jinbo seemed to have met someone suspicious. The thug even joked that Wang Jinbo should try sketching what the guy looked like, but they got sidetracked and never followed up. Do you think he was silenced? Ma Yanbang's brow furrowed deeper, his tone grim. Hard to say, Lu Wei replied after a pause. Though their conversation was brief, it made the heavy atmosphere in the room even more oppressive. His eyelids suddenly twitched. Look into whether there have been any recent crackdowns on prostitution, drugs, or organized crime in the surrounding counties and cities, Ma Onbong said rapidly, his expression grave. We've been focusing our investigation on the theory that Wang Jinbo was silenced. But isn't it possible he got caught up in one of these crackdowns? He shot a sharp look at Lu Weigang. Take a closer look at his activities over the past year. He's actually gone missing like this 3 times before. That's exactly why no one was alarmed when he disappeared for so many days this time. Lu Weigang straightened up, just about to respond when Ma Onbong added. If these crackdowns are being carried out in different counties or cities, their information systems probably aren't sharing data in real time. That could create a temporary information vacuum. Understood. Lu Weigang replied immediately, turning to leave. Time slipped by, and night deepened. At 10:30 p.m. in Hangzhou, at Wuling Square, inside Queen Bar, the deafening beat of the DJ seemed to vibrate through the floor and into people's bones. Red, blue, and green spotlights sliced through the air like blades, swirling above the crowd. All around the dance floor, young people moved wildly, as if gravity no longer applied, their bodies soaked in adrenaline and excitement. Suddenly, there was a stir at the entrance. "Miss Chen, what brings you here?" "Oh my." A middle-aged man in a suit hurried over, beaming with a wide, ingratiating smile. "Miss Chen, it's an honor to have you at Queen Bar. They'll call Mr. Nan right away." Chen Shooting stood at the doorway, where light and smoke mingled, her red lips slightly upturned. With a flick of her trench coat, she radiated a powerful presence that couldn't be ignored. She glanced around, then pointed to the young man beside her. "No need. I'm here with my brother tonight." She patted Yang Yuqing on the back, her tone both assertive and affectionate. "This is my younger brother. He actually worked here part-time not long ago." "And who is this?" Another supervisor came over, immediately recognizing him. "Yang Yuqing. He's been a part-time server with us." "That's right. My brother told me you've all treated him well. I wanted to thank you for that." Chen Shooting's lips curled with pride, her gaze sharp. The moment the two of them appeared, all eyes were on them. In no time, the manager, supervisors, bartenders, and even the atmosphere team girls were sneaking looks at Yang Yuqing, their expressions full of surprise and curiosity. Even though they kept their voices low, the envy and speculation were impossible to hide. No one could figure out how this kid had managed to get in with the boss daughter. The group was soon ushered into the most exclusive VIP booth. The table quickly filled with top-shelf spirits, brandy, whiskey, Remy Martin, and more. Yang Yuqing's fellow trainee bartender and two servers had always looked out for him were invited over as well, and the energy in the booth was so high it felt like the ceiling might come off. "Wow, so this is what a bar looks like. I've never been to one before," Nieshayu exclaimed, clinging to Lu Yuan's arm and looking around with the wide-eyed excitement of a child at an amusement park. She and Lu Yuan had just walked in with two girlfriends and their boyfriends. The blaring music and dazzling lights were almost overwhelming. Both nervous and curious, Nieshayu leaned in and whispered, "Lu supervisor, do you come to places like this a lot?" Lu Yuan shrugged. "Not really. It's a bit too loud for me." His eyes swept across the room and suddenly landed on a familiar face. He couldn't help but smile. Over there was Yang Yuqing. Yang Yuqing was at the center of attention, surrounded by the manager, servers, bartenders, and pretty girls. For someone who grew up an orphan, had never experienced such treatment before. For a moment, it felt like his feet weren't even touching the ground. Being the focus, being looked up to, was intoxicating. He picked up a glass of whiskey and took a slow sip, his eyes drifting casually toward the entrance. Then suddenly, he froze. Late at night, 10:35 p.m. Hangzhou, Queen's Bar. A flash of red spotlight swept across the room as Lu Yuan's gaze cut through the noisy crowd, landing on the most exclusive booth in the distance. Next to Chen Shooting and Yang Yuqing, a woman suddenly appeared. She wore a beige sweater, jeans, and an apron tied at her waist. Her face was pale, and when she lifted her head, Lu Yuan clearly saw a vivid red handprint on her fair neck, and a look of malice hidden in her eyes as she coldly surveyed the scene before her. TSK. Lu Yuan looked away, thinking to himself. Sometimes, the fear is worse before you know what's coming. When you finally face it, it's easier to stay calm. At the booth, surrounded by admirers, Chen Shooting quickly noticed the sudden change in Yang Yuqing's expression. She finished her cocktail in one swift motion, leaned in close to his ear, and spoke in a low, sultry voice. "What's wrong?" Following Yang Yuqing's gaze, she spotted Lu Yuan and his companions settling into their seats. She asked, "Someone you know?" "Huh. Oh yeah." Yang Yuqing snapped back to attention, his whole body tensing as he answered repeatedly. Ever since Head used that mysterious Pandora, his respect and fear for Lu Yuan had only grown, and had been guessing at his true identity in private. He forced himself to calm down, swallowed hard, and made up an answer. "He's someone who helped me out. Back in college, he supported me financially." A moment later, a hint of perfume drifted past as Chen Shooting took Yang Yuqing's left hand. Pushing aside the girls crowding around her, she smiled and said, "Let's go. If he helped you before, I should thank him in person." She grabbed an unopened bottle of brandy. "Here, let's take a bottle over." The ghost, Li Wanwan, followed close behind, weaving through the swaying, dancing crowd. No one could see Heronly. The especially sensitive would feel a sudden chill as she passed by. She seemed to resent everything in the living world. With a gentle push, she sent a waiter carrying a tray tumbling to the floor, cocktails shattering in a sparkling mess. Then she leaned in behind a pale-faced young woman and blew a cold breath into her ear. Before long, Chen Shooting, pulling Yang Yuqing along, arrived at Lu Yuan's booth, with the malicious ghost trailing behind. "Director Lu?" Nieshayu shivered unexpectedly. "Don't you feel like it suddenly got colder?" She rubbed her arm, goosebumps rising on her pale skin. "It'll pass soon," Lu Yuan said gently, pushing up the black frames of his glasses. His gaze flickered casually to Li Wanwen, the ghost approaching, as the ancient ring on his finger glowed with a mysterious light. Ah! In Yang Yuqing's eyes, Li Wanwen seemed to draw near some untouchable, forbidden force. She instantly clutched her head, her features contorting in pain, a chilling wail escaping her lips as her form flickered and faded. Just as she was about to reach her limit, the torment vanished from her body. Terrified, she fled from the man who, to her, seemed almost godlike. Elsewhere, in the darkness, several black cars sped down the highway toward Linshui. The target is located at Linshui Detention Center. The old butler, Shan, handed Lu Yong a stack of photos and documents, including a picture of the target and photos of the 5 staff members on duty at the detention center tonight. We've already arranged to keep Wu Shengli, the head of the night shift at the disciplinary department, from showing up, Shan said, pointing to one of the photos. Mr. Lu, you'll be going in as him. By now, Lu Yong had already altered his appearance, transforming into a middle-aged office worker head glimpsed on the street average height, closely resembling the identity he was about to assume. Time is tight. Shan tapped a diagram in the documents. These are all fatal points. Remember, you have to strike with deadly precision. On Shun Nanshi's orders, the team had given Lu Yong a crash course in assault techniques and walked him through the detailed execution plan. Report. 10 minutes until arrival at Linshui Detention Center. Understood, Shan replied hoarsely. In the back seat of the sedan, Lu Yong was breathing rapidly, his palms slick with sweat as his eyes darted across the plan. Fear and excitement churned inside him, regret rising to the surface, but he knew there was no turning back now. Meanwhile, the real Wu Shengli was driving his black Passat toward the detention center. Suddenly, he noticed all the streetlights had gone out, leaving only his headlights to cut through the darkness ahead. What's going on? Are all the lights out? Before he could finish the thought, the car jolted violently, and the flat tire alert sounded. He got out to check and found the front tire completely ruined. When he pulled out his phone to call for help, he realized there was no signal at all. What is this? A sense of dread crept over Wu Shengli. At the same time, Lu Yong, disguised as Wu Shengli, arrived at the detention center in an identical black Passat. The guard at the gate saluted as a matter of routine and let him through without question. Sitting in the car, Lu Yong kept repeating to himself, I am Wu Shengli, Deputy Director of Linshui Detention Center, head of the disciplinary department. Tonight, I have the highest authority. As the minutes ticked by, Lu Yong knew he couldn't wait any longer. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the car door. The cold wind made him shiver. Straightening his back, he strode into the detention center building. Director Wu, a young officer with a buzz cut, approached him. Lu Yong recognized him as Gao Fei from the disciplinary department, the one responsible for watching over the target, Wang Jinbo. He nodded, took a few steps, then turned back casually. Oh, right. Gao Fei, bring Wang Jinbo to interrogation room 1. Yes, sir. Gao Fei looked puzzled but followed the order immediately. Meanwhile, at the Criminal Investigation Division office of Hangqing Police Department, Captain Ma, we found him. Captain Lu Weigang rushed over, excitement in his voice. You were right. Wang Jinbo is at Linshui Detention Center. Hiding in plain sight, Maan Bong said quickly. Contact Linshui right away to protect Wang Jinbo. Send a team over now and bring him back. Yes, sir. Lu Weigang turned and hurried out. Hangzhou, Wooling Square, Queen's Bar. The moment Chen Shooting appeared, she drew every eye in the room. Her outfit was both elegant and commanding, a burgundy sweater that accentuated her figure, a black leather skirt that highlighted her long legs, and a black trench coat draped casually over her shoulders. Her legs, clad in black lettered stockings, were especially striking. Her long hair floated gently, her lips were flawlessly painted, and she carried an expensive bottle of imported liquor as she walked gracefully toward Lu Yuan and his group. Manager Lu. Nieshayu lowered her voice, a hint of panic in her tone. That's Chen Shooting, the heiress of Yunding Tiangong, Chen Guanrong's daughter? The group whispered among themselves. At the mention of Hangzhou's underground king, any men who had thought about approaching quickly fell silent, and even Kai Mingqi and the others grew visibly tense. Mr. Lu. Chen Shooting stopped in front of their table, her eyes sweeping over the others before settling on Lu Yuan. She was drawn to an indescribable aura about him. Placing the bottle gently on the table, she extended her right hand and said gracefully, I'm Yang Yuqing's sister. When I saw you here, I had to thank you in person. Thank me? Lu Yuan responded with a gentle expression. Chen Shooting pulled Yang Yuqing close to her. Yes. My brother told me you covered his university tuition. I see. Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses, his tone thoughtful. But Yuqing never mentioned he had a sister. We only met recently. Chen Shooting didn't mind that Lu Yuan hadn't shaken her hand, and briefly explained how they'd met that morning. Her words made Nieshayu and the others think even more highly of Manager Luha quietly supported students, and this particular student had even saved someone's life. Mr. Lu. Yang Yuqing finally spoke, his voice filled with respect and awe. He bowed his head, greeting Lu Yuan with heartfelt gratitude. Chen Shooting noticed his response, feeling even more satisfied with this grateful new brother. Very good. Lu Yuan nodded warmly, and though his reply was brief, Yang Yuqing seemed visibly relieved. After the introductions, Chen Shooting and Yang Yuqing took their seats. The group began to drink and play games. As the evening wore on and the mood grew lively, Chen Shooting spoke up again. Mr. Liu. A flush of winard crept across Chen Shooting's cheeks, her fair skin tinged with the warmth of intoxication. She looked directly at Lu Yuan and suddenly spoke. Mr. Liu, I can tell that Yuqing respects you a lot, but that respect feels too heavy, it's suffocating him. As his sister, I'd like to repay your kindness on his behalf. Oh. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he met Chen Shooting's gaze. 1 million? 2 million? Chen Shooting's expression was earnest. Just name your price. Her words brought the whole table to a standstill. The moment those numbers were spoken, Nieshayu remained calm, but Kai Mengqi, her two close friends, and their boyfriends couldn't hide the envy on their faces. The sum far exceeded any typical university scholarship. Even Yang Yuqing's eyelids twitched involuntarily. The dice, Lu Yuan said, pointing to her collarbone. Just give me that die. That'll be enough. It was only then that everyone noticed the die hanging at Chen Shooting's neck threaded through a small hole and strung on a thin black cord. Chen Shooting's expression turned serious. After confirming Lu Yuan wasn't joking, she carefully removed the die. She lingered on it for a moment before reluctantly sliding it across the table to him. This was my father's lucky charm, Mr. Liu. Please take good care of it. Thank you. I like it very much. Lu Yuan picked up the die and turned it over in his hand. In truth, the first thing he noticed about Chen Shooting had been that die, glowing faintly red. Meanwhile, at Lingshui Detention Center. This should be my office, right? Lu Yang muttered to himself as he gently pushed open the door. He deliberately softened his steps, the sound of his shoes echoing in the quiet room. As he approached the desk, a smile spread across his face, adrenaline making his cheeks flush. Each step brought a rush of memories: his honest demeanor as a student, the humility he felt in love, his days delivering food across the city. Back then, had been so ordinary, just a tiny figure in a vast world. He picked up a family photo from the desk, about to savor the moment with his eyes closed, when a sudden phone ring broke his reverie. He held his breath, hesitated for a second, and then answered. Hello? Lao Wu, why couldn't I reach you by cell? Never mind, it's not important. We just got a call from Hang Chengthi, want us to protect Wang Jinbo immediately. Go get him now, and make sure you watch him yourself. He'll be there soon. Wait for me. The anxious voice of the detention center director came through the line. Understood. Lu Yang's pupils contracted. He replied briefly, then hung up. Huff, huff, huff. In the office of the Lingshui Detention Center, Lu Yang, dressed as a middle-aged man, stood in front of the desk, breathing heavily. Sweat rolled down his forehead, and his hands clenched and unclenched repeatedly. They've already taken notice. There's still time to run. Lu Yang's heart pounded wildly as the words from the recent phone call echoed in his mind. He staggered toward the door, but stopped halfway. It's not my fault, he muttered. When they came to me, they never said the plan would be exposed this soon. This is the power of the state we're talking about. I'm just a delivery guy. Trembling, Lu Yang reached the door. His fingers touched the handle, but he pulled back, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. Meanwhile, at the other end of the detention center, Officer Gao Fei unlocked the iron door of a holding cell. His eyes swept over the 16 detainees inside, finally settling on a tall, thin young man in the corner with an earring. Wang Jinbo, come out for a minute. Officer, it's almost lights out. What do you need me for? Wang Jinbo replied lazily, completely unfazed. Move it. Gao Fei barked, glaring at him. After cuffing Wang Jinbo and bringing him to the interrogation room, Gao Fei secured him to a chair. Sit tight and wait, he ordered, then turned and headed straight for Wu Shengli's office. Director Wu, Wang Jinbo, is waiting in interrogation room 1. All right, Lu Yang replied, getting up, but suddenly stopped at the end of the hallway. He coughed hard and glanced at Gao Fei. What are you standing around for? Let's go? With his mind clouded by anxiety and a poor memory, Lu Yang couldn't recall exactly where interrogation room 1 was. He hurried after Gao Fei, following him through 2 corridors to the interrogation area. Gao Fei, go to my office and grab a file for mites next to the phone. Yes, sir. Gao Fei found the request odd, but since Wang Jinbo was just a petty thug and Director Wu had a solid reputation at the detention center, he didn't think much of it and left. Lu Yang entered the interrogation room, meeting Wang Jinbo's casual gaze heated. Well, what's an officer doing calling me in so late? Wang Jinbo swung his legs, looking completely at ease. For an old hand like him, being in detention was no big deal, just like coming home. Just as Gao Fei reached the office, his phone suddenly began to vibrate. Hello? Director Zhang? Where's old Wu? Deputy Director Wu just went to see a detainee. Is it Wang Jinbo? Director Zhang's tone suddenly took on a sense of urgency. After hanging up, Gao Fei felt uneasy and immediately dialed another number. When he heard the familiar voice on the other end, he finally relaxed a little. Old Wu is as reliable as ever, he muttered under his breath. All right, that's good. Also, I need you to stand guard outside the interrogation room now. Don't let anyone get close. He'll be there soon. Understood. The other person replied crisply. Gao Fei stared at his phone, lost in thought as countless possibilities raced through his mind. He hurried to his office, grabbed the files next to the phone, and prepared to head back to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, a convoy of Hangchang's national security vehicles sped down the highway. Not far away, a fully armed SWAT team was gearing up, boarding their specialized vehicles one after another. Inside the interrogation room, the air was thick with tension. Wang Jinbo? Liu Yang's voice trembled slightly. What? Wang Jinbo replied casually, swinging his leg. Liu Yang could feel his blood pounding through his veins, his palms slick with cold sweat. Even with the power of Pandora, he still wasn't ready to take a life. But now, there was no turning back. He quickly recalled Shun Shan's crash course. Aim precisely for the heart, avoiding the xiphoid process at the front of the chest. Cutting the throat works fast, but is far too bloody. You, what are you doing? Wang Jinbo seemed to sense something was off, panic rising in his voice. Just as he was about to shout, Liu Yang clamped a hand tightly over his mouth from behind. A flash of cold steel under the harsh light. The small black knife gleamed ominously. The room filled with the sounds of a violent struggle as Wang Jinbo kicked desperately at the table and chairs. Gritting his teeth, Liu Yang drove the blade precisely into Wang Jinbo's heart. He could feel the strength draining from the body in his arms. Staring at Wang Jinbo's lifeless form, Liu Yang turned deathly pale, his stomach churning. He tried to cover his mouth, only to realize both hands were stained with blood. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He knew he had to leave, right away. Staggering out of the interrogation room, he found the corridor still empty. Just as he was about to run into Gao Fei, he ducked quickly into a restroom. In the janitor's closet, he spotted a cleaner's uniform. Liu Yang changed clothes in a hurry, hid in a stall, and let his appearance shift one of the many faces he had memorized before coming. When Gao Fei reached the interrogation room, the unnatural silence put him on alert. Director Wu? He called, knocking on the door. No answer. The moment he pushed the door open, his pupils contracted and shock. Wang Jinbo was slumped over, a small knife embedded in his chest, already dead. Director Zhang, something's happened. Gao Fei hurried over to the motionless young man and carefully reached out to check for breath under his nose. Suddenly, as if shocked, he jerked his hand back and instinctively took 2 steps away, heart pounding wildly in his chest. Snapping out of his daze, Gao Fei turned and dashed out of the interrogation room, anxiously scanning the area for Director Wu while quickly dialing Director Zhang's number on his phone. The call connected almost instantly, and he reported the situation in a rapid-fire tone. Thud. As Gao Fei raced through the corridors searching for Wu Shengli, he figured the man couldn't have gone far. But just as he rounded a corner, an elderly janitor pushing a cleaning cart suddenly appeared from the side. The two collided hard, and Gao Fei, completely off guard, tumbled to the floor. Mr. Zhang, are you all right? Gao Fei's sharp gaze immediately checked the old man's condition. Recognizing him, he quickly scrambled up to offer a hand. I'm fine, the old man replied, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Zhang, why are you still here at this hour? Something's happened at the station, you should head home. Gao Fei said quickly after making sure the janitor was unharmed, then continued to run off, phone in hand, speaking as he moved. In his rush to leave, Gao Fei didn't notice the elderly janitor with gray-streaked hair slowly raise his head, a grin of excitement spreading across his face. The next moment, the old man quietly gathered up his overturned cart and slipped away from the scene without a sound. At the same time, at a traffic light by the river, Director Zhang, slightly overweight, sat in the driver's seat. After hearing the report, his eyes widened and his face went pale. He quickly issued orders and hung up on Gao Fei. How is this possible? How could this happen? Wu, are you out of your mind? Director Zhang muttered to himself in disbelief. Without wasting a moment, his trembling fingers dialed the National Security Bureau's director. Late at night, 11:45 p.m. Inside the Hangzhou Police Department, Maan Bong sat with his eyes closed at his desk. The orders for the Pandora Special Investigation Team had just come through, and given the urgency of the situation, he was still at the station. He hadn't slept for over 36 hours, and while he looked like he was resting, the moment the shrill ring of the phone cut through the silence, his eyes snapped open sharp and alert. Understood. Lock down the detention center and gather all staff. Trust no one, Maan Bong replied quickly, his tone calm despite the urgency, and hung up. He stood, quickly throwing on his coat, his eyes flashing with confusion. If this really was the new host of the Marquart mask, how did they make contact with another Pandora host so soon? Or was it possible that Wu Shengli himself was compromised, already under the other host's control? Maybe he was an undercover agent all along. A flurry of possibilities raced through Maan Bong's mind. Coughing softly, the janitor in plain clothes had just exited the detention center. He paused under a dim streetlight, glanced back at the now locked and alarm-flashing main gate, then turned away and hurried across the street into an old residential neighborhood. When he reappeared, he had transformed into a delivery rider in a blue jacket, disappearing into the night on an electric scooter just as a convoy of special police vehicles raced past, sirens blaring. Manager Liu, please take care of Xiaoyu. Oh no, it's so late already. Mingxi, I have to go or my mom will kill me. Director Liu, we're heading out now. Well, leave Xiaoyu in your care. Inside the Queen's bar in Hangzhou, two girls excitedly tugged their boyfriends away, leaving Lu Yuan holding the tipsy Nieshayu in his arms. Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu? Lu Yuan gently nudged the woman in his embrace. Nieshaoyu's cheeks were flushed, her eyes hazy with drink. She clearly couldn't handle the shots her friends had given her. Director Lu, she murmured, half awake, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. Her lips parted, but she couldn't form a complete sentence. You're completely out of it. I'd better take you home, Lu Yuan said with a soft laugh. Carrying her out of the bar, he flagged down a waiting taxi. When they arrived at the apartment, Lu Yuan had just set Nieshayu down on the sofa when she opened her eyes again, once more wrapping her arms around his neck. The heat of her breath brushed against his face as she clumsily snuggled closer, her hands growing restless. Lu Yuan paused, peering through his black-rimmed glasses at her innocent face and awkward movements. After a moment's hesitation, he picked her up and carried her into the bedroom. Afterwards, Lu Yuan glanced at the plum blossom pattern on the bedsheet and remarked calmly, "So, it really was your first time." Nieshayu, still in bed, hid under the covers, biting her lip in embarrassment. After washing up and changing the sheets, the exhausted Nieshayu quickly drifted off to sleep. Lao be good. Stepping out of the bedroom, Lu Yuan spotted the chubby black cat squatting by the door, its bright eyes curiously watching the person on the bed. He crouched down to scratch Lao Bei's chin before heading into the study. Stretching at his desk, Lu Yuan opened his panel and used 2 Pandora items to check on Shun Nanshi and Lu Yang's activities that night. No wonder I keep earning desire points. This one night is worth as much as everything Huang Wenbin ever provided. He was genuinely impressed by Lu Yang's performance. The man displayed remarkable adaptability and resilience, rarely affected by the Marquart mask when switching identities. Maybe I should consider inviting him to join the Pandora Management Committee, Lu Yuan mused. He took out the 12-sided ivory die head gotten from Chin shooting, spent 10,000 desire points and Huang Wenbin's inferior soul, and exchanged them for a 3rd-tier seed. As Lao Bai meowed, Lu Yuan injected the seed into the die. In an instant, brilliant light filled the study, as if the creator were performing a miracle. A system notification chimed. Ding. You have obtained Pandora 3004. Please assign a name. The die's previous owner considered it a lucky charm. After rolling 6 consecutive 12s one day, he decided to take a chance and ultimately succeeded. When the user rolls different numbers, they'll receive varying degrees of luck. Late at night, in the study, Lu Yuan gazed intently at the 12-sided ivory die before him. After merging with the 3rd-tier seed, the die had undergone a remarkable transformation. An ancient, mysterious aura now emanated from its surface, and the tiny hole at its center seemed like the eye of an abyss, tempting anyone to peer inside. He deftly rolled the die between his fingers, then flicked its edge with his thumb. The die spun through the air, numbers flashing rapidly before his eyes. When it landed, he caught it with a swift motion and opened his palm. The number 12 was clearly displayed. This little newcomer knows how to please, Lu Yuan chuckled. He'll call you the gambler's die of fate. Immediately, a system notification chimed. Ding. Naming successful. 3004 Pandora, gambler's die of fate. Effect. Roll a 13, and you'll face misfortune in the next 24 hours. Roll a 46, and you'll receive just the right amount of good luck. Roll a 79, and you'll be blessed with overwhelming fortune. Roll a 1012, and you'll have a chance to change your destiny. Warning. As good luck builds up, the misfortune from a 13 roll will also become more severe. Lu Yuan put the die away. He had long since taken control of his own fate. This newly born die could no longer affect him. He walked to the living room, poured himself a glass of warm water, and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out over the city at night. Behind his hacker glasses, his smile grew even brighter. As the clock struck midnight, a sudden, urgent ringing shattered the silence of a villa in Cc, Hangzhou. Shun Nanshi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened them and grabbed the satellite phone on the table. Hello, this is Shun Nanshi. The old man answered in a low voice. All right, I understand. His expression relaxed slightly, but he quickly added, it's not time to relax yet. Begin the evacuation as planned. After hanging up, Shun Nanshi paced alone beneath the sparkling crystal chandelier. Tonight's operation was fraught with danger. One misstep could doom the entire Shun family. But he knew that tonight's success was largely thanks to the power of Pandora and the effect of the Marquart mask, which had caught those who relied on materialist thinking completely off guard. At the same time, the roar of a helicopter echoed above Nieshayu Detention Center. Searchlights cut through the darkness, turning the square as bright as day. The cabin door slid open and a rope ladder dropped down. Maan Bong gripped the door frame with one hand, looking down at the brightly lit detention center below. Around the square detention center courtyard, special operations vehicles and armed personnel formed an impenetrable barrier, their weapons pointed in every direction. The atmosphere was thick with tension, almost palpable, and a heavy sense of oppression seemed to hang over the entire compound. The silence of the night was shattered by the roar of a helicopter as it hovered steadily overhead. Without hesitation, Maan Bong quickly descended the ladder to the ground. Close behind him, Detective Captain Lu Weigang followed, landing with steady composure. Sir? Zhang Lunyuan felt a wave of pressure as he nervously approached. My name is Maan Bong replied calmly, his gaze cold and sharp. Captain Ma, I'm Zhang Lunyuan, the person in charge here. The middle-aged man hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead, rushing forward almost as soon as the national security agents landed. His expression was clearly flustered. Was obviously unprepared for an operation of this scale. Anxiety welled up inside him. He had no idea what kind of situation could warrant such a tight lockdown. The detention center was sealed off, nearby highways and roads under strict inspection, and the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Maan Bong glanced at him with a calm yet penetrating look, as if he could see straight through to every detail of Zhang Lunjin's thoughts. Zhang's heart tightened, feeling as if he was being scrutinized down to his core, the hairs on his arms standing on end. Just as he braced himself for questioning, Maan Bong spoke quietly. All right. Before he finished speaking, a low voice called out from the darkness. Captain Ma. Maan Bong turned, his gaze quickly locking onto a man in a black suit. Their eyes met for a moment, and Maan Bong nodded. The man approached and whispered in his ear, Wu Xingli has been found. He passed out in a car at the intersection, but he's not in any immediate danger. Is he awake? Maan Bong asked. He's awake, the man replied succinctly. Bring him here. Ma Yanbang's tone was low and firm. Without waiting for a response, he strode toward the building, his steps swift and determined. As they moved, Maan Bong instructed the national security team. The focus of this investigation isn't the person who carried out the incident, but the team working behind the scenes. Who could have gathered detailed information about the detention center's staff and routines in such a short time? Who was able to set up an ambush along Wu Shengli's route and escape so easily? That's where we'll find our breakthrough. He understood clearly. If the host of the Marquart mask had already escaped from the detention center and was hiding somewhere in the city, catching such a target through conventional means would be nearly impossible. But the team supporting them from behind would inevitably leave traces. Entering the main hall, Maan Bong quickly scanned the row of people standing at attention. His eagle-sharp gaze swept over every face. Which one of you is Gao Fei? He asked in a low voice. Reporting, sir. A young officer immediately stood up and replied loudly. Tell me what happened, Maan Bong said, continuing to scrutinize each person, missing no detail. He remained highly alert. Anyone who seemed ordinary might be someone in disguise, hiding among the group. Give me surveillance footage from the detention center for the past week. I want at least 3 video clips for each person. Maan Bong turned to Zhang Lunyuan, who was still nervously wiping sweat from his brow, his eyes betraying his unease. At 12:15 a.m., in Qintang Mansion, Hangzhou, Yang Yuqing helped the tipsy Chen shooting out of the elevator and into her luxurious 500-square-meter apartment with sweeping river views. We're home. Yuqing, just pick any room you like. When you're at my place, make yourself at home. Chen shooting slurred, her words tinged with the effects of alcohol. At the door, Yang Yuqing gently supported her as she steadied herself. Her fair, delicate face was flushed from the wine, and she brushed her hair behind her ear as she leaned in to unlock the door. With a soft beep, the door swung open. Kicking off her heels, Chen shooting stepped onto the warm tiles in her black stockings. The underfloor heating chased away the lingering chill of March, making the whole space comfortably warm. Suddenly, she turned around and beckoned to Yang Yuqing with a hazy, drunken smile. Yang Yuqing paused at the threshold, taking in the lavish interior. His heart raced, and he felt as if he were a mortal standing before the gates of heaven, too awestruck to step inside. Finally, he mustered his courage and walked in, his feet sinking into the plush carpet. Standing in the spacious living room, he gazed out at the dazzling city lights through the floor-to-ceiling windows, golden lamplight casting a warm glow over his face. What are you thinking about? Chen shooting asked, tilting her head as she lounged on the sofa. Nothing really. It just feels like a dream, Yang Yuqing replied, turning to her. I don't feel like I belong here. Something in his eyes seemed to sober Chen shooting up a little. But soon, Yang Yuqing flashed a bright, reassuring smile and rolled up his sleeves. Sis, do you have any ingredients at home? Let me make you some hangover soup. Before he finished speaking, the door to the master bedroom opened, and a plainly dressed middle-aged woman walked out. She glanced at Yang Yuqing first, then bowed to Chen shooting. Miss, you're back. Would you like some hangover soup? There are still some ingredients in the fridge. Wang Ma, is Qiu asleep? Chen shooting asked lazily, curling up on the sofa as her loose sweater slipped off one shoulder. Young master is already asleep. He was very well behaved tonight. He knew you were out, so he played with his toys, read for a bit, then took a bath and went to bed on his own. That's my boy. Chen shooting smiled proudly, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Wang Ma, this is Yang Yuqing. If it weren't for him this morning, Qiu could have been in real danger. From now on, he's like a real brother to me. Wang Ma immediately understood and bowed to Yang Yuqing. Young Master Yang, if you need anything at all, just let me know. No, no, that's not necessary. Yang Yuqing said quickly, waving his hands. Yang Yuqing saw an older woman bowing to him. Flustered and unsure what to do, he quickly reached out to help her up, apologizing repeatedly and looking rather uneasy. Then, Aunt Wang bustled off to prepare some hangover soup, while Qin Shooting was the first to put down her chopsticks. She stretched lazily, patted Yang Yuqing on the back, and sauntered towards the master bedroom with a relaxed air. Yang Yuqing was shown to another room. After washing away the fatigue of the day, he lay down on the spacious bed, staring at the ceiling as he replayed the scene of entering this grand mansion in his mind. Suddenly, he sat up, hurriedly unzipped the small bag he carried with him, and carefully took out an old bronze bell. This bell was quite unusual unless it was deliberately shaken. It would remain silent, no matter how much it was jostled. Yang Yuqing called out softly, Li Wenwen? Li Wenwen. Ever since seeing Mr. Liu at the bar, the ghostly Li Wenwen hadn't appeared again. Feeling uneasy, he called her name, afraid he might have missed something important. Before long, a translucent figure slowly emerged. Li Wenwen looked at him with tear-filled, sorrowful eyes that tugged at his heart. Are you okay? Yang Yuqing asked, unable to hide the concern in his voice. As soon as he spoke, he caught himself, warning himself not to get soft-hearted. I almost disappeared forever, Li Wenwen sobbed, her voice trembling. What just happened? Yang Yuqing asked urgently, eager to learn more about the mysterious Mr. Liu. I don't know, either. Li Wenwen bit her lip and shook her head helplessly. When I got close to him, it felt like staring straight into the sun, like his presence was so intense, it could melt me. Yang Yuqing felt a chill run through him. He held his breath, listening, his fear of Mr. Liu growing even deeper. That man seemed like a living taboo among mortals. I see. Yang Yuqing nodded, not daring to mention Mr. Liu any further, afraid that even talking about him might attract unwanted attention. He hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Li Wenwen, swallowing nervously, his breathing quickening. Li Wenwen, do you have any way to make Qin Shooting fall in love with me? Li Wenwen's sobs stopped abruptly. She lifted her tear-stained eyes, and a mischievous, almost enchanting smile appeared on her pale face. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom next door, Qin Shooting had just finished showering. She wore an ivory silk nightdress and stretched before leaning over to kiss her son Kyuki's chubby cheek. She whispered to herself, thank goodness nothing happened. Thinking back on the day's events, she couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of dread. She lay on the bed and reached for her phone, the screen's glow lighting up her delicate features. Just then, a sudden chill ran through her, raising goosebumps on her fair skin. For a moment, it felt as if she were walking alone in the dark, an inexplicable fear creeping over her, as though some unknown presence was silently watching. Just sleep, go to sleep, she muttered, quickly burying her head under the covers and pulling her son close, trying to chase away the uneasiness in her heart. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, leaving golden streaks across the bedroom. Dust motes floated lazily in the shafts of light. On the large bed, Nieshayu's long lashes fluttered before she suddenly opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling, momentarily confused. Within seconds, memories of the previous night came rushing back. A blush quickly spread across her skin, starting at her collarbones, then her delicate earlobes, until her entire innocent face was as red as a ripe apple. Beneath the covers, her dainty feet tensed, and her whole body stiffened, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Holding her breath, Nieshayu listened carefully, but didn't hear anyone nearby. Cautiously, she reached out inch by inch to the side, and only when she was sure the space beside her was empty did she let out a long sigh of relief. A little braver now, Nieshayu quickly lifted the covers and looked down, only to see her bare body fully exposed. Ah, what happened to me last night? Her cheeks flushed even deeper as she hurriedly buried herself back under the blanket. At that moment, footsteps sounded clearly from outside the bedroom. The girl immediately curled up, not daring to move. Already awake, Lu Yuan walked in, his gaze gentle as he looked at the girl curled up on the bed, a faint smile on his lips. He set a bag down by the bed. I bought you some clothes. Try them on when you're ready. The bathroom is to your left, and I've already set out a toothbrush and toothpaste. Come out for breakfast after you freshen up. I made something to eat. Seeing that she still didn't move, Lu Yuan just chuckled softly and left without lingering. He settled comfortably in an armchair by the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, picked up a book, and began to read. Wow, Manager Lu really knows my size. Nieshayu picked up a black bra, marveling at the fit as she put it on. But then, as she realized what she was wearing, her cheeks flushed again. Does Manager Lu like this kind of thing? She muttered, biting her lip, before slipping into the matching black lace panties. They were nothing like the childish cotton ones with teddy bear prints she used to wear. After getting dressed and washing up, Nieshayu emerged from the bedroom, moving with a slight limp, and shyly joined Manager Lu for breakfast. As they were getting ready for work, the door next door opened as well. Good morning, Uncle Lu. A little girl with a yellow round hat and a backpack came running out first. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lu Yuan, and after greeting him, she eagerly looked around for Xiao Bai, but instead spotted an unfamiliar young woman. Big sister, are you disabled? Wan blinked her big eyes, noticing Nieshayu unusual gait. A look of concern appeared on her face as she rushed over, ready to help support her. Nieshayu wished she could disappear on the spot from embarrassment. Wan, don't bother Uncle Lu. A gentle, elegant female voice called out, accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels on tile. Nieshayu turned to see a beautiful, mature woman appear dressed in a black blouse and burgundy skirt, her long hair flowing and lips painted a striking red. Shen Hongru was momentarily stunned when she saw Nieshayu. She quickly noticed the fatigue on Nieshayu's face and her slightly awkward gait. Shen instantly understood what had happened, her heart sinking for a moment, but she soon regained her composure. This is my neighbor, Miss Shun, Lu Yuan introduced warmly. And this adorable little girl is Wan. Then, pointing to Nieshayu, he added calmly, this is Nieshayu. The two women exchanged brief nods before heading toward the elevator together. Wan insisted on helping Nieshayu walk, refusing to let go no matter how anyone tried to persuade her. Lu Yuan's rented apartment wasn't far from Chuangwei, so he usually walked to work. But today was different, so he ordered a ride. When the elevator arrived, they parted ways and took separate rides. Ding, ding, ding. Lu Yuan, dressed like a professional with black-rimmed glasses that gave him a scholarly look, carried a briefcase in his left hand as he walked down the office corridor. He took a die out of his pocket, flicking it with his thumb. He closed his hand around it, then opened his palm. It was another 12. Send it out, he murmured, standing by the window on the 15th floor. A gentle breeze blew in as he reached out, and the die spun in the air for a moment before vanishing. He looked up at the blue sky and drifting clouds for a while, then turned back to his office. Meanwhile, Nieshayu stepped out of the elevator and bit her lip as she stood outside the HR department, trying to draw as little attention as possible. But as soon as she appeared, Kai Mengqi and another close friend immediately spotted her, their eyes like searchlights. It was rush hour, with colleagues coming and going. Nieshayu froze at the entrance, feeling the intense gazes of her friends. She knew that moving even a little would give everything away. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to walk to her desk, but her awkward steps betrayed her discomfort. What happened to Xiaoyu? No way. The two friends exchanged glances and instantly understood. They huddled together, whispering, I can't believe Xiaoyu was still a virgin. Manager Lu is impressive. I feel like Manager Lu is out of our league. He better not let Xiaoyu down. Xiaoyu sat at her desk, pretending not to hear their gossip, though she couldn't help but listen in. When she turned her head, she came face-to-face with their curious, gossip-loving faces. What are you two doing? She blurted out, startled, reaching out to shoo them away. You slept with Manager Lu last night, didn't you? Kai Mengqi asked bluntly. Xiaoyu blushed and nodded. We told you to speed things up and make a move, but we didn't mean for you to go all the way this fast. Her other friend said. Was Manager Lu any good? Kai Mengqi pressed. Xiaoyu's face turned bright red, and after a long moment, she whispered, what do you mean by good? I really couldn't take it last night. Big. Hold on, what's the rush? Damn it. In Hangzhou, at the Jiangxin Bridge Old Farmer's Market, a middle-aged man named Hu Donggui sat on a small stool at his fish vendor's stall. He wore a black waterproof apron, held a cigarette stained yellow between his fingers, and gripped his phone tightly in his other hand. His eyes never left the screen, his lips muttering non-stop, completely ignoring the elderly woman picking out fish in front of him. Is this Christian carp fresh? The woman asked. Fresh, all fresh, Hu Donggui replied absent-mindedly, not even glancing up, his gaze still locked on his phone. Seeing this, the woman pursed her lips and walked away. Suddenly, Hu Donggui slammed his fist down in frustration, only then realizing his customer had already left. He didn't care. Squinting, he took a long drag, finishing most of his cigarette in one go, then crushed the butt under his foot and tossed it aside. Looking around, he noticed most of the morning crowd had already dispersed. Damn it, what rotten luck. He cursed, standing up to close his stall, planning to grab some food and head home to sleep. As he passed the alley by the warehouse, Hu Donggui suddenly stopped and glanced curiously at a corner up ahead. He shook his head and started to walk away, but after a few steps, he turned back. I must be crazy. What, do I think there's gold here or something? He grumbled as he walked over. As soon as he got closer, a 12-sided ivory white die on the ground caught his attention and held it fast. Frowning, he bent down to pick it up, and instantly, a flood of information filled his mind. Hu Dong's pupils contracted sharply. Is this for real? He muttered skeptically, crouching there as he rolled the die. The 12-sided die spun across the concrete floor, quickly settling on the number 4. 1 to 3 means bad luck. I got 4. Hu Donggui smacked his lips, completely abandoning the idea of leaving. He pulled out his phone, scraped together 100 yuan from his WeChat and Alipay accounts, and, without hesitation, placed a bet. Moments later, Hu Donggui glanced at the die and rolled it again. This time, it landed on 5, which meant not only good luck, but that it would last for a while. I won. I won. Damn, I won again. At the warehouse entrance of the Jiangshan Bridge Old Farmer's Market, 43-year-old fishmonger Hu Donghui's face flushed red. His breathing quickened as he stared excitedly at his phone screen. In no time, his 100 yuan had ballooned to 44,000 for 144. When his lucky streak ended, Hu Donghui threw the die again. He came up with a clever plan. After rolling good luck, he'd quickly roll again while the luck lasted. His fortune snowballed, as if he were possessed by the god of gambling. When his account balance hit 444,444, the luck ran out. He rolled the die one last time, watching intently as it spun, and finally stopped on the number 1. I'm done. That's enough. I've made enough. Suddenly sobered, Hu Donghui immediately cashed out all his winnings. He slipped his phone into his pocket and carefully tucked the die away, treating it like a treasure. Just as he was about to leave, his left foot caught his right, and he fell face first onto the ground, smacking his mouth hard against the step at the corner of the wall. Blood spurted out instantly. Lying on the ground for a while, pain radiating through him, Hu Donghui couldn't help but smile broadly. If this was all it cost, he thought, then had really hit the jackpot. I'm going to strike it rich. Hu Donghui spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. But fate had other plans. After just a few steps, he slipped on an inconspicuous patch of ice, lost his balance, and stumbled forward. Despite a series of frantic, almost comical attempts to steady himself, it was as if some unseen force yanked him backward, sending him crashing into the bushes by the roadside. With a dull thud, a shattered beer bottle drove deep into the back of his head. Hu Donghui's eyes widened in shock as the life quickly drained from his body. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Lu Yuan's ear. Desire points 100 flashed 3 times in quick succession, followed by White Soul 1. Inside an office on the 15th floor of the Chuangwei building, Lu Yuan witnessed all of this through the Pandora system. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised this dice, which usually acted so timidly around him, had just claimed a life with remarkable speed. He really was too clever for his own good, Lu Yuan mused, recalling the scene. He actually thought to roll the dice again during his lucky streak. Lu Yuan opened his black notebook and jotted down some basic information about this first host under the page labeled, Users of the Fate Gambler's Dice. Under circumstances like these, even a soul with minimal corruption counts as a white soul. That's definitely a loophole in the system, he thought. As long as a host connected to Pandora dies, it's considered a success. But to obtain higher-tier souls, the corruption needs to run much deeper. As he recorded these insights on the system panel, Lu Yuan began to analyze Pandora's potential impact on the world's order based on his recent observations. Tapping his fingers on the desk, he made up his mind. Tonight, he would officially establish the Pandora Management Committee. It was time to meet with Shen Nansher and Lu Yang. Meanwhile, in the CC Villa district, a black sedan slowly pulled into a garage. Shen Nansher was already waiting at the door and personally opened the car for the passenger inside. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Lu. He greeted the young man, who had returned to his true appearance. The elderly butler, Shen Shan, stepped out from the other side and reported. Everything went smoothly. The authorities responded quickly, but they're not tracking Mr. Lu on a large scale. Instead, they're investigating the traces we left behind. All loose ends have been taken care of. Leaning on his cane, Shen Nanshi's expression was grave. The absence of evidence is, in itself, the biggest clue. For them to uncover information about the Linshui detention center so quickly and intercept Wu Shengli on the road, only a handful of families could pull that off. I'm afraid we're already under surveillance. He sighed. Well, so be it. We'll just have to take things one step at a time. Turning to Lu Yang, he gestured invitingly. Mr. Lu, please come inside for some tea. Lu Yang followed Shen Nansher into the luxurious villa, every bit as awestruck as Yang Yucheng had been before him. Once they were seated in the reception room, Shen Nansher got straight to the point. Mr. Lu, regarding the 100 million yuan I promised you, I have 2 payment options. Seeing Lu Yang tense up, he quickly added, don't worry, you'll get every cent. It's just that moving such a large sum into your account would definitely attract attention under current circumstances. The first option is to set up a company in your name, which would allow you to use the funds freely and legally, but it would take some time. The second option is to get you an overseas black card and transfer the money into your offshore account. In the villa's living room, Lu Yang's gaze was drawn irresistibly to the crystal chandelier, cascading like a waterfall. The golden light refracted through the glass, scattering shimmering reflections that filled the entire space with an air of elegance and luxury. This house was on a level he had never seen in any short video. Mr. Shun, he'll choose the second option, Lu Yang said, steadying his voice as he returned to himself. The idea of openly becoming a wealthy man making his parents proud and dazzling his old classmates was certainly tempting. But he knew that kind of status would only attract more attention and trouble. He had no desire to become the center of everyone's focus. Shen Nansher was momentarily surprised. He glanced at Lu Yong, then nodded in agreement. He raised his hand and gestured toward a middle-aged man in a black suit standing nearby. The man immediately stepped forward, carrying a black briefcase. He opened it to reveal a laptop and several documents. The man spoke quietly with Lu Yong as he typed rapidly, lines of data flashing across the screen. Lu Yong couldn't understand what he was doing, but he was certain the man was establishing a new identity for him on some remote island and opening an account at JP Morgan Chase under that name. Sir. Shen Nansher didn't speak. He simply nodded. The middle-aged man turned the laptop so Shen Nansher could see the screen, where a string of numbers was flashing. Shen Nansher quickly entered a password, and moments later, a transfer of 15 million was completed. Mr. Lu, I've transferred 15 million into your account. The extra amount is compensation for you. Once the JP Morgan black card arrives in China, I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you, Shen Nansher said calmly. Lu Yang's first reaction was to do a quick calculation in his head, realizing he'd just received an extra 9 million. He tried hard to stay calm, but excitement surged uncontrollably, his heart raced, and a flush crept up his cheeks. Shen Nansher watched him closely, his eyes unwavering, as if he could see through every reaction Lu Yong had. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yong finally managed to regain some composure. He lowered his head slightly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Shun. You're welcome." Shen Nansher gestured with his hand, his tone as calm as ever. He signaled the elderly butler to bring over a tea set, then personally poured tea for Lu Yong and invited him to drink. Taking a sip himself, he remarked casually, "Mr. Lu, you haven't had Pandora's time for very long, have you?" Lu Yong paused, his brow furrowing. He lowered his voice and replied, "I think so too. A friend of mine at the city bureau told me a few days ago that they caught someone who could also change into someone else's appearance." Shen Nansher set down his cup, his gaze sharp as a blade as he locked eyes with Lu Yong. His hoarse voice sounded again. The person they caught apparently could take on other people's appearances as well. Lu Yang's hand trembled, splashing tea onto the back of his hand. He quickly set the cup down, his face paling in alarm. With a tense voice, he asked, "Pandora, does it have any weaknesses?" A faint smile appeared at the corner of Shen Nansher's mouth, his deep eyes seeming to see straight through Lu Yang's anxiety. People may look alike, but everyone has their own unique habits, subtle gestures, the way they sit, walk, or speak. Even as they age, these details can change over time. Lu Yong could quickly disguise himself as an old man, but in his every move, he couldn't hide the unmistakable energy of youth that was his flaw. Shen Nansher had sharp eyes. Nothing escaped his keen observation, not even the tiniest abnormality. Every word and sentence he spoke thundered in Lu Yang's ears, making his whole body tremble and sweat bead on his forehead. Ever since he had acquired the Marquart mask, Lu Yong had felt invincible, but now, that smug sense of victory vanished in an instant. Shen Nansher watched Lu Yang's reaction calmly, his expression composed, and his tone unhurried. "I can help you, Mr. Lu." Lu Yong quickly nodded, as if nothing had happened. "Please, Mr. Shun, go ahead. I'll arrange for someone to work with you, to help you change these habits," Shen Nansher continued, his tone gentle and patient. "Thank you, Mr. Shun. Thank you." Lu Yong thanked him repeatedly, fully aware that Shen Nansher must have his own agenda, but lacking the courage to refuse. After a brief pause, he finally said, "That's fine." Shen Nansher remained composed, as if everything was under control. He lifted his teacup and smiled. "Good." Just as the atmosphere settled, the old butler, Shen Shan, who had been standing nearby, suddenly looked uneasy. He hurried over to Shen Nansher and whispered something in his ear. Shen Nansher's calm expression was instantly replaced by surprise. He instinctively stood up, took the phone Shen Shan handed him, and walked aside, slightly hunched. Lu Yong watched nervously, his heart pounding and body tense. He remembered that when he first met Shen Nansher, the older man had mentioned a certain Mr., but hadn't dared to reveal much about this person. Now, Lu Yong felt a surge of anxiety and unconsciously sat up straighter. "I understand. Please tell Mr. Lu not to worry," Shen Nansher said respectfully. After hanging up, he let out a breath and turned to Lu Yong, his voice steady. "Tonight, Mr. Lu wants to see both of us." "Mr. Lu?" Lu Yong frowned in confusion. Shen Nansher didn't explain further. He simply nodded, his expression still serious. As evening approached, the sun's last rays spilled across the city streets, and the air was filled with the freshness of spring. At 5:30, Nieshayu walked out of her office building, her face lit up with a relaxed smile. With a small bag slung over her shoulder, her steps were light and full of energy. "Manager Lu, what are we having for dinner tonight?" she asked cheerfully, the fatigue of the day and any lingering pain completely forgotten. "I have some things to take care of tonight." Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses and replied gently, his gaze lingering on Nieshayu's eyes. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, she looked like a portrait of youth, a sight so beautiful it felt almost wrong to disturb it. Even so, Lu Yuan remained calm, his gentle apology tinged with a subtle distance as he spoke slowly. "I see. Nieshayu's smile faded and her eyes dropped, but she quickly regained her composure and bounced back with renewed energy. Then you go ahead, Manager Lu. Good girl, Xiaoyu. Lu Yuan patted her head, his voice soft but still distant. Okay. Nieshayu seemed content with the gesture, her disappointment vanishing. She nodded happily and ran off into the crowd. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, his expression returning to its usual coldness. Hangzhou. During the evening rush hour, 6 lanes of traffic were packed with cars, yet a black Rolls-Royce glided smoothly through the congestion as if it belonged there. Lu Yuan sat in the back seat, legs crossed, his left hand propping up his chin as he gazed out the window with apparent indifference. Beside him was Shun Nansher, whose real age was 90 but who looked no older than 86, sitting upright with his body slightly leaning forward, ready to spring into action at any moment. As the car approached a highway exit, an oncoming black sedan caught Lu Yuan's attention. Ma Dui, why don't you get some rest? In the black sedan, Lu Wei glanced at Maan Bong in the passenger seat as he steered the car. I'm fine. Maan Bong rested his arm on the window frame, letting the gentle spring breeze wash over his face and ease his nerves. At that moment, their car passed right by the Rolls-Royce in the adjacent lane. Maan Bong glanced over casually, but his brow furrowed as a strange feeling crept over him as if a pair of sharp eyes behind the car window was watching him intently. TSK. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Lu Yuan let out a soft chuckle, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The luxury car entered an upscale villa district and came to a stop in front of a grand residence. Shin Nansher quickly got out first, moving with an agility that belied his age. Mr. Lu. Shin Nansher opened the door and bowed slightly, gesturing for Lu Yuan to exit. Lu Yuan responded with a simple nod and stepped out, his stride unhurried and composed. Shin Nansher led the way, walking slightly ahead. Lu Yuan's expression was gentle as his gaze swept across the surroundings. To him now, the trappings of worldly success could no longer disturb his inner peace. Inside the villa, Lu Yang sat at the edge of the sofa, leaning forward, nervously rubbing his knees while glancing repeatedly toward the door. Just a week ago, he had been one of the city's most insignificant residents, until Pandora's arrival completely changed the course of his life. To him, things like the abyss or madness no longer mattered, had glimpsed the truth, and that was enough. Mr. Lu, please. The door opened, and Shun Nanshi's voice rang out. Lu Yang sprang to his feet, almost running to greet them. He didn't even dare look directly at the man who entered, bowing deeply, his voice trembling with excitement. Mr. Lu. Lu Yuan stepped inside and paused, his calm gaze falling on the young man for the first time. After a brief look, he nodded casually. Find a meeting room. Mr. Lu, this way please. Shin Nansher immediately gestured to lead the way. After a few steps, Lu Yuan suddenly stopped and glanced back at Lu Yang, who was still bowing. You come too. The meeting room wasn't large, but it was lavishly decorated. Lu Yuan took the main seat on the sofa, while the other two stood respectfully, not daring to relax in the slightest. I'm here today for one reason, Lu Yuan said, leaning back on the sofa and looking calmly at the two men. He got straight to the point. It's about the official establishment of the Pandora Management Committee. That simple statement made both Lu Yang and Shen Nanshi's eyes widen in shock. Lu Yang, with his limited status, could only vaguely sense the importance of this committee. Shen Nansher, however, immediately understood the weight of Lu Yuan's words, his body tensing even further. Pandora's appearance hasn't yet reached its peak, Lu Yuan continued, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable authority. In the future, there will be more new Pandoras, and eventually, items with abilities akin to gods and demons will emerge. Every word he spoke hit the two men like a sledgehammer, sending shockwaves through their hearts. The purpose of the Pandora Management Committee is. As Lu Yuan spoke these words, his posture finally shifted, leaning forward ever so slightly. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, his sharp, clear eyes grew intense. He paused, watching the reactions of the two people in front of him. Lu Yang and Shin Nansher were both trembling, so nervous they could barely breathe. It is to observe the clash between Pandora and the old world order and to guide the birth of a new world order, Lu Yuan said solemnly, each word carrying undeniable authority. Would the two of you be willing to become the first members of the Pandora Management Committee? Shin Nansher swallowed hard and immediately bowed his head, his voice hoarse and trembling. I'm willing to follow you, Mr. Lu. I am too. Lu Yang snapped back to attention, afraid to fall behind even for a second, his voice loud and eager, his expression full of urgency and respect. Meanwhile, at a top private hospital in Hangzhou, shooting. Is Qiuqiu okay? Yang Yucheng rushed out of the taxi and into the hospital, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. Try calming Qiuqiu down. Chen Shooting said anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. He was fine this morning, but after you left for school at noon, he's been upset ever since. Nothing I did could soothe him, and then he even started to have convulsions. She explained how she had rushed him to the hospital in a panic, but nothing seemed to help. Since you left, he's been crying nonstop, and now he's running a mild fever. Chen Shooting looked at her son, lying listless on the hospital bed, her heart aching. I just thought, maybe he was scared yesterday, and seeing you might help. I'll give it a try, Yang Yuqing replied. As he turned away, the corner of his mouth curled up ever so slightly. He walked over to the crib and reached out to pick up the chubby little boy. The child, who had been on the verge of tears a moment ago, actually calmed down and stopped crying. He nestled closer into Yang Yuqing's arms, seeking comfort. It really works? I guess he really was scared yesterday only. You can make Qiuqiu feel safe. Chen Shooting breathed a sigh of relief, but soon looked puzzled. But why was he fine last night? What she didn't know was that, from another perspective, as Yang Yuqing approached Qiuqiu, a woman in a beige knit sweater and apron crouched beside the boy. Her neck twisted at an unnatural angle as she leaned around from behind, blowing gently on the crying child's face. The ghostly Li Wenwen stood up, casting a venomous glance at Chen Shooting. Hey there, Miss Chun. Just then, a head popped in from behind the door. A middle-aged man in a white shirt and open striped blazer, hands shoved in his pockets, strolled in with an air of casual disregard for the world. What are you doing here? Chen Shooting huffed, her tone unmistakably annoyed. Still mad at Master Rome? The man grinned, his gaze shifting to Yang Yuqing at the bedside, his eyes suddenly sharp and intimidating. Sui Wejun. Chen Shooting's voice rose as she noticed the change in atmosphere. Sorry, my apologies. Sui Wejun said quickly. Master Rong heard Qiuqiu was in the hospital and sent me to check on him. Is everything all right? He stepped closer, playfully teasing Qiuqiu in Yang Yuqing's arms. Yang Yuqing had been observing Sui Wejun since he entered and keenly noticed that although Chen Shooting seemed curt, there was no real hostility in her attitude. If anything, there was a hint of familiarity. Thanks for your help. After making sure Qiuqiu was fine, Sui Wejun didn't stay long. He patted Yang Yuqing on the shoulder with a broad grin. Take care, Yang. Then, waving to Chen Shooting, he stuck one hand in his pocket and left the hospital. Yang Yuqing watched him go, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Shooting, who was that? It's nothing. Don't worry about him, means no harm to me or Qiuqiu. Chen Shooting explained. He's one of my dad's most trusted guys. My dad really likes him. He even tried to set us up. Oh, why am I telling you all this? Mr. Rome, I saw Miss Chun. Qiuqiu just seems a bit frightened, that's all. Sui Wejun leaned against a black sedan, lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and dialed Chun Guanrong's number. By the way, I looked into that Yang Yuqing guy. He's an orphan. Doesn't seem like anyone's pulling the strings behind him. He paused, then added, yeah, Mr. Rome, Miss Chin knows what she's doing. You might want to stay out of this. After hanging up, Sui Wejun opened the car door, slammed his foot on the gas, and the car disappeared into the night. On the 58th floor of the most prestigious office building in Hangzhou, a middle-aged man with a square jaw tossed his phone onto the desk and muttered, blockhead. Chun Guanrong walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the bustling city below. As Chen Shooting's father, and with only one daughter to inherit his legacy, he knew he had to start thinking about a successor. Sui Wejun was in his prime, ambitious and daring, and someone he had personally promoted. If he could pair him with Chen Shooting while he was still young, there would be plenty of time to groom the next leader. A notification suddenly sounded. Desire points 100, desire points 100. Night deepened as a black sedan weaved through the city streets. In the back seat, Lu Yuan was lost in thought about what had just happened, until a pop-up message caught his attention. He chuckled softly, and through the Pandora system, watched Yang Yuqing in the distant Qianheng mansion, one of Hangzhou's most luxurious penthouses. Shooting, Qiuqiu is asleep. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Shooting quickly unlocked the door, with Yang Yuqing following behind, carrying the chubby little boy. Qiuqiu has been crying all day, but he finally calmed down once you arrived, Chen Shooting said, gently stroking her son's cheek. Let's put him in my bedroom for now. Yang Yuqing entered the room, greeted by a soft, elegant fragrance. As he tried to lay Qiuqiu down, the boy clung tightly to his shirt. When Chen Shooting tried to pry his fingers loose, Qiuqiu's face crumpled, and he looked ready to burst into tears again. All right. Mommy won't move. Chen Shooting quickly soothed him, then looked helplessly at Yang Yuqing. Yuqing, maybe you should stay here tonight, and keep Qiuqiu company. He'll sleep in the next room. Okay. Yang Yuqing nodded, and sat beside Qiuqiu. Once Qiuqiu fell back asleep, Chen Shooting quietly prepared to leave. Just then, from an unseen corner, the ghostly figure of Li Wenwen drifted out of Yang Yuqing's backpack like a wisp of smoke. As she neared the bed, Qiuqiu immediately woke up and started crying again. This happened repeatedly whenever either Chen Shooting or Yang Yuqing tried to leave. Qiuqiu would burst into tears, sometimes even showing signs of distress. Shooting, Yang Yuqing looked at her, hesitating. Maybe Qiuqiu just wants his mom to stay with him tonight. Chen Shooting's eyes flickered, then she smiled playfully. Yuqing, looks like we'll have to squeeze in together tonight. You don't mind sharing with a 35-year-old woman, do you? Yang Yuqing's eyelids trembled slightly as he adjusted his expression. Scratching his head, he said softly, Shooting, you're really not old at all. For Qiuqiu then, Chen Shooting replied cheerfully. Night had fallen, and soft light filtered through the elegant curtains, illuminating the lavishly decorated master bedroom. Chun Shooting casually hung up her coat, revealing a fitted black sweater underneath. The thin fabric hugged her curves, accentuating her graceful figure, especially her tall, shapely chest, which left Yang Yuqing momentarily stunned. She then reached for the side zipper of her black pencil skirt, as if about to pull it down, but suddenly turned to Yang Yuqing and asked in a gentle voice, "What do you think? Does it look good?" Yang Yuqing was caught off guard, his face flushing bright red. He quickly turned away, stammering, "Sorry. I'm sorry." Chun Shooting couldn't help but laugh, her voice softening with amusement. "You really are adorable, you know?" With ease, she slipped off her skirt and changed into a silky night dress, filling the room with a mature, alluring scent. She lay down on the other side of Qiuqiu. "Why don't you take off your jacket too?" Chun Shooting switched off the bedside lamp, her voice low and reserved. "Okay." In the dim light, Yang Yuqing quietly took off his jacket, leaving only his t-shirt and jeans, and lay down as well. Chun Shooting turned over and gently patted Qiuqiu. In the faint glow, Yang Yuqing couldn't help but let his eyes wander over her nearby figure. The silk night dress shifted slightly with her movements, revealing her long, fair legs. "Yuqing, you're a sophomore now, right? Are you 19 or 20? Chun Shooting asked lazily, breaking the silence. 19, but I'll be 20 in 2 months. So that means I'm 15 years older than you. Time really does fly, doesn't it?" Her voice gradually faded as she drifted off to sleep. Yang Yuqing could feel the scent of her perfume lingering close by, and he swallowed unconsciously. Bathed in the faint light, he sneaked glances at Chun Shooting, his gaze drifting from her face to her alluring figure, lingering greedily over every inch of her skin. Just then, the air suddenly turned icy cold. A pale, ghostly figure appeared silently above Chun Shooting. Li Wenwen's spirit hovered in the air, her long hair falling down and brushing lightly against Chun Shooting's skin. Chun Shooting shivered slightly and instinctively moved closer to Yang Yuqing, her cool, smooth leg brushing against his. A chilling breath escaped Li Wenwen's lips, making the atmosphere even heavier. At the same time, in another part of the apartment, Lu Yuan opened the door to find a chubby black cat sitting on the carpet, looking up at him with round eyes. "Lao Bai, you must be hungry." Lu Yuan squatted down to pet the cat's head, then grabbed some food and water for it. After feeding the cat, he took a shower and headed into his study to think. This Yang Yuqing, is he planning to take over the Chun family in Hangqing through Chun Shooting? Lu Yuan muttered to himself, closely watching Yuqing's moves as he flipped through the Chun family's files. A faint smile appeared on his lips. If that's the case, his next step will be to get rid of Chun Yuejun. Then, even if Chun Guanrong doesn't approve of this son-in-law, he'll have no choice but to accept him. If he pulls this off, Yang Yuqing is sure to make it onto the committee. Lu Yuan didn't dwell on it any further. He turned and opened his black notebook, beginning to jot down the events of the night. In his plans for the future, the committee would have 12 key members, and for now, Shen Nansher and Lu Yang were just handling minor tasks. Mr. Lu, you really seem to enjoy browsing flea markets and secondhand fairs, don't you?" 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As evening approached, Lu Yuan strolled through a temporary flea market set up inside Wanda Mall. The event would last a week, and vendors only had to pay 50 yuan for a stall where they could sell their used goods. Nieshayu followed closely behind him, watching as Lu Yuan examined each item with great care, as if he were admiring rare treasures. "Yeah," Lu Yuan replied softly. "What gives these objects life isn't the items themselves, but the memories and years they've carried. Their owners must have cherished them, poured their feelings into them, used them for all sorts of things." Suddenly, something on a nearby table caught his eye. It was a sleek black whistle, crafted with remarkable precision. He picked it up, studying it closely, and noticed a simple clown face engraved at the end. "I'll take this one. 20 yuan, Lu Yuan said to the vendor. "Sure, it's yours." Back at his apartment, Lu Yuan went straight to his study and pulled up the system panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Soul count, 1. White soul desire points, 9,300. Created Pandora items, 3,001 Marquart's mask, 3,002 Lilith's blood needle, 3,003 sorcerer's soul bell, 3,004 gambler's dice of fate, 0001 forbidden ring. Pandora seeds, 0. He was still 700 points short of redeeming a new third-tier seed, but Lu Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He leafed through a book for a while. When he checked the panel again, his desire points had reached 10,000. He immediately exchanged them for a seed and carefully infused it into the black whistle. The system revealed that the whistle once belonged to a top clown in a circus. Known for his unique animal training skills, he specialized in taming the most common city animals and had been cheered by countless audiences. But later, a news report led animal rights activists to drive him out of the city, and the strays he had taken in ended up back on the streets. After a moment's thought, Lu Yuan named the new Pandora item. "Let's call you Clown's Whistle." Ding. Naming successful. Pandora number 3005. Clown's Whistly, a whistle that can control stray animals in the city. Lu Yuan toyed with the whistle, tempted to try it out, but hesitated. Even though the whistle's material had completely changed after receiving the seed, its origin still made him uncomfortable. Forget it, he muttered, putting it away only to notice that his desire points were suddenly skyrocketing. Night had fallen over Chanting Mansion. On the large bed in the master bedroom, Chen Shooting lay on her side to the left, dressed in a Wynard silk nightgown that rose and fell gently with her breathing. Next to her was her son, Qiu, sleeping soundly, and on the far right was Yang Yuqing. This was their third night sharing the same bed. The reason was that, although Qiu had recovered well during the day, he still couldn't sleep without his mother and Yang Yuqing beside him at night. At this moment, Chen Shooting was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She could clearly feel something was wrong with her body. A strange, restless heat was building up inside her. Her heartbeat quickened, and she instinctively pressed her legs together, trying to calm herself. Shooting? Yang Yuqing noticed her restlessness and spoke softly. It's nothing. Chen Shooting replied in a fluster, but the heat within her only grew stronger. She quickly got up and hurried to the bathroom. I just need to use the restroom. Standing in front of the large mirror, Chen Shooting braced herself against the marble countertop and studied her reflection. Her fair skin was flushed an unnatural shade of red, as if she were tipsy. Tentatively, she touched her neck with her fingertips, and the instant she did, a tingling sensation shot through her, as if she had been electrified. M35 Yuqing is only 19, she murmured, splashing cool water on her burning face. As she closed her eyes, she suddenly saw another woman's reflection in the mirror. When she snapped her eyes open, the figure had vanished. Returning to the bedroom, she met Yang Yuqing's concerned gaze, and the fire inside her immediately flared out of control. Unable to resist, she leaned in and kissed him. The next morning, sunlight was already streaming outside, but the bedroom remained dim. Mama, Mama. Qiu rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up, realizing he was at the edge of the bed. He crawled over to his mother and pushed her arm with his chubby little hands. Chen Shooting slowly opened her eyes, instantly becoming alert. She glanced at herself and then at Yang Yuqing beside her. Shooting? Yang Yuqing had woken as well, his eyes filled with a complicated mix of satisfaction and guilt. Qiu, why don't you go find Aunt Wang and ask her to make you breakfast, okay? Okay. Qiu nodded obediently, and, as he ran to the door, reminded her, Mama, you need to get up too. The sun's already up. Yuqing, about last night. Shooting, I'm sorry, but I've fallen for you. Yang Yuqing interrupted her, his voice firm. Chen Shooting was taken aback. There's a 16-year age difference between us. I don't care. Yang Yuqing suddenly rolled over and pinned her beneath him, his eyes burning. Shooting, you're mine. At that moment, the ghostly figure of Li Wanwen quietly appeared, sitting silently at the edge of the bed. In her daze, Chen Shooting saw her, and all her resistance melted away. The emptiness in her heart was instantly filled. Yuqing, I like you too, she whispered. The weather gets a little nicer with each passing day. At 8 in the morning, the sun was just right. Lu Yuan, carrying his briefcase, stood in the plaza in front of the Chuangwei building, his eyes sweeping over the office workers hurrying in and out of the surrounding towers. Looking up, he saw the tall buildings slicing the sky into blue geometric shapes, with the occasional white cloud drifting by. Manager Lu, Nieshayu, who had been looking out for him at the entrance, spotted him immediately and jogged over, her youthful smile brightening the air. She stuffed a paper bag with a KFC breakfast into Lu Yuan's arms, and the two of them walked into the building side by side. Along the way, colleagues greeted Lu Yuan one after another, and he nodded back warmly. Suddenly, his gaze paused at the lounge area, a subtle shift in his expression. Xiaoyu, you go on up. I just saw a friend, I'll go say hello. Huh, okay. Following his line of sight, Nieshayu noticed a middle-aged man in scruffy clothes, nodded gently, and left. In the lounge, Maan Bong sat idly. As the first place where Pandora had been discovered, this building had become his usual spot for reflection lately. He absent-mindedly fiddled with a metal lighter, flipping the lid open and closed, until a figure caught his attention. He watched as the man entering the building was greeted warmly by others, and was surprised to recognize him. Captain Ma, what brings you here? There's hardly anyone around, please, have a seat. Lu Yuan approached, and gestured to the chair beside him. Ma Yanbang's eyes sharpened. How do you know me? I saw you during the counter-terrorism drill, Lu Yuan replied, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses and looking at Maan Bong. Then I came across a short video about the Jiangxia detective on Douyin, and recognized you as Captain Ma. No matter how busy work gets, you should still make time for your family. And for your child. The mention of his child instantly put Maan Bong on alert. His muscles tensed, and his gaze turned piercing. Give me a good reason for this. Captain Ma, Lu Yuan said softly, you've been wearing that gray leather jacket since last Friday, and you look exhausted. You must be busy. His eyes finally landed on the lighter clenched in Ma Yanbang's hand, where a childlike cartoon skull was engraved. And clearly, your child loves you very much. Maan Bong lowered his head to look at the playful skull design. Suddenly, his body relaxed, his eyes growing distant as memories washed over him. Dad, The teacher said smoking is bad for your health. Please stop smoking. Dad, if you see this skull, you'll be too scared to smoke. Old Ma, I'm begging you transfer to a desk job. They'll talk to your supervisor. Think about it. Over the years, how many days each year have you actually spent with the two of us? In Ma Anbang's mind, his wife's hysterical voice echoed. Yeah, is almost a young woman now. Dad, help me. Ma, let's get a divorce. His wife's pained face appeared before his eyes. I've had enough. I can't keep living like this, always on edge. This time, Yia almost died. I'm taking her away from Hangzhou. Don't contact us again. Dad. Maan Bong shook his head abruptly, forcing himself out of the painful memories. He had truly intended to transfer to a different position. Huang Wenbin's case was supposed to be his last. But fate had other plans. Pandora's appearance changed everything. Lu Yuan. Maan Bong looked at the young man in front of him, his voice slightly hoarse. It's nice to meet you. He extended his hand. Lu Yuan smiled and shook it. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Maan Bong checked his watch and stood up to leave. As he brushed past Lu Yuan, he patted him on the shoulder and spoke in a low voice. I can sense someone like myself in you. Before his words had fully settled, Maan Bong had already disappeared at the far end of the hall. Lu Yuan smiled thoughtfully and headed upstairs. Since becoming the deputy leader of the Hangzhou Pandora Special Investigation Unit, Maan Bang's authority and status had risen dramatically. He got into a black sedan and melted into the city traffic. After the Nieshayu incident, the Hangzhou Pandora Special Investigation Unit expanded quickly, gaining its own independent office and training facilities. Chief Ma, we've arrived. The young driver reminded him. All right. Before getting out, Maan Bong added, by the way, look into someone for me. Lu Yuan from Chuangwei Technology. Yes, sir. Maan Bong strode into the building and entered a heavily guarded conference room. 5 days after the Nieshayu incident, he was here to report to his superiors. He gave a detailed analysis of how delays in response across various departments had allowed the Pandora host to escape, and he proposed establishing a nationwide tip-off hotline, 10909. For criminal investigations across the country, we need to add a new investigative process, so we can identify the area of Pandora's initial activity right from the start, Maan Bong continued. There may be some form of communication channel between Pandora users, but we can't yet confirm whether this is connected to codename S. In the video conference, those high-ranking officials people, usually only seen on national news, took careful notes of every detail. After the meeting ended, Maan Bong stayed behind in the conference room. Out of habit, he reached for a cigarette, but found nothing, been asked to leave his lighter outside before entering. After a moment, unable to resist any longer, he hurriedly stood up and left the room. On the 15th floor of the Skyworth building, Lu Yuan sat in his spacious office. Through a special connection with Pandora, his gaze pierced through space, watching the new host of the Destiny Gamblers die. After a brief observation, he frowned slightly, lost in thought. How did someone this cautious, almost timid, end up attracting Pandora's attention? After considering it for a moment, he decided to stop watching and gave up on interfering with the person's fate. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory at Hangzhou Normal University, a ponytailed girl sat upright at her desk. This was Ma Qing, a student at the School of Economics and Management, nervously clutching the magical die she had picked up by chance the day before. Please, let it land on 4 or 5, nothing too high. Ma Qing muttered under her breath. I've read too many novels. Good luck always comes with a price. For would be perfect. He'll buy a scratch-off ticket and win 200 yuan for a meal at Heideleo. Any more, and I don't think I could handle it. But if I roll a 3, or even a 1, then I'm not stepping outside today, no matter what. Taking a deep breath, she tossed the die onto the desk. It spun a few times before coming to a stop, showing a clear 4. It really is a 4. Ma Qing cheered, waving her hands in excitement. She quickly grabbed the die, stuffed it into her pocket, and dashed out of the dorm. She bought a 20 yuan scratch-off ticket, but when she scratched it, her expression grew complicated. Boss, I won 500, she said hesitantly, pushing the ticket toward the shop owner. You actually won. The portly shopkeeper eyed her suspiciously. Why do you look so troubled, young lady? You just hit the jackpot. After receiving her money, Ma Qing walked back nervously. When she passed the sports field, she clenched her fists. I need to start working out and learn some disaster survival skills. Time to get a gym membership. At the same time, in another office building, Sui Wejun strolled into the lobby with his hands in his pockets, a roguish grin on his face. Office workers greeted him politely as he passed by. He headed straight to the 58th floor by elevator. Mr. Rong, you wanted to see me? Sui Wejun said cheerfully as he entered the office and spotted Chen Guanrong. Humph. Chen Guanrong's face was stern as he got up and walked over to the coffee table. How many times have I told you? Tone down that street thug attitude. Mr. Rong, I've already toned it down. Sui Wejun replied, pouring tea for both of them and gesturing to his outfit. Look, this is Armani. Even the sales manager said I looked sharp. With that attitude, how can I trust you with Tingting and the company? Chen Guanrong took a sip of tea, and seeing Sui Wejun fall silent, shook his head. Stop always looking for dirty work to do. Forget it. Suddenly, Chen Guanrong's tone shifted, and his expression turned cold. Su Yuejun immediately sensed the change in atmosphere, straightened up, and fixed his gaze on Chen Guanrong. Seeing his reaction, Chen Guanrong nodded to himself. This was the Su Yuejun he truly valued. Rough on the outside, but bold, careful, and ready to take action. That kid is trouble, Chen Guanrong said in a low voice. He collected his thoughts and said quietly, Yang Yucheng? Su Yujin's brow furrowed, and he immediately understood, his expression growing serious. Anyone who could make Mr. Rong react this way had to be involved with his only daughter, Chen Shooting. Yes, he replied after a brief pause. That young man is quite clever. In just a short time, he's managed to wrap Tingting around his finger. Take care of it. Make sure that boy never shows up in front of Tingting again, Chen Guanrong ordered in a low voice. Understood, Su Yuejun nodded, his tone grave. When he saw Mr. Rong pick up his teacup and wave him away, Su Yuejun stood up and left the office with steady steps. Inside the Qiantang residence, Yang Yucheng lounged on the spacious sofa, a subtle smile playing at his lips. He stretched out his arms, deliberately exuding the air of a master of the house. His eyes drifted lazily over the 500-square-meter riverside penthouse. Outside, the setting sun cast its golden light through the wide windows, bathing the room in a warm, golden glow. In the living room, a sturdy little boy was engrossed in playing with toy cars, occasionally letting out a delighted laugh. Just then, the rhythmic sound of high heels echoed behind him. Yang Yucheng turned to look at the woman approaching. Her long, wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, her lips painted a striking red. She wore a silk slip dress and carried a plate of fruit as she walked over gracefully. Leaning in close, she picked up a blueberry and, with an inviting smile, offered it to his lips. Yang Yucheng opened his mouth, not only eating the blueberry, but also gently biting her slender finger. Yucheng. Chen Shooting's tone was soft, tinged with heat as she leaned even closer to him. But just as the atmosphere grew charged between them, the doorbell suddenly rang, shattering the moment. The little boy, distracted from his toys, hopped off the sofa and hurried to the door, standing on tiptoe to open it. Uncle Yuejun, what brings you here? The boy called out brightly. Why? Can't I come visit? Su Yuejun grinned, scooping the boy up and carrying him inside with practiced ease. As he glanced over at the sofa, he froze for a second. His gaze landed on Chen Shooting, nestled beside Yang Yucheng in her slip dress, the air between them unmistakably intimate. Su Yujin's eyes turned cold for a moment before he quickly forced a smile, settling onto the other sofa with the boy in his arms. Mr. Rong asked me to check on how Qiu is doing. Oh, Chen Shooting barely acknowledged him, her attention quickly shifting back to Yang Yucheng as if she wasn't the least bit concerned about Su Yujin's arrival. She raised her brows, her tone impatient. You've seen him now. Can you leave? Su Yuejun paused slightly, as if making a decision. He set the boy down, teased him gently, then stood up, his voice softening. By the way, Mr. Rong sent some things for you. I couldn't carry them all myself. Yang, could you give me a hand in the garage? He looked at Yang Yucheng with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Yang Yucheng hesitated for a moment, glancing at Chen Shooting before speaking quietly. Shooting, your father sent these for you. He took her wrist, his gaze a little shy but resolute. Hangzhou, Qiantang Mansion. Standing beneath a no-smoking sign in front of the elevator, Su Yuejun casually pulled a cigarette from his pocket and put it to his lips, showing no regard for the rules. He glanced sideways at Yang Yucheng, who was waiting on the other side of the elevator doors, and spoke in a low voice. Want a smoke? No, thanks, Yang Yucheng replied politely. When he looked up, his eyes accidentally met Su Yujin's. That cold, emotionless gaze made his heart skip a beat and sent a wave of anxiety through him. He was just an ordinary college student, but the man next to him was someone whose hands were stained with real blood, a ruthless figure from the city's underworld. Ding! The elevator arrived. Su Yuejun expertly lit his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke that quickly filled the cramped elevator. A few seconds later, the elevator stopped at the basement level. The doors slid open, and Yang Yucheng followed Su Yuejun into the parking garage, unable to stop himself from glancing at the rows of luxury cars. BMW 7 Series, Maybachs, Ferraris, Lamborghinis. The entire underground lot looked like an extravagant car show. As they passed a concrete pillar, things took a sudden turn. Thud! With the cigarette still dangling from his lips and one hand in his pocket, Su Yujin's other hand shot out like a steel clamp, seizing Yang Yucheng by the throat. Before Yang could react, a surge of overwhelming force slammed him against the base of the pillar. His head struck the hard concrete with a sickening thud, pain exploding through his skull and leaving his mind blank. It took several seconds for him to regain his senses, and when he did, he instinctively reached up to pry away the hand gripping his neck. Struggling, he met Su Yujin's eyes, cold and utterly devoid of emotion, like he was staring at a corpse. Ignoring Yang's frantic attempts to break free, Su Yuejun squeezed even tighter, pinning him against the pillar and lifting him clear off the ground. Yang Yucheng was instantly overwhelmed by the sensation of suffocation. He kicked desperately at the air, lungs burning as the last traces of oxygen vanished, and a tidal wave of terror crashed over him. Seconds ticked by. Su Yujin's expression remained unchanged, the cigarette in his mouth burning down as a long ash formed. Yang's struggles grew weaker, his eyes beginning to roll back. In the silent garage, Li Wanwen, the ghostly woman reflected in a passing side mirror, watched the scene unfold with gleeful anticipation. Thud! Just as Yang Yuqing hovered on the edge of death, Su Yuejun let go. Yang collapsed to the ground like a ragdoll, clutching his throat and gasping for air in dry, ragged heaves. It was a long moment before he managed to breathe deeply again, as if trying to make up for every lost breath. Su Yuejun crouched in front of him, took a deep drag on his cigarette, then grabbed Yang's hair to force his face up, locking eyes with him. His tone was flat, almost casual. I've seen plenty of guys like you. Save your little tricks. His voice was quiet, but razor sharp. Stay away from Miss Qian. Don't ever show your face in front of her again. Next time, you won't get a warning. Go upstairs, clean up your mess, and then, get lost. Staggering to his feet, Yang Yuqing made his way back toward the elevator. He had barely taken 2 steps when Su Yujin's voice rang out again. Come back. Take this stuff upstairs. Su opened a nearby car and motioned for Yang to carry out the things inside. Coughing violently, Yang Yuqing stood in the slowly rising elevator, the marks on his neck still raw and visible. As the floor numbers ticked upward, he replayed that near-death experience in his mind, the terror lingering long after it was over. I killed him for you. The ghostly figure of Li Wanwen suddenly appeared beside Yang Yuqing, her voice icy cold. Yang Yuqing's expression remained unchanged. He neither responded nor questioned why she hadn't helped earlier. As the elevator reached their floor, before the doors had fully opened, Chen Shooting was already impatiently pushing her way out. A gentle, elegant fragrance accompanied her as she threw herself into Yang Yuqing's arms. Shooting. Yang Yuqing greeted her with a warm smile. My roommate just called something urgent came up at school, so I have to head back. He kept his explanation brief, saying nothing about the danger he had just faced, and then turned to leave Qiantang residence, blending into the city crowd. Su Yuejun sat in a black sedan by the roadside, watching as Yang Yuqing left in a taxi. With a faint chuckle, he remarked, he's certainly decisive. With that, he started the engine and merged into the flow of traffic. But as his car sped down the highway, something strange happened. Suddenly, a woman appeared in the middle of the road ahead. She slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with resentment as she stared directly at him, then lunged at the driver's seat like a ghost. Screech! The sharp sound of brakes pierced the night as the tires left shaped skid marks on the asphalt. Bang! The car slammed hard into the right-hand guardrail. In a split second, Su Yujin's quick reflexes helped him narrowly avoid being hit by 2 trucks coming from behind. The airbags deployed, and Su Yuejun gasped for breath, still shaken as he looked around. The highway was completely empty, as if the terrifying scene had been nothing more than a hallucination. Damn it, he cursed, stepping out of the car and shaking his dazed head. Across the median, a ride-hailing car had witnessed the whole thing. That car totally lost control, right? That was close. The driver reacted so fast, dodging 2 trucks, the driver exclaimed. Yeah, he's really lucky, the college student in the passenger seat replied, glancing at Su Yuejun in the rearview mirror. A system notification sounded. Desire points 100, desire points 100. On his way home from work, Lu Yuan noticed the steady stream of notifications. Through Pandora's connection, he recalled the moment Yang Yucheng was near death, not gripped by fear, but by anger and hatred, which had caused his desire points to spike. The moment Su Yuejun faced the car accident was the second surge. The real test has begun, Lu Yuan murmured to himself. Director Lu? What are you thinking about? Nieshayu, walking ahead, turned back and asked curiously, rising up on tiptoe. Nothing, Lu Yuan replied, gazing into the distance. I just thought the sunset looks especially beautiful right now. It really does, Nieshayu agreed, lifting her head. The last rays of sunlight bathed her clear face in a warm blush. Damn it, this is insane. Su Yuejun lived in a high-end apartment downtown. After dealing with an unexpected incident, he caught a cab home. As he stepped into the elevator, he was still replaying the earlier events in his mind, his brows tightly knit together, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Just then, the lights in the quiet elevator flickered. Su Yuejun didn't pay much attention, casually pressed the button for the 21st floor, and leaned against the wall to wait. Unbeknownst to him, from another dimension's perspective, the moment he entered the elevator, a woman silently slipped in behind him. She rose lightly onto her tiptoes, a strange smile curling her lips, and gently placed her hands over his eyes. On the apartment's security footage, Su Yuejun was seen pressing the button for the 39th floor, the very top of the building. The elevator chimed, and a few seconds later, it stopped. He stepped out, but this wasn't his floor. In reality, he walked out of the elevator, crossed the hallway, pushed open the door to the fire escape, and quickly climbed up to the rooftop. Li Wanwen, the ghost, suddenly stretched her neck unnaturally long, a chilling breath escaping her lips as she whispered urgently into Su Yujin's ear, "You're almost home." She kept her hands tightly over his eyes, as if controlling his every move. Standing by the parapet on the rooftop, 100 meters above the ground, the cold wind whipped through Su Yujin's hair. Suddenly, he froze. His eyelids fluttered violently, as if struggling to open, but he couldn't manage it. Behind him, Li Wenwen's expression grew increasingly anxious. Whoosh whoosh, the wind on the rooftop grew even fiercer. Su Yujin's eyes suddenly snapped open, his heart pounding as he stared in shock at where he was standing, unable to make sense of what he saw. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Almost instinctively, he turned around. Just as he caught sight of the figure, the man behind him lunged forward and, without hesitation, shoved him hard. With a sharp slap, Su Yujin's body suddenly lost balance, tipping backward. Air rushed past his ears as he plunged into free fall. Shock and confusion lingered on his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. In his final moments, the last blurry image he saw was the young man's face he had just glimpsed, peering down from the rooftop. Thud! Blood splattered through the air, accompanied by a heavy, dull crash. Yang Yuqing swallowed hard, staring at his blood-soaked hands, his expression a tangled mix of emotions. After a moment, he turned and hurried away, his steps quick and unsteady, not daring to look back. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Hangzhou, in a traditional market near West Lake, Lu Yuan was strolling leisurely with Nieshayu. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a dramatic spike in the progress of the wizard's soul bell. The transparency of the star deepened abruptly, and the progress bar was already halfway full. Not only that, but the progress of the Marquart mask in Pandora's box was also rapidly increasing. The first star was nearly complete. This meant that once the mask was worn, the host's physical abilities would be greatly enhanced, but at the same time, the temptation and risk would become even stronger. Director Lu. Nieshayu walked past a stall, picking up a simple yet elegant hairpin and looking at Lu Yuan with a bright smile. "How does it look?" "It looks great." Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Instead of answering right away, he took a closer look at her, then smiled and said, "It really suits your style." Nieshayu's eyes lit up, and she skipped over to the vendor. "How much is this hairpin?" "We'll take it." Lu Yuan turned to the middle-aged stall owner with a friendly smile. The moment Nieshayu saw the hairpin, her eyes curved into crescents, and her whole demeanor brightened with excitement over the small trinket that cost just 50 or 60 yuan. The two of them continued strolling for a while before heading toward the subway station. Along the way, Nieshayu seemed several times as if she wanted to say something, biting her lip and glancing back repeatedly while standing on the escalator. "Xiaoyu." Lu Yuan called her name gently. The girl on the escalator immediately turned her head, and Lu Yuan simply waved his hand. "Text me when you get home." "Okay," Nieshayu replied quickly. Only after her figure had completely disappeared from sight did Lu Yuan allow a meaningful smile to appear on his face. He had noticed all the little hints in her behavior, but tonight just wasn't the right time. After leaving the subway station, Lu Yuan didn't hail a cab right away. Instead, he wandered along the street. Before long, a high school boy in uniform rode past him on his bicycle for the second time. Lu Yuan looked up. "Hey bro." The boy, who looked about 16, realized had been spotted. He stopped his bike abruptly and called out a bit hesitantly. "Is there something you need?" Lu Yuan's tone was warm. Not really." The boy scratched his head, looking puzzled. "It's just that, when I came by earlier, I felt like, how should I put it?" He said, a bit dramatically. "It's like there's something about you that's calling out to me." As soon as he finished, his cheeks flushed red, embarrassed by what he'd just blurted out. He quickly tried to pedal away. "Sorry, bro. I was just kidding." He didn't notice the odd expression that flashed across Lu Yuan's face the moment he heard those words. "Wait," Lu Yuan called out in time. "What's your name?" "Qin Yuhang." Lu Yuan nodded with a smile and produced a small black box from seemingly nowhere. "Here, this is for you." While the boy was distracted by the box, Lu Yuan quietly slid into a taxi and disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, outside the Hangzhou City funeral home, a black sedan slowly pulled up. Chen Guanrong, the underground kingpin, stepped out. The men in black on either side greeted him respectfully. "Boss Rong, where's Yuejun?" Chen Guanrong asked in a low voice. A middle-aged man, nervously wiping sweat from his forehead, replied quickly, "Boss Rong, they'll show you the way." Inside the hall where Su Yujin's body was kept, Chen Guanrong signaled his men to stop and walked forward alone, lifting a corner of the white sheet. "What happened?" His face was expressionless. "Boss Rong, we checked the surveillance footage from the underground garage, elevator, and hallway right away." One of his men stepped forward and whispered. "We found that Yuejun pressed the button for the rooftop himself and then walked toward the roof." At that, Chen Guanrong instantly became like a beast ready to pounce. He asked slowly, enunciating each word. "Are you saying Yuejun jumped off the building himself?" "Don't worry, Boss Rong. They'll get to the bottom of this." The man bowed his head even lower. Just then, 3 uniformed police officers entered the hall, their footsteps immediately drawing Chun Guanrong's attention. Inside the funeral home, the air was heavy with tension. The leading middle-aged police officer approached Chun Guanrong, his gaze briefly sweeping over the body covered by a white sheet before looking Chun directly in the eye and giving a polite nod. We received a report from the public apparently. Someone jumped from a building. Just a routine check, the officer said, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. Chun Guanrong's sharp eyes locked onto his. But to everyone's surprise, the officer didn't back down. The atmosphere in the transfer hall instantly tightened. The men in black suits standing around looked grim, and the two young officers behind the team leader could feel a chill running down their spines. It was Chun Guanrong who finally looked away first, stepping aside to make way. Team leader Chow, he said calmly. Team leader Chow lifted the sheet and glanced at the body. His expression hardened slightly before he turned back to Chun Guanrong, forcing a smile. Well, would you look at that, it's Yunga, Sui Wejun himself. The infamous Yunga, meeting such an end. At these words, the men in black nearby erupted in anger, ready to charge forward. Instantly, the two young officers behind Chow drew their pistols, aiming them at the crowd. Lu Feng, Chun Guanrong barked. Yes, boss, replied Lu Feng, his personal assistant and chief of staff for the past 20 years. Is this how you keep your men in line? Chen said, eyes on team leader Chow, though his words were directed at Lu Feng. Put them away. All of you stand down. Team leader Chow pressed down the arms of his young officers, his tone casual. Police and the public are on the same Sedino, need to pull your gun so easily. Save that for real threats. My condolences, Mr. Chun. Thank you for your concern. Team leader Chow, Chen replied, his expression unchanged. I really didn't expect June to be under so much pressure. Chow hesitated for a moment, then went through the motions of a few more routine questions. As he was about to leave, he paused at the door. By the way, I understand you've already collected the building's security footage. Please make a copy for us. Just standard procedure. Lu Feng volunteered. We'll go with you, team leader Chow. But after only a few steps, the memory card accidentally slipped from his hand and was crushed under his shoe. Sorry about that, team leader Chow. My mistake. No problem. We'll look into it further. We'll take our leave then. With that, Chow and his officers departed. After they left, Chun Guanrong stared at the doorway and said in a low voice to Lu Feng, Yuejun would never have killed himself. Find out what really happened. Understood. Team leader Chow was known as a tough investigator at the city bureau, and he had been keeping an eye on Chun Guanrong for a decade. Lately, had focused his efforts on Sui Yuejun. But Sui Yuejun knew too many secrets, so officially, this had to be ruled as suicide. There was no way they would cooperate with the investigation. The clown's whistle? Hangzhou. Night was falling. The moment high school student Chen Yuhang touched the mysterious cylindrical whistle inside the box, a flood of unfamiliar information suddenly flashed before his eyes. His eyes widened in shock as he quickly looked around for the man had seen earlier, but all he found were the bustling streets and the faint glow from distant high-rise windows. Is this real? He muttered, swallowing hard. At his age, with his imagination running wild, the sudden appearance of such a mysterious item felt like something straight out of his own fantasies. He carefully put the whistle back in the box and tucked it into his jacket, but he couldn't help picking up his pace. Hopping onto his bike, he pedaled hard, racing toward the small park near his home, a place he considered his secret base. Chen Yuhang had always been fascinated by animals, and he seemed to have a natural talent for connecting with strays. Cats, dogs, and all sorts of small creatures were instantly drawn to him, as if they instinctively knew he was a friend. Today, Head found a new target, a squirrel that had just leapt down from a tree. He took out the whistle, held it to his lips, and blew a clear, crisp note. Beep. Not far away, under the streetlight, the squirrel suddenly froze, its tiny head swiveling back and forth as if searching for the source of the sound. When it spotted Qin Yuhang, it immediately bounded toward him, excited. Is this some kind of mental connection? Qin Yuhang stood there, stunned, barely able to believe what he was seeing. As he focused, he sensed a subtle bond forming between himself and the squirrel, an invisible thread tying them together. Come here, he said softly. Without hesitation, the squirrel jumped onto his arm, nimble and light. To his shock, Qin Yuhang realized he could not only feel the squirrel's movements, but he could almost see from its perspective, as if, from far up in the trees, he could somehow issue commands to the little creature. Let's try this again, he thought, loosening his mental grip on the squirrel. The next moment, a black bat swooped down from the night sky, darting toward a distant building. As Qin Yuhang continued to experiment, he noticed rats in the sewer becoming more active and stray dogs running through the city's corners, as if every animal nearby was responding to his command. Time slipped by unnoticed until Qin Yuhang glanced at his phone and saw more than a dozen missed calls. Oh no, how did it get so late? Panicked, he quickly put away the whistle and hurried home on his bike. Just as he reached his front door and was about to ring the bell, the elevator door slid open. Under the bright lights, a familiar figure appeared. It was his father. Dad, you're home late too? Qin Yuhang asked, surprised, but also relieved, thinking maybe tonight had escaped some of his mother's scolding. What did your mom say this time? he asked without thinking. Team leader Chow smiled and patted his son on the shoulder, a trace of resignation in his eyes. Grown-up matters aren't for kids to worry about. Seeing the look in his father's eyes, Chen Yuhang couldn't help but grin mischievously, ready to keep chatting, when suddenly a cold snort came from behind the door, followed by a sharp, stern gaze. So, the two of you finally remembered to come home. Not just one, but both of you. Do you even remember this family exists? His mother's voice boomed like thunder, full of anger. Team leader Chow seemed to expect this, lowering his head slightly and responding gently to her outburst. Chen Yuhang, just as cautious, quietly stepped aside and took the chance to massage his mother's shoulders, hoping to calm her down a little. This is yet another Pandora with great potential. Late at night in his riverside apartment, Lu Yuan sat at his desk in the study. A plump black cat lazily sprawled across his lap. As he gently scratched the cat's chin, he watched through Pandora's connection, seeing Chen Yuhang blow the clown whistle. Under the boy's command, all kinds of animals in the city moved about in perfect order, a scene that left Lu Yuan deeply moved. Unlike the Pandora's head made before, which required him to actively use them to attract a target, this 16-year-old boy responded to the signal so early on his own. A police family, huh? Lu Yuan murmured to himself, a knowing smile flickering across his face. The study was so quiet that the ticking of the clock could be heard, but the system notifications kept popping up. Desire points 100. Desire points 100. This pace had continued for quite some time. Lu Yuan closed the connection to the clown whistle, a look of amazement on his face. His earlier judgment had been spot on. Yang Yuqing's repressed desires really were like a volcano waiting to erupt. He shifted in his seat, leaned back comfortably, and opened another connection window, as if settling in to watch an exciting movie. The scene changed. A black Bentley slowly drove into the CC Villa complex and stopped in front of a villa not far from Shun Nanchi's residence. Chen Shooting jumped out of the car eagerly and wrapped her arms around Yang Yuqing's arm. Yucheng, this is my home. A chubby little boy Kuko also got out of the car, watching his mother's back, tears welling up in his eyes. Mom. But his cry didn't catch Chen Shooting's attention. The boy could only wipe away his tears quietly, his small hand tightly clutching his mother's clothes. Yang Yuqing's gaze shifted between the brightly lit villa and Chen Shooting's curvaceous figure pressed close to him. A smile tugged at his lips, and a faint blush colored his face. He barely spared a glance at the crying boy beside him. Once inside, a housekeeper immediately greeted them. Chen Shooting glanced around casually. My dad's not home. The master hasn't returned yet, the housekeeper replied respectfully. Chen Shooting nodded and led Yang Yuqing deeper into the villa. At 2 in the morning, a black sedan pulled up in front of the villa. Chen Guanrong got out, and the elderly housekeeper was already waiting at the door. Taking his coat, she lowered her voice and said, "Sir, the young lady is back. And there's a young man with her. Their relationship seems quite close." Chen Guanrong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded. "Go call them down." He walked into the living room and sat with authority on the sofa. About 20 minutes later, Chen Shooting appeared with the young man. With just one look, Chen Guanrong's brows furrowed deeply. As her father, he knew his daughter too well. He could see the unconcealed infatuation in Chen Shooting's eyes. But as far as he knew, she had only known Yang Yuqing for less than a week. How had things already come to this? Chen Guanrong drew a long, deep breath. When facing someone who had walked a razor's edge their whole life, the pressure felt overwhelming, almost suffocating. Standing before Chen Guanrong, Yang Yuqing felt an intense oppression, as if he were confronting a wild beast. Sweat beaded in his palms, and his heart pounded violently in his chest, a mix of nervousness and awe. But beneath it all, an excitement he couldn't quite hide. "Dad, this is my boyfriend." Chen Shooting proudly introduced Yang Yuqing to her father, linking her arm through his. Chen Guanrong's sharp eyes swept over Yang Yuqing. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. "Very good. You're impressive." "Thank you, Uncle," Yang Yuqing replied, his heart thudding even harder. He lowered his head slightly, a rare smile appearing on his face. "I'm doing well, Uncle," he added, enunciating each word. "Mr. Su said you were very pleased with me." At those words, Chen Guanrong's eyelid twitched noticeably. His gaze sharpened, piercing through Yang Yuqing as if trying to see straight into him. "Really? Dad, I thought you'd try to stop us. If you did, I'd never come back again." Chen Shooting exclaimed, excitement bubbling in her voice, completely oblivious to the subtle tension between the two men. Ignoring Chen Shooting, Yang Yuqing met Chen Guanrong's eyes directly. "Uncle, would like to stay here for a while, if that's all right with you." His intention was clear to remain in the villa. As long as he had enough time, the ghostly Wan would gradually influence Chen Guanrong, just as she had with Chen Shooting. "That's fine," Chen Guanrong replied shortly. As night fell, a translucent female figure glided silently through the villa's hallway. Li Wanwen covered her mouth with a soft laugh, passed easily through the wooden door of the master bedroom, and hovered above the large bed. Her long hair cascaded down as she exhaled a chilling breath over the middle-aged man sleeping below. Chen Guanrong frowned slightly in his sleep, but soon relaxed again. Days passed. On the third morning, Chun Guanrong stood at the sink. As he closed his eyes, a woman's figure suddenly appeared behind him in the mirror. The ghost rose onto her tiptoes and covered the eyes of this underground kingpin of Hangzhou with her hands. Yucheng, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, who knows when shooting would have forgiven me and moved back in. Chun Guanrong said at breakfast. His attitude toward Yang Yucheng completely transformed. He now treated him as a soon-to-be son-in-law, gratitude evident in his tone. It's the least I could do, Yang Yucheng replied with a faint smile, watching as Chun Guanrong left. Once Chun Guanrong's car had disappeared from view, Yang Yucheng stood by the living room window, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It's almost time, he murmured. That night, after Chun Guanrong returned home, Yang Yucheng knocked on the door to the study. Yucheng, what's on your mind? Chun Guanrong greeted him with a smile. Yang Yucheng took a seat across the desk, his expression sincere. Uncle, he said, pausing to look Chun Guanrong in the eye, I want to help share some of your burdens. As soon as he spoke, the ghostly Yuan appeared silently behind Chun Guanrong, reaching out to cover his eyes once again. Yang Yucheng watched him intently, his breathing quickening, a trace of excitement flickering across his face. But Chun Guanrong's warm smile didn't fade. In the next moment, he somehow produced a black metal pistol, the muzzle aimed squarely at Yang Yucheng's forehead. His expression turned cold as ice. Now, tell me what's really going on here? Let's fast forward to 3 days ago. On the morning when Yang Yucheng first appeared at the villa, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Chun Guanrong opened his eyes and lay quietly on the spacious bed, his sharp black and white gaze fixed calmly on the ceiling. In those few seconds, countless memories and details surged through his mind like a tide. He was long used to this. His first act upon waking was always to sift through his memories and thoughts. He sat up slowly and went to wash up. Standing at the sink, his eyes fell on the slightly weary yet still formidable face in the mirror. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he noticed a smudged mark on the left side of the mirror, traces of writing he had made with his finger the night before. With time, most of it had become indistinct. He leaned in closer, exhaled a warm breath onto the glass, and as the steam clouded the surface, the writing and symbols beneath became clear again. The character Yang stood out at the front, followed by a slanted cross. His frown deepened. This was a death mark. In his world, such a symbol meant someone had been sentenced to die. Even if it was just a psychological cue, it meant that, deep down, Chun Guanrong already regarded Yang Yucheng as a dead man. But the problem was, while he still disliked Yang Yucheng, he felt no real urge to kill him. Chun Guanrong's expression grew grave as he muttered to himself. Having spent decades in the underworld, this old godfather now in his 60s was still as sharp as ever. His instincts told him something was off. The next day, at the same time, Chun Guanrong snapped awake and sat up. After his usual mental inventory, he rushed to the bathroom, staring tensely at 2 new lines of writing on the mirror. First line, Yang cross. Second line, Yang double cross. He gripped the sink, his face dark, breathing heavy. He knew that the second cross meant his feelings towards someone had grown even more extreme, a level of intensity had experienced only a handful of times in his nearly 60 years. But what unsettled him even more was the growing sense of closeness he felt toward Yang Yucheng. This emotion clashed violently with his instincts and judgment. This isn't right, something's wrong. His eyes were sharp as he forcibly suppressed the strange surge of feeling, snuffing it out like a flame. On the third morning, the markings on the mirror had updated, Yang, now followed by 3 crosses. Chun Guanrong stared at the mirror, his expression unreadable. He wiped away the condensation and erased the writing, then turned and left the bedroom. At the round dining table, his usual coldness was replaced by an unexpectedly gentle demeanor. Looking at Yang Yucheng across from him, Chun Guanrong spoke with calm sincerity. Yucheng, I really have to thank you this time. Otherwise, I don't know when shooting would have agreed to come home. Night fell. It was 9 p.m. In the study of the CC Villa in Hangzhou, a tense silence filled the room. The warm yellow light cast a dramatic scene at the desk. Chun Guanrong held a black pistol in his hand, the barrel steady, and aimed directly at the young man before him. The air seemed to freeze, and the memories of the past 3 days raced through his mind. As the gun was leveled at him, Yang Yucheng felt his hair stand on end and his body tense instinctively. He didn't dodge, but met Chun Guanrong's gaze heated. He knew this infamous godfather of Hangzhou never bluffed, would pull the trigger, and never hesitated. Even with the sorcerer's soul bell in hand and his ambitions unleashed, Yang Yucheng was still just a 19-year-old college student. Faced with real mortal danger, his heart pounded as if struck by a hammer, and fear swept through him. In that moment, he truly understood what it meant to be caught between life and death. But under this intense pressure, he found himself unexpectedly calm. He lifted his eyes, glanced at the gun pointed at his forehead, then looked at Chun Guanrong, a faint smile touching his lips. I only ask that you wait 1 minute before deciding whether or not to pull the trigger. Yang Yucheng leaned back against the chair, smiling as he spoke. The moment his words rang out, the ghostly figure of Li Yuan, who had just appeared behind Chen Guanrong, immediately turned around and vanished from the study like a wisp of smoke. At that very moment, in the bedroom, Chen Shooting, who had been engrossed in watching TV, suddenly blinked, the light in her eyes fading in an instant. She stood up, her movements mechanical and vacant, like a puppet manipulated by invisible strings. Step by step, she began to walk toward the study. Beside the bed, a little boy had been playing, sticking his bottom up in the air. Suddenly, just like his mother, he climbed up in a trance, his hand taken by Chen Shooting as she let him out. Miss? Young master. A housekeeper who was cleaning noticed the strange behavior of the mother and son, her face showing confusion as she couldn't help but call out to them. Chen Shooting paused slightly, her hollow gaze sweeping over the housekeeper without any response. She continued to lead her son toward the study. After descending the stairs, the pair soon arrived at the door of the study on the first floor. Knock, knock, knock. The door was gently tapped. Come in, Yang Yuqing said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. Chen Guanrong's eyes immediately darted to the entrance, widening in shock. In his line of sight, another woman stood closely behind his daughter, her presence as eerie as a scene from a horror film where someone is possessed by a ghost. The thought flashed through his mind, and even the seasoned godfather, Chen Guanrong, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Uncle, I just wanted to help you out a bit. Seeing how hard you've been working, Yang Yuqing continued, his gentle tone sending a shiver down the room. He clapped his hands lightly, and the scene before Chen Shooting's eyes suddenly changed. Whatever she saw, her beautiful, mature face twisted with rage. She abruptly picked up her young son, her left hand tightening around his neck. The sight shattered Chen Guanrong's composure. He jumped up, his gun slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Stop! Stop it now! Chen Guanrong shouted, his voice filled with a terror he had never known before. In his old age, his heart had softened, especially when it came to his only daughter and grandson. Even a once ruthless godfather was no exception. All right, Yang Yuqing replied calmly. In the study, Li Wenwen, the ghost, slowly released her hands from in front of Chen Shooting. Chen Shooting immediately let go of her son, the light in her eyes fading again as she mechanically took the boy's hand and left the study. Yu Jun died the same way, didn't he? Chen Guanrong sank heavily back into his chair, the once formidable godfather suddenly seeming 10 years older. He stared at Yang Yuqing, his voice low and hoarse. He got what he deserved. A flash of anger crossed Yang Yuqing's face. It was my fault Yu Jun ended up this way. Chen Guanrong shook his head, a trace of sorrow in his expression. What is it you want? The company. Even if I wanted to give you everything, the old guard in the company would never agree. Chen Guanrong replied, his tone tinged with helplessness. They will, Yang Yuqing said, a radiant smile spreading across his face, though his eyes glinted with something chilling. Impressive. Truly impressive. In a mid-range apartment in Binjiang district, Lu Yuan watched the scene unfold, a hint of admiration on his face. I didn't expect such a twist. No wonder Chen Guanrong is the legendary godfather of Hangzhou. But who could have predicted that a force beyond nature would one day appear in this world? He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. That night, the moon hung like a jade disk, its silver light spilling over Lu Yuan, outlining his tall, upright figure. The sorcerer's soul bell. In its first stage, the summoned spirit can't directly affect reality, but it can confuse the minds of the living. The longer it stays with someone, the deeper its influence becomes. Li Wenwen's abilities have clearly grown much stronger than before. Still, Yang Yuqing is getting ahead of himself. The next day, it was raining. Lu Yuan stepped out from his apartment building, holding a black umbrella. As he reached the corner, a white BMW 3 Series pulled up smoothly in front of him. The window rolled down, and his neighbor, Shun Hongru, poked her head out. Her hair was a little messy, but her expression was gentle. Lu Yuan, it's really coming down out here. Need a ride? Sure, Lu Yuan replied with a smile, accepting the offer without hesitation. In the back seat, little Wanwan leaned forward, pressing herself against the front seat. She gripped the edge with her fingers, her bright eyes lighting up as she called out, "Good morning, Uncle Lu." Her voice was lively, full of the affectionate tone unique to children. She paused, her face falling a little as she asked with a hint of disappointment, "Is Xiaobai not here today?" Wanwan. Shen Hongru started the car and shot her daughter a look in the rearview mirror, her tone exasperated. "How many times have I told you? Don't ask about Xiaobai every time you see Uncle Lu." Lu Yuan simply smiled and didn't say anything. "Are you heading to the office?" Shen Hongru asked. "Yes," Lu Yuan answered softly. She didn't press for details and turned the wheel, heading toward his workplace. It was rush hour, and the rain made traffic crawl. The white BMW carefully threaded its way through the congestion. The car was warm inside, and the steady drum of raindrops on the windows created a soothing, almost rhythmic backdrop. Shen Hongru kept her hands on the wheel, stealing glances at Lu Yuan in the passenger seat from the corner of her eye. Several times, she looked like she wanted to say something, but always held back. The atmosphere grew quietly tense. Suddenly, Lu Yuan turned toward her, his voice calm and gentle. Is there something you want to say? No, it's nothing, Shun Hongru replied, taking a deep breath, her eyes flustered. But after a moment, she glanced at his composed profile in the rearview mirror, steeled herself, and finally spoke the words she'd been holding in. People like you big shots, do you enjoy pretending to be ordinary? Walking among people who are just trying to get by? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them, her fingers tightening on the steering wheel. Lu Yuan didn't answer right away. He just glanced at her, his gaze unreadable. The rain streaked down the windows, making Shun Hongru's outline flicker between sharpness and blur. A graceful, quietly dignified woman, as always. Come over to my place tonight, Lu Yuan said, his tone calm and unmistakably firm. Okay. Shun Hongru was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement, as if she'd received the answer she needed. Later that morning, Lu Yuan sat at his desk, having just finished his work. He leaned back in his chair, idly spinning it with his fingers, his gaze drifting out the window to the rain-soaked city skyline. He brought up his dashboard and opened Pandora, his eyes scanning the city's digital network and focusing on a specific corner. It had become a little habit of his Latilia voyeuristic pastime, tinged with a hint of mischief. He let out a quiet sigh as he glanced at the information on the screen. Finally, not a lucky number. Just 3 points of misfortune. Hangzhou Normal University, Girls' Dormitory. Ma Qing sat cross-legged on her bed, holding a 12-sided ivory die in her hands, her expression tense as she held her breath. When the die landed and she saw the number for misfortune, she actually relaxed, a relieved smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. She had figured out the die's temperament. Statistically, there were 9 lucky numbers, and only 3 for misfortune. It seemed like the odds were in her favor, but there was a hidden trap. The more luck you accumulated, the harder misfortune would hit when it finally came. Ma Qing quickly put the die away, grabbed her gym bag from beside the bed, and slipped out from under the covers like a little fish. Qingzi, you're going out in this rain? Her roommate across the room called, sticking her head out, hair a messy tangle on her forehead, worry in her voice. Going to the gym. Ma Qing patted her bag, her tone crisp. At that, her roommate visibly relaxed. She glanced at the bag to double-check, then flopped back onto her bed, her voice lazy. Go early and come back early. Bring me some takeout for lunch, okay? I'm not getting up this morning. Gym's good. Gym's fine, she mumbled, pulling the blanket up to her chin and adding in a low voice. Thought you were heading to the library. And, just as Ma Qing stepped out of her dorm, an electric scooter came barreling straight toward her. Thanks to the agility shed gained from her recent workouts, she reacted instantly, dodging to the side just in time. The scooter crashed headlong into a flower bed on the roadside. Dodged a bullet there. Ma Qing clenched her fist triumphantly, propped up her umbrella, and continued toward the gym. Along the way, she skillfully avoided several more accidents until the world around her finally quieted down. At last, her streak of bad luck seemed to have passed. Inside the gym, Ma Qing changed into her workout clothes, tossing her ponytail high and flashing a confident smile. Next time I win some money on a scratch-off, I'm treating myself to that Black Pearl restaurant, she thought gleefully as she stretched, already savoring the idea. He can't wait. Meanwhile, back at the office, Lu Yuan watched all this unfold on his screen, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. What kind of quirky, over-the-top, snack-obsessed anime protagonist is this? He muttered to himself. She gets this crazy dice ability, but instead of hitting up the casinos in Las Vegas, she just buys scratch-offs and spends everything on food and gym training? This is not how the story's supposed to go. Amused by this eccentric heroine, Lu Yuan chuckled and clicked open the next Pandora file, 3005. The scene shifted to a high school Chinese class. Chen Yuhang sat in the second-to-last row by the window, his gaze drifting from the balding teacher passionately lecturing at the front to his classmates around the room. Some listened intently, others scribbled away at different assignments, a few hid behind textbooks playing on their phones, and several simply napped on their desks. What a shame, my dear classmates, Chen Yuhang thought, a sly smile tugging at his lips as he remembered the clown whistle in his possession. Soon, we won't even belong to the same world. After scanning the room, he lowered his head and, focusing for a moment, shifted his consciousness into a gray, reed pigeon perched on the school building's windowsill. The pigeon took flight into the rainy sky, soaring high above the city. Suddenly, a system alert chimed. Desire points 100, desire points 100. Lu Yuan watched the notifications pop up, deep in thought. This 16-year-old, after gaining supernatural powers, wasn't driven by greed. Instead, he developed a kind of heroic, savior-complex and adolescent yearning to be a hero. Wasn't this simple belief with great power comes great responsibility just another form of desire? For most adults, gaining such powers would awaken darker impulses. But whatever the nature of desire, once Pandora amplified it to the extreme, it inevitably led to destruction. Lu Yuan tapped his fingers on the desk, thoughtfully jotting these insights into his black notebook. It had been raining nonstop for a week in Hangzhou. Inside the city police headquarters, Team leader Chow was surrounded by piles of thick case files. The whiteboard in front of him was plastered with photos of the deceased, each image connecting the dots of the shocking string of murders that had rocked Hangzhou over the past week. The special task force had dubbed it the Hangzhou Underworld Power Transfer Case. A brutal purge within the criminal organization led by Chun Guanrong was underway. Chow stared intently at the photo of Su Yuejun on the board, his brows deeply furrowed. Su Yuejun, handpicked by Chun Guanrong as his successor, had died suddenly in an event that had clearly ignited this bloody conflict. As Chow was lost in thought, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, and the office door burst open. Team leader Chow, a young officer, rushed in, breathless. 10 minutes ago, Bao Huijun was killed. What? Chow shot to his feet, his hands trembling slightly. Bao Huijun was the second-in-command in Chun Guanrong's organization. Chow strode toward the door, doubled back to grab his coat and phone, then hurried out. Moments later, two black sedans sped off into the rainy night. 30 minutes earlier, on the 58th floor of the Chun Group Tower, Chun Guanrong's office was thick with cigarette smoke. Bao Huijun, heavy-set and agitated, kept lighting one cigarette after another, his furious gaze fixed on Chun Guanrong. Rome, we fought by your side for a lifetime. This is how it ends. Bao jabbed a finger at Chen Shooting and Yang Yuqing, his voice shaking with anger. Just because of your daughter, we're all being pushed out. In their eyes, this college student Yang Yuqing was nothing, just a pawn Chun Guanrong was using to elevate his daughter after Su Yujin's death. Bao, Chun Guanrong said from his seat, smoke veiling the emotion in his eyes, we're getting old. Your health hasn't been good these past 2 years. Maybe it's time to retire. Retire? Bao Huijun leapt up with a bitter laugh. So if I don't agree, I die? He yanked off his coat, unbuttoned his shirt, and revealed a series of brutal scars. Look, Rome, I took these bullets for you. These knife wounds, I got them for you. For 20 years, every time it rains, these wounds ache. Chun Guanrong. Bao pointed a trembling finger at his old friend. You'll have to kill me first. With that, he stormed out, 5 men in black following. The limp in his step was a constant reminder of old wounds. As the door slammed shut behind Bao, Chun Guanrong closed his eyes in pain. Uncle. Yang Yuqing stood up with a dazzling smile once the room was quiet. Dressed in a tailored Armani suit, a luxury watch glinting coldly on his wrist, he looked every inch the rising star. He called out and strode to the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the curtain of rain, he gazed down at the city and could just make out 3 cars pulling out of the garage. With a cold expression, he said, there's no reasoning with someone who's bound for ruin. Out in the rain, a black Mercedes sped down the road. Inside the middle car, Bao Huijun was on the phone, habitually scanning his surroundings. As his eyes flicked over the rearview mirror, he suddenly froze. Reflected beside him was a woman sitting in the passenger seat. But when he turned his head, the seat was empty. In that instant, the woman's body stretched unnaturally, her pale hands suddenly covering the driver's eyes. The engine roared, the car surged forward out of control. With a deafening crash, the Mercedes slammed into the low barrier in the center of the road, flipping over and over, its wheels spinning helplessly in the air. The man in black in the front passenger seat narrowed his eyes and swiftly drew his pistol. 3 shots rang out. Bao Huijun fell, blood pooling around him. At the same time, another car sped through the downpour and entered the CC Villa compound. Lu Feng parked in front of a detached villa, dashed to the door despite the heavy rain, and rang the bell. A middle-aged housekeeper, her face expressionless, opened the door. Secretary Lu? It's nothing. Mr. Rong asked me to pick up a document. After the housekeeper stepped aside, Lu Feng walked in as if nothing was amiss. Suddenly, he spun around and struck her carotid artery with a precise karate chop, quickly tying her up while she was unconscious. Breathing hard, he ran upstairs, his mind flashing back over the past week. 20 years working with Mr. Rong had built a deep trust between them. The moment he realized Mr. Rong was under someone's control, he followed their secret plan, testing Yang Yuqing's reaction to unusual happenings at home, and quietly transferring a sum of money to Chen Shooting's mother and son as a backup, just as Chun Guanrong instructed. As supernatural forces emerged, Chun Guanrong was determined to protect his daughter and grandson at all costs. In a bedroom on the 2nd floor, Qiu was playing with toys. Lu Feng exhaled in relief, but when he saw the boy's empty gaze, he steeled himself, knocked him out, and carried him into the rainy night. The black sedan raced through the neon-lit, rain-soaked streets of Hangzhou. Lu Feng knew tonight was his last chance. Mr. Rong was using Bao Huijun to distract the vengeful spirit, buying time for Lu Feng to rescue the young master. The footage from the hidden camera in the officia, secret only the 2 of them knew, still haunted his thoughts. In the living room of the CC Villa, Shin Nansher noticed Mr. Lu staring out the window and asked, Mr. Lu? That villa over there belongs to the Chen family, doesn't it? Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, a faint smile on his lips. He had just watched Lu Feng carrying the child to the car, vanishing into the rain. Mr. Lu. Shin Nansher stood in front of Lu Yuan, bowing slightly. Lu Yuan glanced up at him. 7 o'clock tonight, at the CC Villa. Shen Nansher seemed to suddenly remember something important. He bowed deeply again, his tone respectful. Ever since you last asked me about the Chen family, I've been keeping an eye on them. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing. Lately, it seems like the Chen family has run into some trouble, and I was wondering. He didn't finish the sentence, only lowered his head even further in a gesture of humility. Lu Yuan shot him a look, a thin, unapologetic smile tugging at his lips. You guessed right. It does have something to do with Pandora. He turned and walked over to the sofa, his long fingers elegantly picking up the wine glass in front of him. The deep red liquid swirled gently in the glass, catching the light in a soft glow. Lu Yuan took a sip, crossed his legs, and leaned back lazily against the sofa. This is a good wine. Even before he gained his abilities, Lu Yuan had enjoyed sampling different kinds of alcohol. Whether it was red or white, he had a discerning palate and could tell the quality of a drink. As long as you like it, sir. Shen Nansher remained in his bow. This bottle is a 1947 Chateau Cheval Blanc, considered by many the most perfect red wine of the century. On the market, this bottle was worth more than $200,000. Shen Nansher usually kept it locked away in his wine cabinet, treating it as a treasure. Oh right. After a brief silence, Shen Nansher bowed again. Sir, Lu Yang experienced some changes yesterday. I ran a few tests and found that his physical abilities had improved across the boards, now on par with a professional athlete. Lu Yuan set the wine glass down, giving Shen Nansher a look that was both amused and inscrutable. Sensing the weight of that glance, Shen Nansher immediately grew uneasy. He did have his own agenda, hoping to learn more about Pandora's abilities by asking indirect questions. Please forgive me, sir. He dropped to his knees at Lu Yuan's feet, his forehead nearly touching the floor. Don't let it happen again, Lu Yuan replied, withdrawing his gaze and chuckling softly. Next time, be more careful. I can tell you things, but you shouldn't ask directly. Every Pandora has 3 levels of growth. Yesterday, Marquart's mask successfully advanced. Lu Yuan's tone was calm, as if revealing this information was of no consequence. Thank you, sir. All right, get up. At the command, Shen Nansher stood up respectfully and moved to stand behind Lu Yuan, keeping a cautious distance. Meanwhile, in the rain-soaked city, the downpour only grew heavier. After dropping the young master off at a safe location, Lu Feng paused before getting back in his car to return to the office. His clothes were still drenched. He grabbed a couple of tissues, wiped himself down haphazardly, and tossed the crumpled papers aside. As he drove, he reached for his phone and dialed a number. Rainwater dripped from his hands, making it hard to get the touchscreen to work. Frustrated, he wiped his fingers on his shirt several times before finally managing to place the call. Hello? Who is this? Came a wary, middle-aged man's voice from the other end. Team Leader Chow. Lu Feng's voice was rough. Through the rain-streaked windshield, headlights from passing cars cut through the darkness, scattering into glistening droplets. The wipers swept tirelessly back and forth. Lu Feng. There was a brief pause before the man on the other end recognized him. You're actually calling me? What's wrong? Afraid Chen Guanrong is coming after you, and hoping he'll help you out. A bitter smile flickered across Lu Feng's face. Looks like Mr. Rong wasn't wrong about you. He told me even though you've been watching him for 10 years, he never minded. In fact, he said you're the one he trusts most. If he ever had the chance, he'd like nothing more than to share a drink with you. Master Rong was right, Chief. Chow definitely holds a deep respect for him. The moment I spoke, Chief Chow immediately recognized my voice. Meanwhile, the accident scene on the other side had been completely sealed off. Heavy rain pouring down relentlessly. Chief Chow, still on the phone, spoke in a low, tense voice. What exactly are you trying to say? Lu Feng replied steadily. The company Master Rong says he's waiting for you there. All the ledgers and evidence have been handed over to you, but you don't have much time left. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up without hesitation, slamming his foot on the accelerator. The car shot forward, the roar of the engine deafening. Chief Chow. Chow Chuang frowned, his mind racing with doubts as he stared down at his phone. Rainwater dripped steadily from his soaked hair. At that moment, a young officer's urgent shout came from behind. Let's go. We need to find Chen Guanrong. Find Chen Guanrong. Chow Chuang was taken aback. Now, where is he? At the company. 2 black Volkswagen Passats cut through the rain, speeding straight toward the Chun Group office building. At 7:45 p.m., Lu Feng's car arrived at the office building first. He grabbed a folder and hurried toward the elevators. As soon as the doors closed, he frantically pressed the buttons, gasping for breath, his heart pounding. At that moment, he was physically spent. After 20 years with Master Rong, he was now forged a far cry from the hot-headed youth he once was. Master Rong had changed his life, giving him a new future. Even if danger lay ahead, he wouldn't back down. The elevator reached the 58th floor with a chime. Lu Feng took a deep breath, straightened his rain-soaked clothes, and stepped out with determination. Meanwhile, in the lobby downstairs, Chief Chow was leading his officers inside, heading straight for the front desk. Chow Chuang. Why is it him? Maan Bong's eyes narrowed as he quickly pulled up the lobby's security footage. Yes. Before his words had faded, the camera switched to the main feed, showing every detail of Chao Chuang's face. He's probably investigating Bao Huijian's car accident, Maan Bong muttered to himself. He knew Chao Chuang while the two of them actually had a pretty good relationship. But the current situation was far from reassuring. After years of investigation, Maan Bong was already familiar with how Chun Guanrong's organization operated. The recent string of deaths convinced him to activate additional surveillance. He didn't want to leave any loose ends. Let them come, Maan Bong waved his hand. Patch me through to him. In Chun Guanrong's territory, death had long since become routine, especially for those on the front lines of the operation. Maan Bong didn't care in the slightest. If only the low-level thugs died, he wouldn't lose any sleep over it. 8 p.m., Hangzhou. The phone still couldn't get through. He had promised to come home early, but after waiting for so long, there was still no sign of him. The apartment complex was old and not very large, yet it was warm and cozy inside. A middle-aged woman, wearing an apron, stood in the living room with her phone in hand, muttering complaints under her breath. Xiaoyu, don't wait for your dad. Let's eat, just the two of us, she called toward a small bedroom. Okay, coming. A voice answered from inside, and Qin Yuhang darted out, hurrying to the dining table. The table was covered with a delicious spread of dishes, and on top of the microwave sat a beautifully packaged cake. Birthday candles for a 50th birthday scattered nearby. As she scooped rice, the woman grumbled. Once he gets busy, he forgets about day and night. Still thinks he's 20. Gained weight, totally out of shape. She set a full bowl of rice in front of Qin Yuhang with a thud. Eat. Have some more. Don't worry about your dad. From now on, just pretend you don't have a father. We'll get by, just the two of us. Qin Yuhang picked up his bowl, ready to dig in, but his mother interrupted again. Still complaining, she grabbed an empty bowl and started picking out the best dishes, filling it to the brim. Mom, didn't you just say we shouldn't bother with dad? Qin Yuhang said with a grin. After dinner, he dashed back to his room, sat at his desk, and picked up a little clown whistle. The next moment, a gray pigeon flew through the rain, its flashing wings especially striking against the night. He suddenly felt curious. What exactly was his father busy with? Desire points 100. Desire points 100. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, the rain was coming down even harder. A black sedan pulled away from the CC villas, raindrops drumming against the car windows in a barrage as loud as firecrackers. Inside, Lu Yuan sat in the back seat, gazing out, feeling like a lone boat braving a stormy river. He smiled to himself, almost enjoying the sensation. Suddenly, messages started popping up on his dashboard. He noticed the Sorcerer's Soul Bell was about to reach its first star. No way. Is everything really coming together at once? He opened the clown whistle again and saw the gray pigeon gliding through the rain. He raised an eyebrow in amusement. The first collision of Pandora's hosts. What a lively night. His smile grew wider, a spark of excitement in his eyes. The sense of an impending storm seemed to signal something big was about to happen. Tonight, all eyes were on the Chun Group's office tower. The 58th Grade A office building blazed with light despite the raging wind and rain, glowing like a giant crystal in the night. Inside the elevator, Chao Chuang ended a call. Even as a seasoned detective who had handled countless major cases, Ma Anbang's words had left him shaken, almost wondering if he was still dreaming. Captain Chao, a young officer asked quietly, watching the elevator's floor numbers climb. Chao Chuang didn't reply. He just raised a hand, signaling for silence. Under the gaze of his two colleagues, he pinched his nose and breathed deeply until his face turned red, then let go. He let out a wry laugh. Looks like I'm not dreaming after all. If this wasn't a dream, then no matter how unbelievable Ma Anbang's story sounded, he'd have to accept it as reality. Seeing the bewildered looks on the two young officers' faces, Chao Chuang's expression turned grave, and his tone was more serious than ever. Things are more complicated than they seem. I have only 2 requirements for you. Team leader Chao said sternly, standing inside the elevator. First, stay calm no matter what you see, even when faced with things that defy scientific explanation. Second, your own safety comes first. For everything else, use your judgment. When the elevator display hit the 58th floor, he instinctively touched the gun at his waist and stepped out into the office building. Not far away, in the executive meeting room of the Chun Group, a board meeting that would decide the fate of the company was underway. In the spacious room, Chun Guanrong stood at the head of the table delivering a speech, while Chen Shooting, dressed sharply in a white suit, stood confidently by his side. In a corner of the conference table, Yang Yuqing's gaze swept over every board member's face, barely able to hide his excitement. He had meticulously orchestrated Chen Shooting's rise to power his fastest route to seizing control of this billion-dollar corporation. Now, please raise your hands to vote, Chun Guanrong said in a deep voice as he looked around the room. Under his gaze, everyone instinctively lowered their heads. In the past week, anyone who dared to voice dissent had met with an untimely death. Just as Chun Guanrong was about to announce the start of the vote, a commotion erupted outside the meeting room, and the doors were suddenly thrown open. All eyes turned to the unexpected intrusion. Team leader Chao led the way inside, quickly surveying the room. When his gaze landed on Chun Guanrong, He caught a fleeting look of relief on the man's face. What's this? Did I come at a bad time? Chow asked with a faint, ambiguous smile. Lu Feng immediately stood to block him. Team leader Chow, we're in the middle of an important meeting. Can this wait? It won't take long. Chow replied, his eyes flicking between Chen Shooting and her father before settling on Chen Guanrong. After a brief moment, he turned to Chen Shooting. Miss Chen, may I have a word with you in the hallway? Chen Guanrong remained silent, while Chen Shooting instinctively glanced at Yang Yuqing. He clenched his fists, cursing under his breath victory had been within reach, only for something unexpected to arise. Behind him, Li Wenwen's ghostly presence flickered, radiating excitement and anticipation. Of course, team leader Chow, Chen Shooting replied, rising gracefully and walking out of the meeting room in her heels. Suddenly, everything changed. Lu Feng hurried after her. I'm sorry, miss, he said, and before she could react, he struck hard at the artery in her neck with a knife-hand blow. Two young officers moved to intervene, but Chow stopped them. At that moment, hearing the commotion in the hallway, Chen Guanrong's demeanor shifted instantly. After a week of silence, the old patriarch straightened his back and swept the room with a piercing gaze, like a lion regaining its strength. Nighttime. At 8:20 p.m., the conference room was brightly lit. The old godfather, Chen Guanrong, fixed his gaze on the middle-aged detective, Chao Chuang, his voice low and resolute. Thank you. Everything you asked for is hidden in the false compartment of my office cabinet. He turned toward the long conference table, his eyes sweeping over the board members present. Some had been his staunch supporters for decades, choosing to trust him even in troubled times. Others remained silent out of fear, their heads lowered. Everyone, about Lao Bao and Lao Yang. I, Chen Guanrong, have let my old brothers down. Boss Rong, a middle-aged board member frowned, about to speak, but Chen Guanrong raised his hand to stop him. At this moment, the old godfather was tying up loose ends, trying to bring order to the chaos and maintain his final dignity. In the corner, Yang Yuqing's clenched fist trembled slightly. He could sense the situation spiraling out of control, his glare fixed on Chen Guanrong, who was issuing orders. When Chen Guanrong glanced at him with casual disdain, the contempt cut deep, infuriating him. If not for the Soul Bell, if not for having control over Chen Guanrong's daughter and grandson, someone like him would never have caught the godfather's attention. As Chen Guanrong continued to speak, Chao Chuang suddenly noticed a subtle movement of his right hand. In a split second, Chen Guanrong drew his pistol and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot stunned everyone in the room. Chao Chuang and the board members stared in shock as the godfather of Hangchang's underworld collapsed, blood and brain matter pouring from his temple. In his final moment, Chen Guanrong's eyes were fixed on Yang Yucheng. As if the bullet was meant for him though to everyone else, it seemed he had turned the gun on himself. In the rainy night, a black sedan sped down the road. Watching events unfold, Lu Yuan gave a soft chuckle. It's over. From Yang Yucheng's perspective, his plan should have worked. But he underestimated Chen Guanrong, a veteran of the game, and failed to realize his true opponents were more than just Chen Guanrong. At the same time, inside the command center of the Pandora Special Investigation Unit, Maan Bong gripped his lighter tightly, eyes locked on the giant screen as he gave a quiet order. Move in. The armed tactical team sprang into action, sealing all entrances and exits. Outside the Chen Group tower, snipers took positions at every vantage point. On the 35th floor, the fully armed special unit advanced toward the conference room. As chaos erupted inside, Yang Yucheng's breathing grew more rapid. The ghostly Li Wenwen leaned close, whispering in his ear a vivid description of the scene in the corridor, pushing him into utter despair. Bang! The three metal solid wood doors on both sides of the conference room suddenly slammed shut. What's happening? The doors won't open. Who's blocking them from outside? Someone was banging on the wooden door, pounding on it with force. At that moment, Yang Yucheng appeared. Chao Chuang immediately drew his gun and rushed toward him. But as their eyes met, a chill swept from the top of Chao Chuang's head down his spine. What was even more terrifying was the sudden appearance of a woman's figure behind Yang Yucheng, her empty gaze fixed on him. Inside the conference room, the senior executives of the Chen Group also witnessed this scene, fear written all over their faces. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Yang Yucheng's face twisted with rage. I've been an orphan since I was a child. I fought so hard just to get into college, but the life those people enjoy so easily is something I can never reach, no matter how hard I try. He glared at Chao Chuang, his voice hoarse. Do you know the shock I felt the first time I stood inside the Chanting Mansion, seeing just a corner of that luxury? I want to live. Yang Yucheng roared. Let me go? He'll leave Zhao State, as long as you let me live. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the conference room flickered, and everyone present saw a horrifying vision before their eyes. In the Pandora Command Center, the female staff member beside Maan Bong looked tense. This is bad. Yang Yucheng is planning to take everyone in the conference room hostage as leverage. He's thinking clearly and reacting quickly, Maan Bong said, watching the surveillance feed with a slight smile. He added thoughtfully, Yang Yucheng still seems rational. Does that mean Huang Wenbin's madness last time had nothing to do with Pandora? And is Pandora's ability greater than what we've observed? Could it continue to evolve? How many people are in the conference room? 16, including Chao Chuang and another city police officer. Maan Bong nodded, spinning a lighter in his hand as he pondered. If everyone in there dies, the pressure from all sides will be enormous. That's definitely not acceptable. Call Yang Yuqing. He'll talk to him myself. Be ready to break in at any moment. Soon, every phone in the conference room rang at once. Chao Chuang took a deep breath, answered, and put the call on speaker. Yang Yuqing seemed a bit calmer, but the ghostly figure of the woman still sent chills through the room. Yang Yuqing, this is the head of the Pandora investigation team. Is there anything you want to say? Maan Bong's calm voice came through. Let me go. Yang Yuqing stared intently at the phone. Of course, Maan Bong replied, then shifted the topic. But first, let's talk about that gentleman, the one you call Pandora's Mister. He's a supreme being with a male appearance, isn't he? This question seemed to trigger something forbidden. As Yang Yuqing involuntarily pictured Lu Yuan, he let out a scream, terror filling his bloodshot eyes as he clutched his head. Even the ghostly Li Wenwen appeared frightened. At that moment, the conference room door was broken down. Through the curtain of rain, a black sedan sped down the highway. Lu Yuan watched the scene in silence for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. Well, using me as a pawn, are they? Impressive. He shook his head lightly, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Then, he fell into deep thought. Discover the rules. Use the rules so, this Pandora investigation team is actually the official force set up to handle supernatural objects? He leaned back in his seat, his gaze drifting as neon lights flickered past the window, occasionally illuminating his profile and revealing a complex, unreadable expression. Meanwhile, inside the command center of the Pandora Special Investigation Team in Hangzhou, several elite officers from the Ministry of Public Security, National Security, and other departments were anxiously watching the shifting images on the large screen. At that moment, all eyes were on team leader Maan Bong. His response had left everyone stunned. Despite having reviewed the files on the Huang Wenbin incident and seeing firsthand the mysterious forces involved, none of them had expected the rules to be manipulated so deftly. Especially when it came to the forbidden entity codenamed Som Mystery, no one dared to touch lightly. Yet Maan Bong remained unfazed. Even in the face of such a chilling situation, he was as nonchalant as ever, his gray leather jacket unruffled. His eyes were fixed on the massive screen on the wall as he calmly said, not necessarily. He looked around the room and continued, my guess is, as long as you don't offend that forbidden entity, just mentioning its name shouldn't trigger any reaction. In front of the screen, Yang Yuqing was on the verge of a breakdown. Every word from Maan Bong struck him like a needle, piercing straight into his heart. Maan Bong showed no mercy. He knew all too well that Yang Yuqing was no longer rational, driven only by a desperate will to survive. Yang Yuqing is already in a tight spot, Maan Bong murmured. He'll cling to any chance he can find to stay alive. He continued his calm analysis, making no effort to hide his reasoning. Right now, Yang Yuqing's mind is completely out of his control. He's treating my words as a lifeline, not even noticing the trap I've set. Maan Bong's voice remained low, his gaze growing darker. I never hoped to see this outcome. He raised his right hand slightly, fingers absently turning a metal lighter engraved with the skull. The lighter's edge was worn smooth, making a faint sound as he fidgeted with it. Suddenly, he gave the order, let him go downstairs. The surveillance feed flickered again. In the throes of intense pain, Yang Yuqing finally regained his senses. Veins bulged on his face as he forced thoughts of Lu Yuan from his mind. At that moment, the middle-aged detective next to him, Chao Chuang, suddenly looked startled, as if seized by some unseen force. His body stiffened, and his hands opened involuntarily, blocking Yang Yuqing's path. Yang Yuqing lunged, grabbing the gun from Chao Chuang's hand. He pressed the cold muzzle hard against Chao Chuang's chest, gasping for breath as he shouted, "Let me go! Let me go!" His eyes were filled with despair and madness, his voice rising to a near scream. As his desperate cries echoed, the special agents outside the conference room quickly retreated, leaving Yang Yuqing standing there, gun unwaveringly aimed at the puppet-like detective before him. The ghostly figure of Li Wenwen appeared translucent, her twisted face and venomous glare sending chills down anyone's spine as she watched the scene unfold with excitement. In the elevator lobby, special agents stood at the ready, their guns trained on a single target, the 19-year-old Yang Yuqing. With a soft ding, the elevator arrived, and Yang Yuqing stepped in calmly. Turning around, he looked up at the wall of gun barrels outside the doors. His expression shifted, finally settling into a wild, sinister grin. The ground floor of the building was equally secure. Yang Yuqing, holding the puppet-like Chao Chuang hostage, walked out of the lobby. Outside, a torrential rain rare for nearly a month poured down. The plaza in front of the building was tightly sealed off by special vehicles, and snipers had already taken their positions in the surrounding office towers. Standing on the steps, Yang Yuqing surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, A seemingly ordinary gray pigeon slipped through the ring. In a modest two-bedroom apartment elsewhere, Chun Yuhang watched the scene unfold through the pigeon's eyes, his fists clenched as he tried to steady himself. The gray pigeon landed on a street lamp, letting the heavy raindrops roll off its wings. It casually preened its feathers, then boldly flew to perch on the shoulder of a middle-aged detective. "Get lost," Yang Yuqing shouted, swatting at the bird. The pigeon dodged his hand, but a look of confusion flickered across Li Wenwen's seductive smile. She realized that, for some reason, she was having trouble influencing this pigeon. "Fire!" Maan Bong seized the brief moment of hesitation and gave the order. In the darkness, four gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, bullets aimed at Yang Yuqing's head, heart, and gun-wielding right hand. At that instant, Chao Chuang snapped awake and instinctively rolled forward. Meanwhile, on the 35th floor, in a conference room, Lu Feng looked down at Chun Guanrong lying in a pool of blood, then glanced up at the quartz clock on the wall. It was 8:30. At that very moment, Chun Guanrong's final plan began to take effect. Surveillance footage from his study, documenting a week's worth of carefully guided conversations with Yang Yuqing and indirect evidence of Li Wenwen's existence, was automatically sent to the private inboxes of the four most powerful families in Hangzhou and three top tycoons. It was a meticulously crafted bombshell. News of Pandora's existence would send shockwaves through the ranks of the elite, for it shattered centuries-old rules now. Even ordinary people could wield the power to change fate, just as a college student had brought down someone as influential as Chun Guanrong. This was Chun Guanrong's last safeguard for Chun Shooting and her son, giving them a crucial edge in the turbulent times ahead. The value of this information was worth its weight in gold. Hangzhou, a renowned city in the southeast, has been prosperous since ancient times. Among its most illustrious families are the Gao family of Shuangchen Lane, the Su family of Hengyi Bridge, the Zheng family of Zhuangyuan Lane, and the Ding family of Tufel. These four families have deep roots and extensive connections, wielding tremendous influence in politics, business, and academia. In recent decades, three other top tycoons have risen to prominence in emerging fields like technology and the internet. Each of them boasts a net worth exceeding 100 billion yuan. While their heritage may not be as deep, their strength in certain industries rivals that of the established families. As night fell, the rain gradually eased. In the heart of Hangzhou's main district, where every inch of land is precious, an elegant Jiangnan-style mansion stood quietly. Facing south with its back to the hills and overlooking the water, the residence featured whitewashed walls and black-tiled roofs on the east side, while the west was home to a refined garden with pavilions and corridors. Inside a lakeside pavilion, Gao Chongwen's 60-year-old head of the Gao family sat reading quietly on this rainy night. The sound of raindrops striking the water, rooftops, and rocks created a soothing white noise that put him at ease. Suddenly, hurried footsteps in the distance caught Gao Chongwen's attention. He put down his book and looked up, spotting the elderly butler, his hair already gray, approaching quickly under an umbrella, his face betraying unmistakable anxiety. Gao Chongwen frowned, displeased, and said in a low voice, "The sky isn't falling. Calm yourself before you speak." "Yes, sir." The butler replied at once, taking several deep breaths as he stepped into the pavilion, trying to regain his composure. The warm orange light bathed them, while the brazier nearby glowed with just the right amount of heat, and a faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. "Sir, 10 minutes ago, Chun Guanrong sent a video to your private email," the butler said gravely. With that, he opened his laptop from the bag he was carrying and placed it on the table in front of Gao Chongwen, clicking to play the video. "Sir, you'll understand once you see it." Gao Chongwen responded calmly. In his eyes, someone like Chun Guanrong wasn't even qualified to sit at the tablet best. He was a petty thug. He turned his attention to the screen, which showed Chun Guanrong's office. Chun was seated on the sofa, and soon, voices began to sound. As the first supernatural scene appeared, the family head's eyelids twitched, and he unconsciously sat up straighter. Gao Chongwen glanced at the butler beside him, then forced himself to suppress his shock and kept watching. The short video ended quickly. From the conversation between Chun Guanrong and a young man captured by the surveillance camera, it was easy to infer the relationship between them. Chun Guanrong was clearly being controlled. Gao Chongwen's emotions surged, and he could no longer maintain his former composure. It wasn't that he lacked self-control, but what he had just witnessed was simply too astonishing. The video, Gao Chongwen's voice suddenly rose, but he cut himself off mid-sentence. His expression tightened as he asked, "Is it authentic?" "It is. The video file is original with no signs of editing," the butler replied respectfully. "After watching it, I tried to call Chun Guanrong immediately, but he hasn't answered. Also, there have been a series of accidents at Chen's group recently, and everyone mentioned in the video is already dead. The entire road network surrounding the Chun group has been sealed off," the old butler reported gravely as he stood in the pavilion. "Special agents have appeared. Our people saw them with their own eyes." Gao Chongwen sat at a rosewood table, his hands clasped, his expression clouded with uncertainty. He had just finished watching the video. Despite the shock he felt inside, he maintained his usual composure. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice calm. Keep sending people to investigate. I want a full account of what happened. His long fingers tapped the tabletop. With the Chun group under lockdown, it looks like the authorities have stepped in. They'll call Mayor G myself to sound out the situation. You may go. The butler bowed and hurried away. Meanwhile, in the study of the Su family's old estate in Hangzhou, the family patriarch, Su Shun, nearly 90 years old, paced back and forth with his cane. Deep lines furrowed his face, reflecting a gravity he had never shown before. Though he had lived through war and chaos, he now felt a rare sense of unease. This was no ordinary incident. It was a turning point that threatened to upend everything he knew. Su Shun stopped and turned to his butler. Mobilize all our resources and investigate everything about Chengguanrong. Also, keep a close watch for any signs of supernatural events. At the same time, the Zheng and Ding families, along with 3 of Hangzhou's wealthiest tycoons, were each watching the same video. These influential figures, who normally dominated the city's affairs, now found themselves shaken and deep in thought. In the headquarters of Hangzhou's leading internet conglomerate, Ma Tianyan sat alone by the floor-to-ceiling windows. The legendary founder of a trillion-yuan business empire, his right hand trembled slightly. His gaze was intense, as though contemplating a terrifying possibility. If he were in that situation, faced with such supernatural forces, what would he do? After a long silence, a glimmer of determination flashed in his unusual eyes. Everything has 2 sides. Even in destruction, new opportunities are born. Perhaps there's a chance for me in all of this. Mr. Liu, we've arrived. The black sedan slowly pulled into the underground garage of a luxury, single-apartment complex in the Binjiang district. Butler Shen Nansher stepped out from the driver's seat and briskly walked around to open the door for Liu Yuan. His movements were sharp and efficient, belying his age. Liu Yuan nodded slightly, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, and rose gracefully from the car. Help me select a group of top experts in the social sciences. Bring me their profiles tomorrow. Yes, sir, Shen Nansher replied respectfully. After a brief pause, he added, do you have any specific areas in mind? Start with sociology and anthropology, Liu Yuan answered calmly. Shen Nansher quickly organized his thoughts. Sociology studies social structures and changes, while anthropology focuses on human culture and biological traits. What exactly does Mr. Liu plan to do with experts in these fields? All right, he'll head up now, Liu Yuan said, waving his hand as he walked lazily toward the elevator and pressed for the 16th floor. As the elevator ascended, a faint smile played at the corners of his lips. Ever since acquiring Pandora, 3 questions had lingered in his mind. The fate of Pandora's hosts, how the powerful both official and unofficial would react to Pandora, and how widespread use of Pandora might impact the global order. There are no secrets that stay hidden forever, he murmured with a soft chuckle as the elevator doors opened. The big players will hear about this soon. I can't wait to see their reactions. Back in the garage, Shen Nansher waited until Liu Yuan's figure had disappeared before turning to Shen Shan. Let's go. Outside, the moonlight shone on the road, the air clear after the rain. As they drove, Shen Shan suddenly spoke from the passenger seat. Sir, all 3 main roads around Chengguanrong's company office have been blocked off supposedly for roadwork. Shen Nansher quickly scanned the information on the tablet, his expression growing serious. It can't just be roadwork. Let's check it out. Take the long way this route. Their black sedan approached the blocked area, where lines of cars stretched down all 3 main roads and traffic police directed vehicles to turn back. Shen Nansher glanced at the Chun Corporation office building, its lights still on in the distance, and said quietly, a storm is coming. In front of the office building, a team leader said to a colleague, Team Leader Chow, I'm so glad you're all right. I'm fine, don't worry, Chow replied. By the way, come with me into the building. We're going back up? The colleague looked puzzled as they stood in front of the 58th Street office tower. After being rescued, Chow Chuang and the 2 young detectives with him practically sprinted the whole way. For these 2, the past short period had been more intense and thrilling than anything they'd experienced in their 20-odd years of life. Are you coming or not? Chow Chuang shot them a glare. Yes, coming. The 2 young detectives responded at once, their voices filled with urgency. The atmosphere in the square remained heavy, a sense of oppression lingering in the air. The members of the Pandora Special Investigation Unit were still busy clearing the scene. For now, as long as Chow Chuang and his colleagues from the City Bureau didn't leave, no one seemed inclined to bother them. Chow Chuang strode quickly toward the building, his eyes sweeping over Yang Yucheng, whose body was being carried away by staff. A complex look flashed in his eyes. Of course, he recognized the female ghosted was the same woman at the center of the wife murder case a few days ago. After Yang Yucheng's death, she seemed to have vanished completely. As for the connection between the 2, even Chow Chuang wasn't sure. As the elevator doors closed, the 3 detectives found themselves sharing the lift with members of the Pandora team. The air felt especially tense. Phew. Captain Chow, what department are those people from? I've never seen them before. I once read a novel called Dragon Team. Is this based on real events? One of the young detectives whispered curiously. The other, still nervous, chimed in. Yeah, this is so intense. I feel like I've become a character in a novel. Relieved to be with Chao Chuang, the two young detectives still couldn't shake off their nerves, though excitement now mingled with their anxiety. When the three reached the door of Chun Guanrong's office, they were stopped by a man in a black uniform. Let him in, came an order through the man's earpiece. He glanced at Chao Chuang, then stepped aside. Without hesitation, Chao Chuang entered the office. The moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 58th floor, casting a cold, quiet glow over the room. In this silence, Chao Chuang's gaze landed on a photo frame that dominated the bookshelf along one wall. He walked over and picked up the frame. Inside was a photograph of a woman with a striking presence and fiery eyes, holding a sturdy, bright-eyed boy in her arms. Chao Chuang stared at the photo for a moment, a surge of emotion rising within him. He carefully replaced the frame. Earlier, when Head looked straight into Chun Guanrong's eyes in the conference room, he hadn't seen indifference, but rather a deep, silent plea. The two men were polar opposites, often at odds. But in that moment, at least as fathers, Chao Chuang found himself unable to voice any disdain. If Chun Guanrong had truly been ruthless, how could Yang Yuqing have ever held him back? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, Chao Chuang knocked on the bookshelf. The sound was crisp, but then a deeper, duller note followed. His eyes narrowed. Standing on tiptoe, he carefully removed the items on the shelf and opened a hidden compartment. Inside, a thick, leather envelope lay quietly. Chao Chuang carefully undid the string, glanced through the contents, and his expression changed instantly. Captain Chao, the young detective, had also caught sight of the writing, his eyes widening in shock and alarm. Don't worry, Chao Chuang immediately reassured him, pressing the folder tightly to his chest. He shot a glance at his subordinate and said quietly, there's someone watching outside. No one can interfere. The young detective took a deep breath and finally relaxed a little, though he still looked puzzled. No wonder he always managed to slip away from us all these years. So this is the reason. Enough talk, Chao Chuang said in a low voice, gripping the folder tightly and striding purposefully toward the door. As he stepped out of the office, he ran straight into Lu Feng, Chun Guanrong's secretary, and Chen Shooting, who had just regained consciousness. The two were standing in the hallway, their eyes meeting Chao Chuang's unexpectedly. On the 35th floor of the Chun Group office building, a heart-wrenching cry of "Dad!" shattered the silence in the corridor. Staff members slowly carried out the body of Chun Guanrong, covered by a white sheet. Standing outside the conference room, Chen Shooting looked pale as a sheet, her eyes vacant. When the harsh reality finally broke through her last line of defense, tears streamed uncontrollably down her beautiful face. She suddenly broke free from Lu Feng's grip and staggered toward her father's body. In this brief moment of clarity, Lu Feng had already told her the whole truth. There was no time to spare, and whether she was ready or not, she had to face it all immediately. Dad! Chen Shooting's entire body trembled, her emotions on the verge of collapse. In that moment, she finally understood that all this tragedy had started because of her, and that her father had spent his final moments trying everything he could to protect her and her son. Chao Chuang approached with heavy steps, holding a brown leather file folder in his hand. Lu Feng withdrew his gaze from Chen Shooting and said calmly, "Thank you, Captain Chao." "It's my duty," Chao Chuang replied, then paused to study the man who had shadowed Chun Guanrong for years. It was the first time in over a decade that had looked at Lu Feng so closely. "You don't resent him?" Inside the folder were records of Chun Guanrong's crimes over the past 20 years, with Lu Feng deeply involved in each case: murder, bribery, and more. The combined charges were enough to make a life sentence seem lenient. Lu Feng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his scholarly facade slipping away. "What's there to resent? My life belonged to Mr. Rong a long time ago. Without him, I wouldn't have been worth more than a stray dog. I've lived well these years. It's been worth it." Chao Chuang turned his attention to Chen Shooting in silence. As the daughter of Hangzhou's criminal kingpin, she had been shielded so thoroughly that she remained untouched by any trace of darkness. At the same time, in the command room of the Pandora investigation team in Hangzhou, a young subordinate was reporting to Maan Bong. "Sir, we've searched all possible locations connected to Yang Yuqing's office building, Qiantang residence, CC Villa, even his college dormitory. We didn't find the special item you mentioned." Maan Bong didn't reply right away. He stared at the large screen, flicking his lighter open and shut, the metallic click echoing in the room. After a long pause, he finally murmured, "All right." His thoughts lingered on what he had just witnessed. After Yang Yuqing died, the female ghost seemed to lose her vessel and vanished, while a startled gray pigeon flew off into the sky. That vessel, he believed, must be Pandora. "Look into Chao Chuang," Maan Bong suddenly ordered. The detective at the scene. "Start with his family, his son, his wife, and his mother. His father has already passed away." "Yes, sir." The young subordinate snapped to attention, saluted, and, though puzzled, didn't ask any questions before quickly leaving the command room. That pigeon's reaction had been far too unusual, Maan Bong thought. There was definitely something more to this. So, that means a second Pandora has appeared in this incident. Ma Anbang's gaze sharpened as he quickly ran through scenarios in his mind. Someone so desperate to save Chao Chuang is most likely someone close to him. Meanwhile, in a typical residential complex in Hangzhou, 16-year-old high school student Chen Yuhang suddenly shot up from his chair and slumped heavily against the backrest, gasping for air. His shirt clung to his skin, soaked through with cold sweat, sending a chill down his spine. What just happened? He muttered to himself. Recalling what had just occurred, he remembered his consciousness attaching to that gray pigeon, guiding it to land on his father's shoulder. Just as he was trying to figure out how to save his dad, a sudden wave of malice crashed into him. But at least dad should be safe now. Chen Yuhang replayed the last image the pigeon saw his father rolling forward to dodge danger and finally felt a bit of relief. Still, his emotions were in turmoil. One moment, he felt secretly proud of himself for saving someone like a superhero in a movie. The next, a surge of fear gripped his heart. They're not coming after me, right? The thought made his heart sink, but he quickly tried to reassure himself. No way. Who could possibly trace me through a pigeon? This isn't some sci-fi movie. Just as he started to relax, a sudden, sharp knock sounded at the door. Thump. Thump, thump. Chen Yuhang froze at his desk, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. From the living room, he heard his mother, Chun Lan, call out, "Who is it?" Followed by the sound of slippers shuffling across the floor. "Who are you looking for?" Chen Lan, slightly plump, opened the door to find two men in black uniforms standing outside. She hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Are you looking for my husband, Lao Chao? He's not home right now, and his phone isn't working." "Hello, Ms. Liu. We're from the National Security Bureau," the man in front said seriously, showing his identification. This was one of the two official identities the Pandora Special Investigation Team used when dealing with ordinary citizens to gain their cooperation. National security? Chen immediately panicked. "My husband would never do anything wrong." "Oh, we're just regular folks." The two investigators exchanged a glance. One of them spoke gently, "We're just here for a routine inquiry. Would it be all right if we came in?" "Of course, please come in." Flustered, Chen stepped aside to let them in. After they sat down, she started looking for tea leaves. "Let me make you some tea." "No need to go to any trouble," one of them said. "May I ask, is your son at home?" "My son?" Chen instinctively tried to protect him. "He's just a kid. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Only after the two men repeatedly assured her did she finally go to call her son. A moment later, Chen Yuhang followed his mother into the living room. The two investigators' eyes immediately sharpened. With their training, they could instantly spot the anxiety and nervousness on the teenager's face, clear signs that he was hiding something. The next day, the weather was clear and bright sunlight bathed the city. In a mid-range residential area on International Talent Street in the Upper City District, a white couple was packing up to leave after 5 years of working in Zhao country. Pete, 35, had just stepped out of the apartment building with a stuffed hiking backpack when he suddenly paused. He glanced back instinctively, as if some invisible force was calling out to him. "Pete, we need to go now." His wife, who had already walked ahead, called out anxiously when she saw him stop. "Oh, coming," Pete responded, jogging toward her, then stopped again. "Wait a minute, I forgot something." He hurried back to the elevator and went straight to the basement. In a dim corner of the parking garage, an ancient bronze bell lay quietly. Pete's eyes grew greedy. "What is this? It feels alive." The moment his fingers touched the bell, a mysterious ripple spread through his mind, and information from Pandora suddenly flooded in. Wu Shi Hunling. Although he didn't know Chinese, these 4 words slipped uncontrollably from his mouth. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in the Binjiang district, it's still early for work. Lu Yuan lounged lazily on a recliner by the floor-to-ceiling window, a plump black cat named Lao Bai sprawled on his chest. The moment the ancient soul bell was touched, Lu Yuan, through Pandora's power, saw what was happening in the distance. When he realized the new owner was a pudgy, middle-aged white man, he raised his eyebrows slightly. "Overseas, huh?" He absent-mindedly stroked Lao Bai's fur. It was inevitable Pandora would spread abroad. "It's just happening sooner than I expected. The authorities overseas don't have the same level of grassroots control as in the East, and ordinary people are more easily swayed. TSK, maybe I won't be short on souls for much longer." Just as he closed the panel, there was a knock at the door. Lu Yuan gave the lazy cat a pat, and only after a second pat did Lao Bai reluctantly jump to the floor. Standing outside was Shun Hongru. Today, the single mother wore a simple white crewneck sweater and high-waisted jeans. The understated outfit highlighted her stunning figure. "Hongru, come in." Seeing she had something on her mind, Lu Yuan ushered her inside. After an intimate moment, Lu Yuan, now wearing his black-rimmed glasses again, seemed like a different person. He gently lifted her chin and asked, "Tell me, what's going on?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you could pick up Wan from kindergarten." Shun Hongru replied softly, her cheeks flushed. "The last couple of days, Wan has come home looking upset, dragging her feet. It took me several tries before she finally told me what was wrong. A child from kindergarten mentioned she didn't have a dad, so that's what it was. Lu Yuan nodded casually, a thoughtful look flickering in his eyes. Send me the time and address when Wan gets out of school. He'll go if I have time. It was getting late, so Shun Hongru packed up her things and headed home first. Back at her place, she touched up her makeup and took her daughter's hand, ready to walk her to school. As soon as she opened the door next door opened at the same time, and a tall figure appeared in the hallway. Uncle Lu. As soon as Wan saw him, she darted over like a happy little rabbit. She looked up, her big eyes full of anticipation, and asked in a sweet, childish voice, Uncle Lu, Mommy said you'd pick me up after school. Is it true? It's true. Lu Yuan reached out and gently patted the little girl's head, a soft smile playing at his lips, his eyes warm. But when the time comes, you can't call me Uncle Lu anymore. Hee hee. The little girl caught on instantly, threw her arms around Lu Yuan's leg, and called out in a clear, bright voice, Daddy Lu. As a single mother, Shun Hongru's eyelids twitched at hearing this, but she didn't stop her daughter. She quietly watched Lu Yuan's reaction, and when she saw that he didn't show any visible change, her heart sank a little. Whatever her reasons, she hoped her daughter could grow closer to this mysterious man, Lu Yuan. At 9 in the morning, Lu Yuan was seated in his office, his long fingers tapping on the keyboard as he handled the company's daily affairs. These routine tasks were quickly taken care of, and he leaned back in his chair, his gaze shifting elsewhere. So, this is the Pandora Special Investigation Unit? Through his connection with Pandora, Lu Yuan observed Joker whistle, a playful smile appearing on his gentle, refined face. I wonder if Captain Ma can sense that someone is watching him? At the same time, inside a highly secure, confidential building, Maan Bong walked ahead, with Captain Chow from the city's criminal police division following behind. Captain Chow's eyes flickered anxiously, his expression grave. He had just been told about his son's situation, and honestly, all he wanted was for his son to be safe and, ideally, to stay far away from police work in the future. Yet somehow, his son had gotten caught up in the Pandora mess without him even knowing. We're here. Maan Bong stopped in front of an interview room, where 2 guards saluted him. He nodded, then turned to Chow Chuang, his tone reassuring. Old Chow, go in and talk to your boy for a bit. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Soon, Chow Chuang came out of the interview room, his eyes fixed on Maan Bong, clearly unconvinced by his words. The two had been close friends, and Chow Chuang knew exactly what kind of man Maan Bong was, a rational madman, through and through. If sacrificing his son meant achieving a greater good, Chow Chuang was sure Maan Bong wouldn't hesitate. In fact, if it ever came to it, Maan Bong wouldn't even hesitate to sacrifice himself. The door to the interview room opened, and Maan Bong stepped inside. 16-year-old Chen Yuhang sat inside, tense and anxious as the middle-aged man entered. Chen Yuhang, there's no need to be nervous. Maan Bong looked at the boy, forcing a rare smile onto his usually stern face as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Your father probably told you I'm an old friend of his. I know you. Uncle Ma. Chen Yuhang replied, his shoulders relaxing a bit. Ma Yanbang's sharp eyes reflected the boy's every move, taking in every detail. As Chow Chuang knew, he was a rational madman at his core, and that was the truth. The opening remarks were just to calm the boy, not out of any real warmth. Something just occurred to me, Maan Bong said suddenly, meeting the boy's gaze. Yuhang, do you think this conversation we're about to have is someone watching us right now? Back in his office, Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses, his smile growing even brighter. Inside the secure interview room of the Pandora Special Investigation Unit in Hangzhou, Ma Yanbang's gaze was sharp and unwavering as he locked eyes with Chen Yuhang. I've conducted 2 tests, he began slowly, his voice steady. Each time, I asked the same question to different Pandora users about a certain mysterious figure. A mysterious figure? The words instantly struck a nerve in Chen Yuhang, and the image of the enigmatic man who had handed him the clown whistle flashed through his mind. What kind of person do you think he is? Ma Bong suddenly asked. Just as Chen Yuhang was about to respond, a searing pain tore through him. He clutched his head with both hands, his body trembling violently as he let out a cry of agony. The pain went far beyond anything physical. It felt as if his very soul was being ripped apart. The 16-year-old boy, usually so composed, was now utterly shaken. Don't be afraid. Ma Yanbang's expression remained calm as he pressed a reassuring hand on Chen Yuhang's shoulder, raising his voice. Try to clear your mind. Don't think about anything. Chen Yuhang dropped to one knee, bracing himself against the table with one hand, the other clutching his throat as he retched. Sweat soaked through his back, leaving him looking as if head just been pulled from water. Are you feeling any better? Ma Bong offered him a cup of warm water. Thank you, I'm much better now. Chen Yuhang gulped the water, his face still pale and shaken. That's why I said, when we start this conversation, there's a chance we might be watched by a certain presence. Ma Bong shrugged. Don't think about him. Okay. Chen Yuhang replied quietly, lowering his head. The room fell silent for a moment, giving Chen Yuhang time to recover. After a while, he looked up and met Ma Yanbang's gaze. Uncle Ma? Is he? A flicker of fear crossed Chen Yuhang's face. After a pause, he asked seriously, is he our enemy? Outside the interview room and even as far away as the Central Command in Yanjing, numerous high-ranking officials were watching the conversation through surveillance. When this question was asked, everyone fell silent. Could humanity really stand against a being so terrifying that even mentioning him brought fear? If he threatens the peace and stability of our lives, Maan Bong leaned forward, his eyes steely, then he is our enemy. If his very purpose is to strip us of reason and make us no better than beasts, then he is our enemy. If what he seeks is chaos and evil, then he is our enemy. With every word, Maan Bong's voice grew stronger and more resolute. Chun Yuhang's eyes widened, as if courage and determination surged back into him. In the monitoring room, several leaders broke into smiles. A general from the military even shouted, well said. That's the spirit. At the same time, under the clear blue sky, on the 15th floor of the Chuangwei office building, TSK, Yuan closed the panel, leaned back in his chair, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Was that intentionally said for me to hear? He narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in thought. Although his own goals weren't exactly what Maan Bong described as chaos, if he were to spread the consequences caused by Pandora one by one, in essence, there was quite a bit of overlap with what Ma had said. So am I gradually becoming the ultimate villain in the eyes of the Pandora investigation team? As he was pondering this, his phone suddenly vibrated on the desk. He picked it up, exchanged a few words, hung up, and after sitting quietly for a moment, stood up and left the office. Stepping out of the building, he tilted his head back, gazed up at the cloudless blue sky, and took a deep breath, his expression relaxed and content. What a beautiful day. Casting a glance around, he strolled unhurriedly toward the neighboring building. This tower stood right next to the Chuangwei building, even taller, facing directly toward the Qiantang River, offering a panoramic view of the water. As soon as he entered the building, Shen Shan, who had been waiting near the entrance, quickly approached. Mr. Liu. The two of them walked together into a private elevator. Shen Shan pressed the button for the 59th floor. As the elevator rose steadily, a respectful voice could already be heard from the top floor before the doors opened. Mr. Liu. Shen Nansher was already waiting outside, bowing slightly. Liu Yuan nodded in response, his steps unhurried as he followed Shen Nansher through the spacious floor. This was the very top of the building, with an exceptionally broad view, sunlight glinting off the river below, as if the entire Qiantang was in plain sight. From now on, Mr. Liu, you're welcome to come by any time. Everything's been arranged, Shen Nansher explained as he led the way. The top 3 floors are all yours. Passing through a transparent glass door, they reached the central area with the best view designed by a renowned architect. There was a comfortable lounge for guests, an entertainment area for relaxation, a sleek bar, and a well-organized reading corner filled with books. In one corner, there was even a set of fitness equipment for daily workouts. Not bad. I like it, Liu Yuan said, standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the scene below with a satisfied smile. He planned to use this place as the temporary base for the Pandora Management Committee. The ideal headquarters, in his mind, would be like one of those secret clubs in games or novels accessible only by special means, or a round-table conference room shrouded in mystery. Unfortunately, reality didn't allow for that just yet. A place like that would require at least one Pandora at the first rank, or even at the highest level, to personally guard it. He pictured such a mysterious and awe-inspiring scene, a glint of anticipation in his eyes, but then muttered to himself, well, even if I can't make it that grand, at least I can give this building an air of secrecy, keep it hidden from prying eyes. Mr. Liu, here is some information on a few social science experts. Please take a look. Shen Nansher handed over a folder with both hands, his manner respectful. Liu Yuan sat down on the sofa, opened the file, and began to read carefully. Soon, his attention was caught by the profile of one scholar, Han Zhanbing, a professor of social sciences at Jiangxi University, age 52, and a member of Zhao State's Academy of Social Sciences. Back in his undergraduate days, Han had written a thesis on the trends of change in various European countries. Over the next 30 years, the development of the European situation had matched his predictions with astonishing accuracy. Impressive, Liu Yuan murmured, reading the abstract with genuine admiration. He knew that to guide Pandora's spread and influence on a global scale, he would have to understand the chemical reactions behind it all, and for that, he'd need real strategists and advisors. What he needed were top-tier thinkers who could predict the direction of the world. Someone like Han Zhanbing was exactly the kind of talent he urgently required. By 4:30 in the afternoon, a dense crowd of parents had already gathered outside the affiliated kindergarten of Shuejuan Primary School. Liu Yuan, over here. Liu Yuan had just stepped out of his car, his gentle smile still on his face. After only a few steps, he spotted Shen Hongru, a single mother who always dressed with care, waving at him from a distance. Liu Yuan, thank you so much. You even left work early to help me. Shen Hongru had changed her clothes, a crisp white short-sleeved shirt tucked into a high-waisted black skirt. Her red lips curled into a faint smile, and her oversized earrings swayed with her movements. Half her face was hidden behind dark sunglasses. Even in the crowd, she stood out. She jogged over to Lu Yuan, expressing her gratitude over and over. It's nothing. I actually find this kind of thing pretty interesting. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, glanced at Shun Hongru, then looked toward the kindergarten behind her, smiling warmly. Getting a head start on picking up kids after school, it's not bad at all. He seemed to enjoy these brief glimpses into different experiences, savoring each one for what it was. Shun Hongru nodded lightly, lowered her head, and followed behind Lu Yuan, suddenly taking on the air of a gentle, demure woman, a sharp contrast to her fashionable outfit and earlier confident presence. Is Wanwan still in class? She should be out soon. Shun Hongru replied anxiously. Just as she finished speaking, the bell rang from the kindergarten, followed by a burst of children's laughter. Shun Hongru's lashes quivered slightly. She took a step forward, her cool fingertips gently hooking around Lu Yuan's right hand. Wanwan said other kids' moms and dads do this, she whispered. Lu Yuan paused, then nodded and gently squeezed her hand in return. A moment later, hurried footsteps approached. Wanwan's cheeks were rosy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As soon as her teacher let go of her hand, she ran straight toward them. Lu, Daddy, look, that's my daddy. Isn't he handsome? I told you all I have a daddy, but none of you believed me. Humph. Wanwan chattered as she grabbed Lu Yuan's hand with one of her own, and took Shun Hongru's with the other, happily skipping away with them. As the sun set and dusk settled in, neon lights began to flicker on. Lu Yuan walked along the commercial street near the military museum, with Shun Hongru and Wanwan following close behind. The little girl held a stick of candied hawthorn, still bouncing with joy. Lu Yuan, thank you. Haven't you already treated me to dinner? Lu Yuan replied casually, glancing at the merchandise on display around them. Because of its proximity to the military museum, most of the antiques and curios for sale on this street were replicas from wartime. With more and more Pandora items appearing, Lu Yuan, although unable to modify Pandora's abilities, had gradually come to understand the history and uses behind each Pandora artifact. For example, the Marquart mask was once a tool used in cosmetic surgery to sculpt perfect faces. After being transformed by Pandora, it became an item that could change one's appearance. Or the wizard's soul bell, which had originally been a ritual instrument for shamans. Hey boss, how much for this? This is the real deal. A radio, you know what that is. Spy gear, you know about that? Lu Yuan turned his head slightly, looking at a street vendor. A spy radio from World War II. The elderly man, his cheeks flushed with excitement, introduced the battered communication device before him in a booming voice, his eyes shining and spittle catching the sunlight. 2,000. That's practically giving it away. Lu Yuan crouched in front of the stall, meeting the old man's gaze with a calm, steady look. Something about it made the seller uneasy, and he almost changed the price mid-sentence. But before he could, Lu Yuan spoke up. Wrap it up for me. At the far end of the bustling commercial street, Lu Yuan spotted a pair of worn black fingerless gloves lying on an old newspaper spread out on the ground. Not bad, he muttered to himself. Back at his apartment, Lu Yuan politely declined his neighbor Shun Hongru's invitation for tea and went straight to his study. He laid out the day's finds on the desk, a 30-centimeter-long vintage radio and the tattered leather gloves. He flipped open the panel, and the data appeared in sequence. Name, Lu Yuan. Soul count, 1. White soul desire points, 20,400. I can only afford to exchange for one seed right now, he murmured. Instantly, a mysterious, glowing Pandora seed appeared before him. Meow. The black cat, old Bai, sauntered in, tail swaying. Its round eyes glanced at the seed, but instead of its usual excitement, it simply leaped lightly onto its owner's lap. You've witnessed the birth of every Pandora, haven't you? Lu Yuan chuckled, stroking the cat's head as he placed the seed into the radio. A system prompt sounded. Obtain Pandora number 3006. Please name it. It was active during a pivotal era. Its owner an unsung hero who held out until the very end, still safeguarding secrets in his final moments. The old man wasn't lying, it really is a wartime military radio, Lu Yuan said in surprise. After a brief pause, he decided, I'll call you the Eternal Signal. The system confirmed the name and displayed its attributes, capable of emitting the most secret signals, guiding receivers in the darkness, and shielding itself from low-level surveillance. Just as Lu Yuan was about to test his new Pandora, he suddenly froze somehow. The soul count had gone up by 1. That was fast. They should have just reached the other side of the ocean, he murmured, then decisively exchanged for a second seed and placed it into the worn gloves. It was late at night, around 11 o'clock. In his study, Lu Yuan picked up the pair of black gloves that had just been reforged, examining them closely. The surface still looked like genuine leather, but to his surprise, the texture felt exceptionally soft and smooth, almost like a young woman's skin. What was even more astonishing was their resilience. Neither knives nor bullets could leave so much as a scratch on them. I'll call you the King of Thieves' gloves, Lu Yuan murmured. Ding. Naming successful. The system immediately displayed detailed information. Number 3007 Pandora, King of Thieves' gloves. These gloves were once the prized possession of a legendary thief in northeast China during the 1990s. Whoever wears them gains extraordinary dexterity, keen observation, and precise movements, along with an instinctive mastery of the king of thieves' techniques. However, they also bring an insatiable craving and obsession for wealth. Lu Yuan quickly skimmed through the description, silently admitting to himself that this was indeed a Pandora with remarkable potential. Using it would instantly put him among the elite thieves, and as its power grew, the possibilities were endless. He couldn't deny the temptation he felt as he gazed at the gloves in his hands. In his youth, had dreamed of living as carefree as Chu Liuxiang. But in the end, he set the thought acid he simply couldn't bring himself to wear gloves that someone else had used. After carefully recording the details of these two items in his black leather notebook, Lu Yuan tidied up and got ready for bed. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Uncle Lu. As soon as Lu Yuan opened his door, little Wan from next door ran over with her backpack, looking up at him expectantly. Can you pick me up from school today? Wan. Uncle Lu has to go to work. Shun Hongru hurried over, giving Lu Yuan an apologetic look as she gently patted her daughter. The little girl pouted stubbornly, her eyes still full of hope as she stared at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan crouched down and said gently, Sorry, Wan, I have to work today. I can't pick you up. Before he could finish, tears started streaming down the girl's cheeks. Watching as Shun Hongru led her crying daughter away, Lu Yuan glanced up at the morning sky before heading off toward the Chuanwei building. Manager Lu. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, Nieshayu waved at him from afar, holding breakfast in her hand as she hurried over. Here, breakfast. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses and smiled warmly. They walked side by side toward the elevator. Along the way, Nieshayu seemed like she wanted to say something, but every time she tried, she was interrupted by co-workers greeting Manager Lu. Even after they entered the elevator, she still hadn't spoken her mind, scolding herself for hesitating. What's wrong? It seems like you have something you want to tell me. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's voice sounded in her ear. Nieshayu looked up and met his calm, gentle gaze. Her heart skipped uncontrollably. Even after countless times of meeting his eyes, the flutter she felt remained just as intense. Director Lu. Nieshayu twisted her fingers nervously, took a deep breath, and mustered her courage. I've been learning to cook lately, and I was wondering if you'd like to try my food. I'm still not very skilled, but I want to start by making breakfast every day. Lu Yuan looked down at the young, somewhat inexperienced girl in front of him, his voice still warm. Of course. I'm sure anything you make will be delicious. Really? Nieshaoyu's cheeks flushed instantly as she replied excitedly. Director Lu, then I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. When the elevator reached the HR department, the girl waved at him and dashed out. Soon after, the elevator arrived at the 15th floor. Lu Yuan entered his private office, picked up a book at random, and leaned back in his chair to read. At the same time, the sun was shining brightly over the athletic field at Hangzhou Normal University. Ready, go. The coach shouted from the sidelines. At the signal, the girls at the starting line burst forward. Before long, the 800-meter race was over. The Chinese language and literature majors gathered around a girl with a single ponytail. Wow, Ma Qing, you're amazing. Full marks. Someone exclaimed. I remember you failed last semester and even threw up after the run. And now you're getting perfect scores in running, long jump, pull-ups, and your reaction time is super fast. Are you switching to the sports program? Ma Qing grinned with pride and replied casually. Ever since Shed received the gambler's die of fate, life had become much easier. Scratch-off tickets had turned into her personal ATM, and the generous allowance meant she could indulge in good food whenever she liked. Exercise helped her burn off the extra calories, and even when she rolled a negative effect, it just became an opportunity to show off her training. After showering back at the dorm, Ma Qing sat at her desk, facing a neatly arranged row of Lucky Charms. Solemnly, she rolled the die. Her eyes stayed fixed on the spinning ivory 12-sider until it finally stopped with the number 1 facing up. All color drained from Ma Qing's face. This was the worst possible number, and it was the first time Shed rolled it. The last time Shed rolled it too, she barely escaped a fatal accident. I can't hide out in my dorm, Ma Qing thought. She knew all too well that trying to avoid bad luck would only make it worse when she eventually left. Quickly, she changed into athletic clothes, put on her wrist guards and helmet, and carefully stepped out of the room. This was strange. 2 hours had passed, but nothing had happened. No out-of-control bikes or cars, no random objects falling from above, not even a rogue banana peel on the ground. Under the blue sky and white clouds at Hangqing Normal University, Ma Qing wandered through campus, sporting a brand new helmet and moving with the alertness of a secret agent. Every time she heard the distant roar of a bike, her body tensed instinctively, ready to dodge at a moment's notice. Yet, after 2 hours, the campus remained peaceful so much so that not even a single pigeon was startled. Finally, Ma Qing carefully stepped out of the campus gate and made her way to the snack street behind the dorms. Suddenly, a loud thud made her jump and instinctively dive to the side. Looking back, she saw a black and yellow stray dog staring at her in confusion, its head tilted, standing next to a toppled trash can. Ma Qing let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest to calm her nerves. "Hey, what's with the get-up, young lady?" joked a middle-aged shop owner with a cigarette dangling from his lips as she passed the lottery store. "It's nothing," Ma Qing replied, instinctively reaching to scratch her head, only to bump into her helmet. Awkwardly, she lowered her hand. "He'll be going now." As he watched Ma Qing walk away, the lottery shop owner, who was in his 40s, narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He pulled out his phone and noticed that the shop owner's group chat was buzzing about some news. A college girl had been dubbed a lucky koi after winning scratch-off tickets twice in a row, once for 5,000, another time for 3,000. This detail caught his attention. He quickly went inside and pulled up the store's security footage from the past 2 weeks. On the dim screen, he found the moment Ma Qing bought her tickets. Her reaction was definitely unusual, almost as if she had known she would win. With a sense of suspicion, the shop owner locked up and rode his bike straight to the school's security office, hoping to get some answers from an old friend who worked there. The string of coincidences surrounding Ma Qing seemed almost scripted, unfolding one after another before his eyes. Meanwhile, Ma Qing had arrived at the plaza outside a nearby shopping mall. She sat on a bench, looking up at the blue sky between the tall buildings. "Just get it over with already," she muttered to herself. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in her mind. "Desire points 100, desire points 100, desire points 100. At the same time, in an office somewhere, Yuan, who was assigning tasks, noticed that the source of the desire points was that same college girl. A hint of surprise flickered in his gentle gaze. "You should know, that gluttonous girl has contributed the fewest desire points among all the hosts who received Pandora." Yuan recalled the girl's situation, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Whenever he checked in on her, she was either devouring a feast or training as if she were a survivor of the apocalypse. He glanced around at his subordinates and smiled calmly. "All right, that's all I have to say." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan turned and walked back to his office, quickly opening Pandora's contact interface. The data on the screen told him everything he needed to know. The number of points submitted was just 1. Normally, a single point means a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Yuan frowned, deep in thought. But for that gluttonous girl, she only dares to try her luck with a scratch-off ticket when her fortune is good. With her luck stacking up, maybe her chances of survival are actually a bit higher. After considering for a moment, Yuan decided to leave the matter alone. He focused on finishing his current work, and before long, he picked up a black briefcase and strode steadily out of the office. Next building, 59th floor. Mr. Lu, Shen Nansher had been waiting by the elevator. As soon as the doors opened, he bowed respectfully. Beside him stood Lu Yang, who had resumed his usual appearance, a rather ordinary-looking young man, who also bowed his head politely. Yuan smiled and nodded casually, then handed the briefcase to Shen Nansher. "Put this in the lounge." Turning to Lu Yang, he asked, "How have you been lately?" Since the last meeting, Lu Yang had been training under Shen Nansher's guidance. For now, Yuan considered him a field agent. "Thanks to you, sir, everything has been going smoothly," Lu Yang replied respectfully. "Good. In a bit, I'll need you to run an errand for me," Yuan said, then walked toward the center of the floor. By the floor-to-ceiling windows, which stretched over 50 meters, Yuan settled comfortably onto a leather sofa and opened the briefcase. Inside was an old radio, about 50 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide, along with 15 pens that resembled vintage Hero 329 fountain pens and matching stationery. "Here, take these 2 pens," Yuan said, handing one to each of them. "Yes, sir." Shen Nansher and Lu Yang accepted the pens with both hands, their eyes carefully examining what appeared to be ordinary writing instruments. At that moment, Yuan pressed a series of buttons on the radio. An invisible ripple spread silently in every direction. The 2 men glanced at each other, then looked around warily. Outside, the cityscape remained, but the landmarks that could pinpoint the building's location had vanished. The interior layout of the hall was unchanged, but any traceable details had disappeared. "This Pandora is called the Eternal Radio Wave," Yuan explained gently. "From now on, only those carrying one of these pens can enter these 3 office floors." In theory, both Shen Nansher's and Lu Yang's Pandoras were more advanced than this radio. However, under the influence of Yuan's ring, the Eternal Radio Wave could conceal 99% of prying eyes even in a future where Pandora reached its peak. Ignoring their complicated thoughts, Yuan took out a sheet of stationery and picked up another pen to write. His handwriting was steady and composed, and he finished the letter quickly. "This is an invitation," Yuan said, handing the envelope to Lu Yang with a smile. "Lu Yang, deliver this to Professor Han Zhanbing at Jiangxi University for me." This Pandora radio had essentially turned these 3 floors into a secret agent base. Only those carrying the special token, the pen, were considered insiders and could enter freely. Otherwise, only those who knew the correct code phrase could have their identity verified and receive the mysterious signal from the radio. This invitation letter served as that code. "Understood." Lu Yong replied, his eyes sharp and his voice steady. Daylight slipped away in a flash, and night had fallen completely. Inside the administrative building at Jinggang campus of Jiangxi University in Hangzhou, Professor Han Zhanbing sat alone in his dimly lit office, his hand resting on a mysterious envelope. Suddenly, a knock at the door shattered the silence. Zhang, why are you still here? He looked up to see an elderly professor from the sociology department standing at the doorway. Oh, it's nothing. I just have a few more materials to go through, Han Zhanbing replied, trying to sound composed, his hand still pressed firmly on the envelope. The old professor waved him off. All right then, I'll head out first. With that, he disappeared into the night. Han Zhanbing, 52, stared at the empty doorway, his mind replaying a bizarre scene from earlier. A woman who looked exactly like his wife had entered his office, claiming she'd been asked to deliver an invitation to him. After a brief conversation, he sensed something was off. Suddenly, the wife burst into laughter, transformed into someone else entirely, and emphasized again how important the invitation was before leaving. His phone rang abruptly. It was his real wife calling. Han Zhanbing carefully went through 3 rounds of coded phrases to confirm her identity, then finally relaxed. They'll be home late tonight. There's still work to do at the university. Don't wait up for me. After hanging up, he slipped the envelope into his coat pocket, grabbed his briefcase, and left the office in haste. Once in his car, he hesitated before finally pulling out the letter for a closer look. They call this an invitation, but at least they gave me an address, he muttered. Before he could finish his thought, the envelope in his hand suddenly began to crack, crumbling into pieces that vanished into thin air. At the same time, his car radio switched on by itself, emitting a burst of static. Han Zhanbing's breath quickened as he nervously glanced around. He tried to adjust the radio, only to find it was set to a frequency he'd never seen before. Passcode verified. Hello, this is the Pandora Management Committee. They'll be your guide from here on, a mechanical female voice announced. A chill ran down Han Zhanbing's spine, his scholarly composure slipping away. Following the instructions, he started the car and drove out of campus. To his shock, the familiar city streets outside seemed to shift and blur. Though he was still near the university, in an instant he found himself in a completely different part of the city. Finally, he pulled into the underground parking lot of an unfamiliar building, taking a deep breath. What is this place? He whispered. Han Zhanbing took a deep breath and gently closed the car door behind him. Standing in the building's parking garage, he carefully scanned the cars and license plates around him. On the surface, it seemed like an ordinary underground garage, but the details unsettled him. Everything he observed contradicted his expectations and common sense. He stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 35th floor. With a soft chime, the door slid open. Professor Han, a plain-looking young man, stood waiting outside, wearing a familiar smile. We meet again. Sir has been expecting you. Han Zhanbing studied the young man who introduced himself as Lu Yong. He was certain he had never seen this face before, yet the man claimed they'd met. It reminded him of the mysterious person who delivered the invitation. The face before him was likely just another disguise. Please. Lu Yong gestured politely and led the way with practiced ease, his demeanor clearly shaped by Shun Nanshi's careful training. Following Lu Yong inside, Han Zhanbing soon spotted a man reading by the floor-to-ceiling window. He noticed how Lu Yang's steps became light and cautious as soon as he saw the man, every movement revealing deep respect. Sir. Lu Yong bowed respectfully. The man, addressed as Sir, set his book aside and waved Lu Yong off with casual authority. He turned to Han Zhanbing with a warm smile. Professor Han, I've heard much about you. Please, have a seat. Before sitting down, Han Zhanbing's sharp eyes caught the title of the book. It was his own, published during his tenure at Jiangxi University. The work was an in-depth analysis of European social issues, an extension of his undergraduate thesis. I'm quite fond of your book, Professor Han, Lu Yuan said with a smile. At that moment, an elderly man entered, greeted Lu Yuan with a respectful sir, and poured tea for both of them. It seems you have many questions, Professor Han, Lu Yuan remarked, watching him closely. As a perceptive man, Han Zhanbing knew there was no point in being evasive when his fate was in someone else's hands. May I ask how I should address you, sir? My surname is Lu. You can call me Mr. Lu. Lu Yuan sipped his tea gracefully and leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed. Han Zhanbing frowned slightly. Everything he had witnessed tonight challenged the worldview he had built over 50 years. What exactly is going on here? And what is the Pandora Management Committee? They'll explain everything, Lu Yuan replied gently. They moved to a spacious, well-lit room on the 59th floor. Raising a finger, Lu Yuan began. First, the truth. Recently, our world has seen the appearance of certain objects with extraordinary powers. We call them Pandora. Pandora? Han Zhanbing repeated softly, immediately thinking of the mysterious entity capable of altering appearances. That must be one of these Pandoras. Lu Yuan walked to the window, gazing at the stars and moon outside. After a moment, he turned back to Han Zhanbing with a bright smile. Now, the second question and the reason I invited you here. I want to discuss a new topic with you. As more Pandoras emerge in our world, what path will the future of society, order, and civilization take. This is a vast and complex subject. Late at night, on the 59th floor of a modern skyscraper, inside the temporary headquarters of the Pandora Management Committee, Professor Han Zhanbing sat with furrowed brows, a grave expression on his face. After finishing his sentence, he fell silent, realizing he had stepped into dangerous territory in situations like this. The more you know, the more likely you are to be drawn into an inescapable abyss. Is there anything else you want to know, Professor Han? Lu Yuan wore a calm, confident smile. He seemed unfazed by the leak of information, or perhaps this knowledge was never meant to be easily shared. Do I have the right to refuse? Of course, Lu Yuan replied sincerely. I have the utmost respect for scholars like you, Professor Han. He took a step forward, meeting Han Zhanbing's gaze, his tone growing more intense. But as one of the leading experts in human sociology, aren't you curious about the most significant social transformation in the history of civilization that's about to unfold? These words struck directly at Han Zhanbing's deepest desires. His eyelids trembled slightly, and his thirst for knowledge was fully awakened for any top sociologist. The chance to witness and study such a monumental change was an irresistible temptation. Professor Han, welcome to the Pandora Management Committee. Lu Yuan saw the answer in his eyes, spreading his arms wide, his smile growing even brighter. He then went on to explain the structure of the Pandora Management Committee in detail. The organization's mission was to guide Pandora's integration into all aspects of the world, divided into two core circles. The first consisted of elite Pandora users, from whom 12 supreme leaders would be selected. The second circle comprised non-Pandora users, gathering top talent from various fields to serve directly under Lu Yuan as his advisory group. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of a major corporation in Hangzhou, inside the chairman's office, Ma Tianyun was intently reading a freshly delivered report. As someone who had stood at the pinnacle of the business world for years, he had long mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Even when dealing with projects worth billions, he rarely showed more than mild interest. This time, however, he couldn't hide his excitement. Is it confirmed? Yes. We've had it thoroughly checked, replied the man in the black suit standing by the desk. Has the owner of that lottery shop been secured? Ma Tianyun composed himself and pressed on. Rest assured, Mr. Ma. Ma Tianyun tapped his fingers on the desk, thinking for a moment before saying, keep him calm until everything is settled. As for what happens afterward, he trailed off, but the man in front of him understood immediately. Leaving someone that greedy out in the world was a liability. Bring Ma Qing here to see me, he said firmly. He'll be here waiting all night. Understood. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully, then quickly left the office. Ma Tianyun, whose appearance set him apart from others and who had single-handedly built a business empire, stared at the tightly closed door. After a moment, he leaned back slowly in his chair, the leather creaking quietly beneath him. His gaze drifted through the night outside the window, deep and penetrating, as if he could see through everything. After receiving Chun Guanrong's email, Ma Tianyun launched an immediate investigation and quickly discovered turbulent undercurrents beneath the surface. What alarmed him most was that the authorities had already set their sights on that mysterious force. Yet, instead of deterring him, this only fueled his desire to pursue and uncover the enigma. Time slipped by unnoticed. Night deepened, and the clock ticked past 10:30 p.m. Ma Qing sat on a bench at school, chin resting in her hands, with the lover's slope just beside her. Despite the late hour, couples still huddled together on the slope, whispering quietly. Her gaze wandered into the distance as her anxiety slowly eased. She murmured to herself, time to go. The dorm's about to lock up. She stood up, dusted off her jeans, her helmet still firmly in place, and protective pads strapped around her elbows and knees. On her way, she could feel curious stares from passers-by, intrigued by her unusual gear. She hesitated for a moment, a thought flashing through her mind. The dorm, maybe not. What if I end up dragging Qing Qing and the others into this again? When she reached the dormitory building, Ma Qing stopped in her tracks. Scenes of the fire flashed through her mind. After a brief pause, she spun around and headed toward Garbage Street nearby. There was a chain hotel there, nothing fancy, but good enough in a pinch. Money wasn't a concern for her, anyway. The night grew darker as Ma Qing entered Garbage Street. Not far behind, a shadow moved quickly, and several vehicles scattered around campus sprang into action. A black sedan, a white van, and a BYD rideshare car all started up at almost the same moment, forming a complex web around her. By now, Garbage Street was quiet. Most shops had closed, with only 2 or 3 food stalls still open, the air filled with the smell of grilled skewers and squid. A few students hurried past, grabbing a late-night snack before lights out. Just then, a white van rolled to a silent stop beside Ma Qing. At the same time, a man dressed in black rapidly approached from another direction and, without hesitation, clamped his hand over her mouth. The movements were swift and seamless, leaving Ma Qing almost no time to react before she was forcibly dragged into the van. The door slammed shut, and the vehicle sped away, leaving only a stunned silence and a handful of bewildered bystanders. One boy, holding 3 squid skewers, stared blankly at the scene, his eyes clouded with confusion. Did I just imagine that? He wondered. But in the blink of an eye, the girl had vanished into the night. Inside the van, Ma Qing's mouth was gagged and her hands tied behind her back, terror filling her eyes. She whimpered soundlessly, realizing she had been swept into the disaster brought by number 1. Her heart pounded wildly, as if she could hear the countdown of her own life. Meanwhile, in his office, Ma Tianyun received a call. He answered immediately, listening intently to the report, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Take her to the safe house? Got it. Make arrangements right away. His tone turned more serious. Once the handover is complete, all personnel must leave Zhao via the Qiantang River route. The boat is ready. He paused, then added with emphasis, no one can afford to be careless with this. The more cautious, the better. Understood? Lu Yuan stood in the high-rise building on the 59th floor, carefully recounting the experiences of Huang Wenbin, Yang Yucheng, and the others to Han Zhanbing. He noticed that each person who gained power displayed a highly distinctive reaction. Some erupted in anger, others were consumed by greed, while some simply gave in to unrestrained desire. Han Zhanbing listened intently, excitement flickering in his sharp, clear eyes. He then began to analyze the situation from multiple angles: political, economic, military, and social, laying out a range of possible scenarios for Lu Yuan. In the middle of their conversation, Lu Yuan's expression suddenly froze. Through his connection with Pandora, he saw through all obstacles to witness a scene that made him smile faintly. Ma Qing, a college student, was being forcibly pushed into a white van. Professor Han, Lu Yuan interrupted as Han Zhanbing was speaking. What do you think the established upper class will do when they discover Pandora? The upper class? Han Zhanbing considered for a moment. You mean the old money families, wealthy entrepreneurs, and traditional elites outside of official circles, right? Seeing Lu Yuan nod, he continued, at first, they'll be afraid. After all, they hold the best resources and are the most likely targets. But soon, greed will overcome. They'll see Pandora as a new means of production, or even a tangible form of power. To seize Pandora, they'll stop at nothing to gather information. As night fell, the vehicle carrying Ma Qing switched cars and left the city center, heading toward a self-built 3-story house by the riverside on the outskirts. After the 3 men got out, one of them dragged Ma Qing inside and took the elevator straight down to the 3rd basement level. A man with a scar as long as a finger at the corner of his eye coldly tied Ma Qing to a chair, yanking her head back by the hair. I'm going to tear off the tape on your mouth, he growled, his voice hoarse and menacing. Remember, don't cry, don't scream, I hate noise the most. Shaking uncontrollably, Ma Qing nodded desperately. When the tape was ripped off, she pressed her lips together and didn't dare make a sound. Only silent tears rolled down her cheeks. Even now, she still had no idea why these thugs were after her. On the way here, Ma Qing's mind raced with wild guesses. At first, she thought they might want to take advantage of her, but as things unfolded, it became clear that if that were their only goal, there wouldn't be such a massive operation. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that their real target was likely the gambler's dice of fate. Someone will come to question you in a bit, the middle-aged man said coldly before turning and leaving the room. The heavy metallic click of the lock echoed as he shut her in this unfamiliar space once again. Funga, funga. As soon as the man reached the top of the stairs, 2 subordinates dressed in black hurried over, their faces tense as they called out anxiously. Sure, 2 and the others have already left by boat. Well, wait until things are settled here and leave on the morning boat tomorrow. The man called Feng replied in a low, determined voice, his eyes brooking no argument. Funga, she's just a woman. Do we really need to go this far? The younger man frowned, clearly unhappy about their plan to flee to Southeast Asia. Besides, we didn't leave any. Smack. Before he could finish, a sharp slap cut him off. Fenga's expression darkened, and at some point, a pistol had appeared in his hand. The cold barrel pressed hard against the young man's forehead. The click of metal unmistakable. The gun was loaded. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. If I hear another word, don't blame me for what happens next. Fenga's voice was icy, his eyes flashing with danger. He didn't know all the details of this job, but he could sense something out of the ordinary. The person behind the scenes was clearly nervous, and there was no room for mistakes. Funga, please, Taozi didn't mean it. Let me apologize on his behalf. Another man quickly stepped forward to intervene, sweat beading on his brow. The kid just started seeing someone. I guess he's a little reluctant to leave. Time ticked by. 20 minutes later, under the cover of night, a sleek black sedan silently pulled into the courtyard next door. The door opened, and Ma Tianyun, the renowned business tycoon at the helm of Hangzhou's trillion-yuan empire, strode steadily into the building. He settled onto the sofa in the safe house, his gaze fixed on the screen in front of him. The screen showed the captive Ma Qing, a young university student, her pale face etched with fear. What exactly is it? Ma Tianyun's face betrayed a hunger he could barely conceal as he muttered to himself. At his level, there were few things left in the world that could spark such intense desire. Let's begin, he ordered in a deep voice. His bodyguard immediately stepped aside. Ma Tianyan's long fingers pressed a button in front of him. After a brief pause, he spoke. Ma Qing. In the room 3 floors below, a voice distorted by a voice changer suddenly echoed. Ma Qing jerked her head up, terror widening her eyes. Can you tell me what happened to you? What did you encounter half a month ago? Ma Tianyan continued, struggling to keep the tremor out of his voice. Beside him were neatly arranged files records of every scratch-off ticket Ma Qing had bought, her various training sessions, and eyewitness accounts of the string of misfortunes that had recently befallen her. Ma Qing was on the verge of panic, her body shaking violently like a leaf, sharp breaths cutting through the silence of the room. I got something, Ma Qing managed to choke out, her voice barely a whisper. Something? Ma Tianyan's tone shot up, and he sprang from the sofa. In truth, he didn't yet know about Pandora's existence, only that some supernatural force was at play. But her answer delighted him. An object meant the power could possibly be his. Yes. Ma Qing nodded slowly, lips pressed tight as she lifted her head to stare straight ahead, as if she could see the person behind the camera. I can give it to you. But I want to live. Of course. They'll even give you a fortune enough for you to live in luxury for the rest of your life. Ma Tianyan promised immediately, unable to hide the greed in his voice as he pressed on eagerly. What is it? Hand it over. So, you mean that somewhere right now, a parasite is trying to seize Pandora? In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 59th floor, moonlight streamed in, casting a silver glow over the 2 figures seated by the sofa. Professor Han Zhanbing leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Yuan. That's right. Lu Yuan lifted his teacup with practiced grace, taking a sip, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This particular Pandora can influence a person's fortune, and the one after it is a business tycoon. Has he succeeded? Professor Han pressed on. As an experienced academic, he quickly deduced that since Pandora originated in Hangqing, the business giant Lu Yuan referred to had to be among those with immense wealth. Unless something unexpected happens, he probably will. Lu Yuan replied calmly. Unexpected? Han Zhanbing immediately picked up on the word, pondering its implication. After all, fortune always comes with its share of uncertainty. Meanwhile, in a private house on the outskirts of Hangqing, Ma Tianyan stared intently at the screens in the surveillance room, carefully controlling his breathing. As a cunning veteran of the business world, he could easily read every subtle shift in Ma Qing's Emotianza University student inexperienced in the ways of the world. Even with Pandora in her possession, she was no match for his psychological games. Sure enough, Ma Qing's eyelashes fluttered before she finally spoke. I'll give it to you. But you have to let go of my hands first. Ma Tianyan paused briefly before agreeing. On the monitor, a middle-aged man with a thumb-length scar at the corner of his eye entered the room, swiftly cutting the ropes binding the girl's wrists with a military knife before leaving in silence. Where is it? Ma Tianyan leaned forward, his voice heavy with threat. Ma Qing took a deep breath and glanced at the red marks on her wrists. Slowly, she reached for her neck. Hanging there was a mysterious die, and Ma Tianyan's eyes locked onto the artifact. The moment Ma Qing removed the die, pain from her wrist made her hand slip. The ivory die fell from her pale palm, bounced, and rolled across the floor before coming to a stop. A flash of barely concealed delight flickered in Ma Qing's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. Is this the unexpected event? In the high-rise, Han Zhanbing watched Lu Yuan for a reaction. Things just got interesting, Lu Yuan replied with a soft chuckle. At the same moment the 12-sided ivory die came to rest. A blinding searchlight swept across the surface of the Qiantang River. 57700, stop your vessel for inspection. 57700, stop your vessel for inspection. Routine check. An alarm blared in the cargo hold. Damn it. Why is there a patrol boat at this hour? Brother Jun, what do we do? Inside the cabin, the faces of the 5 men instantly turned pale as they anxiously watched the patrol boat approaching through the window. Their expressions were tense and uneasy. None of them had any legitimate reason to be on this ship. They were posing as crew members, but the numbers didn't add up. If the seasoned police officers took even a quick look, their cover would be blown. Stay calm, Jun-gu said coolly, exhaling a stream of smoke. His tone was steady as he stood by the window, eyes fixed on the police patrol boat, drawing closer. As the 2 vessels neared each other, the water police swiftly boarded, accompanied by 2 police dogs. Damn, they even brought Malinois. This is a real pain, another man muttered under his breath, sensing their plan was on the verge of falling apart. The captain kept a smile plastered on his face, offering cigarettes, but when no one accepted, he made some casual conversation. However, the moment he saw the officers preparing to inspect the cargo, his eyes flickered with unease. Taking advantage of a brief distraction as the team leader stepped away, he silently slipped a wad of cash into the officer's hand. This action didn't go unnoticed. A middle-aged policeman immediately grew suspicious, his expression changing as a trace of anxiety crossed his face. Inside the cabin, Jun-gu observed everything clearly, his face betraying no emotion as he continued to smoke leisurely. In the dim light, the cigarette's ember glowed between his fingers. He turned his head, locking eyes with his 4 companions. Jun-gu, They're almost here, one of the men whispered anxiously. Jungu calmly flicked his cigarette to the floor, crushing it under his shoe. In that instant, his hand slipped inside his jacket, his gaze remaining icy and unwavering. He slowly raised his gun. Uft, uft, uft. For muffled shots shattered the silence of the cabin almost simultaneously. Before anyone could react, the four men collapsed in quick succession, blood rapidly staining the deck. Jungu glanced briefly at the bodies, then turned and sprinted deeper into the ship without hesitation. He dove into the nearby river, disappearing into the night. At the same time, on the other side of the cabin, the two Malinois lunged forward, barking furiously. The water police swept their flashlights quickly through the cabin, their heavy footsteps echoing. Moments later, the four bodies were dragged out for everyone to see. Hurry! There's still someone alive here, one of the officers shouted. Elsewhere, in a self-built house on the outskirts of Hangzhou, Ma Tianyun stared intently at a 12-sided dice in front of him, his eyes filled with an unprecedented mix of excitement and madness. The glow from the dice made him lose all composure. Sir, a man in a black suit hurried in, his footsteps urgent. Bowing low, he whispered, there's been an incident. Ma Tianyun's expression changed instantly. Without hesitation, he gripped the dice tightly, stood up, and replied coldly, clean it up. Yes, sir. The man responded immediately. A black sedan slid silently into the night, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in another villa, a man known as Feng Gu received an order. A cold glint flashed in his sharp eyes as he raised his gun and shot several of his subordinates without hesitation. He then walked steadily toward a secure room 3 floors underground. What are you doing? You promised to let me live. Ma Qing's eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears, her face twisted in fear. She struggled desperately, writhing in her chair and screaming. The man, with a scar running the length of his little finger across his face, stopped and coldly raised his gun, pointing it directly at her forehead. Without a second's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. But a few seconds later, no shot rang out, nothing happened. Disbelieving, the man pulled the trigger again. A second time. A third. A fourth. 9 times in total, each only producing a hollow click. The gun had jammed. For the first time, the cold-faced man showed emotion. Shock flickered in his eyes. Mr. Liu, has Pandora really been taken just like that? Inside the building, Liu Yuan adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, a calm and unhurried smile on his lips as he slowly described the scene unfolding in the distance. Of course, it's not that simple. Liu Yuan shook his head, his voice steady and assured. Pandora has a recognition mechanism. It only accepts a new master once the previous one has died. If someone tries to seize Pandora while its previous owner is still alive, the successor will gradually suffer its negative effects. A spark of curiosity flashed in Professor Han Zambing's eyes, and he immediately pressed on. So if the previous owner is killed, is Pandora up for grabs? There's a selection process as well. Liu Yuan looked at the professor through his lenses, his tone gentle yet authoritative. If the person who tries to claim Pandora at the moment of the previous owner's death meets the criteria, they can become its new master. Otherwise, Pandora will vanish on the spot and reappear randomly near someone who might qualify. I see. Han Zhanbing nodded, his gaze fixed on this enigmatic man before him. His mind raced, realizing that the information had just gained so effortlessly tonight was likely the kind of secret that official investigators and powerful figures at the top of the hierarchy would spend immense resources and pay a steep price to uncover. Yet how could this man know all of this so clearly? The more Han Zhanbing thought about it, the more he felt a shiver akin to gazing up at a vast, star-filled sky. Well, let's leave it at that for today. Thank you for your time, Professor Han, Liu Yuan said in a low, steady voice. As he finished speaking, he opened a finely crafted box in front of him and took out a pen labeled number 4, holding it between his fingers as he handed it over. By the way, Professor Han, this pen is for you. From now on, you're welcome here anytime, whether you need a break or want to do your research. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Han Zhanbing accepted the pen with both hands, his tone sincere. He understood now that without this pen's guidance, he wouldn't even know where to find this building. Sensing that Mr. Liu was seeing him off, Han Zhanbing didn't linger. He stood, gave a polite nod, and took his leave. Not far from the lobby, an unremarkable young man was already waiting. As Han Zhanbing approached, the young man bowed slightly and gestured for him to proceed. Soon after, Han Zhanbing drove away in his black Lexus, disappearing into the night. Phew, I'm out. On a main road near Wulin Square in Hangzhou, a black sedan stopped at a traffic light. Professor Han Zhanbing gripped the steering wheel tightly, wide-eyed as he studied the high-rises ahead. After confirming that several streets around him were all in their expected places, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly pulled out his phone and opened the navigation app. His fingers moved swiftly across the screen. A moment later, he couldn't help but mutter, just as I thought. The app showed that for the past several hours, had been circling the same area without a single deviation, as if the entire experience had been nothing but a dream. I can't believe things this extraordinary exist in our world, Han Zhanbing murmured, gazing at the night through the windshield. Just then, his phone screen lit up. In a group chat for his university colleagues, a well-informed senior staff member had just sent a message. Guys, I heard from a friend at the water police tonight. While patrolling the Qiantang River, they came across a cargo ship. On board, a criminal shot 4 of his companions, then jumped into the river to escape. At first, Han Zhanbing didn't pay much attention, but a moment later, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The gentle, smiling face of Mr. Liu flashed through his mind, and he murmured under his breath, "So this is how a top tycoon fights for the Pandora host?" Someone who had reached that level would never leave any traces behind, nor would they ever show mercy. The flashing lights of a police car in the rearview mirror snapped him back to reality. Without hesitation, he pressed down on the accelerator. As the night deepened, the clock pointed to 11:45 p.m. In a self-built house on the outskirts of Hangzhou, a man with a scar as long as a pinky finger at the corner of his eye stood with his gun raised, staring intently at his target. After a moment, he swiftly dismantled the gun, carefully inspecting every part. Once he was sure everything was in order, he looked directly at Ma Qing, who lay collapsed on the floor, his mind filled with confusion. Why had the gun jammed 9 times in a row? As a devout believer, he couldn't comprehend anything so far outside the realm of reason. Without another word, he left Ma Qing to his cries of despair and walked out of the room. When he returned, he was carrying a heavy can of gasoline. He poured the fuel around Ma Qing's body, creating a trail that led out of the room. Standing in front of the house, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. In the darkness, the glowing tip of the cigarette flickered. He exhaled a smoke ring, then flicked the still-burning cigarette but onto the gasoline trail. Before the cigarette even hit the ground, the man had already melted into the shadows. With a loud boom, flames instantly engulfed the entire room. Meanwhile, at a luxurious villa in Hangzhou, Ma Tianyan's car smoothly pulled into the garage. The elderly butler greeted him respectfully. "Welcome home, Mr. Ma." Ma Tianyan nodded slightly. As he was about to cross the living room and head up the spiral staircase, he suddenly turned to the butler and said, "You can go rest now. Don't worry about me." "Yes, sir," the butler replied. Just as Ma Tianyan lifted his foot to climb the stairs, he suddenly lost his balance. He pitched forward, crashing heavily onto the steps, his nose slamming hard against the edge. Blood immediately gushed out. The pain made the head of the trillion-dollar corporation gasp sharply. "Mr. Ma?" The butler rushed over to help him up, but as Ma Tianyan tried to steady himself, his left foot tripped over his right, and he fell again, this time dragging the butler down with him. The back of Ma Tianyan's head struck the handrail, and his vision went black. "Mr. Ma, are you all right?" The butler scrambled to his feet in a panic. "I need to take you to see a doctor." "No need." Ma Tianyan's gaze sharpened as he said in a low voice, "I'm fine." "Then at least let me get you some medicine," the butler replied anxiously. In the messy room, notes of all shapes and sizes were stuck everywhere in the walls, cabinets, and refrigerator door. Each note was scrawled with lines of handwriting. Huang Wenbin, March 10th, Pandora at Shuangwei Tower, can transform into others. Employee, March 11th. Victim's body found completely drained of blood. Yang Yucheng, Pandora's appearance unknown, can summon the souls of the dead. College student, part-time clown, and whistleblower at cinema bar, can control stray animals, can see through their eyes. Ding, ding, ding. Late at night, in a dimly lit room, Maan Bong lounged lazily on the sofa, still in his clothes and shoes. One foot rested atop the other, pressed against the sofa, his head propped up on his right hand, while his left hand idly played with a metal lighter. He couldn't sleep. He gave up trying, letting his mind replay every detail since the Huang Wenbin case began. Maan Bong stretched out his hand toward the ceiling and murmured, "They'll catch you, no matter what." The investigation into Yang Yucheng's death still hadn't made any real progress. The political fallout in Hangzhou had nothing to do with him. His main task was digging into every clue surrounding Yang Yucheng. He questioned Qin shooting, interrogated Yang's colleagues and classmates. Every possible trace was followed, every surveillance video pulled. The Pandora task force pressed on, relentless, using the most basic but effective methods. The person with the codename S was still hiding somewhere in the city. Maan Bong whispered to himself and closed his eyes. In the darkness, he seemed to see a vague figure arrogance. That was the first impression he had of this person. Every time the investigation got close to their trail, they were met with a void, missing footage, blank spots in people's memories. It meant that this forbidden presence had never bothered to hide their tracks. Still, he and his team had found nothing. A void was their only clue. Yet, Maan Bong didn't feel defeated. In fact, deep down, he felt a growing sense of anticipation. He knew that this emptiness was, in itself, a clue. Suddenly, a knock at the door snapped him from his thoughts. Maan Bong jumped up and strode quickly to the door, yanking it open. "Leader Ma, there's been an incident." His young subordinate's voice was heavy. "What happened?" 25 minutes ago, a murder took place on a cargo ship on the Qiantang River. 3 people died on the spot, Another is in critical condition. And Maan Bong's brow furrowed. 15 minutes ago, 2 residential buildings on the outskirts of Hangzhou exploded. When firefighters arrived, they witnessed something inexplicable. Maan Bong headed straight for the command room. Zhao Xiaoxue stood beside the massive screen, reporting quietly. She was right there, in the flames. She pressed the remote, switching the screen to footage from the fire scene. Flames raged, painting the night sky red. Amidst the inferno, a girl seemed to walk straight out of the fire, like a goddess descending. The flames licked around her, yet she remained untouched. The firelight illuminated her delicate features, an unforgettable sight. The firefighters on the scene stared in shock. No one dared to approach her. Pandora again. Maan Bong stared at the screen, his gaze deep as he slowly spoke the words. The girl's name is Ma Qing. She's on her way here right now. Her family is originally from Sichuan. She's 20 years old, and currently a Chinese language and literature major at Hangzhou Normal University. Assistant Zhao Xiaoxue stood at the center of the command room, her voice clear as she reported the latest information. Maan Bong's eyelids twitched slightly, his gaze sharpening in an instant. Was she kidnapped? He turned to his subordinate beside him, his voice steady and commanding. The investigation is proceeding as normal. Without waiting for a reply, he issued his orders directly. At the same time, make sure someone keeps a close watch on the 4 great families and everyone on this list. I don't care how powerful they are. If there's any blowback, he'll take responsibility. Maan Bong stood straight as a drawn sword, his voice echoing through the command room. Determination flashed in his eyes, showing no fear of those in power. With his sharp intuition, he skipped over the time-consuming formalities and focused straight on the centers of power, direct and to the point. Yes, sir. His subordinate responded immediately, hurrying off to carry out the orders. Time ticked by. The next day, Saturday. Manager Liu, there are so many people. Good thing I bought my ticket early, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get in. Outside the Zhao Kingdom Art Academy's museum in Hangzhou, a long line of people stretched down the street. Nieshayu wore a white dress, her hair in 2 playful braids draped over her chest, white socks, and black round-toed shoes on her feet. She stood on tiptoe, peering ahead with excitement as she spoke to Lu Yuan behind her. Manager Liu, since you like antiques so much, you'll definitely enjoy this exhibition. According to the official website, it's hosted by one of the top private collectors from France. Nieshayu introduced the event enthusiastically. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Lu Yuan replied gently, and that simple response made the girl's eyes curve happily into crescent moons. Soon, the 2 of them followed the crowd into the exhibition hall. The hall was divided into 2 sections. One displayed many ancient artifacts from the Zhao Kingdom, which had been taken overseas during times of war. The other showcased items from medieval Europe. Scanning the exhibition booklet, Lu Yuan noticed that the collector also held a French noble title. Manager Liu, do you like this? At a square display case, Nieshayu pointed to a gemstone ring that shimmered mysteriously under the lights. Lu Yuan stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the ring. Yes, Lu Yuan nodded. The mermaid siren ring, symbol of mystery and temptation. Originating from medieval Europe, it was a gift from a count to his wife. Nieshayu read the sign aloud, then blinked in confusion. Siren? The siren comes from ancient Greek mythology. It's a creature with the head of a woman and the body of a bird, Lu Yuan explained gently. Legend says they flew over the sea and lured passing sailors with their enchanting voices, causing ships to crash and sink. The drowning sailors would then become their prey. Oh, so it's actually a wicked creature. Nieshayu nodded, making her feelings clear. Let's move on, Lu Yuan said with a smile. In his eyes, the gemstone ring in the display case seemed to emit an eerie red glow from another dimension. In the quiet of the morning, the Cici Villa district in Hangzhou was peaceful. Inside a second-floor study, Shen Nanshi was deeply absorbed in a Buddhist scripture. The old butler, Shen Shan, approached quietly and leaned in to whisper a few words. Shen Nanshi calmly set the book aside and simply asked, "When did it happen?" After hearing the reply, he said softly, "I understand." Soon after, the old butler wheeled him out onto the semicircular balcony. Warm sunlight spilled over Shen Nanshi, a thin blanket covering his legs, and careful makeup giving his face a sickly pallor. Though his gaze appeared unfocused as he looked outside, he was actually watching 2 newly hired security guards patrolling the grounds. Send Lu Yang here. I have a task for him, Shen Nanshi said quietly. Yes, sir, Shen Shan replied, turning to leave. As he was about to go, Shen Nanshi's eyes inadvertently drifted to a villa across the way. In its garden, a woman who was once radiant now looked as lifeless as a withered flower. Only when she watched her little boy chasing butterflies did a spark of vitality return to her eyes. Mom, Mom, the boy called as he ran after a butterfly, but was suddenly distracted by a small yellow flower growing between the paving stones. He carefully picked it and ran toward his mother, holding it high. After only a few steps, he tripped and fell, but stubbornly kept his right hand raised to protect the flower. He got up, eyes red but holding back tears, and ran to his mother. Mom, this is for you. Qiu wants you to be happy. The woman snapped out of her daze. Looking at her son's dirty but hopeful face, she took the flower and pulled him into a tight hug. Night fell. At exactly 7 o'clock, in the old Westlake campus of the Zhaogua Art Academy in Hangzhou, two men in security uniforms were patrolling the art museum. The younger guard suddenly spoke up. "Captain, I really need a smoke." "Want one?" "Not here," the older guard replied, glancing toward the restroom. "Over there. Try one of mine. They're hard to come by," the younger guard said with a grin, following behind. They entered the men's room one after the other. As the older guard turned to ask, "What kind?" the younger guard's expression changed in a flash. He struck a heavy blow to the back of the older man's head. The older guard only managed a muffled grunt before collapsing to the floor. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, the young man's features began to twist and distort, his height shrinking. Only the mirror above the sink bore silent witness to this bizarre transformation. A moment later, the older guard walked toward Gallery 2. As he passed two other guards, they greeted him. "Captain, where's Chen Yong? Isn't he with you?" "He had a stomachache and went to the restroom," he replied. "This kid." The security captain cursed under his breath, then turned to his two subordinates and said, "All right, I'll check this area. You two head to the next hall." "Got it." The two guards, without a trace of suspicion, waved and walked down the corridor toward the next exhibition hall. Soon, the entire exhibition hall was empty except for the middle-aged security captain. Lu Yong quickly scanned the deserted room and walked confidently toward a specific display. Cassie had already memorized his target during his daytime reconnaissance. He stopped in front of the ruby ring, reached into his jacket, and pulled out the circular device Shen Nansher had given him. He pressed the device gently against the display case. It stuck to the special security glass like a magnet. Instantly, a red light began flashing rapidly. Crack! The supposedly bulletproof glass suddenly splintered with a web of cracks, spreading quickly across the entire transparent case. At that exact moment, the hall's alarm blared to life, and red warning lights began to flash. Lu Yong glanced up at the flashing lights overhead. He didn't panic. Instead, he calmly reached into the shattered case, pocketed the gemstone ring, and dashed off in the opposite direction. His speed was astonishing, his strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. As he moved through the shifting shadows, Lu Yang's body began to change once again. "Mr. Lu," Professor Han Zhanbing adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. "Let's try to predict possible futures from the perspective of a Pandora host." "Oh, please go ahead, Professor Han." On the 59th floor of the building, under the cool moonlight, Lu Yuan and Professor Han Zhanbing sat facing each other. Moonlight spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the table between them, while the delicate scent of tea drifted gently through the air. First, the initial stage. An ordinary person who acquires Pandora. What are their needs? Professor Han's every gesture exuded an air of calm authority. They'll use Pandora to fulfill their most immediate desires, perhaps the longing for women who once seemed out of reach, or revenge against those who wronged them. These are simple, direct needs that Pandora can easily satisfy. We call this the lower tier, animalistic drive. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. That's not hard to summarize. Huang Wenbin, Lu Yong, even Shen Nansher, all of them exhibited this first layer of motivation after obtaining Pandora. The second stage, Professor Han continued, I call the mid-level ambition drive. Once their immediate desires are met, ambition begins to take root. They crave more wealth, greater power. He analyzed carefully, and after a long pause, his gaze sharpened. He looked up, meeting Mr. Lu's smiling eyes, and went on. Finally, there's the third stage, the violence drive. Violence. Lu Yuan's expression didn't change. He simply responded with a gentle tone and an even brighter smile. So, Professor Han, are you suggesting that once ambition peaks, Pandora's host will revert to their most primal, animalistic instincts? Violence is the most primitive and fundamental behavior since the dawn of human civilization. It marks the earliest stage of societal development. In other words, it's extreme ambition giving birth to violence. If, as you say, Pandora's future potential is limitless, then those at the very top will inevitably return to violence, bringing war to the world. Is that so? Lu Yuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and made no further comment. Late at night, 10 o'clock, Lu Yuan had just stepped into the foyer of his apartment and was bending down to change his shoes when a message suddenly popped up in front of him. Glancing at the content, he let out a soft chuckle. That fast. No wonder they call it the land of freedom. Through a unique connection with Pandora, his consciousness crossed the ocean, observing the scene on the other side. The ghostly Wan had already seized the sorcerer's soul bell for herself, and, within the limits of the rules, was preventing new users from forming their souls. She even tried to lure those who attempted it, hoping to drag them into the abyss. Perfect timing. Lu Yuan walked straight into his study. As he had just exchanged for a new seed, his black cat, Lao Bai, appeared at the door right on cue. With graceful ease, Lao Bai leapt onto his owner's lap, then lightly hopped onto the desk. Lu Yuan glanced at Lao Bai, his hands never pausing as he placed the emerald green seed into the ruby ring he held. The seed, like a droplet of water, merged seamlessly into the ring. A system prompt sounded immediately. You have obtained Pandora 3008. Please name it. The system continued, displaying the ring's origin. It once belonged to a countess in medieval Europe. She possessed a heavenly singing voice and was always the center of attention at every noble gathering. But her talent inspired envy, and in the end, her blood stained the ring red. The new Pandora took on a fresh appearance in Lu Yuan's palm, a flawless red gemstone, the size of a pigeon's egg, set in a unique band. The band was patterned with mermaid scales and flowing water motifs. Although no mermaid figure could be seen, it felt as if an underwater beauty was faintly present beneath the surface. I'll call you the siren ring, Lu Yuan said softly. Once named, the ring's abilities were updated. In addition to granting the wearer a perfect singing voice, it could channel mysterious magic through song bewitching or controlling listeners, granting them positive or negative effects. When its power was fully developed, it could even weave an entire story world through music, drawing listeners into it. Lu Yuan noticed a final special note. The user might gradually become narcissistic, unable to resist falling in love with themselves. He pondered this for a moment, then smiled, reminding himself not to overthink it. After all, this was only a third-tier Pandora. As the night deepened, he placed the ring into his collection box. Including the Thief King's gloves, this was now his second unassigned Pandora. The next day was Sunday, with clear skies and noticeably warmer temperatures. Wearing black-rimmed glasses, Lu Yuan left home at 10 in the morning, wandering the city in search of a suitable host for Pandora. In Hangzhou, spring crowds filled the streets, and delivery riders in blue and yellow darted to and fro. At a crosswalk, a playful young couple ran past him, the boy's arm accidentally bumping into him. After a quick apology, they continued their chase, laughing as they went. Damn! The art museum at Zhao State Academy of Fine Arts has been robbed. A ruby ring worth 95 million is missing. Inside a subway car on line 1, a young man leaning against the door nudged his friend excitedly with his elbow. Not far away, Lu Yuan overheard the news clearly. His expression remained calm as his gaze swept subtly across the corners of the car. On the other side of the carriage, Zhong Luanjuan, 24, had just ended a phone call and slumped wearily into his seat. Clutching his phone tightly, he recalled the bright hopes he once had for the future during his college days. As the only child, his parents had helped with a down payment on an apartment in Hangzhou and had found a decent job. But in just 1 year, housing prices had plummeted by 30%, and his company had carried out massive layoffs. The life he once dreamed of had collapsed almost overnight. You don't seem to be in a good mood, a gentle voice spoke beside him. Lu Yuan, at some point, had sat down next to Zhong Luanjuan, a faint smile on his face. Let me guess you've lost your job? Zhong Luanjuan looked up at him, a strange sense of awe welling up inside. Just then, the subway arrived at the next station. Before leaving, Lu Yuan pressed a mysterious, glowing glove into his hand. Take it. Start a new life whether it turns out good or bad. The moment Zhong Luanjuan touched the glove, a rush of information flooded his mind. When he came back to his senses, Lu Yuan was already walking away. Stumbling, he rushed to another car and pressed his face to the glass, only to watch that figure recede into the distance. Meanwhile, in a Starbucks somewhere in Hangzhou, Xia Lingling was mopping the floor when a co-worker threw an arm around her with enthusiasm. Lingling, I heard you're auditioning for the Hangzhou Grand Theater Symphony Orchestra. Good luck. Blushing, Xia Lingling nodded shyly and went back to her work. As she headed for the front counter, she overheard other co-workers snickering. Can you believe a girl from the countryside wants to audition for the symphony? What a joke. Tears welled up in Xia Lingling's eyes, and she hurried into the restroom. Just then, the cafe's glass door swung open, and a man with a gentle demeanor walked in. Hello. I'd like a cappuccino, please. Lu Yuan paid for his order, waited briefly, then carried his steaming coffee to a window seat. Sunlight poured through the glass, spilling over the table. As he looked up, he caught sight of a girl across the room, gripping a mop tightly. She seemed to have noticed something, and an unconscious, gentle smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. When he saw her pick up a bucket and head upstairs, he stood up as well. Phew, it's all your fault. You just had to say it. Xia Lingling made her way to the second floor. The space was nearly empty, with only a few customers scattered around, and the atmosphere was quiet. She wiped the corner of her eye and murmured softly to herself. The news she had just received was simply too exciting. This afternoon, she would be attending the second round of auditions for the Hangzhou Symphony Orchestra. She remembered clearly, as a child, stumbling across a soprano performance by an orchestra on TV. In that moment, she was struck by a feeling she had never known before. That was when she set her heart on her dream to become a member of an orchestra. A girl from the countryside with a dream like this? Ridiculous, she thought, a little self-mockingly. Suddenly, a pair of black leather shoes appeared in her lowered line of sight, making Xia Lingling start in surprise. She looked up and met a pair of gentle eyes. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, she stammered, lowering her head in embarrassment and apologizing repeatedly. She quickly stepped aside, a flash of panic in her eyes, not daring to look at the man before her again. You're your own queen. Lu Yuan looked at Xia Lingling, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes. He felt a faint tremor from the siren ring, and a small smile played on his lips as he suddenly said, there's limitless potential hidden inside you. Before Xia Lingling could react, a box containing the siren ring was handed to her. She took it instinctively, looking at the box in confusion. When she looked up again, that man was already walking unhurriedly down the stairs, pushing open the cafe door and disappearing into the sunlight outside. She lowered her gaze once more. The rubus light shimmered in her eyes, as if some invisible force was stirring within her. In an instant, the siren ring's information surged into her mind like a tide. What a beautiful day, Lu Yuan said, standing at the intersection, squinting into the bright sunlight and taking a deep, relaxed breath. Having completed 2 of Pandora's delivery tasks, his work for the day was done. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the plaza in front of the building. Soon after, he took the elevator up to the 59th floor. As soon as the doors opened, Lu Yuan greeted him with a respectful nod. Mr. Lu. Lu Yuan nodded. You handled things well yesterday. He glanced at the man before him and smiled. Then he walked into the lobby, idly running his fingers along the spines of the books on the shelves, his eyes skimming over each title until he pulled down volume 6 of A World History. Settling into a sofa bathed in sunlight, he quietly opened the book. Ever since he acquired the system, Lu Yuan had become increasingly absorbed in the world of history. Not just the 5,000 years of China's past, but the histories of nations around the world fascinated him. His gaze seemed to travel across millennia, witnessing the rise and fall of human civilization. In the long river of time, he saw echoes and patterns repeated through the ages. He believed that every moment in the present was a reflection of history. But everything started to change with the arrival of Pandora. Meanwhile, the king's thief gloves? Seriously? Zhong Luanjuan, 24, had been on his way to an interview when a flood of information suddenly appeared in his mind, compelling him to rush home. He locked the door, hurried to the sofa, his heart pounding and sweat breaking out along his back. The news was simply impossible to ignore. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Luanjuan pulled out the black gloves and slipped them on without hesitation. In the next instant, a jolt like electricity surged through his body. A flash of pain crossed his face, but the sensation faded in less than 30 seconds. Are these really my hands? Zhong Luanjuan stared in disbelief, holding his hands up for inspection. His gaze sharpened, and his fingers blurred as they performed a series of intricate, dazzling movements. This speed, this reflexes. Even a pro gamer would look like an amateur next to me, he marveled inwardly. After standing up, Zhong Luanjuan took just 2 steps before noticing something odd. Glancing back, he realized his gait had completely changed. Each step was light and agile, making no sound at all, as graceful as a big cat. He pushed open the door and glanced casually down the hallway, only to find himself noticing details he'd never seen before. The tiniest cracks in the walls, the varying thickness of dust on the floor tiles, even particles floating in the air were crystal clear. Zhong Luanjuan walked to his neighbor's door. After making sure no one was around, he bent down and picked up an almost invisible strand of hair from the floor. With nimble fingers, he shaped the hair into a specific form and slipped it into the lock. With barely a movement, the door was unlocked. Inside, he didn't touch a thing. He simply strolled through the apartment as if visiting an exhibit, taking in every detail of the master bedroom, the guest room, and the study. Finally, he stood in the center of the living room, closed his eyes, and stretched out his arms as if embracing this brand new world. A few seconds later, Zhong Luanjuan opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. Before leaving, he opened the fridge and grabbed a can of ice-cold cola. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Gotta stick to tradition, Zhong Luanjuan chuckled, though he knew full well neither he nor his neighbor had anything worth stealing. Now that he possessed something as miraculous as Pandora, the idea of robbing an ordinary home seemed laughable even to himself. Time slipped by, and dusk settled in. At 6:45 p.m., a system prompt sounded. Desire points 100. Desire points 100. Oh. Elsewhere in the building, Lu Yuan put down his book and gazed into the distance through his connection with Pandora. A girl's dream burned so brightly. At that moment, inside the main hall of Hangzhou Grand Theater, Xia Lingling's audition, originally scheduled for 4 o'clock, had been delayed until now due to a series of unforeseen events. She'd been ready for hours, wearing makeup and a burgundy gown she'd spent half a month's salary just to rent. Now, finally, she stood center stage, bathed in the spotlight. Xia Lingling glanced at the siren ring on her right middle finger, then looked up at the audience. The judges were clearly exhausted, barely glancing at her resume, before sinking into an even more perfunctory mood, eager to wrap up and go home. Xia Lingling, right? Go ahead. You have 30 seconds to show us your voice, the female judge said, her tone flat. Xia Lingling nodded. The ruby on her ring shimmered softly. She lifted her head, and the moment she opened her mouth, a stunningly beautiful soprano filled the entire hall. Ah! Instantly, every judge and staff member in the auditorium broke out in goosebumps. They all looked up at once, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the girl standing in the spotlight. The next day, April 7th, Monday, in Lu Yuan's office, a young employee, Ma Shuxing, was giving a work report. He noticed that Supervisor Lu seemed a bit distracted, so after a brief pause, he tentatively called out, "Boss?" Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses and offered a warm smile. He took the document, skimmed through it quickly, and handed it back to Ma Shuxing. "Not bad. Keep pushing things forward." "Heh, it's all thanks to your guidance, boss." Ma Shuxing scratched his head with a sheepish grin. People in the department couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness around Supervisor Lu. Once the report was over, Lu Yuan didn't signal for him to leave. Leaning back in his chair with interest, he asked, "I heard you went on a blind date last Saturday. How did it go? Any luck?" "Huh." Ma Shuxing was caught off guard. "It was okay. I liked her, but I don't think she was that interested in me." They chatted casually for a few more minutes before Ma Shuxing left the office. Watching the door close, Lu Yuan chuckled to himself. "I really ought to thank Captain Ma. He did something I've always wanted to do." He clicked open a panel and, using Pandora's contact, turned his attention to a certain corner of Hangqing Pandora's special investigation team. Inside a unique building, Maan Bong stood with his arms crossed, watching a surveillance feed. On the screen, a cozy counseling room was shown, where 16-year-old high school student Chen Yuhang was speaking with Dr. Li, a gentle, soft-spoken psychologist in her 30s. "All right, I don't see any issues here," Dr. Li said as she closed her notebook with a smile. "Dr. Li, there's nothing wrong with me psychologically, right?" Chen Yuhang asked nervously. "Don't worry, you're surprisingly healthy," Dr. Li replied with a smile. "Yuhang, you'll definitely make a truly righteous hero one day. You can move on to the next phase of your world-saving training now." "Okay." Chen Yuhang stood up excitedly, then remembered something and turned back to give Dr. Li a deep bow. "Thank you, Dr. Li." Outside the monitoring room, a young assistant, Zhao Xiaoxua, hurried over to Ma Onbong and handed him a document. "Team Leader Ma, here are Dr. Li's psychological assessment results, along with the EEG and physical indicators." She explained as she reported, "The comprehensive evaluation shows that Chen Yuhang's physical stats haven't changed, but his emotional state is shifting gradually. According to the investigation, he was quite introverted and rarely expressed himself 2 weeks ago. Recently, his emotions have become much stronger, and he often talks about wanting to be a hero when it comes to issues of justice and evil. All right, let's move on to the next phase." Ma Onbong closed the file and strode out of the room. "Next, we'll test the range of the Pandora Joker Whistle's abilities. First up, the distance test. The Pandora Special Investigation Team is conducting comprehensive tests on Chen Yuhang's clown whistle ability. Their evaluation focuses on 3 main areas. First is the distance control test. Investigators closely monitor the maximum range within which Chen Yuhang can control stray animals, ensuring there's no risk of losing control. Second is the quantity control test. The team carefully records the maximum number of stray animals he can manipulate at once, as well as the precision of his control as the numbers increase. They pay special attention to whether managing more animals negatively affects Chen Yuhang's mental state. The third category is strength and speed testing. The investigators test various types of stray animals commonly found in the city, using precise instruments to measure their strength in newtons and speed in meters per second. If they discover that Chen Yuhang can enhance the animal's abilities, they will further test the changes in these values after enhancement. On the 15th floor of the Chuangwei building, Lu Yuan stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching it all unfold. He can't help but admire the efficiency with which the Zhao state authorities mobilize their resources. Assembling so many professionals in such a short time is truly unmatched on Blue Star. He opens his black leather notebook, carefully recording all the data related to the clown whistle. To him, the world's order is shifting from a system that once relied solely on military force and weaponry, to one that now must also account for the new variable of Pandora. Through his recent observations, Lu Yuan has gained a deeper understanding of the Pandora ranking system. When a third-tier Pandora reaches 3 stars in growth, the user can almost act freely, capable of deciding another's fate and escaping from regular police pursuit, though they stand no chance against a trained army. At the second tier, 3-star Pandoras can go toe-to-toe with a military unit. For first-tier Pandoras, the angelic transformation begins at 2 stars. As for the highest, the 0 tier, it is equivalent to an embodiment of rules and order itself. While Lu Yuan contemplates the boundaries of Pandora, at the headquarters of the Wani Group in Hangqing, Ma Tianyun is grappling with a puzzle that has troubled him for 2 days. He carefully retrieves a mysterious 12-sided die from his drawer, recalling the woman's words. If he rolls a 3 or higher, something good will happen. Normally unfazed by decisions involving billions, the CEO now finds his palms sweating with tension. Taking a deep breath, he rolls the die. The ivory die spins across the desk and finally lands on the number 3. Staring at the result, Ma Tianyun furrows his brow, but maintains his composure. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was suddenly rapped on. Come in. Ma Tianyun lowered his gaze, quietly covering the dice in front of him with a folder. A man in a sharp black suit strode in and stopped in front of the desk, his expression grave. Boss Ma Ching is not dead. What? Ma Tianyun's head snapped up, his pupils contracting sharply. A suffocating pressure instantly filled the room, weighing down on the man in black. Though Ma Tianyun wasn't tall, the aura he projected at that moment was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. The man in black lowered his head and continued his report. I just received the news. After the incident that night, the area around the house was completely sealed off, so our people couldn't get close. But through a villager's relative, we learned that an eyewitness claimed to have seen a woman walking out of the blazing fire, flames swirling around her, but completely unharmed. He took a deep breath. I immediately contacted Zhao Feng. He admitted that his gun jammed all 9 times he fired. So in the end, he tied Ma Qing back to the chair, doused her with gasoline, and set the place on fire. He thought she couldn't possibly survive, so he didn't report back. Ma Tianyun's eyelid twitched repeatedly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. After a long pause, he said in a low voice, detain Zhao Feng for now. We'll discuss punishment later. What about Wang Jun? No unusual activity. Once he leaves Zhujiang, have him hand over the goods, then deal with him immediately. If anything unexpected happens, making sure he's dead is the top priority. This Wang Jun was the same brother Jun from the cargo ship that night, the man who killed 4 of his own companions. Understood. The man in black respectfully withdrew. The head of this vast conglomerate slowly leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed. A sense of danger was creeping into his mind. Ma Tianyun lifted the folder, staring intently at the dice. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and his eyes widened in shock, goosebumps rising on his skin. He jerked his head up to stare at the smooth ceiling, then quickly turned to the window, where white clouds dotted the blue sky. 2 questions circled in his mind. First, why did he suddenly think of rolling the dice? Was that really his own decision? As a business magnate who had built his empire on caution, he knew every decision should be thoroughly reasoned. I did have that thought, but normally, I'd have tested it on someone else first. He muttered to himself. The second question unsettled him even more. Why was he the one who found this extraordinary object? And how did Ma Qing manage to survive 2 certain death situations? Whether it was the 9 consecutive gun jams, or walking out of a raging fire unscathed, Ma Tianyun, whose every move could shake the entire Hangzhou business world, was now breathing heavily. When he looked at the dice again, his eyes were full of fear and dread. It's controlling the fate of both me and that girl. Ma Tianyun finally realized the truth. That's why Zhao Feng put down the gun, didn't use a knife or his bare hands, but chose to set the place on fire. Something unseen was guiding events toward a certain outcome. Inside Skyworth Tower, Lu Yuan observed every move Ma Qing made through Pandora, a hint of admiration curling on his lips. That's Ma Qing for you, quick on the uptake. His gaze lingered on the quiet black ivory die on the table, marveling at how such an ordinary-looking object could sway someone so high on Zhao's rich list. This die, which always landed on 12 when he rolled it, was perhaps the least remarkable item among all the Pandora tools at the 3rd stage. Watching the die settle on 3, Lu Yuan murmured, things just got more interesting. In Ma Qing's hands, the gambler's die of fate would show random numbers, but in anyone else's, it would only ever land on 3, 2, or 1. Meanwhile, in a county under Hangcheng's jurisdiction, inside a shabby rented room in an urban village, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man walked in carrying 2 boxed meals. He called out, June, time to eat. After a brief silence, a sharp-eyed man stepped out from the inner room. It was Wang Jun. The middle-aged man handed him a meal, but Wang Jun didn't take it right away. What? Afraid I poisoned it? The man teased, raising an eyebrow. Here, take this one if it makes you feel better. Without a word, Wang Jun suddenly grabbed both meals, mixed the food together, split it again, and handed 1 portion back. The middle-aged man chuckled. That's just like you, cautious as ever. No wonder you survived when everyone else didn't. After they wolfed down their food, the middle-aged man spoke again. No need to wait until night. We'll get you out of here soon. Ever since that night, the authorities had been conducting a citywide search, but fortunately, they'd already met up with Wang Jun and made arrangements to move him today. The waterways are blocked, so I'll have to take the provincial and rural roads, the man added. Wang Jun nodded. The 2 of them got into a gray van, with the middle-aged man at the wheel and Wang Jun in the back, always ready to draw his gun. Several of Ma Tianyun's vehicles quietly accompanied them, both in front and behind. As the convoy wound up a mountain road, the middle-aged man's phone suddenly lit up. He glanced at the message, and his face darkened instantly. Up ahead, the police had set up a checkpoint. At the same moment, the door to Ma Tianyun's office flew open. A man in black rushed in to report, Boss Ma, we have a problem. Wang Jun shot 2 of our men and escaped into the mountains. Ma Tianyun sat up straight, his eyes sharp. He quickly realized this must be the die's influence. Just a single roll of 3 had led to such a thorny situation. If Wang Jun's matter was exposed, even the cleanest cover-up could still spell disaster. Get the car ready, Ma Tianyun ordered in a low voice. Contact Gao Chongwan of the Gao family for me. Tell him I need to see him. Yes, sir. The man in black quickly left to carry out the order. Let's turn back the clock a bit. A gray van wound its way along a twisting mountain road. In the driver's seat, an unremarkable-looking middle-aged man took off his headphones, responded briefly, and hung up. There's been a minor hiccup. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Wang Jun in the back seat, crouched like a predator ready to pounce, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. But we'll have to turn around. He spun the steering wheel sharply, sending the van arcing across the two-lane road. Up ahead, a black SUV was cruising along their usual setup. The lead car scouts ahead, reports any trouble, and stalls if necessary, while the rear vehicle stands by for support. Farther along the road, police lights flashed in the emergency lane where 6 officers were inspecting passing vehicles. Suddenly, a young officer rushed over to the team leader, Captain Liu. Captain Liu, a vehicle just made a sudden U-turn over there. I see it. Captain Liu reacted instantly. You two, come with me. The rest, keep checking cars. He hopped onto a motorcycle while 2 other officers jumped into a police car to give chase. At that moment, an oncoming SUV suddenly lost control, its engine roaring as it crashed into the guardrail, colliding with the police car in the process. Seizing the opportunity, the white fin sped away, its tires screeching around the bend before veering onto the nearest country road. The vehicle came to a stop beside an isolated village. The middle-aged man pulled out a cigarette. Want a smoke? When Wang Jun didn't respond, he lit one for himself, exhaling leisurely as he squinted through the smoke. We'll have to get out here. All right, Wang Jun replied. As the man turned and pushed open the door, a cold glint flashed in Wang Jun's eyes. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger of a silenced pistol. Blood spattered as the man looked back in disbelief before collapsing to the ground. Wang Jun didn't leave immediately. Instead, he hit on the far side of the body. Sure enough, moments later, a black car pulled up. Another muffled shot, and a second man fell. Wang Jun walked over, retrieved the handgun from the dead man's belt, removed the bullets, and slipped them into his pocket. Meanwhile, in Hangqing, Ma Tianyun switched cars in the underground parking lot of an office building before driving out into the sunlight again. He leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, until the man in the suit beside him spoke up. Mr. Ma, we're here. 20 minutes later, a traditional Jiangnan mansion came into view, its grand metal gates slowly opening. Mr. Ma, the Gao family's elderly housekeeper, Steward Liu, stepped forward to greet him. Ma Tianyun offered a calm smile. Steward Liu, it's been a while. How have you been? I appreciate your concern, Mr. Ma. The master is already waiting for you. The butler simply bowed slightly and said, Please, Mr. Ma, before gesturing for him to follow. The two of them walked one after the other through a corridor adorned with intricate wooden carvings and painted beams. Their footsteps echoed softly on the polished wooden floor. Soon, they entered an elegantly decorated tea room, where the air was filled with the subtle aroma of freshly brewed tea. Gao Chongwan, the current head of the Gao family, sat upright at a gleaming 8 immortals table, his posture straight and his expression composed. After leading Ma Tianyun inside, the old butler respectfully took 2 steps back, bowed, and quietly exited the room, gently closing the carved wooden door behind him. Mr. Ma, may I ask what brings you here? Gao Chongwan offered a polite smile as he picked up the teapot and poured a cup of emerald green tea for his guest. Please, try this new tea. The leaves were just picked. Ma Tianyun accepted the cup, feeling the warmth of the porcelain at his fingertips. He took a small sip, set the cup down without a change in expression, and looked directly at Gao Chongwan. Master Gao, have you heard any unusual news lately? Oh, Gao Chongwan's smile remained, but his eyes grew sharper. What kind of news are you referring to? About Ma Tianyun's gaze turned piercing as he deliberately drew out his words. After a brief pause, he said, Supernatural powers. Gao Chongwan's fingers paused on the rim of his teacup. He slowly set it down, his expression shifting as he reassessed the man before him. For a moment, the air in the tea room seemed to freeze, and even the birdsong outside sounded unusually clear. These powers come from certain artifacts, Ma Tianyun continued, carefully watching Gao Chongwan's subtle reaction. He knew then that the other man was also investigating these extraordinary forces, though it was unclear how much he knew. Ma pressed on, testing the waters. As soon as he finished speaking, the patriarch of the Gao family, one of Hangchang's 4 great clans, frowned deeply, his gaze growing sharp. Artifacts? Yes, Ma Tianyun nodded firmly. From what I've gathered, there's more than one of these artifacts. The incident with Chun Guangrong involved one of them. The change in Gao Chongwan's expression told Ma Tianyun that his understanding of the supernatural was still in its early stages. That was both an advantage and a bargaining chip for Ma. Still, he didn't act superior. Instead, he got straight to the point and shared what he knew. With one of these artifacts, even an ordinary person can gain extraordinary powers. No wonder, Gao Chongwen murmured thoughtfully, nodding. With his family's resources, uncovering someone like Yang Yuchen would not have been difficult. I recently obtained one myself, Ma Tianyan said in a low voice. The sudden revelation hit Gao Chongwen like a bolt of lightning. His pupils contracted sharply, and a wary light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Ma Tianyan. Faced with something so far beyond the ordinary, something out of a fantasy novel, who wouldn't be on guard? In fact, the higher one's status, the more cautious they would be towards such unpredictable variables. Ma Tianyan slowly reached into his coat. After a moment, he opened his hand to reveal a mysterious 12-sided die resting quietly in his palm, its surface gleaming with an odd luster under the warm light of the tea room. It's called the Gambler's Die of Fate, Ma Tianyan said with a wry smile. He then explained in detail how he had come into possession of the die, leaving nothing out. After listening, Gao Chongwen's desire for the die visibly lessened. Your experiences with it have been completely different from that young woman's, he observed keenly. That's right, Ma Tianyan admitted, then added, so I suspect it's because the die hasn't accepted me yet, or perhaps it still recognizes her as its owner. In just a few exchanges, the two men had deduced the existence of some kind of unseen bond between the artifact and its owner. Gao Chongwen continued to fix his gaze on the die. After a long silence, he finally looked up at Ma Tianyan and spoke in a low voice. So, what is it you want from me? Master Gao, the world is changing. Ma Tianyan's eyes suddenly brightened as he leaned forward, his posture full of energy and intent. He met Gao Chongwen's gaze, his voice rising. We should form an alliance, find more of these artifacts before anyone else does. For our own protection, and for... The sky gradually darkened. Night fell. It was 9 o'clock. On the 59th floor of the building, Yuan still hadn't gone home. He lounged lazily on the sofa, holding a number 3006 linked fountain pen in his hand. A black leather notebook lay open before him as he recorded the details of the alliance between Ma Tianyan and Gao Chongwen. This moment was destined to become a significant chapter in the future history of humanity. Perhaps it was their alliance that marked the beginning of mankind's resistance against Pandora, or perhaps the old world's privileged classes, eager to keep their wealth and power, would soon launch a crackdown on Pandora's early adopters. Yuan pushed up his glasses, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He murmured, of course, how it will actually be written depends on how the future unfolds. He continued to jot down observations about the Pandora incident, paying close attention to how these mysterious artifacts were affecting different social classes and how the authorities were responding. With every word he wrote, the notebook seemed to glow ever more brilliantly. At first, it had been incapable of carrying any seeds, but now, it was almost ready to hold a second-tier seed's power. Yuan closed the notebook, running his fingers over the black cover and whispering to himself, Book of Order. Just then, his phone lit up and began to ring. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Yuan said softly, his voice gentle though his expression remained unchanged. Try to rest for a bit. He'll be right there. He ended the call without another word, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the city's network of roads glowed in the lights, weaving a complex pattern beneath him. The countless lights of the high-rises painted a portrait of a bustling metropolis. Yuan took off his glasses, revealing a striking face usually hidden behind the black frames. After cleaning his glasses, he left the building. In the night, Yuan stood outside Nieshayu's rented apartment and apologized. Sorry to disturb your rest. He quickly hailed a cab and took her to the nearest hospital. Nieshayu was burning with fever, her cheeks flushed red as she weakly wrapped her arms around Yuan's neck. He scooped her up, carrying her carefully in his arms as he got out of the car. She rested her cheek against his chest, mumbling drowsily, no need to apologize. Isn't this what I should do? Yuan replied softly, yeah. He carried her toward the emergency room, his tone gentle as ever. Nieshayu pressed her lips together. Though her mind was foggy from the fever, a faint sense of happiness welled up inside her, making her feel that maybe this fever was worth it. After a brief pause, she whispered, Director Lu, am I heavy? I've been eating a lot lately, and feel like I've gained weight. Yuan looked down, meeting her gaze with warmth in his eyes. Even before you gained the system, you always looked great, he said quietly. Yuan himself was in excellent shape, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, with notable strength. Ever since he started wearing the forbidden ring, his physical abilities had improved even further without him realizing it. A nurse came over to set up and for Nieshayu. Just then, a hospital staff member passed by with a trolley, catching Yuan's attention. He glanced at the items on the cart and said to Nieshayu, I'm going to the restroom for a moment. Wait here. Nieshayu nodded. Okay. Director Lu. I'm fine, Nieshayu said softly, standing obediently to the side. 10 minutes later, the corridor by the hospital's rear entrance was unusually quiet. Yuan, wearing a fresh pair of rubber gloves, was intently examining a surgical scalpel in his hand. The blade glinted coldly under the hallway lights, and a flicker of anticipation flashed in his eyes. What kind of abilities would this ordinary scalpel possess? once it became a Pandora? He quickly glanced at the panel. He was still halfway short of the required desire points. The main problem was the lack of white-grade soul reserves. He wondered if the sorcerer's soul bell could help again. Sir? A man in his 50s stood nearby, rubbing his hands nervously, fear evident in his voice. The money will be delivered soon, Yuan replied, efficiently slipping the scalpel into a clear bag before tucking it into his satchel. He turned and offered the man a gentle smile. Okay, okay. The man nodded repeatedly, not daring to meet Yuan's eyes, let alone refuse his request. Meanwhile, in the mountains between Hangqing and Liandu, the roar of 5 helicopters shattered the night silence. Floodlights swept across the darkness, turning the forest below as bright as day. Every road at the base of the mountain was blocked by police. With the Pandora Special Investigation Unit stretched thin, Maan Bong had urgently requested reinforcements, and a large number of officers had been mobilized for a thorough search. Wang Jun lay flat in a patch of shrubs, gasping for breath. He cautiously lifted his head. In the distance, beams from searchers' flashlights flickered like fireflies, and the barking of police dogs echoed from all directions. One sounded dangerously close. His heart pounded, and he swallowed hard, inching backward, looking for a way to escape the searchlights. Suddenly, his foot slipped, breaking a clump of earth. The small noise rang out sharply in the stillness of the forest. Woof, woof. A police dog began barking furiously. A police officer armed with a gun sprinted over, his flashlight beam landing squarely on Wang Jun. Wang Jun froze, staring straight into the barrel of the gun, and slowly raised his hands in surrender. Uft, uft. 2 muffled gunshots rang out from behind. Wang Jun watched as the officer and the dog both collapsed. He slowly turned around and saw another officer's silhouette standing in the shadows. Take this. Get out of here, the officer said, tossing him a satellite phone before vanishing into the night. Wang Jun snatched up the phone and bolted deeper into the woods, lungs burning as he ran. When the sounds of the search were finally fading, the satellite phone in his hands suddenly began to vibrate. He stared at the vibrating device in silence, then finally answered. A hoarse voice came through the line. Hello? Wang Jun. Wang Jun crouched behind a large boulder, saying nothing. Listen, the voice continued. A moment later, the sound of a child sobbing came through, followed by a desperate cry. Daddy! Daddy, help me! Daddy, help me! Bathed in cold moonlight, Wang Jun's pupils shrank and his eyes widened in shock. It was midnight, and the mountains lay silent under a cold, pale moon, its light barely filtering through the shadowy canopy. Wang Jun sat slumped against a massive boulder, clutching a satellite phone as his daughter's sobs echoed through the receiver. Bathed in moonlight, the man who was usually a cold-blooded killer now wrapped his arms around his head, fingers digging into his tangled hair, his entire body curled up in anguish. His face, buried in his arms, twisted with pain as his body shook violently. His ragged breathing was starkly audible in the stillness of the forest. Veins bulged on his forehead. Just as he began to relax, seemingly resigned to his fate, a sudden series of terrifying sounds erupted from the phony. A woman's wail, a sharp gunshot, then his wife's hysterical scream. Nan Nan? What did you do? What did you do? Wang Jun's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped the phone with white knuckles, his roar echoing through the mountains. In that moment, he was like a wild beast, cornered and desperate. Meanwhile, in a traditional courtyard in Hangzhou, Ma Tianyun and Gao Chengwen sat across from each other in a tea house, listening to the call with stony faces. When disaster struck, Ma Tianyun's eyelids twitched. After a moment, Gao Chengwen reached over and ended the call. A black-clad assistant entered the tea room, bowing respectfully to the 2 men. There's no one else here. Just say it, Ma Tianyun said, taking a sip of tea, his voice low and steady. What happened? The assistant hesitated, then forced himself to explain. It was a mistake. Our people thought Wang Jun was unresponsive and tried to escalate the pressure. They struck his wife with a pistol, but he paused, and the gun accidentally discharged. The bullet hit the child. She died instantly. At these words, Ma Tianyun's teacup trembled, spilling hot tea onto his hand. Even Gao Chengwen fell silent, a rare occurrence, as the room filled with an oppressive hush. You can go now, Ma Tianyun said at last. The assistant withdrew, closing the door softly behind him. In the warm glow of the lamp, the fragrance of tea lingered in the air. Wang Jun is completely out of control. We need to cut all ties with him, Gao Chengwen finally said, breaking the silence. Ma Tianyun nodded, a muscle twitching at the corner of his eye, silently calculating the immense loss that abandoning Wang Jun's entire network would bring, some of which couldn't be measured in money. Is this also because of your dice? Gao Chengwen asked, his expression odd, eyes flickering with a mix of fear and awe. Witnessing this mysterious power firsthand was far more shocking than anything Ma Tianyun had described before. It seems so, Ma Tianyun replied with a bitter smile. Just for rolling a 3? He nodded, privately wondering if this was really the full extent of the consequences. Enough. Let's leave it at that for tonight. I'm exhausted, Gao Chengwen said, swirling his tea with the lid in a gesture of dismissal. Ma Tianyun didn't linger any longer. After a brief farewell, he stood up decisively and strode out of the tea room with steady steps. Moments later, a black sedan quietly pulled out of the Gao family residence, disappearing into the night without a sound. Today's events had only been contained because he arrived at the Gao family in time. Without his intervention, things might have spiraled completely out of control. The next morning, Lu Yuan left for work on schedule. As he opened his door, the neighbor's door opened as well. A little girl with 2 pigtails darted out like a nimble fawn and stopped in front of Lu Yuan. Tilting her head up, she called out brightly, "Uncle Lu." Her voice was crisp, her eyes sparkling, but then her lips quivered and she looked up at him with a timid, expectant gaze. It was Wan. A moment later, hurried footsteps sounded from behind her. Shun Hongru quickly caught up, taking her daughter's hand and apologizing to Lu Yuan with visible embarrassment. "I'm so sorry, Lu Yuan. I kept telling her not to talk too much so she wouldn't bother anyone. But she actually listened and now barely speaks at all." Lu Yuan offered a gentle smile, his gaze falling on Wan's little face. "It's all right. Wan is adorable." They walked together to the elevator and parted ways on the first floor. Lu Yuan continued on, stepping into the sunlit neighborhood street, his pace steady as he greeted a brand new day. When he arrived at the office, he didn't see Nieshayu, who was usually early. She had had a high fever of 40 degrees the night before, needed in 4, and had taken the day off. After work that evening, Lu Yuan paused as soon as he entered his apartment, his expression shifting slightly before a trace of amusement flickered across his face. Through his link with Pandora, his consciousness reached across the ocean. There, soul fluctuations usually appeared every 2 or 3 days. But this time, Li Wenwen seemed completely out of control. The sorcerer's soul bell. When someone is utterly consumed by desire and loses their anchor of reason, they fall prey to evil spirits. Their flesh becomes nourishment for these entities, and their soul is claimed by that great being. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened as he adjusted his glasses. Perfect. He finally had enough desire points. Without hesitation, he walked into his study. Under the silent gaze of both man and cat, he took out the emerald green Pandora seed and carefully placed it into the slot of a surgical scalpel. The green light merged into the blade, and after a faint hum, the detachable blade was locked in place. The whole scalpel turned jet black, its edge glinting faintly. When he lifted it, the study's light played along the blade, casting a cold, sharp line. After a moment's thought, Lu Yuan smiled and said softly, "I'll call you the Creator's Blade." Ding. Naming complete. Number 3009 Pandora, Creator's Blade. This was once the favorite scalpel of a top surgeon. When its wielder stood beneath the surgical lamp, it was as if they possessed the power to work miracles. The holder gains microscopic vision, able to maintain the biological vitality of tissue for a short time when making incisions. As Pandora grows, it will even grant the user the basic ability to graft tissue, though it can't yet fully resolve cellular rejection. Lu Yuan read through the information, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. This was another Pandora with tremendous potential. In some ways, it even echoed the Operation Fruit from Japanese comics, though a weakened version, it was still impressive. This made it the 9th Pandora of the 3rd tier. Lu Yuan set the scalpel down and gently stroked the black cat curled in his arms, calling up his panel. The panel appeared quickly. Name: Lu Yuan. Soul count: 0. White soul desire points: 300. Pandora's created: 3001 Marquart's mask: 3002 Lilith's blood needle: 3003 sorcerer's soul bell: 3004 dice of the gambler of fate: 3005 jester's whistle: 3006 eternal signal: 3007 king of thieves gloves: 3008 siren's ring: 3009 creator's blade: 0001 forbidden ring. Pandora seeds: 0. He quietly scanned the list, his gaze growing deeper and more resolute. He was one step closer to what he truly wanted to achieve. Wednesday. In the command center of the Pandora Special Investigation Unit in Hangzhou, Maan Bong sat at the head of the table. Leaning back against the leather chair, his sharp, dark eyes were fixed on the massive display screen that covered an entire wall. The screen was split into dozens of live feeds, each showing a different unit in action. After last night's mountain search operation, police stations across Liandu City received a series of mysterious calls at dawn. The caller not only denied the accusations of killing police officers, but also revealed the existence of an undercover agent within the police force and exposed a wealth of critical information up and down the chain. Now, the screen showed SWAT teams, investigators, and disciplinary officers launching operations across various locations. Maan Bong absently flipped a lighter between his fingers, then let out a short, amused laugh. Impressive how quickly they're willing to cut their losses. He knew most of these operatives had no idea whose interests they were serving. Whoever was behind this had gone to great lengths to keep their hands clean. Chief Ma, his assistant, Zhao Xiaoxue, began hesitantly. "Didn't you say there aren't many people capable of pulling this off? Why not let Qin Yu hang?" Knowing who did it doesn't matter, Maan Bong interrupted, turning to her with a steady gaze. What matters now is figuring out an efficient way to coordinate with the local police. Zhao Xiaoxua thought for a moment, then suddenly understood since the Pandora Special Investigation Unit was established, both internal operations and coordination with other departments had to be refined through real-world experience. Suddenly, Ma Yanbang's gaze locked onto one of the feeds, which showed a Liandu police officer being questioned. Get in touch with the Liandu Police Department, he ordered, pausing as he stared intently at the officer on screen. Tell them to focus their investigation on this one. Though surprised, Zhao Xiaoxua immediately relayed the directive through an internal line. As she hung up, ready to ask why, Ma Onbong shook his head, signaling there was no need for an explanation. Instead, he said in a low voice, this incident is almost certainly not the work of a single group thief joined forces. Meanwhile, outside a hospital on the other side of the city. We're here, Mr. Liu. In the black sedan, Shen Nansher looked respectfully at Lu Yuan, who was reading a book. Lu Yuan glanced up at the hospital outside the window, but didn't rush to get out. Instead, he smiled and asked, I heard someone's been keeping an eye on you lately? It's nothing, Shen Nansher replied calmly. Just a bit more trouble than usual. Lu Yuan nodded lightly, offering no further explanation, idly twirling his ever-present radio, pen in his hand. He didn't care whether anyone noticed him or not. When it came to prying eyes, he always sensed them with uncanny precision. At this moment, he was strolling into yet another hospital, his third visit of the day. As he glanced over the passing faces, he searched for a worthy bearer of the Creator's blade. Lu Yuan's steps were relaxed, his expression calm with a hint of languidness, as if he were simply wandering through the hospital. He made his way straight to the Science and Education building, heading up to the library on the third floor. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a spot by the window, his brows arching and a playful smile tugging at his lips. Sitting by the window was a young man, about 24 or 25, dressed in a crisp white shirt. He sat upright, absorbed in a thick medical textbook. Sunlight poured through the glass, outlining his figure in a faint golden glow. The scene reminded Lu Yuan of himself before he acquired the system. Sensing something, the young man looked up and met Lu Yuan's eyes. After a brief pause, he nodded politely before returning to his book. His name was Li Chengbai, a graduate of the combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral program at Yanjing Union Medical College. He was now the youngest attending physician at the second affiliated hospital of Jiangxia province, already gaining recognition in the field of neurosurgery. Lu Yuan approached and sat down at the long table. How should I address you? Li Chengbai, the young man replied simply, his tone reserved. This world isn't as dull as we imagine, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Li Chengbai looked up, his clear eyes meeting Lu Yuan's directly. Lu Yuan took a small box from his pocket and slid it across the table. This is a gift for you. I hope you'll like it. For a moment, Li Chengbai felt a chill run down his spine, as if the man before him had become a deity, about to grant him a new life. By the time he regained his composure, Lu Yuan had already vanished, leaving only the mysterious box behind. Taking a steadying breath and with his heart pounding, Li Chengbai opened the box. A scalpel? As his fingers touched the handle, invisible ripples seemed to spread through the air. The Creator's blade? The Creator's blade. He murmured, barely able to contain his excitement. Night had fallen when Li Chengbai drove his white Audi down a deserted road. Suddenly, a dark figure darted out of an alley. He didn't have time to brake before the car struck the person, sending him sprawling to the ground. Li Chengbai rushed out to check and found the man covered in blood injuries that clearly weren't from the accident. Examining him, Li Chengbai's gaze froze on the man's abdomen. A gunshot wound? Are you all right? They'll take you to the hospital right away, he said calmly. Before he could finish, the injured man grabbed his hand. I am fine, he insisted, trying to push himself up. In the headlights, Li Chengbai suddenly recognized his facade was Wang Jun, the fugitive wanted by the police and featured in the news. Wait, Li Chengbai said. I'm a doctor. Even if we don't go to the hospital, maybe I can still help you. A car approached. In the darkness of the night, at the entrance to the alley, headlights cut through the gloom, illuminating a small patch of ground. Li Chengbai fixed his gaze on the blood-soaked man in front of him and spoke again, sit in the back. He opened the car door with quick, steady movements. Moments later, Li Chengbai pressed down on the accelerator. The car shot forward, speeding through the silent night. In the back seat, Wang Jun leaned back, his left hand pressed tightly against his abdomen, but blood continued to seep through with every labored breath. His face was pale as paper, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead and neck, glistening faintly in the dim light inside the car. Cough, cough. Wang Jun suddenly began to cough violently, forcing up a clot of blood from his lungs. Struggling, he lifted his head to meet the young man's scrutinizing gaze in the rearview mirror. Sorry, I got your car dirty. It's fine. Li Chengbai turned his eyes back to the road, his tone calm, asking no questions. I'm heading to my old house in the countryside. Try to hang in there a little longer. Thank you. Wang Jun's reply was weak, and he soon closed his eyes, his shallow breathing the only sign he was still alive. The car merged onto the main road leading out of town. Li Chengbai rested one hand under his chin and the other lightly on the steering wheel, his expression as composed as ever. He quickly noticed police officers up ahead conducting sobriety checks. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he steered the car off into a nearby village. Navigating the narrow village roads, the trees lining both sides flashed by in the darkness. After a short detour, Li Chengbai pulled up to the old family housia, three-story building in rural style. He thought to himself, my parents aren't home. They bought an RV last month and went traveling. He's still alive. Li Chengbai opened the car door, gently lifted the man's eyelids, and noted the sluggish response of his pupils to light. But not for much longer. He didn't move the injured man right away. Instead, he rushed inside, cleared out a small room on the first floor, then carefully carried Wang Jun in, making sure not to aggravate his injuries, and laid him flat on a single bed. Li Chengbai quickly changed into clean clothes, put on a mask, disinfected his hands, and picked up a knife labeled 3009 Creator's Blade. The conditions aren't ideal. Whether you make it or not depends on this. With those words, Li Chengbai pressed the blade to Wang Jun's skin without hesitation. In an instant, Li Chengbai's pupils contracted sharply, his breathing quickened, and a flush of excitement colored his usually calm face. In his vision, a halo of shifting colors shimmered around the black blade. As the knife descended, Wang Jun's skin and flesh parted smoothly, like melting ice. At the same time, the scene before him changed. Every secret of the human body revealed itself in exquisite detail beneath the knife. Incredible! Incredible! Li Chengbai murmured as he continued to cut. Wang Jun's body was gradually opened, yet, somehow, the tissues continued to function as if the laws of nature didn't apply. Under the harsh glare of the overhead light, Li Chengbai's face grew more flushed. He focused on an artery near Wang Jun's heart. The blade sliced with precision, briefly halting the flow of blood. Keep going, Li Chengbai whispered to himself as he expertly removed a segment of the artery and then reconnected the remaining ends. Blood resumed its flow instantly, as though nothing had happened. With tweezers, Li Chengbai gently lifted the removed section of the vessel, holding it up to the light for a careful inspection. A wide, irrepressible smile spread across his handsome face. The chime for desire points kept ringing in the system. 100, 1000, 100. On the 59th floor of a skyscraper that pierced the clouds, Lu Yuan lounged lazily on a leather sofa, a hefty book resting on his lap. When the series of notifications sounded, he glanced at them absent-mindedly, but then an unusually surprised expression crossed his gentle face. You can actually get 1,000 at once? He chuckled softly, gazing into the distance through the Pandora system's interface. There, he caught sight of Li Chengbai's raised, veined hand. The intensity of his suppressed desire was clearly on another level. Lu Yuan pushed up his glasses and turned his attention to the man lying on the bed, murmuring to himself. Those two actually ran into each other. Was it really just a coincidence? He shook his head. Whatever, it's not my concern. Just as he was about to close the system, another desire points notification caught his eye. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth curled up as he shifted his gaze to yet another scene. The scene shifted to the top nightclub in Guada Square, Hangzhou. Zhong Lunyuan, the new owner of the Thief King's gloves, was 24 years old. Chewing gum and with one hand in his pocket, he weaved through the deafening music. Red and blue spotlights flashed wildly as people danced to the DJ's beat. As he moved past the crowded booths, he heard a burst of cheers from the central area. Wow, Yu Xiao, you're incredible. A group of young women surrounded a youth with dyed blonde hair and earrings, applauding the result of his dice roll. Quick, pour the drinks. The campus beauty from the School of Media, tall, fair-skinned, gurgled the excitement. A waitress approached to pour a drink, but the rich kid reached out, trying to touch her. She instinctively dodged, and the liquor spilled over the rim of the glass. What the hell? The young man exploded with anger, raising his hand to slap her. The waitress turned pale with fear, and the crowd fell silent in shock. Just as his hand was about to land, another hand caught his wrist with perfect timing. Zhong Lunyuan stood there with a calm smile. Only then did the bar manager and the others realize what was happening and hurried to smooth things over. The manager quickly sent the waitress to another table, shooting Zhong Lunyuan a grateful look and silently motioning for him to leave. Leaving the noisy bar, Zhong Lunyuan took out a Lamborghini key and toyed with it. At midnight, a bright red Lamborghini worth over 10 million yuan roared down the street, reaching speeds of over 300 kilometers per hour. Eventually, the supercar slowed as it entered a villa district. Zhong Lunyuan casually tossed his baseball cap onto the passenger seat, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Yuguru ranked 140th on the Jiangsu Zhejiang Rich list, with a net worth of over 6 billion, mainly in automobile manufacturing. He silently recited the information Head gathered. And that Yu Yiba is his only son, the apple of his eye. Looks like him paying the right family a visit tonight. Zhong Lunyuan moved with the lightness of a shadow, expertly avoiding every blind spot in the surveillance system. In fact, On his way here, the only thing the cameras could catch was the faint glimpse of a baseball cap brim, barely visible in the footage. The night grew even darker. It was 2 in the morning. The bar was awash in hazy lights as the manager, bent at the waist with a fawning smile, approached the drunken young heir Yue Ba. "Mr. Yu, let me find a driver to take you home." Yue Ba, his arm around a meticulously made-up girl, stumbled out of the bar. The manager personally led the way, guiding them through the hallway and down the elevator to the underground parking garage. As they reached the reserved parking spot, Yue Ba suddenly sobered up as if doused with cold water. He widened his eyes, shook his head, and asked in alarm, "Where's my car?" The next day, at the Yunxi Rose Garden Villas in Hangzhou, Yu Guo'e, who ranked 140th on the Zhejiang province rich list and was worth over 6 billion, hurried home. He had just flown in from Guangzhou, having booked the earliest flight as soon as he got the news. When he opened the door, he saw several police officers already investigating inside. His son, Yue Ba, sat on the leather sofa with a dark expression, while the family butler stood nearby, nervously answering questions. The moment he walked in, all eyes turned to him. A tall, broad-shouldered middle-aged officer stepped forward, saluted, and introduced himself with calm authority. "I'm Chao Chuang from the Municipal Detective Squad. Our department received reports from your son at 2:10 a.m. about his missing Lamborghini, and again at 9:30 this morning about a break-in at your home." Given the high value of the theft, the department had assigned the case to the seasoned detective Chao Chuang, who had just returned from leave. It was also a way for his superiors to keep him away from more dangerous cases for a while. "Captain Chao." "Hello," Yu Guo'e replied, managing to maintain a calm facade as he glanced at his son. He then listened intently as Captain Chao provided a detailed account of the case. As the situation became clearer, Yu Guo'e's expression grew increasingly grim. "Captain Chao, are you saying that the person who took my son's car is the same one who broke into our house?" Yu Guo'e's voice rose, his brow furrowed. "And after stealing the car, they sped off, driving over 300 kilometers per hour, and even sent the traffic violation records to my son's phone?" "That's correct." Chao Chuang pulled out his phone and handed it to Yu Guo'e. "We've reviewed the surveillance footage along the route and found these photos." Suppressing his anger, Yu Guo'e quickly scrolled through the images. In every shot, the suspect had cleverly used the brim of a hat to hide their face, always at just the right angle, clearly well prepared. "Mr. Yu, we'll also need you to provide a detailed list of stolen items," Chao Chuang added, his tone professional and composed. Yu Guo'e stood up and hurried upstairs, heading first to his study. He scanned the room anxiously, relaxing a bit when he saw everything appeared untouched. His most valuable collectibles were stored in a custom safe hidden behind the bookshelf. But when he moved the bookshelf and opened the safe, he found it empty. The shock nearly made him lose his balance. Taking a deep breath, Yu Guo'e rushed out of the study. He had also secretly installed a security camera in the bedroom, a device of national security caliber, nearly impossible to detect without specialized tools. In the bedroom, Yu Guo'e found a cartoon sticker placed next to the camera, and the sight made his heart sink. Meanwhile, across town on the 59th floor of a skyscraper under the blue sky, "Professor Han is absolutely right," Lu Yuan said with a nod and a smile to Han Zhanbing. "The internet has become a second world for billions of people in this era, and we need top talent in information technology. And beyond that, we also need the best minds in finance, politics, scientific research." Lu Yuan continued to list field after field, his tone full of quiet confidence. Lu Yuan glanced around at the top experts from various fields gathered before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These people would become potential members of the second tier of the Pandora Management Committee, serving him in the future. Even with the emergence of Pandora, it didn't change the fact that this world's material civilization was ultimately shaped by humanity. He turned to Professor Han Zhanbing, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Regarding the committee's funding, Professor Han, how much do you think we should charge those super wealthy individuals for protection each year?" Professor Han fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan, weighing his options in silence. Even the outermost circle of this organization would attract the world's top elites and billionaires. Coupled with those who wielded Pandora's power, the potential influence of this group was staggering. "Set the threshold at $100 million per year. What do you think?" Lu Yuan tossed out the astronomical figure as if it were nothing, a sum that even few among the ultra-rich could afford. "If you think it's appropriate, Mr. Lu, then so be it," Han Zhanbing replied, bowing his head slightly. Meanwhile, in a 3-story house on the outskirts of Hangqing, Wang Jun jolted awake in bed, gasping for air. Instinctively, he reached toward the gunshot wound on his abdomen, only to find it neatly wrapped in clean white gauze. The rest of his injuries had also been carefully treated. "You're awake?" A voice called from the doorway. Li Chengbai walked in carrying a bowl of noodles and a hard-boiled egg. "Hungry?" "Ravenous." Wang Jun didn't hesitate, finishing the food in just a few bites. Li Chengbai watched him quietly, a strange excitement flickering in his eyes. "A wound from the creator's blade can actually heal on its own. What happened to you? Why are you so badly hurt?" Li Chengbai asked. Wang Jun wiped his mouth, his fingernails digging into his palm as his face twisted with anger. Revenge. Even if it kills me, he'll take his life in return. I can help you, Li Chengbai said, his eyes taking on a peculiar gleam. Adrenaline can boost your strength and keep you alert. Dulling the sympathetic nerves will reduce your pain. The right amount of dopamine can give you courage. Want to give it a try? Don't worry, just get some sleep and you'll feel better. In a room with tightly drawn curtains on the third floor of a small building, a bright incandescent lamp illuminated every corner. Li Chengbai, wearing a surgical mask, looked down at the middle-aged man lying on the bed. Wang Jun, noticing the flicker of anxiety and regret in Wang Jun's eyes, Li spoke gently to reassure him. Before Wang Jun could respond, Li Chengbai had already injected a clear, colorless anesthetic into his vein. With his surgical skills, Li could have easily operated while the patient was awake, but to avoid any unnecessary complications, he chose the safest approach. Wang Jun's eyes trembled violently. He seemed to want to say something, but quickly slipped into unconsciousness. In this brightly lit room, the youngest medical PhD at Jiangsu Second Affiliated Hospital focused intently as he wielded his scalpel. His expression was both fervent and cautious, like a creator daring to test his ideas within Wang Jun's body. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, who had just entered the plaza, noticed a constant stream of notifications popping up on his system panel. Desire points 100. Desire points 1000. Desire points 100. Watching Li Chengbai at work, Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Wow, this guy is a real powerhouse when it comes to generating desire points, he thought to himself. He had originally assumed only people like Huang Wenbin would rack up so many points. But compared to Li Chengbai, both Huang Wenbin and Yang Yuqing seemed insignificant. The numbers were rolling in, sometimes even in huge increments of 1,000 points at a time. This guy is like a mad scientist straight out of a movie or anime, Lu Yuan muttered under his breath, then smiled with anticipation. I wonder what kind of soul someone like this will provide. Over the past few days, Lu Yuan had realized that collecting desire points was only a matter of time. The real bottleneck for creating higher-tier Pandoras was obtaining those rare, high-quality souls. Lu Yuan headed toward the building, picked up an afternoon tea order from a delivery guy in the lobby, and entered the elevator carrying milk tea and desserts. The elevator stopped at the 10th floor, where 3 women in business attire were about to get in. The 2 in front spotted Lu Yuan and nudged their friend behind them, whispering excitedly, Xiaoyu, look, it's Manager Lu. Manager Lu, Nieshayu greeted him, her cheeks flushed. Has your fever gone down? Yes, I'm completely fine now. Nieshayu nodded enthusiastically, even making a playful muscle-flexing gesture. Lu Yuan chuckled and gave her a gentle pat on the head, then nodded to the other 2. Once they were all in the elevator, he said, Xiaoyu, I brought some afternoon tea. Why don't you share it with your friends? Nieshaoyu's eyes curved into delighted crescents as she inspected the treats in Lu Yuan's hands, carefully selecting 3 cups of milk tea, 2 iced, 1 warm and 3 slices of cake. Ding! At that moment, the elevator reached the 15th floor. Lu Yuan smiled and waved, and as he stepped out of the elevator, he could still hear the envious chatter of the young women behind him. Time ticked by, and the sky gradually darkened. The city was bathed in neon lights, the colorful glow reflecting off the forest of steel and concrete. A white sedan quietly slipped into a dim alley, its tires rolling through puddles and sending up tiny splashes. Li Chengbai got out of the car swiftly and walked around to open the back door. His gaze fell on the middle-aged man with his eyes covered by a black cloth, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. This is far enough, Li Chengbai said calmly, reaching out to remove the blindfold from Wang Jun's eyes. Wang Jun blinked, adjusting to the sudden light. Li Chengbai pulled a fingernail-sized surveillance camera from his pocket and pressed it into Wang Jun's hand. I made a few simple adjustments to your body, Li Chengbai said, a trace of anticipation in his voice. As payment, let me see how the modifications turned out. Soon after, the white sedan drove out of the alley. Li Chengbai glanced one last time at the middle-aged man standing in the distance through the rearview mirror, resting one hand on the steering wheel and using the other to unlock his phone. Instantly, Wang Jun's face appeared on the screen. He was looking down at the tiny camera in his hand, then clipped it carefully to his collar. Wang Jun took a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of gasoline and dampness. He spread his hands, staring at his rough, calloused palms. Suddenly, the veins on his arms bulged like coiled snakes, and he clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking softly. He threw a punch forward, feeling a surge of strength he'd never known before. Stepping into the night, his eyes swept over the distant neon lights and the endless stream of traffic, keenly aware of the changes in his body. Shock and disbelief filled his gaze. Explosive power, reaction speed, both way up, Wang Jun muttered, barely able to believe it. I don't feel pain as much, either. Maybe there are other changes I haven't discovered yet. How is this even possible? Wang Jun wasn't well educated, had always been used as a fixer for dirty work. Still, everything that had happened in the past day felt off. Not that he cared after all, this was all good news for him. Pulling up his hood to hide half his face, Wang Jun strode off decisively in one direction. He locked eyes on a black Passat parked by the roadside. Without hesitation, he smashed the window with his fist, sending shards of glass flying. He slipped inside nimbly, and seconds later, the engine roared to life. They've definitely moved, but that doesn't mean they can't be found, Wang Jun muttered, a cold glint in his eyes. The black Passat stopped in the shadows outside Hangzhou Children's Welfare Institute. Wang Jun sat in the car, eyes sharp and focused on the entrance, not moving an inch. He waited patiently for an hour and 40 minutes, until a plain-looking middle-aged man finally walked out. The man's name was Deng Herong, someone Wang Jun used to get along with. He hadn't been involved in this recent job, and he had a habit only Wang Jun knew. Abu the volunteered at the Welfare Institute one day each week. Funny, isn't it? Someone like him, doing social work at a welfare institute, Wang Jun thought, forcing a mocking smile onto his stiff, numb face, the curve of his lips looking almost carved in. Deng Herong got in his car, but didn't leave right away. He sat there for half a minute, as if checking something, before finally stepping on the gas. The car left the city and headed toward the port, eventually stopping near a warehouse. Wang Jun parked his own car in the shadows farther away. When Deng Herong got out, Wang Jun slipped out as well, moving silently and swiftly like a panther in the night, tailing Deng Herong without a sound. As Deng Herong passed a parked car, he glanced warily at the rearview mirror and noticed a shadow behind him. He kept his composure, but his muscles tensed, ready for trouble. But he underestimated his pursuer's speed. Suddenly, the shadow lunged like an arrow, slamming Deng Herong hard against the car. His head crashed into the window, shattering the glass with a sharp crack. Blood streamed down his forehead, glowing dark red under the dim lights. Wang Jun grabbed Deng Herong by the hair, yanking his head up. When the middle-aged man realized who his attacker was, his eyes went wide with shock and fear. It was late 10 o'clock at night. By the docks in Xiaxia, a white sedan sat quietly by the roadside. Suddenly, the interior lights flickered on. Li Changbai lifted his gaze toward the distance, his fingers gliding swiftly over a tablet as streams of data reflected in the lenses of his glasses. Adrenaline up by 15%, he murmured, eyes fixed on Wang Jun's vital signs displayed on the monitor. Norepinephrine up by 10%, endorphins increased by 5. Leaning back in his seat, Li Changbai tapped the armrest in a steady rhythm. His eyes were sharp, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. These surges in hormones would push Wang Jun's reflexes, focus, and alertness to unprecedented levels, but at the cost of burning through his body's cellular reserves. As the final step, Li Changbai cut off part of Wang Jun's physical safety mechanisms, making him oblivious to any negative signals from his own body during combat. It's time, Li Changbai whispered. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, in the alley outside the warehouse, Wang Jun was yanking Deng Herong by the hair. Blood streamed down Deng Herong's forehead, pooling into a dark red puddle on the dimly lit ground. Do you know who they are? Wang Jun asked in a low, steady voice. Deng Herong panted, a trace of defiance flashing in his eyes. So what if I know? So what if I don't? Guys like us, what difference does it make? It's not like we can change anything. Before he finished, Deng Herong suddenly drove his knee upward, aiming for Wang Jun's vitals. But with his hormones boosted, Wang Jun reacted even faster, pulling back in an instant while his grip tightened. With a surge of superhuman strength, he ripped Deng Herong's scalp, sending him crashing face first onto the concrete. Blood and brain matter splattered across the ground. Deng Herong didn't move again. Wang Jun spared only a glance at the corpse before heading toward the warehouse nearby. At the entrance, he saw Chao Xiafeng's opponent, skilled in Muay Thai and military close combat, standing casually and smoking a cigarette. In their past encounters, Wang Jun had always been overpowered by him, but when it came to marksmanship, Wang Jun had the edge. Suddenly, a flash of steel. Wang Jun's knife sliced through the air, aiming straight for Chao Xiafeng's throat. Chao instinctively leaned back to dodge, but Wang Jun's left fist followed like a shadow, striking for his jaw. Caught off guard by the sheer force, Chao stumbled back despite raising his guard in time. In that split second, the blade flashed again, a precise thrust straight into his heart. Chao Xiafeng managed only to lift his head, staring in disbelief at the man before him. Whether in strength or speed, this was no longer the Wang Jun he remembered. Between life and death, a tiny misstep can mean the difference between survival and disaster. The changes in Wang Jun's body left everyone present in shock. It was as if he had ascended to a completely different level. Wang Jun released his grip on the knife, and Chao Xiafeng crashed heavily to the ground, still clutching his dagger. Pressing a hand to his chest, Wang Jun could feel his heart pounding furiously, but he paid no attention to this abnormality. As he drew his pistol, he moved steadily toward the warehouse. Just as he reached the door, a bullet whistled past, striking the iron door with a harsh metallic clang. Instantly, Wang Jun raised his gun and fired back. A shadow on the second-floor corridor dropped without a sound. In that moment, he seemed like a perfectly tuned killing machine. his reflexes and focus far surpassing anything had ever known. The warehouse echoed with gunfire, bodies falling one after another, blood quickly pooling on the floor. Inside a white sedan cloaked in the night, Li Chengbai watched the scene unfold with unwavering attention. Raised in the sunlight and always the center of attention, he had never witnessed anything like this before. Yet surprisingly, he remained calm. He simply felt a twinge of regret that he didn't have previous data to accurately compare the changes in Wang Jun's physical condition. Still, he knew this wasn't the limit. The true limit, he thought, was when the body ignored every warning, shut out all pain, and directed every hormone toward a single explosive effort. The thought flickered through his mind, making him realize it sounded a bit like something out of a zombie movie. He couldn't help but shake his head. The chase and slaughter inside the warehouse ended in an instant. Now, Wang Jun stood with his gun trained on the last remaining man, who had collapsed to the floor and was desperately scrambling backward. Wang Jun, let me go. I had nothing to do with this. The man screamed hoarsely. Blood streamed from multiple gunshot wounds on Wang Jun's body, but he seemed oblivious to the pain. With an expressionless face, he pressed the barrel of his gun against the man's forehead. Tell me who he is. Say his name, and he'll let you live. Just then, a shrill ringtone pierced the silence of the warehouse. Wang Jun picked up the old-fashioned keypad phone the man had thrown aside. After answering, both ends of the line fell into a long silence. Finally, the caller spoke. Wang Jun, I'm giving you a chance to save your wife. After listening, Wang Jun hung up without a word and turned to leave. The man on the floor allowed himself a fleeting smile only to be cut short by the sound of a gunshot, as a bullet passed cleanly through his forehead. After walking some distance, the side effects of pushing his body to the limit finally caught up with Wang Jun. His legs gave out, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. A pair of polished leather shoes appeared in his blurred vision. Struggling, Wang Jun reached out and grabbed the stranger's pant leg. Looking up, he saw a young face. The man crouched down, meeting Wang Jun's desperate gaze, and said gently, "You're going to die. I'm giving you one last chance. Go. He'll wait for your news." Ma Tianyan leaned back in his chair, his gaze calm and unwavering as he looked at the man in the black suit before him. His tone was cool and resolute. The man nodded slightly, lowered his head, took 2 steps back, and then turned to leave the room in a hurry. Is it still not over? Ma Tianyan pulled open the drawer on his desk and took out the mysterious 12-sided die, clutching it tightly in his palm. Over the past few days, he had tried handing the die to his subordinates, but the streak of bad luck persisted. If anything, it seemed to drag down their fortunes as well, and soon even his men began running into trouble. This made him wary, and he ultimately abandoned the idea of letting anyone else try it. Wang Jun, this must be the result of me rolling a 3, he muttered. The string of misfortunes that followed seemed to confirm his suspicion. But if he dies, maybe this will all end, he whispered. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. According to his investigation, the college student Ma Qing had rolled a 3 at least 7 times, but each time, she only experienced minor setbacks and trivial bad luck. Why was it so different for him? Meanwhile, in a single apartment in the Binjiang district. What's on your mind? Shen Hongru asked lazily, lying in Lu Yuan's arms. She had keenly noticed a faint, meaningful smile cross his face just moments before. It's nothing, Lu Yuan replied gently. I just suddenly thought of an interesting person. Oh, Shen Hongru murmured, resting her cheek against his chest, her fingertips absent-mindedly tracing circles on his skin. She gazed at him quietly, her eyes growing hazy, and her lips softly whispered, "You really are a perfect gentleman with both divine and demonic sides." The night deepened, and time slipped by in silence. 2 a.m. This body won't last much longer. Wang Jun was breathing hard, working the stiffness out of his limbs as his joints cracked and popped. He was about to leave, but when he reached the door, he paused and looked back at the young man standing in the dim light. I won't be able to repay you, he said quietly. No, you've already given me what I wanted. Li Chengbai smiled calmly, watching Wang Jun depart. Wang Jun turned away, waved his hand, and walked out of the warehouse, disappearing into the night. Bathed in cold moonlight, he lifted his head. The pale glow spilled over his flushed skin, the veins on his arms bulging like ropes, blood visibly pulsing beneath the surface. He lowered his head, pulled up his hood, and walked to a car parked by the roadside. He barely touched the window, yet it shattered instantly. He started the car and drove toward his destination. After a while, he stopped the car well short of where he was headed. Leaning back in his seat, he felt every breath burning in his chest. He pushed open the door, got out, walked around to the side of the car, and crouched in the tall grass, keeping his eyes fixed on an old, abandoned building in the distance. He didn't move, just waited quietly in the dark. Mr. Do you think Wang Jun isn't coming? Moonlight spilled into the abandoned building. On the 3rd floor, a man glanced nervously at the time, occasionally looking toward the man who'd spoken with Ma Tianyan earlier. His voice betrayed his anxiety. Most likely not, Mr. replied in a low voice, a hint of amusement in his eyes. I thought he might really risk everything to save someone even if it meant walking straight into the lion's den. That bastard dared to stand us up. The burly man cursed and strode over to the woman tied up in the corner. He grabbed her hair roughly, yanked her head back, and leaned in close to threaten her. If your man doesn't show up, my brothers and I will make sure you regret it. Keep your eyes on her, Mr. N ordered coldly after sweeping his gaze around the room. I'm going to report to the boss. With that, he slipped out of the abandoned building and got into the sedan parked outside. He took one last glance at the shadowy building through the rearview mirror, a glint of menace in his eyes, before the car disappeared into the darkness. Hidden in the tall grass, Wang Jun stared intently at the departing vehicle, his pupils narrowing sharply. He recognized Mr. Anthy bodyguard who often appeared in financial news reports, always at the side of a certain powerful figure. Damn it, damn it, he muttered through clenched teeth, his nails digging deep into the dirt. The next second, he melted into the darkness like a silent predator. He knew all too well that his wife was as good as dead. From the very beginning, he realized he only had one shot at this. Even if he managed to save her, what difference would it make? Since they were using his wife as bait, why not turn their own trap against them? At the global headquarters, Ma Tianyun stormed out of his office, cursing his subordinates as useless. A group of bodyguards in black suits immediately closed in around him. When the elevator reached the underground parking garage, Ma Tianyun headed toward his reserved parking space. There's someone here, a bodyguard suddenly shouted. Gunshots rang out, echoing through the garage. A tall figure strode forward without hesitation, firing as he advanced. The bodyguards ducked behind cars and returned fire. Bullets struck the man, blood blooming across his body. Wang Jun's face was emotionless as he squeezed the trigger until the magazine was empty. He tossed the gun aside and suddenly accelerated, weaving through the hail of bullets like a venomous snake. Even as bullets tore into him from every direction and blood sprayed, he seemed immune to pain, charging forward relentlessly. Panic broke out among the bodyguards. Their breathing grew ragged with fear. In an instant, the blood-soaked figure was upon them, grabbing the nearest guard and hurling him aside. Even with a bullet through his heart, he refused to fall. Trapped in a corner, Ma Tianyun peered through the gap between his bodyguards and recognized the demon-like figure right was Wang Jun. Terror swallowed the billionaire whole. Wang Jun seized Mr. N, his bloodshot eyes staring straight into the man's soul. He gave a twisted grin before tossing him aside. As he turned toward Ma Tianyun, a bullet tore through the back of his head and exited through his forehead. His movements froze, his mouth opened soundlessly, and he crashed to the ground. Ma Tianyun trembled uncontrollably, his hands and feet ice-cold, his back soaked in cold sweat. The sky was gradually brightening. At 6:30 in the morning, Ma Tianyun appeared at the Gao family residence in Hangzhou, his expression grave. His suit was slightly rumpled, and there were dark circles under his eyes, clear signs he hadn't slept all night. What happened? In the morning tea room, Gao Chengwen looked intently at the tense Ma Tianyun and asked in a low voice. Ma Tianyun took a deep breath and met Gao Chengwen's gaze. I almost died last night. He paused. I suspect it's related to another extraordinary artifact. His tone revealed both a wariness of this mysterious power and an unmistakable sense of desire. Gao Chengwen frowned. Ma Tianyun immediately took a surveillance video from his briefcase and handed it to the elder. The footage was only 90 seconds long. On the screen, a figure moved with the ferocity of a beast, charging forward fearlessly. Bullets hit him, but nothing could slow his advance. The most unsettling part wasn't just his terrifying speed and strength, it was that, even when gravely wounded, he still fought with incredible power. When the video ended, the head of the Gao family fell silent. This is the autopsy report. Ma Tianyun handed over another file. The body of the deceased, Wang Jun, had been altered somehow. His hormone levels were in complete disarray. All sensory nerves had been severed. Even if his heart was shot, his brain wouldn't register it in time, allowing him to keep fighting for another full minute. The doctors responsible for the autopsy couldn't believe such modifications were even possible. You're saying the person who transformed Wang Jun also has an artifact? Gao Chengwen put down the report and asked. Yes. Ma Tianyun stood up and began pacing in front of the tea table. Suddenly, he stopped, clenching his fists. We need to get our hands on more artifacts. Otherwise, one day, we won't even know how we died. The tea room fell into a heavy silence. Gao Chengwen didn't respond right away. Instead, he quietly sipped his tea, deep in thought. Is this incident also related to that die? But, the number 3? Gao Chengwen's greatest concern was that mysterious die. The intangible forces behind it were often the most terrifying. Ma Tianyun's expression changed, but he didn't answer. So what's your plan? Are you going to keep it? Gao Chengwen pressed. If the die couldn't be dealt with, he was seriously considering whether to stay involved at all. Ma Tianyun was silent for a long time before finally replying with resignation. I plan to return it. All right, Gao Chengwen nodded. For this single die, Ma Tianyun paid an extremely high price. On the surface, the loss of wealth and resources seemed insignificant, but the risks he faced behind the scenes were truly staggering. Early this morning, Ma Tianyun sought him out, and went to the Gao family not on a whim, but clearly hoping to leverage their influence to handle the aftermath and share the heavy burden, so he could finally catch his breath. Team leader Ma, the gambler's die of fate has been delivered back to Hangzhou Normal University by a courier, Zhao Xiaoxue, the assistant of the Hangzhou Pandora investigation team, reported to Maan Bong at 9 a.m. She wore a slightly odd expression as she shared the latest update. Ever since that night, although Ma Qing remained with the investigation team, the university had assigned someone to keep a close watch on her. At the same time, the team was instantly notified when the courier appeared. Maan Bong nodded lightly and, after a brief pause, asked, "Have you investigated the courier's lead?" "We have." The person who hired the courier had no idea what was inside the box. "The mastermind was extremely cautious and left no trace," Zhao Xiaoxue replied. Maan Bong wasn't surprised. He had always known this lead would be hard to follow. "I see," he responded quietly, his tone as steady as ever. Zhao Xiaoxue, still puzzled, pressed on, "Team leader Ma, after all the risks and casualties, why would these people go through so much trouble only to return Pandora in the end?" Instead of answering right away, Maan Bong stood up, dusted off his clothes, and prepared to leave the command room. "Where's Ma Qing?" he asked. "She should still be in her room," Zhao Xiaoxue answered. "Good. Bring her to the research institute," Maan Bong instructed simply. "Yes, sir," Zhao Xiaoxue replied, quickly dialing her phone as she walked first to notify Ma Qing in the lounge, then to contact the research staff and security department. As she hung up, Maan Bong glanced at her, his pace unfaltering as he strode ahead. Just then, a raspy voice called out from behind them. "After paying such a price and losing so many people, why would they send it back? It can't be out of the goodness of their hearts, can it?" Zhao Xiaoxue smiled and answered, "Of course not." "Exactly," Maan Bong replied, his tone calm but meaningful. "First, the item is useless to them. Second, keeping it by force would only bring trouble." He fell silent, his mind swirling with speculation. Not long after, the two entered another building. Unlike the previous one, this structure had a distinctly high-tech feel, surrounded by all kinds of testing equipment and bustling researchers. They made their way into a conference room, where Ma Qing stood looking rather bored. When she saw Maan Bong enter, she jumped up nervously. Since that night, she had been forced to join the Pandora investigation team. She had received counseling from a psychologist, followed by endless questioning. Although she was uneasy at first, she adapted quickly and even started to feel lucky landing a permanent position before even graduating from college, with a decent salary to boot. If someone stole the die, so be it, she thought. If it hadn't been stolen, it would have probably killed her sooner or later anyway. Still, she harbored a lingering worry. If she never got Pandora back, would she be dismissed from the team? Team leader Ma Qing stammered nervously as Maan Bong entered. "Sit down," Maan Bong said without slowing his pace. "I called you here to let you know that your die has been recovered." Ma Qing's face instantly went pale. "What? How? I mean, I'm glad it's back." Team leader Ma Qing. Not long after, Zhao Xiaoxue pushed open the meeting room door, holding a wooden box in both hands. Her eyes swept over the two people at the table, her expression serious. She was about to hand the box to Maan Bong, but suddenly stumbled, nearly losing her balance before managing to steady herself. Zhao Xiaoxue glanced back. There was nothing on the smooth, polished floor that could have tripped her. A strange feeling rose in her heart, but she pushed it aside and gently placed the wooden box in front of Maan Bong. "Open it for me," Maan Bong said calmly, barely glancing at her as his gaze settled on the box. "Yes," Zhao Xiaoxue replied without hesitation, quickly lifting the lid. Inside was a 12-sided ivory die, faintly glowing. Maan Bong studied the mysterious object carefully, but made no move to touch it. "This is the one." Ma Qing nodded, her expression complicated. "Yes. Are you afraid of it?" Maan Bong gestured for her to take the die back, his gaze shifting to the young college student. "I am," Ma Qing admitted. "At first, I used it with a mix of fear and hope. But after that night, the fear only grew." She was holding up better than most would in her position after going through something like that. Many people would be scarred for life. Then why insist on using it? If you didn't, maybe nothing bad would happen, right? Maan Bong pressed. "I don't know," Ma Qing replied, her lips tightening. She reached out and touched the die. The moment her fingers made contact, a mysterious ripple seemed to spread. She closed her pale hand around it. "When I first received the message, I had a strange sense like unless I died because of this die, I'd never be able to stop." As she spoke, her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She looked up at Maan Bong, her eyes filled with unease. "The gambler's die of fate. Once enough good luck is used up, bad luck is bound to follow. Last time, I rolled a 12 and got a chance to survive. So by that logic this time." Ma Qing took a deep breath and didn't finish her sentence. She gripped the die tighter, her expression growing resolute. "You can't run from it. The more you try, the bigger the crisis that will come." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her right hand, one finger at a time. Under the gaze of all three, the 12-sided die tumbled across the table. 6. Ma Qing's eyes widened. her pale face a mix of surprise and confusion. In the meeting room, Maan Bong seemed momentarily lost in thought. Then, for the first time in years, a faint smile appeared on his usually stoic face. Director Liu, this is my first time going to a concert at the Grand Theater. Is there anything I should prepare in advance? Wow. Director Liu, does my outfit look too much like office wear? Should I change? I don't want to embarrass you. As evening approached, the sky gradually darkened. At 5:30 p.m., in the Chuangwei building, Nieshayu followed behind Lu Yuan, her bright eyes blinking rapidly as she fired off question after question. Just moments ago in the elevator, Lu Yuan had told her that a friend had given him 2 tickets to a concert at the Hangzhou Grand Theater, leading to this scene. Let me have a look. Lu Yuan paused, a gentle smile on his face as he deliberately looked Nieshayu up and down. The young girl was dressed simply a navy blue chiffon blouse, paired with a high-waisted long skirt, and on her feet were a pair of round-toed black leather shoes. When she saw Director Liu looking her way, she quickly lifted her head, straightened her back, and a sweet, innocent smile lit up her face. This looks perfectly fine. Lu Yuan smiled as he gently tousled her hair, his tone warm. It's not like we're in medieval Europe. You don't need to dress up just to watch a show. Come on, let's grab something to eat first, then we'll take a cab to the Grand Theater. Okay. Nieshayu nodded enthusiastically. As night fell, neon lights transformed Hangzhou into a dazzling spectacle. In front of the Hangzhou Grand Theater, luxury cars lined up, coming and going in an endless stream. Tonight's performance was a major event for music lovers. World-renowned soprano Rita Latz and pianist Roman Krumov, together with the opera company, would be performing classic selections from Verdi, Puccini, Rossini, and other great composers. Backstage at the theater, a poised, elegant woman entered the dressing room. When the theater manager spotted her from afar, he immediately hurried over, bowing respectfully with a beaming smile. Madam Su, what brings you here? The concert won't start for a while yet. I'm here to see Lingling. Madame Zu's gaze swept gently over the young performers in front of the mirrors. Lingling is in a private dressing room. He'll take you there right away. The manager's smile grew even wider as he led the way. As they left, the young performers by the mirrors exchanged envious glances. Madame Su was not only the wife of the Su family patriarch, one of Hangzhou's most prominent families, but also an accomplished musician in her own right. She had recently met Xia Lingling and was so taken by her ethereal voice that she spared no expense to support her, even persuading the world-famous Rita Latz to perform alongside her. In the private dressing room, Xia Linglingho once worked at Starbucks and came from a rural background. Stared at her reflection in full costume, her heart racing and palms slightly sweaty. It all felt like a dream. She gently touched the gemstone ring on her right hand, the coolness giving her a bit of comfort. Lingling. The door opened, and Madame Su entered, her tone warm and affectionate. Aunt Su. Xia Lingling started to rise, but Madame Su gently pressed her back into her seat. The elegant woman leaned in, studying Lingling's reflection with satisfaction. Lingling, tonight you'll be the brightest star. Your voice is a gift from above. Very soon, the whole world will know your name. Enjoy the honor you deserve. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and Nieshayu had already taken their seats in the theater. Director Liu, I looked up the performers just now. They're all really famous musicians. But who's the mystery guest? Nieshayu whispered, keeping her voice low. At 7:30 in the evening, the concert began right on time. The first half featured a performance by the Hangzhou Symphony Orchestra, everything proceeding as usual. But when the second half started, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The world-renowned soprano, Rita Latz, took the stage, and it felt as though every heartbeat in the audience was in sync with each note she sang. Wow. Director Liu, she really lives up to her reputation as a world-class soprano. She's incredible. Nieshaoyu's cheeks were flushed with excitement. She was practically bouncing out of her seat, eager to lean closer to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, his gaze drifting across the concert hall to the darkened stage. As the curtain fell, a subtle, unusual glimmer appeared in his eyes. His smile grew deeper and more enigmatic. As the concert neared its end, the final highlight was about to begin. The classic aria from Nessun Dorma. The spotlight shone again at the front of the stage, and this time, multiple beams converged next to Rita Latz. To everyone's surprise, standing beside her was a young woman in a red dress. She stood confidently next to the world-class soprano, her presence in no way overshadowed. A group of people in the audience instantly froze, and the atmosphere turned tense. Who was she? No one had ever heard of such a young singer sharing the stage with Rita Latz for her debut. This arrangement made people wonder if there was some hidden backing behind her. Mrs. Su, is that the Xia Lingling you praised earlier? A well-dressed woman asked with a hint of displeasure and a touch of sarcasm in her eyes. She's so young. Forcing her into the spotlight like this might not be a good thing. Mrs. Su simply lifted her chin and replied, I have faith in Lingling. On stage, every detail of the girl in the red dress shimmered under the spotlight. The ruby at her fingertips sparkled with a mysterious light. After Rita Latz finished her part, the girl scanned the audience, took a deep breath, and parted her lips. In that instant, An exquisite melody rose, enchanting and haunting like a siren's song. The tone was graceful and utterly captivating, making everyone unconsciously hold their breath. Those in the audience who had doubted her or even considered leaving now found themselves rooted to the spot. It was as if an invisible force had drawn them in, trapping them in the magic of her voice. Even seasoned music lovers, accustomed to hearing masters perform, were moved to goosebumps. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. He knew Xia Lingling's voice, amplified by the siren ring, was no longer ordinary. It could subtly stir the emotions of listeners, capturing their attention so completely that even the most stoic audience members could not resist. But he also understood that the siren ring's power was not purely a blessing. It would slowly lead its wearer into the abyss of self-obsession, making it harder and harder to control their own emotions. Worse yet, it carried a side effect. Those with some vested interest tied to her might grow envious, even to the point of destroying her voice at any cost. Lu Yuan shifted his gaze away from the stage, glancing quietly toward the area behind it. For a brief moment, he sensed something unusual. Meanwhile, in the dressing room, the female choir members of the Hangzhou Symphony Orchestra sat before their mirrors, listening intently to the sounds drifting in from the concert hall. Their faces were expressionless, but a complex emotion flickered in their eyes. When the music ended, a brief silence fell over the theater. Then, the audience erupted into an unprecedented wave of applause, each round louder than the last. The female musicians on stage kept their professional smiles, but inside, they struggled to suppress a surge of jealousy. What are you all standing around for? Go take your curtain call. The theater manager burst in, poking his head through the door to hurry them along. At the sound, the musicians seemed to snap out of their daze, quickly composing themselves and pushing aside those troubling thoughts. Under the night sky, Lu Yuan and Nieshayu walked out of the Hangzhou Grand Theater. The young girl was still caught up in the afterglow of the concert, exclaiming excitedly, "Wow! Director Lu, that musician was incredible. Her voice was so unique. She's definitely going to be a world-class star, isn't she?" "Yes, she'll be a star," Lu Yuan replied, adjusting his glasses with a slight smile. He knew it was the power of the siren ring giving a girl from the countryside a flawless singing voice, turning her into the Pandora every musician dreamed of. Once they got into the taxi, Nieshayu finally calmed down from her excitement. Staring out at the city lights, she blinked and bit her lip, then blushed as she reached into her small backpack. "Oh no, Director Lu, I think I forgot my keys." "Well, that's unfortunate," Lu Yuan replied in an even tone. The next morning, the sky was overcast, but it hadn't started raining yet. Lu Yuan sat in his office, browsing news reports about the concert. The media was full of praise for the young soprano star with a siren-like voice. He clicked on a performance clip on the Hangzhou Grand Theater's website, listening for a while before murmuring, "The video captures the perfect voice, but it lacks the emotional impact." As lunchtime approached, heavy raindrops began to drum against the window. After a gloomy morning, the rain finally started to pour. Just then, Ma Shuxing, one of his colleagues, rushed in. "Boss, did you see the news?" At 9 a.m. U.S. time, a hacker broke into Titan, the supercomputer at American Sky Eye Corporation, and several federal agency networks in just 10 minutes, stealing tons of classified data. He went on, and get this, the biggest shock is that just now, in Times Square, a hacker using the codename Joker Master posted a video claiming responsibility. He said it's his grand finale, leaving his mark on the world. He must be dying. That's why he made such a spectacle. Lu Yuan responded calmly. After Ma Shuxing left, Lu Yuan stood, opened his black umbrella, and walked unhurriedly through the rain toward the building next door. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 59th floor. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu, Shen Nanshi and Professor Han Zhanbing were already waiting in the elevator lobby. As soon as the doors opened, both men bowed respectfully in greeting. "Hello." Lu Yuan responded gently and stepped out of the elevator. He shook the water off his umbrella and hung it on the rack nearby. Smiling, he glanced at the two of them. "You two seem to have hit it off quickly. By the way, Nanshi, call Lu Yang over. I have something for him to do." Lu Yuan walked into the long hall and paused by the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the city shrouded in rain. Large raindrops rattled against the glass, blurring the city's outline. After a moment, he turned and sat on the sofa. Shen Nanshi and Professor Han followed suit. "Nanshi, look into this event." Lu Yuan browsed his laptop for a while, then turned the screen toward Shen Nanshi and said in a low voice, "This hacker is suspected to be in the late stages of ALS. We found some leads." "Yes, sir." Shen Nanshi took a quick look and immediately stepped aside to carry out the order. As a recognized leader in the field, Lu Yuan naturally understood what kind of skill it took to breach both a supercomputer and a federal agency's firewall within 10 minutes. Truly a world-class hacker. While waiting, he casually discussed history with Professor Han and Shen Nanshi. 20 minutes later, Lu Yang hurried into the elevator. He stared at his reflection in the doors, frowning slightly. Lately, during breaks from training, Lu Yang had noticed a growing sense of chaos inside him, an overwhelming urge that seemed to push past reason, almost breaking through his mind. This unsettled him, but he dared not mention it to anyone. As the elevator neared the 52nd floor, Lu Yang took a deep breath, straightened up, and smoothed his already neat clothes. The moment the doors opened, relief Lu Yang paused mid-step. Every time he was near Mr. Lu, it was as if the sun had driven away all darkness, leaving his mind clear and bright. The feeling was so wonderful that only after losing it could he truly appreciate its value. Mr. Lu. Lu Yang quickly walked into the hall and bowed respectfully. Lu Yang, you're just in time. Lu Yuan turned to him. I need you to go to the United States and bring someone back for me. Nansher, you'll handle logistics for Lu Yang. Lu Yuan's words allowed Lu Yang to briefly relax while carrying out Mr. Lu's orders. He felt he could regain complete control over himself. Seeing that neither man objected, Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Then, as if remembering something, a slight smile appeared on his face. Oh right. Once you arrive in New York City, Lu Yang, there's someone else you should meet. I think he'll be happy to help you. Lu Yuan added, in the past 2 days, the sorcerer humbling across the ocean hasn't taken any new souls. Instead, he found a rather capable host. In just a short time, he managed to take control of the Colombo family, one of the 5 major crime families in New York, though the weakest among them. Mr. Lu, how should I contact him? Lu Yang asked respectfully. His name is Pete Gotti. He owns a bar in Queens. Just go there and tell him you're sent by the boss, Lu Yuan said gently, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He imagined Li Wenwen, the ghost who controlled the wizard's soul bell, far away in the Big Apple, and wondered what her reaction would be to this news. With the instructions given, Lu Yuan said no more. The outcome now depended on Lu Yang and Xin Nansher. The rain continued to fall. Lu Yuan stood in front of the plaza, his black umbrella tilted slightly upwards. Under the overcast sky, cars zipped by and delivery riders hurried past in raincoats. All these scenes reflected in his eyes. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the freshly washed crosswalk. It was Captain Ma. He seemed deep in thought and walked right past Lu Yuan without noticing him. Captain Ma? Lu Yuan called out with a smile. Oh, it's you. Maan Bong paused, glanced back at Lu Yuan, and nodded casually. The two of them fell in step, heading toward the Chuangwei building. What are you doing out here at this hour? Shouldn't you be at the office? Just picking up some documents, Lu Yuan replied, waving the folder in his hand. It's the latest hacker intel Xin Nansher just uncovered. I see, Maan Bong responded. The rainy weather made the lobby look dimmer than usual. Maan Bong closed his umbrella and took his usual seat. Lu Yuan's eyes landed on the lighter in Ma's hand, which seemed to glow with a mysterious light. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of power it might hold. Pushing the thought aside, Lu Yuan stepped into the elevator. Meanwhile, across the ocean, it was already 1 a.m. in the Big Apple. On a Manhattan street, a black sedan sped through the night. The man behind the wheel, about 30 years old, kept glancing nervously at the rearview mirror as if something terrifying was chasing him. When the distant spires of St. John the Divine came into view, relief flickered across his face until a horrifying female figure suddenly appeared outside the windshield. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead as he pressed harder on the gas. The woman's long black hair began to whip wildly, snaking through the cracks and wrapping around the steering wheel. He tried to brake, but his feet wouldn't move. The wheel twisted out of his control, pulling the car toward the curb. All he could do was stare in terror and scream. With a deafening crash, flames erupted into the night sky. A handsome blonde man with pale skin strolled over, hands in his pockets, and looked at the wreck with a cheerful smile. Well, looks like a big shot from the Colombo family met a nasty end. Tell me, Ms. Wenwen, wouldn't it be fun if I summoned his soul right now? He hadn't finished speaking when a sudden chill swept over him from behind. Pete Gotti froze, his smile vanishing. I was just kidding, Ms. Wenwen. Just kidding. In the distance, St. John the Divine still shone brilliantly against the night. The rain was still falling. On the 59th floor of the building, Xin Nansher handed Lu Yang a set of identification documents and a lighthouse country passport. After Lu Yuan left, Xin Nansher quickly made a phone call, and before long, the old butler, Xin Shan, arrived with a brown file folder and a suitcase. Lu Yang took the folder and quickly opened it. Inside were detailed records of a 40-year-old finance professional, including photos and physical data. He glanced over them, and in the next moment, something astonishing happened right in front of the sofa. His hair began to thin, his stomach gradually rounded, and his whole body seemed to shrink under some invisible force, making him noticeably shorter. These clothes are tailored to his measurements, Xin Nansher said, pushing the suitcase forward. Your flight is tonight at 7:10, departing from Hangzhou International Airport in Shanghai. I've arranged for 2 assistants to accompany you. Just let them know if you need anything. All right, Lu Yang replied curtly. As night deepened, Lu Yuan sat alone on the 59th floor, uninterested in joining Nieshayu. He lazily poured himself a glass of red wine and gazed out at the neon-lit city, his mind wandering to the countless stories unfolding in every corner. Meanwhile, in a conference room at the second affiliated hospital of Jiangxia province, a dozen doctors in white coats were intently watching a live broadcast of a craniotomy. This Dr. Li Chengbai looks quite young, doesn't he? Asked Vice President Gu Mingxiu. He just turned 25 last month, answered Chen Long, the chief of neurosurgery with a smile. Did you see the expression on the expert from Beijing? He was clearly impressed by Li's surgical skills. In this challenging operation, the young Li Chengbai was the assistant, working alongside a top expert brought in from Yanjing. Li has always been skilled, but in the past couple of days, it's like he's had a breakthrough, improving rapidly, Chen Long remarked. Just the kind of young talent our hospital needs. We should give more opportunities to people like him, the hospital director said with satisfaction. When the surgery ended, Li Chengbai removed his mask, a calm smile appearing on his handsome face. At 7:30 p.m., outside the Hangzhou Grand Theater, a black Aston Martin cut a graceful arc through the rain. Zhong Lunjuan stepped out, wearing stylish brown sunglasses that covered half his face, paired with a sleek leather jacket and jeans. Noticing the attention he drew, he smiled lightly and strode toward the theater. Having recently mingled with the elite, he was among the first to hear about the rising young musician performing tonight. Borrowing a luxury car for the occasion, he settled into a prime seat near the stage. The lights in the concert hall dimmed as spotlights illuminated the stage. Xia Lingling, dressed in a luxurious evening gown and wearing a ruby ring, took the stage. Zhong Lunjuan sat in the audience, his gaze instantly drawn to her figure on stage, his eyes lighting up as he unconsciously leaned forward. The concert continued for a full hour, filled with elegant melodies. When Xia Lingling finished her final piece, she bowed gracefully to the audience, making her curtain call before slowly exiting the stage to a wave of applause. At that moment, Zhong Lunjuan's sharp eyes swept across the distant crowd, a faint, enigmatic smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He rose quietly, moving with the silent grace of a shadow, slipping through the crowd and disappearing at the hall's exit. Group leader Chow, right? I'm so sorry. The middle-aged theater manager hurried over, out of breath. He glanced at the police badge in Chow Chuang's hand and immediately put on a professional smile. Once the concert is over, we'll fully cooperate with you. Chow's brow was furrowed, his voice low and firm. Block off all the exits, front and back. Don't let anyone slip out. Shaoli, pull up the surveillance footage. After issuing a series of crisp, decisive orders, he strode alone into the concert hall. His sharp eyes scanned the rows of seats like radar. When he caught sight of a shadow flickering near the backstage door, he immediately quickened his pace and rushed over. Meanwhile, in the public dressing room backstage at Hangqing Grand Theater, a middle-aged woman sat in front of a mirror, her expression blank, head slightly bowed, lips trembling. Why? Why? Though her voice was soft, it was filled with bitterness. I've been with the troupe for 10 years. I never became the lead, never got famous. And she, just a country girl, got everything I ever wanted in just a few days. As applause echoed from the stage, the woman suddenly stood up, her fingers clenching tightly around a signing pen, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light as she strode toward the end of the hallway. At that moment, Zhong Lunjuan was strolling calmly through the backstage corridor, looking nothing like a fugitive on the run, more like a casual visitor. When he saw a door labeled with Xia Lingling, he paused and gently pushed it open. As the door opened, he flicked his wrist, revealing a thin, sharp blade between his fingers. The blade flashed, slicing through the air toward the back of the room. There, a woman was clamping her left hand over Xia Lingling's mouth, her right hand raised high, ready to stab with a pen. The blade grazed her fingertips, drawing a line of blood, and the pen clattered to the floor. Xia Lingling seized the moment to shove her attacker away. The woman snapped out of her daze, turned, and bolted from the dressing room. Xia Lingling stood gasping for breath, her chest heaving as she tried to calm her racing heart. Zhong Lunjuan glanced down the hallway, then stepped into the dressing room. When Xia Lingling looked up at him, he raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay quiet as his eyes scanned the room alertly. He then slipped into the changing room. Almost at the same moment, heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor as group leader Chow burst through the door. Who are you? Xia Lingling steadied herself, smoothing her disheveled hair. Her voice trembled slightly, but she forced herself to sound calm. Chow's sharp gaze swept the room, about to speak, when the theater manager rushed in, breathless, and ushered him out. Xia Lingling let out a long sigh of relief. She glanced at the closed door, then got up and locked it. Pressing her lips together, she turned toward the changing room. Just as she reached the door, it swung open from the inside, and the young man who had saved her moments before stepped out, composed and calm. Are you the user of Pandora? Zhong Lunjuan looked Xia Lingling in the eye, his voice calm, but carrying a weight that could not be ignored. Xia Lingling's long lashes trembled, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. In the darkness of the night, on the 59th floor of the 2100 Hours building, Lu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window at the distant city. Neon lights flickered outside, casting a soft glow on his gentle features. With a faint smile, he murmured to himself, "This is the first time since Pandora's creation that two wild hosts have met." As he spoke, he pulled a black leather notebook from the inside pocket of his suit and carefully recorded this historic moment. Meanwhile, in the dressing room of Hangqing Grand Theater, Xia Lingling found herself locked in a gaze with the unexpected visitor, Zhong Luanjuan. Sensing the panic in her eyes, Zhong Luanjuan stepped forward with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. In fact, I'm a Pandora user too." His words instantly put Xia Lingling at ease. The tension in her body melted away, and her guarded expression softened, replaced by a sense of kinship. "To be honest, this mysterious item catapulted me to success overnight," Zhong Luanjuan said, glancing over the cosmetics scattered on the vanity as he slowly approached her. "It's both wonderful and terrifying, like living in a dream. Meeting you, someone like me, finally makes me feel grounded." "How did you find out?" Xia Lingling asked, biting her lip. "Don't worry, other hosts won't detect you so easily," Zhong Luanjuan replied, stopping in front of her and glancing at her right hand. "One of my abilities is appraising treasures, whether it's antiques or modern artifacts. Nothing of value escapes my eyes." He gently took her hand, gazing at the glowing ruby ring. "It's this, isn't it? So beautiful, clearly not of this world." Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Zhong Lunjan's lips curled into a smile. "We'll meet again." Before his words had faded, he slipped over to the window. As the window opened, cold raindrops drifted in and the night wind stirred the curtains. In the next instant, he vanished into the rain. "Miss Xia?" The theater manager's voice called from outside. Xia Lingling hurried to the window and caught a glimpse of a figure darting nimbly between the buildings. This was the third floor. She held her breath in disbelief. At the same time, two black sedans pulled up in succession at the Jiangxia Chamber of Commerce building. In the first car, Su Shun, nearly 90 and the patriarch of one of Hangqing's four great families, sat with his eyes closed, resting. "Sir, we've arrived," the old butler in the front seat reminded him. Su Shun opened his eyes and noticed the car pulling up behind them. The butler got out to check and returned with news. "Sir, it's Shen Nanshi from the Shen family." "Shen Nanshi?" Su Shun mused. "I heard he nearly lost his life recently. It seems he's pulled through." From the second car, Shen Shan stepped out first, carefully helping Shen Nanshi into a wheelchair. In the rainy night, the two patriarchs were about to meet. Shen Nanshi was disguised as an elderly man, his complexion ashen and his steps unsteady, looking every bit like someone nearing the end of his days. Su Jia's patriarch, Su Shun, approached slowly with the help of a lacquered cane, a gentle smile on his face. "Brother Nanshi, it's been a long time," he greeted warmly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two made their way toward the elevator lobby. Several men in black suits had been waiting for some time, bowing as they ushered them into the elevator. As the doors closed, the men began speaking quietly into their earpieces. Time ticked by, and soon, the heads of Hangzhou's four great families, Gao Chongwan of the Gao family, Su Shun of the Su family, Zheng Weizong of the Zheng family, and Ding Dai of the Ding family gathered together. Joining them were three top business tycoons, Ma Tianyun, Zhong Jianhua, and Huang Shufu, as well as Shen Nanshi, whose family, though somewhat faded in recent years, remained well respected throughout Jiangnan for their good deeds and deep roots. 8 influential figures sat together at last. In the spacious conference room, a huge round table dominated the center. After the attendants poured fragrant tea for everyone and quietly exited, closing the door behind them, Ding Dai, cigar in mouth, let his gaze drift through the smoke before settling on Zheng Weizong. "Old Zheng, what's with all the formality? What made you call us all here?" he asked. 72-year-old Zheng Weizong was a man of strict tradition but formidable ability. His eyes briefly flicked over Gao Chongwan before sweeping across the room. His voice was steady as he spoke. "I've invited you all here today because of a matter that concerns not only your fortunes, but also your very lives." His words didn't change the expressions of the others, but each man kept his thoughts carefully hidden. Zheng Weizong went on. "Not long ago, before his death, Chen Guanrong sent me a video." Apart from Gao Chongwan and Ma Tianyun, everyone's demeanor turned instantly grave, and they all sat up straighter. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Shen Nanshi lifted his eyelids slightly, quietly observing the situation. "It seems you've all seen the video," Zheng Weizong said. "But just to be sure, they'll play it again." He pressed a button on a remote, and 4 screens descended in the center of the table, flickering to life. Although most had already watched the footage several times, the bizarre scene still made everyone's expression tighten with unease. "And it's not just Chen Guanrong," Zheng Weizong continued. "Hey, race the second video. As for its source, I must keep that confidential at the provider's request." The edited footage from a parking garage began to ply a man, wild and ferocious, charged through a hail of bullets like a beast, before the screen abruptly cut to black. Except for Shen Nanshi, everyone at the table felt a chill run down their spine. These men, whose slightest gestures could shake the business world of Jiangnan, now could not hide a trace of fear on their faces. Shen Nanshi quietly took in their reactions. No one here knew that, at this very table, He was the one who understood the most. Under the cover of night in Hangzhou, Maan Bong sat deep in thought in the office of the Pandora Special Investigation Unit. His assistant, Zhao Xiaoxue, hurried in and reported in a low voice. Chief, people from the Gao, Su, Zheng, and Ding families, along with Xin Nanshi, Ma Zhong, and Huang, have all shown up at the Jiangxi Chamber of Commerce building. I see. Maan Bong nodded slightly. After a brief pause, he added, let me know once they've dispersed. About an hour later, Zhao Xiaoxue appeared at the door again. Maan Bong glanced up at her and instructed simply, connect me to Zheng Weizong. Meanwhile, inside the Jiangxi Chamber of Commerce building, the Zheng family patriarch, Zheng Weizong, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the convoys gradually leaving in the darkness. The butler hurried over. Sir, there's a call for you. Who is it? Zheng Weizong frowned. The timing, right after the meeting, seemed too coincidental. It appears to be from an official department. The butler replied respectfully. Once the butler withdrew, Zheng Weizong picked up the phone, his voice commanding. This is Zheng Weizong. Who's speaking? Mr. Zheng, came a calm voice from the other end. Maan Bong idly played with a lighter as he spoke. Ma, head of the Pandora Special Investigation Unit here in Hangzhou. Pandora. The word sent a jolt through Zheng Weizong. He immediately realized it was a code name for those mysterious artifacts. Clearly, the authorities were already aware and had even set up a dedicated task force. Chief Ma, a pleasure. What can I do for you? Zheng Weizong quickly regained his composure, his voice steady. It's nothing urgent, Maan Bong replied with a slight smile. I just wanted to exchange contact information, so we can reach each other if needed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the call ended. Pandora. Maan Bong murmured to himself. He knew this was just the beginning of real trouble. Ordinary people who obtained Pandora would inevitably crave more, while those at the top of the pyramid would never let such a powerful tool slip by. There was no stopping this situation, so he kept his involvement to a minimum. On a rainy night, inside a black sedan, Shinshan glanced at Xin Nanshi. Sir, Zheng Weizong has organized a special mutual aid group for extraordinary items, Xin Nanshi said, his eyes thoughtful. Officially, it's to share resources when dealing with supernatural abilities. But everyone involved knew the truth. Behind the scenes, there was a tacit agreement to investigate, hunt down, and seize Pandora holders. These old foxes understood all too well the kind of impact Pandora could have in the future. Are you joining as well? Shinshan asked. Not yet, Xin Nanshi shook his head. I'll wait until I meet with Mr. Liu tomorrow and see what he thinks. Shinshan nodded softly in response. The black car fell silent once again, gliding smoothly through the rainy night. Raindrops pattered against the windows, blurring the city lights outside. After a long while, Xin Nanshi's gaze grew serious as he broke the silence. Dark currents are stirring. The hosts of Pandora are about to face their trial. The next day, the clouds cleared and the sky brightened. Lu Yuan sat in a conference room on the 59th floor of a skyscraper, sunlight pouring in and the cityscape stretching out beneath him. He listened intently as Xin Nanshi gave a detailed report on the Pandora Mutual Aid Group, nodding from time to time. Professor Han, the answer you once predicted is unfolding much sooner than expected. A slight smile touched Lu Yuan's lips as he turned to Professor Han Zhanbing, whose face was grave. Professor Han folded his hands on the table. The alliance among the powerful has come together even faster than I anticipated, he said, a hint of surprise in his voice. In my initial projections, the first stage should have been every faction acting on its own. At this level, rent-seekers don't usually unite so easily. Maybe they were spooked. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair. The mysterious power behind the gambler's dice really rattled Ma Tianyun and Gao Chongwan. The former even obediently returned the artifact. Han Zhanbing met Lu Yuan's gaze. Will you intervene, Mr. Lu? He remembered that Lu Yuan had formed the Pandora Management Committee to guide the integration of Pandora with modern civilization. If he didn't step in, the conflict between Pandora's hosts and the rent-seeking class would escalate from here, and there was no telling how far it might spread into the future. It's not time yet, Lu Yuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. With that, he turned back to Xin Nanshi, speaking calmly. Whether you join or not is your own decision. You don't need to ask me. I understand, Xin Nanshi replied respectfully, bowing his head. Lu Yuan said nothing more. He finished his tea slowly by the window, then stood up with a hint of laziness and left the building. At 9 a.m. in Zhao, it was 9 p.m. in the Big Apple, Lighthouse Country. 14 hours later, a flight from the Magic City touched down in New York. Mr. Chen, are we heading to the hotel now, or? As Lu Yang exited the customs hall, a waiting assistant hurried over to greet him politely. Lu Yang's gaze swept slowly across the airport, taking in the unfamiliar faces white and black in this foreign land. It was his first time abroad, and an odd feeling crept over him. Let's go to Queen's first. Poison bar, Lu Yang said in a low voice. Understood. Mr. Chen, please follow me. Our car is waiting. The assistant gestured for him to follow. Soon, a black business van was taking them toward Queen's in the Big Apple. This is it. Lu Yang stood on the sidewalk, looking up at the blood-red bar sign glowing in the night. He strode toward the entrance. Inside, heavy metal music pounded through the air, vibrating in everyone's ears. Lu Yong moved through the crowd of all kinds of people. Suddenly, a tall black man with an earring slapped a hand on his shoulder and said something in English. "Mr. Chun, he's asking what you need," the assistant shouted over the blaring music. "Tell him I'm here to see Pete Gotti," Lu Yong replied coolly, giving the man a cold, steady look. The moment that name was spoken, the man's expression changed. He said something, then motioned for them to follow. Upstairs, in a private room guarded by several burly bodyguards, a handsome, blonde man lounged with women on either side, laughing indulgently. "Chinese? I don't know any Chinese," Pete Gotti said disdainfully, feet propped arrogantly on the coffee table as he stared at Lu Yong. As Lu Yong was about to be dragged out, Pete Gotti seemed to remember something and raised a hand. "Wait," he said, narrowing his eyes. "Fine, bring him in." The Lighthouse Nation, Big Apple City. Lu Yong stood at the door of a private room in a bar. A tall man with tattooed arms pushed the door open, his gaze landing on the middle-aged Asian man dressed in a sharp suit. "Mr. Chun, he's ready to see you." Two assistants followed behind Lu Yong. Lin Jiarong, a short-haired woman in her 30s, was responsible for translation, while the other, a middle-aged man, handled communication and resource coordination with Shin Nanshi. Lu Yong nodded slightly and was about to step inside when the tattooed man suddenly blocked the assistant's path with his arm. "She comes with me," Lu Yong said without looking back, lightly patting the man's shoulder. Although he now appeared as a short, overweight, middle-aged man, the power granted by the Marquart mask was undiminished. That seemingly casual pat made the tall man cry out in pain. Lin Jiarong quickly followed, her face a bit pale. Her superiors had only told her to keep everything confidential and handle translation, never mentioning anything about getting involved with the mob. As she looked up, she saw 5 or 6 armed men, both black and white, pointing their guns at them, and she couldn't help but gasp. On a sofa at the back of the room, a blonde man was passionately kissing a sexy woman. She offered him a sip of wine from her lips, while his hand wandered under her clothes. "Peter Gotti." Lu Yong remained unfazed and walked straight over. "Mr. Lu has given orders. You are to fulfill my request at any cost." Despite her nerves, Lin Jiarong translated every word without missing a beat. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered, and the temperature dropped several degrees. The ghostly figure of a woman appeared out of nowhere at the front of the room. It was Li Wenwen. Her pale face first showed disbelief, then shifted to deep fear and awe. At that moment, only Peter Gotti and Lu Yong could see Li Wenwen. The handsome blonde man's pupils contracted, and goosebumps rose all over his skin. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. What kind of being could terrify the queen inside the sorcerer's soul bell like this? The next second, Peter Gotti shoved the woman in his arms aside and jumped to his feet, quickly putting on a fawning smile. "What should I call you, sir? Please, have a seat." He snapped at his men. "Damn it, put those guns away. All of you get out." In the blink of an eye, only Lu Yong and his 2 assistants remained in the room. Peter Gotti personally poured a drink and handed it to Lu Yong with both hands, acting every bit the subordinate. Lu Yong glanced over briefly, making no move to accept the drink. He spoke calmly. "I want to know the progress of the federal police's investigation into the Joker hacker incident. I need you to take action." His gaze shifted to the ghostly Li Wenwen. Li Wenwen kept her head lowered, a malicious glint flickering in her eyes, but she dared not show even a hint of refusal. She knew she had no other choice. Night had fallen, and it was already 11 o'clock. Inside a luxury apartment in Manhattan, Big Apple City, the atmosphere was saturated with technology. Every space, living room, bedroom, even the bathroom, was crammed with all kinds of computer servers, their red and green indicator lights blinking endlessly in the dark like tireless electronic hearts. Aside from the servers, the most eye-catching features were the screens hanging in every corner. At this moment, they were all broadcasting major U.S. media coverage of the hacking incident from 2 days prior. One screen showed Times Square when the Joker video suddenly appeared. Countless bystanders looked up in shock and awe. Huff, huff, huff. In the dimly lit center of the room sat a young man of mixed descent, breathing weakly and rapidly in a custom wheelchair. His full name was Bao Shiji. His father, a former senior engineer at Google, was of Chinese descent. His mother, a white American. After his parents divorced, he lived alone. Now, only one finger could still move, and even forcing a smile was nearly impossible. "I'm dying," Bao Shiji whispered. Just then, a piercing alarm sounded in the living room. Bao Shiji moved his only functional finger, and his wheelchair automatically rolled toward the living room. He tilted his head, eyes fixed on the changing screens. The first feed showed surveillance footage a block from the building, helicopters circling overhead, a convoy of black vehicles approaching. The images quickly switched to cameras around and inside the building, revealing a well-coordinated federal tactical team advancing steadily. "They're here." Bao Shiji was inwardly thrilled, but with no control over his facial muscles. Only his trembling eyes betrayed his excitement. Suddenly, a corner monitor caught his attention. Whatever he saw made his breathing ragged, and even his paralyzed arms began to tremble involuntarily. The despair that once filled his eyes was replaced by a fierce, burning desire. Almost too late. In a dim alley near the building, Lu Yong glanced up at the circling helicopter, relief in his voice. If I'd been a moment slower and failed Mr. Lu's mission, it would have been a grave offense. He turned to his companion. Ms. Wenwen, bring him over. Lu Yong gestured toward the nearest FBI special agent. Li Wenwen glared resentfully into the distance. The white agent, just about to move elsewhere, suddenly seemed distracted and unconsciously changed direction. With a sharp motion, Lu Yong struck the agent's neck with the edge of his hand. He quickly bent down to strip off the man's clothes, and as he did, his own appearance began to shift rapidly, his features reshaped, his body stretched. In just a few seconds, a federal agent strode confidently toward the building. Wow, quite the show. All this just to catch one person? Lu Yong walked through the building, glancing around in amazement. Late at night, 11:15 p.m., Lu Yong followed a team of Federal Bureau of Investigation special agents into the building. Surrounded by their disciplined, well-trained presence, he couldn't help but feel out of place. Adrenaline surged through him, making his heart race. In the elevator lobby, a middle-aged agent shot Lu Yong a sharp look, about to bark a warning when, suddenly, the ghostly figure of Li Wenwen appeared behind him. Her pale hand covered his eyes. Seizing the moment, Lu Yong stepped into the elevator with composure, turning back with a faint smile. Thanks. The elevator ascended quietly. Li Wenwen's translucent form slowly materialized at Lu Yang's side. Watching the floor numbers tick upward, Lu Yong spoke softly. If this goes well, they'll put in a good word for you with Mr. Lu. When Li Wenwen didn't reply, he continued. Her expression shifted rapidly, fear and hope flickering across her pale face. To her, that forbidden being was as distant and untouchable as a god. Ding! The elevator reached the 36th floor. As the door slid open, the stationed agents immediately raised their guns. But seeing it was a colleague, they relaxed slightly. In that instant, a mass of jet black hair shot out from the elevator, coiling around one agent's neck like a venomous snake. His eyes widened in terror as he struggled in vain. Lu Yong stepped forward, catching the falling gun just as the utility room door slid open. The long hair dragged the lifeless body inside. Lu Yang's features twisted and shifted, as if made of clay, until he perfectly resembled the fallen agent. He peeked into the hallway. Several agents stood guard, guns at the ready, some gathered at a door. The team leader raised a hand to knock, preparing to breach, when the door suddenly swung open. A young man in a wheelchair appeared before them. Yes, sir. Everything went smoothly. Let's grab a drink later. See you soon. Moments later, the agents escorted Bao Shiji out of the building and into a special operations vehicle. As the engine started, Lu Yong sat quietly in the corner, watching the FBI patrol cars fade into the distance. Through the rearview mirror, he met Bao Shiji's inquisitive gaze and responded with a discreet shu gesture. Without hesitation, Lu Yong drew his gun and chambered a round. Bang! 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 6 shots rang out, and the agents slumped over like puppets with their strings cut. Blood seeped across the seats. Quickly unbuckling his seatbelt, Lu Yong kicked the driver aside and seized the wheel. The engine roared as he swerved the vehicle onto another street. Behind him, the FBI convoy, blinded to the truth, accelerated in frantic pursuit. Lu Yong gasped for breath, his heart pounding, cheeks flushed with excitement. The wild changes of the night left him completely transformed. Normally, such a drastic shift would have made him lose control, but at this moment, he felt more liberated than ever before. Just one sentence from Mr. Lu seemed to create an invisible barrier, rendering Marquart's mask powerless against him. The speedometer needle was nearing 160 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed inside the car. The helicopter is about to catch up with us. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Lu Yong noticed that the only finger Bao Shiji could still move was slowly curling, and the microphone on his shoulder crackled to life. Looking out the window, he saw that the helicopter above the building was indeed closing in fast. 2 piercing searchlights cut through the night, making the road ahead as bright as day. On board, special agents had already raised their black rifles, aiming straight at the car. Pull over immediately. Pull over now. The agents shouted repeatedly. When there was no response, one of them pressed his headset to give a brief report, then slowly tightened his finger on the trigger. At that critical moment, a strand of jet black hair silently snaked into the helicopter cabin, wrapping itself around the pilot's neck. The pilot's eyes bulged as an ear-splitting explosion shattered the night, flames lighting up half the sky in a blinding red. Lu Yong watched it all unfold in the rearview mirror, his face calm as he steered the car onto another street. In the back seat, even though Bao Shiji was in the late stages of ALS and could barely move his eyes, he still strained to catch the flashes of light and explosions in the sky, his face unconsciously showing a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, it was noon in the Zhao Kingdom. Sunlight streamed softly through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing Yuan and Nieshayu as they ate. Director Lu? Director Lu? Nieshayu gently patted his shoulder. Lu Yuan snapped out of his thoughts. What were you thinking about? Nieshayu asked, her bright eyes curious. Oh, nothing, Lu Yuan replied, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses with a gentle smile. Just remembered something interesting. Am done eating, shall we go? They walked together toward the elevator, Nieshayu still tilting her head in curiosity. Director Lu, what was so interesting? Back at the office, Lu Yuan leaned against his chair, turning to gaze at the sunlight outside. He spoke softly. The first star of the witch's soul bell is almost full. He opened his black notebook and carefully recorded on the page for 3003 witch's soul bell. This female ghost, Li Wenbin, under this level of growth, can easily manipulate the 5 senses of those with weak wills. Once her will invades, her long hair can become tangible. While her hair can't kill multiple people at once, it's becoming easier for her to cloud people's vision. Closing the notebook, Lu Yuan recalled the scene that had just played out in the Lighthouse Nation, a hint of reflection in his eyes. After this, I suspect there will soon be a second official force to discover the existence of Pandora. As night fell, the neon lights spilled vibrant colors across the busy city streets, illuminating the urban hustle. Lu Yuan sat by the window of a high-rise, the glow from his screen reflecting on his face. Shen Nanshe pressed the remote, and the display switched to a video circulating on international networks. It showed a helicopter accident, captured from different angles, each confirming the same tragedy: a helicopter bearing the FBI insignia plummeting from the sky over the Big Apple. One of the clearest shots revealed the inside of the cabin, tense agents bracing to open fire. Then suddenly, the camera jolted. The pilot's hands flew off the controls, clutching at his throat, his face contorted in agony as he struggled to breathe. An abrupt explosion followed, flames shooting into the sky, painting the night red. The footage then cut to scenes of airports, ports, and highway checkpoints, all under tight lockdown. The entire city had entered a state of emergency. Yet Lu Yang and their target had already slipped away through New York Harbor, their planned route taking them from Mexico, with a connection that would eventually bring them back home. Shen Nanshe reported calmly. All security measures are in place as planned. Lu Yuan watched the video intently, nodded gently, and fell silent for a moment. Although the infamous ghostly figure of Li Wenbin was nowhere to be seen in the footage, the pilot's bizarre behavior sparked widespread speculation. Beside him, Professor Han Wenbin looked on in shock, unable to believe what had just witnessed. That's the power of Pandora, he murmured. Just an ordinary person with minimal training, plus 2 Pandora artifacts, and an elite FBI team is wiped out. Lu Yuan remained composed, his hands resting casually on the armrests as he turned to Han Wenbin with a gentle gaze. Professor Han, what do you think Blue Star's leading power will do next? Han Wenbin collected himself, his lips moving slightly before he answered in a low voice. Now that Pandora's power is exposed, every major force will pounce on Hangzhou like tigers on prey. A faint smile played at the corners of Lu Yuan's mouth. Standing to the side, Shen Nanshe's expression grew grave as he added quietly, with Pandora's appearance, the struggle between the major powers is about to erupt. Hangzhou may well become the epicenter. Professor Han's face turned even more serious. For Zhao, Hangzhou is both a risk and an opportunity. Soon, the world's eyes will be on this city. Under the cover of night, team leader Chao parked his decade-old Passat, its headlights flashing once before he spotted a sleek black custom sedan pulling smoothly into the complex. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing his son, Chen Yuhang, leaping out with his backpack and running toward him, excitement written all over his face. Dad, Chen Yuhang called out, picking up speed when he saw his father. He glanced at the old Passat, then grinned proudly. That's the car Captain Ma arranged just for me. Chao's heart sank a little, but he kept his expression calm, reaching out to ruffle his son's hair. You shouldn't show off by bringing that car right up to our door. If your mom sees it, or if the neighbors notice, you'll have to explain it to her yourself. Chen Yuhang scratched his head with a sheepish laugh. They'll have them park farther away next time. Chao smiled faintly and waved at the black sedan from a distance in greeting. Then he put his arm around his son's shoulders, and together they headed home. Your mom's been missing you, Chao said softly. Walking beneath the dim streetlights, passing one that had been broken for ages, Chao fell silent for a while before finally speaking up. That matter can't be put off any longer. Since that night, Chen Yuhang had been brought into the Special Pandora Task Force. Although Chao Chuang was filled with worry, he never got to see his son again. The authorities cleverly used the excuse of a closed training camp at Shuemu University to placate his wife. Now, in the brightly lit reception room, Chen Yuhang's eyes lit up. I miss Mom too. Noticing his father's gaze, he quickly added, Heh, and Dad, I really miss you. A faint smile tugged at the corners of team leader Chao's mouth. Though he tried to keep a straight face, he couldn't hide the warmth in his eyes. Oh, right. Chen Yuhang suddenly remembered something important. Team leader Ma said I can go home from now on. And I can keep going to school, just not every day. That's good, Chao replied with a nod. He hesitated several times, wanting to say more, but afraid of crossing the line of confidentiality. In the end, He swallowed his words. As the two of them entered the elevator, Chen Yuhang leaned closer to his father. He was already taller than him, so he had to lower his head slightly to look at the back of Chao's head. Dad, when did you get so much gray hair? Are you dealing with a tough case lately? Guess I'm just getting old, Chao shrugged, then admitted. But yes, I've run into a challenge like never before. He hadn't finished speaking when the elevator reached the 5th floor. The two of them tacitly dropped the subject, putting on smiles as they pushed open the door. As soon as the door opened, the rich aroma of food greeted them. From the kitchen, the sound of food sizzling in oil could be heard. Chen Lan, wearing an apron, poked her head out, her tone a mix of irritation and amusement. Go wash your hands and set the table. I'm not done with the last dish yet. While she continued cooking, she grumbled, I must have owed you two in a past life. Neither of you is ever home. Is this house just mine to take care of? Neither of you ever gives me a break. After washing their hands, father and son pulled the dining table away from the wall and set out the dishes. Listening to Chen Lan's complaints from the kitchen, they exchanged a smile. Dad? Chen Yuhang lowered his voice as he sat at the table. What kind of case is giving you so much trouble lately? Instinctively, Chao Chuang reached into his pocket for a cigarette, but seeing his wife nearby, he pulled his hand back and cleared his throat. A thief, he said simply, then briefly explained how several top tycoons in Hangsheng had been robbed recently. Whoa, that's so cool, Chen Yuhang exclaimed, only to be silenced by a sharp look from his father. But soon, the 16-year-old's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned in. Dad, let me help you solve the case. Chao Chuang was caught off guard at first, then realized his son meant using his Pandora abilities. He immediately put on a stern face. Don't mess around. You have to follow Team Leader Ma's instructions. Team Leader Ma never said I couldn't, Chen Yuhang protested. How about I go ask him? If he says no, I'll let it go. Night had fallen deep. In the neurosurgery office of the second affiliated hospital of Jiangsu in Zhujiang, the clock pointed to 11. A young nurse pushed open the door, and, spotting Li Chengbai at the computer, her eyes lit up. Dr. Li, isn't tonight your night off? Yeah. Li Chengbai closed his laptop and looked up with a gentle smile. I just happened to be finishing up a case report. I'm done now. Wow. No wonder you're considered the most promising young doctor here, the nurse said warmly. You really work hard, Dr. Li. A hint of impatience flickered behind Li Chengbei's gold-rimmed glasses. After a few polite words, he picked up his laptop bag and left the office. In the hospital corridor, the cold fluorescent lights cast a sharp glow over his handsome, refined features. No one knew that the hospital's rising star was, at this moment, running through patient profiles in his mind. Young, terminal illness, on the margins of society. He kept adding filter after filter, until only a handful of cases remained. He adjusted his glasses and pressed down hard on the gas pedal. At the same time, in a makeshift dormitory on the outskirts of the city. Cough, cough. On a bed by the window, a thin young man curled up under a flimsy blanket, struggling to stifle his coughs. But after a few muffled hacks, he couldn't hold back and started coughing violently. Damn it, can't a guy get some sleep? A middle-aged man on a bed near the door sat up, swearing. All right, enough. We're all just trying to get by. An elderly man with graying hair got out of bed, carrying a cup of warm water over to the young man. Xiao Xiao, sit up and have a sip. What did the doctor say at the hospital today? You can't ignore this. The old man genuinely cared for the young man, who was about the same age as his grandson alone at such a young age, and now seriously ill. Xiao Jin suddenly threw off the blanket, head down, right hand clenched tight. I'm going out for a bit. You all go back to sleep. With that, he slipped out of the dorm like a lone wolf. The old man clearly saw the pallor of his face and the blood in his palm. Late at night on the streets of Hangzhou, Xiao Jin sat hunched on the curb, head buried in his arms. A pair of headlights appeared in the distance, and a white sedan stopped in front of him. In the glare, a refined-looking man with gold-rimmed glasses stepped out and walked toward him. Meanwhile, across the ocean, blinding sunlight poured over the streets of Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. Inside FBI headquarters, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the halls. Inside the most secure conference room, the FBI was holding an emergency briefing on the major incident that took place last night. Due to the extraordinary nature of the event, several high-ranking officials and key government personnel were present in person. The doors to the room had been firmly shut. Good afternoon, everyone. William H. Adams, the director of the FBI, stood at the podium, his tone somber and commanding. The atmosphere in the room instantly tensed. Adams' voice was calm, yet forceful, and everyone could sense the weight behind his words. As he spoke, the screen behind him flickered to life, displaying a series of shocking details. I'm here to update you on the incident that occurred last night in Big Apple City. Some attendees initially suspected it might have been a terrorist attack, their brows furrowing as they quickly sensed something unusual. Adams pressed on. The incident resulted in 9 fatalities. 6 were found in a special operations vehicle, 2 in a helicopter, and 1 was a building maintenance worker discovered in a supply room. As he continued, photographs of the victims appeared on the screen, showing their identities and the grim circumstances of their deaths. The tension in the room deepened as everyone focused on the screen, scrutinizing every detail. Some of the more astute officials began to notice inconsistencies. The expressions on several of the victims' faces are extremely disturbing, as if they experienced intense terror before their deaths, Adams said, his voice growing heavier. And the 6 agents in the vehicle all suffered identical gunshot wounds, with no signs of resistance. A heavy silence fell over the room, and Adams' tone became even more grave. We also found John unconscious in a corner outside the building, he said, pausing as the screen shifted to display a photo of a man. This is John, he added quietly. Many in the room were beginning to grasp the complexity of the situation. However, surveillance from several agents' body cams shows John entering the building and taking the elevator, Adams continued after a pause. Yet, we can confirm that at that time, the real John was still unconscious. As Adams revealed more clues, a series of surveillance images related to John appeared on the screen. With each new revelation, his expression grew more severe. All signs point to an answer that shouldn't exist, Adams said, setting down his folder and gripping the podium, his gaze fixed on the officials seated before him. After a brief silence, he spoke with a heavy voice. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to face an unprecedented challenge. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a black suit seated near the front raised his hand. Director Adams, do we have a lead on the investigation? If supernatural forces truly exist somewhere in the world, could a certain power have harnessed them? Is there any connection to a major country in the East? Thank you for your question, Mr. Miller, Adams replied with a steady nod, his tone unwavering. We do have a lead. The screen immediately displayed a profile on the Colombo family, one of the 5 major crime syndicates in Big Apple City. Adams continued, our preliminary investigation has uncovered that the Colombo family recently intensified their search for a hacker. During this time, one of their members bribed an FBI employee. The screen then showed photos and footage of Colombo family members before their deaths. The scenes were strikingly similar to those of the victims in the building and helicopter, their faces frozen in horror, as if they all experienced the same terror before dying. At present, our investigation is focused on Pete Gotti. For the first time, a faint smile appeared on Adams' face. He straightened up, his voice more resolute. He's currently on the run, but I'm confident we'll find him soon in with him, the answers we need. The room fell silent once more, but this time, the silence was filled not with confusion, but with anticipation for the truth that was about to be revealed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On Sunday morning, in a luxurious suite on the 59th floor of the building, Yuan lounged lazily on a leather sofa, reading a book. His black cat, Lao Bai, which he had brought along specifically, was gracefully inspecting its new territory. Its glossy fur shimmered in the sunlight, and its tail stood tall like an antenna. When Shun Nanshi hurriedly pushed the door open, Lao Bai swiftly leapt onto the bookshelf, its round eyes fixed intently on the unexpected visitor. Suddenly, with a light jump, the cat landed right in front of Shun Nanshi, blocking his path. As the older man tried to step aside, the black cat, exuding a touch of owner-like pride, blocked him again. No matter which direction Shun Nanshi moved, the stubborn cat refused to give way, as if it were guarding the entrance on a special mission. Lao Bai. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Yuan finally set down his book and called out softly. Meow? The black cat immediately responded, leaping into his arms and curling up contentedly. Mr. Liu, Shun Nanshi said respectfully, Liu Yang has brought the target downstairs. Yuan crossed his legs with elegance, the mysterious ring on his right hand glinting faintly in the sunlight. As he stroked Lao Bai, he replied gently, let them come up. Inside the elevator, Bao Shiji looked even worse than he had 4 days earlier. Back then, he could barely move a finger, but at least he had been conscious. Now, after traveling thousands of miles, he was close to his limit. Is this your true form? As the elevator began to rise, an electronic voice suddenly sounded. At the same time, Liu Yang's features started to change rapidly. As if jolted by a final surge of energy, Bao Shiji suddenly became alert, struggling to bend his fingers. Liu Yang merely glanced at him, offering no response. It must be, the electronic voice confirmed again. After a brief silence, Bao Shiji forced his eyes open. May I ask, are we about to meet a deity? Liu Yang paused at the question, countless memories flashing through his mind before he simply replied, yes. The elevator soon reached the 59th floor. As the wheelchair was pushed out, Bao Shiji struggled to move his finger across the touchpad. The electronic voice requested, could you help tidy my clothes and hair? Liu Yang met the young man's gaze, then silently bent down to straighten his appearance before pushing the wheelchair into the living room. From a distance, Bao Shiji caught sight of the mysterious figure. Yuan was still seated on the sofa, the black cat in his arms, the ring on his right hand emitting a faint glow. He radiated an almost divine presence, impossible to look at directly. He smiled gently at the young man, and the ring's glow seemed to imprint itself on Bao Shiji's senses with a sense of supreme authority. The visit did not last long. In less than 10 minutes, Liu Yang was pushing the young man out again. As he drove the black business car out of the underground garage and sunlight streamed across his face, Lu Yong finally let out a long breath of relief. As the saying goes, serving at the emperor's side is like living with a tiger, yet Mr. Lu's presence is even more daunting than that of any ancient ruler. Every time I face him, even when I hide behind a mask and pretend to be as meek as a lamb, the pressure is so overwhelming it feels suffocating. The car moved smoothly through the streets of Hangzhou. Do you really think Mr. Li Chengbai can cure me? Bao Shiji asked in his robotic voice, eyes darting nervously. I'm not sure, Lu Yong replied, keeping his eyes on the road. After a pause, he added, but if Sir says he can, then he definitely can. Does he have extraordinary abilities like you? Lu Yong didn't answer, focusing on driving. Through the windshield, he took in the bustling city. Streams of cars, delivery riders weaving through traffic, skyscrapers gleaming in the sunlight. These once ordinary sights looked entirely different to him since he acquired the Marquart mask. They had become the gateway to another mysterious world. Inside the corridor of the second affiliated hospital of Jiangsu, in Zhujiang, Lu Yong slowly pushed a young man in a wheelchair forward. In the neurosurgery outpatient clinic, Dr. Li Chengbai was speaking gently to an elderly patient. Remember to come back for your follow-up. As the old man left, the office door opened again. Sir's order. Do everything possible to prolong his life, Lu Yong said bluntly. Li Chengbei eyelids twitched, and the image of that mysterious figure from the library flashed through his mind. Countless thoughts raced by, and he suddenly realized he couldn't bring himself to refuse that man's orders. The realization jolted him. But give up using the creator's blade because of this? No, that was out of the question. I understand, he replied calmly, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Time flew by, and night fell. Neon lights draped Hangzhou in another layer of splendor. A notification desire points 100 kept flashing before Lu Yuan's eyes as he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, peering into the distance through his connection with the Joker's whistle. The smile at the corner of his lips deepened. The first clash between Pandora users. Or more accurately, a confrontation between the official and a rogue user. He murmured, this will be a historic moment. Recently, in addition to documenting Pandora's abilities and monitoring users, Lu Yuan had developed a new hobby. Recording every historic moment related to Pandora, from the arrest of Marquart's first owner, Huang Wenbin, to the formation of the Pandora Special Investigation Team, each meticulously logged. In the darkness of the luxury villa district, Chen Yuhang gripped the whistle engraved with the Joker's face, his voice brimming with excitement. Dad, will the famous thief really show up here tonight? This guy is unbelievably arrogant. In the West Creek Villa district, night had fallen and the clock pointed to 9:20. A black sedan sat quietly by the roadside. Inside, team leader Chow, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watched the distant villa with a gaze as sharp as a hawk's. When his son, Chen Yuhang, asked in disbelief, he's really that outrageous? So many of you still can't catch him? Chow just shook his head and muttered, he's quite the monster. This criminal always committed his crimes at regular intervals, changing locations each time. Tonight, it was finally this area's turn. Meanwhile, in the heart of the villa district, inside the Shun family residence, Shen Nansher sat by the window in his wheelchair, a thin blanket draped over his legs, deeply engrossed in a book. The butler, Shen Shan, hurried over and whispered a few words in his ear. So that's what's going on. Shen Nansher closed his book, his tone calm. No wonder tonight is so lively, it's all because of a petty thief. Ever since Head entered the world of Pandora, such mundane affairs no longer held any interest for him. At that moment, a strange scene was unfolding in the upstairs hallway. A security guard stepped out of a room, unaware that just 30 centimeters behind him, a young man shadowed his every move. Zhong Lunjuan matched the guard's pace perfectly, mimicking every gesture so seamlessly that he seemed to have become the man's shadow. Whenever the guard turned, Zhong turned with him, skillfully avoiding every possible angle of exposure. As the guard reached the corner, Zhong slipped like a ghost into another guard's blind spot. With one hand in his pocket, Zhong Lunjuan moved confidently from room to room. Soon, he reached the spiral staircase, pausing to look up at the cascading crystal chandelier in the living room. Who's there? Sensing something amiss, Shen Nansher looked up from his window, locking eyes with the shadowy figure. His expression changed instantly. Zhong Lunjuan offered a graceful smile, placed his right hand over his chest, and gave a slight bow. As the guards rushed over, he nimbly slid down the stair rail, moving with effortless grace to the first floor and heading straight for the nearest floor-to-ceiling window. Crash! The specially reinforced glass shattered instantly, and Zhong Lunjuan vanished through the shower of sparkling shards. Shen Nansher stared in that direction, his eyelids involuntarily twitching. He's here. Chen Yuhang, hearing the commotion from the car, jumped out in excitement and quickly blew his whistle. Instantly, sparrows roosting in the trees and on the eaves fluttered into the night, while rats emerged quietly from the sewers. Soon, Chen Yuhang's eyes lit up and he dashed off in a particular direction. Wearing his King of Thieves gloves, Zhong Lunjuan moved through the night with superhuman reflexes, nimble hands, keen eyes, and flawless footwork gliding through the darkness as if it were his natural element. With ease, Zhong Lunyuan shook off the police trailing behind him. Just as he was about to enter the parking garage of an office building, he suddenly stopped and glanced toward a shadowy corner behind him. Up in the sky, 5 or 6 sparrows were circling in an unusual pattern. His eyes narrowed, and in an instant, 5 razor-thin blades shot from his fingertips. With a flurry, the sparrows fell like raindrops. Zhong Lunyuan frowned deeply and hurried toward the garage. His figure soon appeared in an elevator on the ground floor. With a deft sweep of his right hand, the back door swung open. After circling once on the dim asphalt, he quietly emerged in the underground garage of another mid-range apartment complex nearby. Meanwhile, Chen Yuhang was hot on his trail not far away. Although he couldn't match Zhong Lunjin's speed, the moment he saw the sparrows drop dead, he immediately shifted his focus to the rats in the area. A swarm of rats scurried after him, following his mental command. A sharp whistle sounded again, the clown's whistle, this time louder and with a changed rhythm. Just as Zhong Lunyuan picked a car and was about to open the door, a black stray dog lunged out from the shadows. The dog was shockingly strong. Although Zhong Lunyuan dodged just in time, a deep claw mark was left on the white car door. Damn! Zhong Lunyuan cursed in surprise. As the dog lunged again, he swiftly circled behind it. With his right hand clad in a black leather glove, he drew a dagger in a flash and drove it precisely into the dog's neck. Warm blood sprayed out as Zhong Lunyuan tilted his head aside to avoid it. Lucky it was a bit slow. But what's going on here? He muttered, his expression suddenly tense. Pandora? Before he could finish, a rustling sound came from the distance. The sight before him made his scalp tingle. Countless rats covered the ground, their dark red eyes fixed on him, while 5 or 6 wild cats perched menacingly atop the cars. Got you. Chen Yuhang appeared, panting and keeping a cautious distance, positioning himself among the stray animals. Who are you? Zhong Lunyuan asked calmly, his right hand dropping to his side, fingertips gripping an upgraded blade. Just as Chen Yuhang was about to speak, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. The blade flew out even faster than before. A wild cat leapt in time to shield Chen Yuhang, taking the deadly blow. Warm blood splattered across the boy's cheek. In a heartbeat, Zhong Lunyuan yanked open the nearest car door and slammed on the gas. The black SUV shot out like a wild beast, its tires crushing the swarm of rats beneath, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. High up in the night, on the 59th floor of a skyscraper, Yuan applauded lightly. Impressive. It's a shame, though the kid still hesitates too much. After a moment, a strange smile crept across his face. But how did that brat manage to steal from the Nan family's house? Huff, huff. Night had fallen, cloaking the earth in darkness. Team leader Chow hurried after his son's figure, his steps quick and urgent as they rushed into the garage. The moment they entered, a black SUV shot out like a wild horse breaking free, its headlights slicing through the darkness ahead. Team leader Chow quickly leapt aside, drew the pistol from his waist, and fired 2 shots at the speeding vehicle without hesitation. But the SUV had already vanished into the night. He looked down and saw, to his shock, that the tire tracks before him were stained a deep red. His heart tightened, blood rushing to his head. He hesitated for a moment, then decided not to give chase, but to turn back toward the garage. He had barely taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped. Looking up, his eyes narrowed in alarm. Inside the garage, his son Chen Yuhang stood among a mass of dead rats, 5 black cats warily circling at his feet. The closer he got to Chen Yuhang, the more gruesome the bloody carnage on the ground became, the marks of the vehicle's passage brutally clear. Team leader Chow swallowed hard, nerves stretched taut as he called out, Xiaoyu. At the sound of his voice, both the rats and the cats in the garage froze, turning to stare at him in unison. Team leader Chow's heart pounded in his chest, and he instinctively took half a step back. Dad Chen Yuhang wiped the blood from his face and responded in a low voice. At the same time, the stray cats and rats around him began to scatter. Team leader Chow breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to his son. The scene he had just witnessed left him deeply shaken. This, he realized, was the price of Pandora. I'm sorry. He got away, Chen Yuhang said quietly, hanging his head in guilt. It's all right. The important thing is that you're safe, Team leader Chow replied, his voice heavy with concern as he gently wiped the blood from the corner of his son's eye. Besides, we're still here. By now, the police outside had set up a perimeter around the garage, and the pursuit team was closing in. Because of Chen Yuhang, the circle was tightening. Night deepened, and it was nearly 2 a.m. Zhong Lunyuan dragged his exhausted body home. He switched on the lights, tossed his small bag onto the sofa, and clutched his abdomen in pain as he hurried to the bathroom. His hand throbbed with agony. Blood staining his palm, had taken a bullet during his escape. He quickly fetched the first aid kit, disinfected the wound, and, without hesitation, used tweezers to extract the bullet. The pain was intense, but Zhong Lunyuan gritted his teeth and endured it, finally letting out a sigh of relief. After bandaging his hand, he stood at the sink, removed his black gloves, and let the cold water wash away the blood. Raising his head, he looked at his own tired but still handsome face in the mirror. He paused for a moment, then lowered his head again to splash his face with water. When he looked up once more, his features were the same, yet somehow seemed less sharp, more ordinary. That's the second Pandora user I've encountered, he murmured, returning to the living room and collapsing heavily onto the sofa, as if trying to relax for just a moment. After a long while, he put the Thief King gloves back on. Suddenly, his body stilled, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is this a sensory ability? Zhong Lunjin's heart sped up. He closed his eyes, and instantly, he could sense the flow of air within a 10-meter radius. He could clearly hear the neighbors breathing through the wall, the light footsteps of a cat upstairs, and even the slightest changes in the air around him. Too bad it's only 10 meters, Zhong Lunjin sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice, but a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. I wonder if these are really Thief King gloves or assassin's gloves? Meeting adjourned. As this phrase echoed in the highly secure conference room, the figures on the screen disappeared one by one, until only darkness remained. Maan Bong sat alone at the center of the room for a long moment before finally standing up and opening the door. Team leader Ma Xiaoxue was waiting outside and immediately approached him. What is it? Maan Bong glanced at her, his tone steady. Qin Yuhang took part in an operation with the Hangzhou City Police tonight, but the mission failed. Zhao Xiaoxue handed over a tablet, playing footage captured from the monitoring device on Qin Yuhang. This independent action had been an experiment for the Pandora investigation team, who had arranged for an observation team to track the entire process. Maan Bong only took a quick look at the situation before assigning the follow-up tasks to others. Lately, most of his attention had been devoted to something more important: the planning and establishment of Pandora teams across the country. After receiving urgent news from the Lighthouse country, the higher-ups had decided to speed up the process, aiming to set up investigation teams in every prefecture-level city within a month. Hangzhou, as the pilot location, had already gathered a wealth of valuable experience. This one. Maan Bong paused the video, pointing at the masked young man on the screen. He's probably a Pandora user too. Just as I thought. Zhao Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. His reaction speed, agility, and those smooth, almost effortless movements, each one alone might not stand out, but together, they're far beyond what a normal person can achieve. If someone with this kind of talent really exists, he shouldn't have only just appeared, Maan Bong said, his expression unreadable. Where's Qin Yuhang? In the lounge. He just finished a psychological assessment with Dr. Li. Maan Bong strode toward the lounge. As he pushed open the door, Qin Yuhang immediately looked up, his voice tinged with frustration. Team leader Maan Bong walked over and stood in front of the young man. Lift your head. Look me in the eyes. His sharp, clear gaze seemed to cut straight through Qin Yuhang. After a moment, he pulled out a chair and sat down. As Qin Yuhang shifted nervously, Maan Bong finally spoke. Why did you fail? Before Qin Yuhang could answer, he continued, I've seen the footage from tonight. You were just charging in blindly with nothing but passion. There was no real technique, no clear strategy, and you lacked the resolve to make decisions. How could you possibly succeed like that? Team leader what should I do? Qin Yuhang looked up at him, his voice firm. Leaning back in his chair, Maan Bong toyed with a lighter in his hands. The Joker whistle is a Pandora with a lot of potential. To use it effectively, you need two things. First, you have to decide on your primary purpose. Is it for surveillance and tracking, or for apprehending criminals? That's critical. Second, you need to develop a solid set of techniques and organize a network of urban stray animals, focusing on strengthening specific ones as needed. This training, originally scheduled for later, was now being brought forward for Qin Yuhang. The next day, the weather was clear and sunny, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the meeting room at Skyworth Technology. All right, that's it for today's meeting, Nieshayu announced, standing at the head of the table in a black pencil skirt and a white blazer. Her cool, striking makeup accentuated the unique authority of the new female deputy director. Yuan was the first to stand up, followed by the other middle managers and their teams as they filed out. Among them, Nieshayu stuck close to her supervisor, her eyes darting around as she left the room. When she caught a glimpse of Yuan's back, a wave of excitement swept through her. As her supervisor paused to chat with colleagues from other departments, Nieshayu hurried forward, about to softly call out to Manager Lin. Manager Lu. Deputy Director Lin's calm, clear voice cut in first. Her words immediately caught the attention of every manager in the hallway. They all instinctively slowed down, sneaking glances at the pair from the corners of their eyes. Nieshayu was no ordinary figure, educated at a prestigious overseas university, daughter of a company board member, and newly promoted to replace Yuan. What made her even more intimidating was her cold demeanor. She always seemed distant and unapproachable. Deputy Director Yuan replied, stopping in his tracks and speaking gently. Manager Nieshayu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and for a brief moment, a faint blush crossed her usually frosty face before she regained her composure. Do you have time at lunch? But don't get the wrong idea. I just want to learn more about that program. Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze seeing right through the proud facade beneath her icy exterior. A slight smile appeared on his face as he replied warmly, "Sorry, I already have plans for lunch." "Never mind, then." Nieshayu felt a twinge of disappointment, but showed nothing on her face. She simply nodded coolly and walked away in her heels. Not far away, Nieshayu bit her lip, flustered. Unlike the other supervisors, she had clearly seen that fleeting shyness on Lin's face. "Xiaoyu, what are you looking at? Let's go," her department head called, snapping her back to reality. Nieshayu didn't try to find Lu Yuan again. She just lowered her head and followed her supervisor out. Lu Yuan glanced at her retreating figure, but didn't seem to care, heading back to his office in a calm manner. At the same time, under the blue sky at Jingxiu residence, the neighborhood where Zhong Luanjuan and Chen Yuhang had broken in the night before. Inside one of the apartment buildings, 27-year-old office worker Li Jiqiang stared at his computer screen, watching a video. "Is this for real?" he muttered in disbelief, the footage reflecting in his eyes. The video came from his car's dashcam, more specifically, a backup he had saved right after the incident the previous night. "Just as I thought. The world we ordinary people see is only the tip of the iceberg." Li Jiqiang felt a mix of excitement and fear at stumbling onto a secret. He paced back and forth in front of his computer, then casually posted some hints on an online forum, though they didn't attract much attention. As noon approached, Li Jiqiang refreshed the forum page again. Why was my post deleted?" He froze, staring at the screen. At that moment, there was a knock at his door. Li Jiqiang stiffened. "Hello. I'm here to check the water pipes," came a voice from outside. Meanwhile, at the global headquarters of Hangqing Internet Group, inside a bright, spacious data center, Ma Tianyun walked through the aisles with his arms crossed. Rows of programmers were focused intently on their screens, streams of data cascading down their monitors like waterfalls. For days earlier, traces of a Pandora user had surfaced in Big Apple City. What was even more concerning was that this was likely the same artifact that Chun Guanrong had encountered in the past, although no one knew how it had ended up overseas. Ma Tianyun stopped in front of one computer, his eyes fixed on the information about Big Apple City displayed on the screen. He pressed play and watched footage of a pilot suddenly clutching his own throat, followed by the helicopter crashing to the ground. A near-maniacal gleam of desire flickered in Ma Tianyun's eyes. "Report. We found a related comment on a forum," someone suddenly announced. Ma Tianyun's gaze sharpened instantly, and he strode over to the programmer. With their data tracking, every online move made by Li Jiqiang was exposed. They quickly downloaded the video backup from his cloud storage. "Report. Both the comment and the cloud video have disappeared. What did you find?" "It was a brief encounter. Judging by their methods, it should be the official military." Ma Tianyun let out a small sigh of relief and moved aside to open the video. The footage from last night's underground parking lot played clearly. The enhanced stray dog, the floor covered in rats, and the intense battle between two Pandora users. The scenes made Ma Tianyun's breathing quicken with excitement. His gaze lingered on Zhong Luanjuan, recalling recent reports of frequent burglaries among Hangqing's wealthy elite. So, that thief also has a Pandora? No wonder. At the same time, Lu Yuan arrived on the 59th floor of the neighboring building. Looking at the respectful elder Shun Nansher before him, he remembered last night's events and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Shun Nansher. Mr. Lu." Shun Nansher quickly snapped out of his thoughts and responded respectfully. "I heard your house was robbed last night." Lu Yuan asked calmly. Shun Nansher looked somewhat flustered, worried that this would affect Lu Yuan's impression of him. After all, with his status, it was embarrassing to have several priceless treasures stolen so easily. He quickly stood up and bowed his head. "I'm sorry to have caused you embarrassment." "You don't need to be so nervous," Lu Yuan said with a smile. "That thief also has a Pandora. Given how well prepared he was, it's understandable that your collection was stolen. Very few wealthy people could have avoided him under those circumstances." After last night's events, the King of Thieves' gloves had grown to a 1-star level. Now, within a 10-meter radius, nothing escaped its senses. This seemingly minor upgrade, combined with the glove's original abilities, produced astonishing results. "I see," Shun Nansher said in sudden realization, bowing deeply once again. Zhao Xiaoxue, the assistant of the Pandora Special Investigation Unit, hurried over to Maan Bong and said in a serious tone, "Chief Ma, we've received word from the Lighthouse Nation. Hangzhou, 2 o'clock this afternoon." "Let's go," Maan Bong replied calmly, putting away his documents. "Let's see what kind of situation we're dealing with." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Zhao Xiaoxue entered the conference room one after the other. The room was already filled with senior investigators and consultants. Soon after Maan Bong took his seat, the screen lit up, showing a live feed from Philadelphia across the ocean. The local time read 2 in the morning. "This is quite a show of force," a middle-aged man remarked in surprise. On the screen, the port was surrounded by layers of security, with several armed helicopters circling above a 3-story cargo building. The tense atmosphere was almost suffocating. The perimeter of the building had been taken over by the 2nd Squadron of the American Delta Force. and the sense of urgency seemed to radiate through the screen. Back when the Lighthouse Nation was after Osama bin Laden, I don't remember them deploying this much firepower, another middle-aged man whispered. It's different, Maan Bong said, staring intently at the screen, his voice low. No matter how big a threat Osama was, it never went beyond the realm of materialism. This is the first time they're facing something unknown. You can't be too careful. He turned to Zhao Xiaoxue and asked coolly, are we sure this incident in the Big Apple is connected to Pandora? 19 out of 20, Zhao Xiaoxue nodded. We found that the day after Yang Yuqing's death, an engineer named Pete flew from Hangzhou to the Big Apple and died the very day he arrived. It's highly likely that Pandora was brought to the Lighthouse Nation through him. With just a few exchanges, the senior members in the room quickly pieced together the trail of Pandora. Ma Yanbang's brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't say anything. By the way, another middle-aged man interjected. An academic from the Pandora investigation unit in Yinjing proposed an interesting idea. Have you heard of it? What idea? Ma Yanbang asked. He calls Hangzhou place of origin. Origin? Ma Yanbang's eyelids twitched as he fell into thought. Yes. So far, every known appearance of Pandora can be directly traced back to Hangzhou. The atmosphere grew heavier, but suddenly the image on the screen shifted. The Delta Force was moving in. The senior staff in the conference room immediately fell silent, their eyes glued to the screen. Inside the cargo building at Philadelphia's port, Pete Gotti, blond and pale, was slumped beside a shelf, gasping for breath. His face had lost all its former composure and confidence, now twisted with terror. He muttered under his breath, "Where's Mr. Liu? Why isn't he helping us? Weren't we here for him?" The ghostly figure of Li Wenbin stood silently nearby, staring at him intently. Just then, one of the helicopters outside received the order to move in, tilting slightly as it headed for the roof. But as it reached a certain height, a mass of long, black hair suddenly shot out from inside the building, wrapping tightly around the pilot's neck. The young pilot clutched his throat in agony, his eyes bulging in fear. The helicopter spiraled out of control, crashing into a nearby container as flames erupted into the sky. Damn it! Remember this altitude, another commander growled, gritting his teeth. All helicopters, stay at a safe height. The tension in the air grew even more intense, making it feel almost impossible to breathe. Washington, FBI headquarters. Director William H. Adams stood in the command center, his expression grim as he watched the surveillance footage before him. This operation had the entire core of the nation's power on edge, from the heads of multinational conglomerates to the shadowy figures behind Wall Street, and even the president in the White House was awaiting the outcome. Ever since Pandora had appeared, the worldviews of these staunch materialists had been shaken to their core. Second squad, move in. Adams issued the order, his voice clipped and firm. The captain of Delta Force's 2nd Assault Squad responded immediately, signaling his team with a series of hand gestures. The heavily armed operatives split up, silently infiltrating the building from multiple angles. They're here, Li Wenbin, known as Ghost, said coldly. Before her words had fully faded, 5 special agents on the main corridor suddenly froze in place. Pete Gotti emerged from the shadows and fired his weapon. In the silence of the freight building, the sharp cracks of 5 gunshots rang out, and the agents fell one after another. Damn, I can't give up now, my life is just beginning. Pete Gotti gritted his teeth, pulling a mysterious bronze soul bell from inside his coat and shaking it forcefully in the darkness. The bell's eerie chime echoed through the air, and a chill wind swept through the room. Above the bloodied bodies of the fallen agents, ghostly figures began to materialize. When the bell rang a second time, the souls of the 3 agents who had died earlier in the helicopter explosion also appeared. What the hell is that? The other operatives stared in horror, every hair on end. The summoned translucent spirits glared with malevolent intent and lunged at the living agents. Watching all this unfold on the monitors, William H. Adams blanched and stepped back, quickly dialing a number. Barely a minute later, a blinding streak of light tore through the night sky over the port of Philadelphia. A low-flying cruise missile screamed in, obliterating the entire freight building and everyone inside. Inside the Skyworth Tower, Lu Yuan leaned back in his office chair, a look of surprise flickering across his refined features. Through his connection to Pandora, he had witnessed everything that had transpired across the ocean. No way out. They just launched a missile and wiped out the whole building, Lu Yuan murmured. For a sorcerer's soul bell of this level, such extreme measures were unnecessary. Killing Pandora's user would have been enough for Li Wenbin and the other spirits to disappear. Delta Force's firepower should have sufficed, yet they opted for the most direct and brutal solution. These big shots in the Lighthouse Nation really are something else. Lu Yuan shook his head and pushed the thought aside. He turned his attention to the floating system panel before him. Name, Lu Yuan. Soul count, 1. Gray soul desire points, 54,200. Peering through his glasses, Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on the numbers for a moment, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. The soul that had once been pure white had taken on a trace of gray at the last moment. It was an unexpected bonus, just as using Pandora would qualify as white quality, Even a hint of gray was enough for the system to recognize it as a second-tier soul. That was no small perk. At last, I can craft a second-tier Pandora. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lu Yuan looked out at the bustling modern city bathed in sunlight. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Pandora Special Investigation Unit in Hangzhou, the atmosphere was tense. A group of senior officials sat in silence, reviewing the latest reports from the operation. This was irresponsible toward the lives of their own soldiers, a middle-aged man said gravely. Let's not dwell on it. It's not our concern, another responded. But we should take it as a warning. We need a deeper understanding of Pandora. Maan Bong kept his eyes fixed on the flames on the screen. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I wonder if that piece of Pandora has already been destroyed. We have far too few samples. Our research is still lacking. The group discussed the matter a while longer before finally adjourning. Across the ocean, at 3:15 a.m. in Washington, D.C., the operation at the port of Philadelphia had just concluded. Black sedans were already pulling into the estates of America's elite. In the elegant sitting room of the Rockefeller family headquarters in Westchester County, New York, the 101-year-old patriarch was wheeled out. A senior FBI official immediately stood to greet him respectfully. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Rockefeller. HM. The old Rockefeller responded calmly, then paused. Go ahead. The official handed over a detailed video of the operation and gave a thorough report. The elder's expression remained unchanged, but for a brief moment, an unusual glint flashed in his brown eyes. Scenes like this were unfolding in the homes of America's most powerful families. What truly captured these titans' attention wasn't just a mere ghost, but the deeper implications behind it all. In the darkness of night, FBI Director William H. Adams left the command center, got into his car, and headed toward the heart of Washington, D.C. White Soul 1, White Soul 1. For most people, the past 2 days passed uneventfully. As evening fell, Lu Yuan left his office, briefcase in hand, and made his way alone to the underground market on the lower level of a shopping mall. The dazzling array of goods caught his eye as he slowly scanned the stalls. Just as he was about to move on, a sudden notification drew his attention. In just 2 days, the sorcerer's soul bell had delivered him 2 more inferior souls. Pandora had become even more aggressive, and the ghostly Huang Wenbin had now risen to the rank of queen, treating the Special Forces ghosts Pete Goaty last summoned as her loyal dogs. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and walked past the shops. When he passed a store selling second-hand, authentic anime figures, he paused, then turned and stepped inside. Standing in a corner, he stopped in front of a black display case. Through the glass, his eyes settled on a catgirl figurine dressed in a maid outfit and black stockings. The shop assistant approached with a bright smile and said, Sir, is there anything you like? I can get it for you. Every figure here has been well cared for by its previous owner. Lu Yuan remained focused, giving a slight nod. Yes, they'll take this one. Please wrap it up. It was Elena from the Journey of Elena, 65 centimeters tall, and priced at 760 yuan. The shop assistant stood on tiptoe to retrieve the figure, quickly wrapped it up, and handed it over with a smile. You have great taste. After buying the figure, Lu Yuan couldn't find another item suitable to host a Pandora seed. He ordered a ride and returned to his single apartment. Night fell. At 9 o'clock, after showering, Lu Yuan entered his study. He calmly glanced at the 2 new items on his desk, a hint of regret crossing his face. It's a pity both items can only host a 3rd-tier Pandora seed. I was hoping to find a 2nd-tier vessel to work with, but this will have to do. Without dwelling on it, he opened his panel and exchanged for 2 3rd-tier Pandora seeds. The mysterious glow reflected in his eyes, stirring a sense of anticipation. Meow? At that moment, Old Bai, his black cat, had somehow appeared at his feet, looking up at him with wide, round eyes. You never miss a moment, do you? Lu Yuan chuckled, bending down to pick him up. He gently stroked the cat's head, a touch of emotion on his face. You know, for a cat, you have the potential to host a supreme tier seed. Old Bai, do you want to become an angel, or are you aiming to grow into something forbidden? Old Bai let out a disgruntled huff, shook his fur, and leapt onto the rosewood desk. He approached the emerald green seed floating in the air, sniffing it cautiously as if deciding what to do next. But Lu Yuan reached out and gently pressed his head down, stopping him. Lu Yuan then placed the 2 seeds into their respective items, one into a cracked glass hourglass, the other into the newly purchased figure. He narrowed his eyes, anticipation flickering in his gaze. What kind of abilities will they have? Even after witnessing this miracle so many times, he still couldn't suppress his excitement each time. Ding, ding. A series of notifications sounded in his ears. After reading through them carefully, a satisfied smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. You have obtained Pandora number 3010. You have obtained Pandora number 3011. In the quiet study, Lu Yuan gazed at the 2 new Pandora seeds, a faint light shimmering in his blackened white eyes. Lu Yuan picked up the transformed hourglass, his fingertips gently brushing the doll that resembled a miniature human. Gazing at these 2 mysterious items, he spoke softly, I'll call you the Mirage Hourglass. And you the sickly enchanted doll. As soon as he named them, The system responded instantly. Ding. Naming successful. The system displayed the information for the two Pandora objects. Pandora number 3010 Mirage Hourglass. Its previous owner was a renowned psychiatrist who would always flip the hourglass before each session with a patient. After being reset, the user gains the ability to enter other people's dreams. Pandora number 3011 Sickly Enchanted Doll. This once belonged to a crazed otaku collector, embodying his fear of social interaction and pathological attachment. Simply smear a drop of your blood on the doll's brow, and those nearby will gradually transform into dolls who adore only the user. The next morning, instead of heading straight to the office, Yuan circled the neighborhood and placed the two Pandora objects at the edges of different flower beds. In the plaza in front of Chuangwei Tower, Nieshayu stood anxiously with a bag of breakfast, scanning the crowd. The moment she spotted Yuan, a bright smile broke out on her face. But just as she was about to greet him, another figure with an imposing presence entered her line of sight. Vice President Nieshayu made a dazzling appearance dressed in a sharp, minimalist black suit and wearing sunglasses that covered half her face, exuding a commanding aura. Her presence made the office workers passing through the plaza straighten their backs, each trying to show their best side. When Nieshayu walked toward Yuan, Nieshayu bit her lip and quietly retreated to the edge of the lobby on the first floor. It turned out Vice President Lin had been waiting in the cafe across the street, but now she pretended to run into him by chance. She removed her sunglasses and greeted him coolly. "Good morning, Manager Liu." "Good morning." Yuan maintained his usual gentle expression and nodded lightly. Seeing his calm response, Nieshayu clenched her teeth before suggesting, "We might as well go up together." "Sure." Yuan smiled in agreement. Hiding behind a bench in the lounge area, Nieshayu only slumped into her seat after watching the two disappear into the elevator lobby. A wave of frustration washed over her. "Why am I hiding?" she thought. But who wouldn't feel like an ugly duckling next to Vice President Lin? She noticed that Yuan treated Vice President Lin no differently from anyone else, yet she still felt inferior. "I'm just an ordinary employee. How could I ever compare to someone like an overseas graduate from a distinguished family?" On the 15th floor of Chuangwei Tower, Yuan let out a quiet chuckle. Of course, he had noticed the young woman's reaction, but chose not to interfere. To him, this was all just a game. His interactions with Nieshayu had already begun to lose their charm, but the arrival of Vice President Lin added a new twist to what was otherwise a dull amusement. Sitting at his computer desk, Yuan was browsing the latest news. His attention settled on an official statement from America about the incident that happened that night. As he scanned the article, a knowing smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The land of the free had spun the Philadelphia port incident as an act of terrorism, even going so far as to have a terror group from a war-torn region claim responsibility. As he scrolled down the news page, Xiao Lingling's name caught his eye. The rising star's reputation in high society was climbing rapidly. Just as Yuan continued reading, another headline drew his attention. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he unconsciously leaned back in his chair. The sudden silence in the office made him sense something was off. He swiveled his chair to face the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed up at the clear blue sky outside. Meanwhile, a discreet black sedan pulled away from Hangqing Internet Group and came to a stop in front of the Gao family residence. "Mr. Ma?" The old butler greeted respectfully. Ma Tianyan responded with a blank expression. As he followed the butler, his pace threatened to quicken more than once, but he forced himself to remain composed. The butler noticed everything, yet continued to lead the way at an unhurried pace. This time, Gao Chongwen wasn't waiting in his usual tea room, but had chosen the garden pavilion instead. "Mr. Ma." Gao Chongwen poured a cup of tea for Ma Tianyan and, after he sat down, said calmly, "It seems you've made another important discovery?" "Master Gao, have you heard any news lately?" Ma Tianyan asked directly. "News?" Gao Chongwen replied, his expression unchanged. "Master Gao, our families are allies. There's no need to test each other," Ma Tianyan said, his urgency over the Pandora matter evident, though he remained cautious and his tone cooled. "You're being too serious, Mr. Ma." Gao Chongwen shook his head, took a sip of tea, and his gaze grew serious. "I have heard some things. It seems the international giants have started to pay attention to Pandora." "Yes, probably because of what happened in the Big Apple," Ma Tianyan confirmed with a nod. He knew that beyond the international corporations, secret societies like the Illuminati were also turning their focus to Pandora. The value of these mysterious artifacts was only rising. "The times are about to spiral out of control." Ma Tianyan leaned forward, his tone grave. This statement wiped away Gao Chongwen's usual composure. His eyes flickered as he asked, "So, why have you come to me this time?" "I've discovered a new Pandora user. This could be our opportunity." Ma Tianyan got straight to the point and laid out what he knew about Zhong Luanjuan. "So it's him. I heard he's paid a visit to Shun Nanshi's residence as well." Realization dawned on Gao Chongwen. After a moment's thought, he continued, "This man's movements have become unpredictable lately. He's no longer confined to Hangcheng, and it's difficult to pin down his location. I happened to find out he's in contact with Xiao Lingling, the new star at the Hangqing Grand Theater. Every time she has a major performance, he always shows up. Ma Tianyun added immediately. Hearing this, a sharp look flashed across Gao Chongwen's eyes. This was the final surgery of the first phase. It had begun. In a quiet corner of Hangzhou's urban village, the two-story building rented by Li Chengbai stood in silence, serving as his temporary workspace. At this moment, he wore a crisp white lab coat, a surgical mask covering half his face, and his calm, focused eyes peered out from behind gold-rimmed glasses. Standing beside the operating table, he held a syringe filled with a colorless, transparent anesthetic, preparing to inject it into the vein of Bao Shiji, who was lying on the table. Wait. Bao Shiji suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the room. Li Chengbai paused immediately. He didn't respond, but simply lifted his gaze to meet Bao Shiji's eyes. Can we skip the general anesthesia? Bao Shiji took a deep breath, his voice steady. It should be possible, right? After all the previous operations, I noticed there aren't even any incisions on my body. He hesitated for a moment, then added, you must have some remarkable abilities, don't you? Just like them. Li Chengbai paused briefly, neither agreeing nor refusing. Instead, he withdrew the syringe and turned towards the neatly arranged surgical instruments behind him. His fingers brushed lightly over the blades until he finally picked up a special scalpel known as the Creator's Blade. On the operating table, Bao Shiji, the brilliant hacker who had breached the supercomputer Titan and infiltrated federal networks, began to breathe rapidly. His eyes widened as he saw a mysterious aura shimmer around the doctor's raised scalpel. When the blade touched his thigh, Bao Shiji lifted his head to see more clearly. Beneath the blade, his skin and flesh parted smoothly, yet not a single drop of blood appeared. Li Qingbei technique was precise and fluid. One by one, he carefully extracted the motor neurons from Bao Shiji's leg. What other abilities have you seen? Li Chengbai asked suddenly, his hands never stopping. His tone was calm, breaking the silence once more. As long as you don't mention that, gentleman, you can speak freely. Sorry. Bao Shiji shook his head, choosing to remain silent. The makeshift operating room fell quiet again. The root cause of ALS is the degeneration of motor neurons, leading to the gradual loss of muscle control. With the Creator's Blade in hand, Li Chengbai was methodically separating the damaged neurons, stimulating them, clearing excess glutamate and neuroinflammation, and finally, reactivating the botus electrical signals. For Li Chengbai, this surgery wasn't especially difficult, but required patience and meticulous care. As he delved deeper into the human body, his understanding of its workings grew ever deeper. 3 hours later, it's done. Li Chengbai set down the Creator's Blade, signaling the end of the operation. Not long after, Bao Shiji climbed into a black business van and left the courtyard. Li Chengbai stood at the window, watching the car until it disappeared into the alleys of the urban village before withdrawing his gaze. Dr. Li, downstairs, after the car had left, a thin young man closed the iron gate at the front of the courtyard. He turned and walked back upstairs, noticing Li Chengbai at the window. The young man approached, his voice low. Are they planning to harm you? He was short, with unremarkable features and a lone wolf's aura. Clenching his fists, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Let me take care of them for you. Xiao Jian. Li Chengbai gazed at the young man before him, a gentle smile appearing on his face. I saved you because I wanted to give you a new life, not so you could trade it for someone else's. Xiao Jian lowered his head, pressing his lips together as a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Having lost his parents at a young age, he felt a deep sense of gratitude toward anyone who showed him kindness. To him, Dr. Li was like a ray of light piercing through the darkness of despair, and he was willing to give his life in return. Don't worry, he'll take care of it, Li Chengbai said, giving the young man a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Why don't you tidy up here a bit? With that, he slipped one hand into his pocket and walked down the stairs. As he stepped into the courtyard, the warm sunlight fell across his refined features, but a hint of coldness flickered in his clear, dark eyes. Eliminate them? If only it were that simple. In his mind, Mr. Liu was an untouchable deity, yet ever since last time, an unspoken ambition had begun to take root within him, a desire to slay a god. He was unwilling to live forever in the shadow of a higher power. Meanwhile, Bao Shiji was once again brought to the 59th floor of the tower. Seated on the sofa by the window was the enigmatic Mr. Liu, flanked by a scholarly-looking middle-aged man on one side and a white-haired elder on the other. The man known for his ability to change his appearance at will stood silently behind Mr. Liu. As Mr. Liu's gaze fell upon him, Bao Shiji's heart raced, a shiver rising from the depths of his soul. He stumbled forward, unsteady on his feet from long confinement, trembling like a child taking his first steps. With a dull thud, he dropped to his knees and bowed his head in reverence. Bao Shiji greets the great deity. May your light shine forever. Stand up, Lu Yuan said gently, then instructed someone to bring Bao Shiji a chair. Once the young man was seated, Lu Yuan calmly asked him how he had managed to breach the system in just 10 minutes. As an expert in the field, Lu Yuan knew how difficult this was if he hadn't been certain Bao Shiji possessed no special abilities. he would have found it hard to believe. Bao Shiji explained his methods in detail, holding nothing back. Through the lenses of his black-rimmed glasses, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with admiration. This was truly a genius in the world of cybersecurity. Shiji, on behalf of the Pandora Management Committee, I formally invite you to join us. Lu Yuan solemnly handed him a pen labeled with the number 5, along with his first assignment, to create a secret forum exclusively for Pandora members. After Bao Shiji left, Lu Yuan turned to Shen Nanshi. Nanshi, he'll need you to oversee the setup of Bao's computer system. He lounged lazily in front of the sofa, and after a moment of thought, said, once the committee starts offering protection to the world's super-rich, you'll be my butler. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Shen Nanshi's face lit up with delight. He immediately stood up straight, responding respectfully. Professor Han Zhangbing, standing nearby, gave Shen Nanshi a meaningful look. He understood perfectly well this man, well known for his good deeds in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, had just taken a huge leap forward. While the big shots outside were still fighting tooth and nail over a Pandora, Shen Nanshi had quietly become the servant of a god. Lu Yuan waved his hand casually and opened the Pandora interface, his gaze settling on a particular figure. A subtle, knowing smile appeared on his gentle face. These two, their fates are already sealed. Inside a private dressing room at Hangzhou Grand Theater, Xia Lingling sat in front of the mirror, carefully applying lipstick to her lips with slender fingers. Just then, the door opened quietly and a figure slipped in, walking up behind her without a sound. Catching sight of the newcomer in the mirror, Xia Lingling's ordinary face instantly broke into a radiant smile. You're here. Her voice brimmed with joy. Hee, why are you so happy? I'm about to become famous. Aren't you already? You're the hottest name in Hangzhou's music scene these days. Both of them instinctively avoided the chairs, choosing instead to sit side by side on the floor near the wall. In front of Zhong Luanjuan, Xia Lingling seemed to shed all her burdens, becoming once again the village girl who once worked at Starbucks, not the rising star with a siren's voice on stage. I've been invited to perform as the finale at tomorrow's New Year reunion in Jian County. Xia Lingling stretched her arms and leaned her head back against the wall, excitement shining in her eyes. Will you come watch me perform? What's that? It's the annual gala for all the major families and social elites in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. If you get to close the show at this event, your status in the music world skyrockets. Even Aunt Sue from the Sue family tried to get me a spot, but couldn't. I see. Then I'll definitely be there. Don't worry. Hee. Just then, a shaft of sunlight streamed through the window, falling across the girl's face. Her fair, youthful cheeks glowed with a beauty that could steal anyone's breath away. The next day, dusk was settling in. At a manor near the foot of the mountains in Jian County, just outside Hangzhou, the place was filled with stars and socialites. Tisk, Zhong Luanjuan, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit and holding a glass of red wine with effortless grace, mingled among the elite with an easy smile, fitting in seamlessly. At 8 o'clock, the banquet hall was ablaze with light. Socialites and elites in glamorous attire gathered as the central lights came up. Wearing a flowing black gown, Xia Lingling descended the spiral staircase, her dress cascading down the steps like a waterfall. Instantly, she became the center of attention. From the second-floor railing, Zhong Luanjuan watched everything intently. Hello. A middle-aged man in a black suit appeared at his side, also holding a wine glass, leaning casually against the railing as he looked down at Xia Lingling. She's a beautiful girl. When Zhong Luanjuan didn't reply, the man didn't mind. With a slight smile, he continued. There's someone who would like to meet you. At night, the manor at the foot of the mountain in Jian County was brightly lit. Zhong Luanjuan stood on the second-floor terrace, a middle-aged man in a black suit by his side. I'm not interested, Zhong Luanjuan replied coolly, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. The middle-aged man gave a knowing smile, slowly raising his left hand from his suit pocket, aiming a gun at the graceful figure beneath the crystal chandelier downstairs. But just as he moved, Zhong Luanjuan's wine glass slipped from his hand. In a flash, he closed the distance, pinning the man's arm firmly against the railing with a swift, decisive move. Even more astonishing, Zhong Luanjuan managed to catch the falling wine glass with a flick of his toe. The dark red liquid rippled inside, but not a drop was spilled. With his free hand, he brought the glass to his lips and finished the wine in one gulp. Impressive. The middle-aged man gasped, finally giving up after a few futile struggles. Instead, an appreciative smile appeared on his face. So, do you have time now? Zhong Luanjuan glanced around. In every corner of the hall, and on the second floor, he spotted gun barrels aimed squarely at Xia Lingling. Now I do, he replied, releasing his grip. The man flexed his numb wrist and gestured for Zhong Luanjuan to follow. The two walked down the manor's long corridor, accompanied by the sound of Xia Lingling's beautiful singing. Her clear, expressive eyes swept the room. Lashes trembling, she was already aware of the hidden danger in Zhong Luanjuan's departure. They crossed the main building and entered a tea room inside a European-style house. An elderly man in a black tang jacket sat at the tea table, his gray hair framing a composed, dignified face. As the aroma of tea filled the room, the old man poured a cup for Zhong Lunyuan. Please, try this. It's fresh Longjing tea from Shifeng Mountain, picked just before the Qingming festival. Zhong Lunyuan drank it in one gulp. A cow chewing on peonies, the old man said with a wry smile, shaking his head. My surname is Lu, but most young people just call me Old Lu. From the old man's manner and bearing, Zhong Lunyuan could tell he was no ordinary person. Although his hands, clad in his signature thief's gloves, were slightly tense, he felt a bit more at ease. What do you want from me? Zhong Lunyuan asked directly. You're quite straightforward, Old Lu replied, taking a sip of tea. As he set down his cup, his expression turned serious. His gaze lingered on Zhong Lunjin's hands as he spoke calmly. That item you carry us into Pandora? The word sent a jolt through Zhong Lunyuan. Pandora was his greatest secret, yet this man had seen right through him. What unsettled him even more was how much the old man seemed to know about him, while he himself knew nothing about his hosts. The first time you made a move, you targeted Yu Guori's house, Old Lu continued. He listed all of Zhong Lunjin's actions one by one. Finally, his gaze softened as he looked at the young man and spoke gently. So, this Pandora's box, can it really give you the extraordinary skills and abilities of a master thief from a novel? What are you really trying to say, Zhong Lunyuan? Zhong Lunyuan fell silent for a moment before answering quietly, work with me. Whenever I need something done, you'll help me. Master Liu's eyes grew thoughtful, and he smiled. You set the terms money, status, whatever you want, it's not a problem. Zhong Lunyuan gave a mocking smile and replied coldly, money? How much is money worth if you can only spend it in the sunlight? The contempt in his voice was unmistakable, but Master Lu remained calm, settling back at the tea table with a composed expression. And those jewels and antiques used to no matter how valuable they are. Can you actually sell them? His gaze seemed to pierce through everything, making Zhong Lunyuan uneasy. Zhong Lunyuan tensed, then stood up, a flash of wariness and anger in his eyes. Sorry, I don't like being anyone's dog, he said coldly, preparing to leave. Yet Master Lu sat firm and unruffled at the tea table, as if everything was still under his control. As Zhong Lunyuan stepped forward, he suddenly felt a chill in the air, as if it carried news from afar. He spun around. A low, heavy breath sounded in his ear. In a flash, his fingers moved swiftly, blades shot out like meteors, knocking away a gun that had just been raised. Zhong Lunyuan darted forward, seized Master Lu with both hands, and gripped his throat, lifting him off the ground. Master Liu's face turned pale, his breathing labored. Just as he was about to suffocate, Zhong Lunyuan let go. Master Lu collapsed, coughing violently, clutching his throat as he struggled to catch his breath, as if he had just escaped death. Meanwhile, at the far end of the corridor outside the tea room, the black muzzle of a gun was aimed steadily at the door. If Zhong Lunyuan stepped out, a hail of bullets would instantly seal off every inch of space. No matter how skilled or quick he was, there would be no escape. Tell them to stand down, Zhong Lunyuan said in a low voice. Master Lu slowly recovered from his coughing fit. Though tired, he still managed a faint smile. It seems we underestimated you. Despite his ragged breathing, his eyes remained calm, as if the threat of death didn't faze him at all. Zhong Lunyuan stared intently at the old man. Confusion and wariness written clearly on his face. Why was someone like Master Lu still so calm and composed in the face of death? Master Lu staggered back to the tea table and drew a short knife. With a flash of the blade and a dull sound, he plunged the knife straight into his own heart. The room fell into utter silence as Zhong Lunjin's eyes widened in shock. Laolu, under the night sky, inside the Jiangxia Chamber of Commerce building, Gao Chongwen's eyes were filled with a mix of fury and grief as he called out in a trembling voice. Why did it have to come to this? Usually calm and collected, his face was now clouded with sorrow. It was just a Pandora's box. I never thought it would come to this, but there will be another chance. Zheng Weizong approached and patted Gao Chongwen on the shoulder, offering comfort. Chongwen, my condolences. We did everything we could. Instead of blocking the gunmen at the door, we stationed them 10 meters down the corridor. Ma Tianyin also stepped forward. A barely noticeable glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes before he quietly reassured Gao Chongwen. Steward Lu did this so the Gao family could seize the initiative in this new era. In the living room, the three of them stared intently at the screen, watching as heavily armed gunmen advanced step by step down the corridor toward the tea room. Inside, Zhong Lunjin's breathing grew rapid, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes darted anxiously around the elegant room, which now felt more like a cage than a sanctuary. Even in this dire situation, he couldn't fathom why that important figure had chosen to give up his life so easily. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Desire points 100, desire points 100. In a single apartment in Binjiang district, Lu Yuan lounged leisurely on a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, calmly watching the life and death struggle unfolding in the distance. He adjusted his glasses and a knowing smile played at the corners of his lips, as if he had foreseen everything. Meanwhile, in the manor, The last notes of Xia Lingling's siren-like song faded beneath the glittering crystal chandelier. The ruby ring on her finger glinted with an uncanny light. Suddenly, led by the youngest member of the Gao family, a group of noble children dashed joyfully toward the annex. The abrupt commotion threw the security team into disarray. They needed to stop the children from scattering, but didn't dare make any reckless moves. Wait, don't shoot. Nobody shoot. Seeing his own grandson appear in the corridor, Zheng Weizong shot to his feet, shouting desperately. In that instant, Zhong Lunyuan seized the opportunity. He burst out of the tea room and into the hallway. Taking advantage of the gunman's hesitation, he threw himself through a window, shards of glass flying as he disappeared into the night. For a split second, he had considered grabbing a child as a hostage, but the fleeting chance left him no time to hesitate. At the manor's side gate, Zhong Lunyuan glanced back at a body lying in a pool of blood, then jumped into a black Maybach. With a roar, the 3 million yuan luxury car crashed through the iron gate and sped down the road toward the city. An eerie silence hung over the empty road. There wasn't another car in sight. Suddenly, blinding spotlights flared as a heavy truck closed in from behind, and another appeared ahead. The two massive vehicles tightened their blockade, ramming and squeezing the Maybach. As the brake lights of the truck in front flashed, the engine of the one behind thundered, and in moments, the luxury sedan was crushed like paper. At the last possible second, Zhong Lunyuan flung open the door and jumped into the next lane only to collide head-on with an SUV that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The impact shattered the windshield, sending agony searing through his body. As a cold gun barrel emerged from the SUV's window, he gritted his teeth, forced himself up, and hurled himself into the nearby river. Huh, Qingzi, what are you doing? Inside the girls' dormitory at Hangzhou Normal University, under the cover of night, a girl with a white facial mask looked up and saw her roommate, Ma Qing, standing solemnly at the desk. Ma Qing was holding 3 sticks of sandalwood incense, bowing reverently towards the images of immortals and Buddhas hanging on the wall. Oh, it's nothing. Ma Qing, caught in the act, scratched her head and flashed a sheepish grin. After spending some time with the Pandora investigation team, she had been allowed to return to campus life, only needing to check in and attend training sessions once a week. Once her roommate looked away, Ma Qing pressed her lips together, a hint of resentment flickering in her eyes. She muttered under her breath, "Let's do this. I can't stall any longer. If luck's on my side, I hope whoever tried to harm me last time gets what they deserve. Please." Having showered and burned incense, she reached for the black die hanging around her neck, her gaze focused and intense. The die rolled crisply across the desk and finally stopped, showing a clear number 5. Meanwhile, a white sedan was weaving through the city at night. Li Chengbai steered with one hand, his gaze, behind gold-rimmed glasses, casually sweeping the narrow road ahead. Suddenly, in the headlights, a dark figure collapsed heavily onto the ground in the distance. Li Chengbai hit the brakes, and the car jolted to a stop. He paused, an odd expression flickering in his eyes. Why does this scene feel so familiar? After a few seconds of hesitation, he opened the door and walked over to the fallen figure, looking down to check. As he examined the person more closely, surprise flashed across his face. Still alive after that? A short while later, the white sedan pulled into the courtyard of a village in the city. A young man, Xiao Jian, was already waiting. He opened the iron gate to let the car in, then locked it behind them. "Dr. Li," Xiao Jian greeted respectfully. "Yeah, help me carry him to the operating room and take off his clothes," Li Chengbai instructed briefly. He then went inside first to change into medical scrubs, put on gloves, and stood by the operating table. "Dr. Li, I can't get his gloves off," Xiao Jian reported. "Never mind, just leave them on. You can go now." After Xiao Jian left, Li Chengbai turned his attention back and, with precise skill, used the creator's blade to cut open the man's skin. When he saw the tissue beneath, his pupils contracted sharply and surprise crossed his face. "Pandora?" As if recalling something, Li Chengbai glanced at the black, open-toed gloves on the man's hands. At that moment, even though the man had already been given anesthesia, he coughed once and then suddenly opened his eyes, locking gazes directly with Li Chengbai. Elsewhere, the manor in Jian County was brightly lit against the night. Zhong Lunyuan had just escaped from the annex, and the entire estate's security was on high alert. Inside the grand main building, under the sparkling stars, 2 heavy wooden doors were tightly shut, with security guards in black suits posted all around. "Lingling, your performance just now was incredible." Mrs. Su stood beside Xia Lingling, her eyes full of admiration. "Thank you, Auntie Su." Xia Lingling gracefully held her dress and smiled in response. As she glanced at the crowd of distinguished guests gathering around, her chin lifted ever so slightly. In that subtle gesture, a new, unmistakable confidence emerged, a sign that the girl who once came from the countryside was fading away, replaced by someone far more dazzling. The next day, bright sunlight poured over the city. Skyworth Tower, 15th floor. How did these two meet again? Lu Yuan leaned back against his chair, gazing into the distance through the Pandora interface. The latest news about Zhong Lunyuan. who had fallen into the river the previous night, left him visibly surprised Li Chengbai was actually planning to transform Zhong Luoyuan. Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched slightly. After a moment of contemplation, a knowing smile appeared on his lips. Could they really create a monster that surpasses a third-tier Pandora? A knock at the office door interrupted his thoughts. His subordinate, Ma Shuxing, stepped in. Boss, Vice President Lin wants to see the project report. All right, got it. Lu Yuan closed the Pandora interface, picked up the folder, and left the office. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the corridor, casting a long shadow behind him. Meanwhile, Nieshayu was in the finance department's office. Dressed in a crisp white suit and a fitted pencil skirt, her black stockings accentuated her elegant silhouette. Casually slipping off her heels, she stepped onto a chair and then onto the desk, pretending to reach for something on the bookshelf. At that moment, Lu Yuan knocked and entered. Nieshayu lost her footing and tilted to the side. Lu Yuan calmly adjusted his glasses and caught her. On instinct, Nieshayu wrapped her arms around his neck, her long lashes trembling, her stocking-clad feet curling nervously. In truth, she had only intended to fake a fall, but seeing Lu Yuan caught her off guard, causing her to genuinely lose her balance. Clearing her throat, she blushed and pulled away from his arms, quickly slipping her shoes back on and taking her seat behind the desk. Before she could say anything, Lu Yuan spoke up. Don't worry, I won't say a word. As night fell, in a basement somewhere, Yu Grue was tied to a chair. He panted heavily, his round face etched with fear. Wait, I remember now. There is someone named Louis, all call him Old Lu. He's the chief steward of the Gao family in Hangxing. Zhong Luoyuan put away his blade, his deep gaze fixed on Yu Grue, then left the basement in silence. Driving through neon-lit streets, he rolled down the window and let the night wind rush in. He recalled Li Chengbei's words. When you put on the gloves, a mysterious energy or perhaps an electrical signal will surge inside you, stimulating your body. But your previous body was too bulky, and in theory, that limited the boost from this mysterious energy. The spring evening breeze brushed gently against his face, lifting the fringe of his hair. 40 minutes later, Zhong Luoyuan got off the car and activated his heightened senses. Within a 10-meter radius, every subtle shift in the air became part of his perception, bringing the faintest sounds and movements to his attention. He walked forward with unhurried steps, as if taking a leisurely stroll, making his way toward the courtyard. Li Chengbai's words echoed in his mind. When you pierce these 3 specific points with the needles, your adrenaline and other hormones will increase by 10%, significantly boosting your explosive strength and reflexes. In the next instant, 3 silver needles swiftly pierced into his body. Already enhanced by the Thief King's gloves, his physical abilities became even more formidable. Without missing a beat, he pushed off lightly with one foot, grabbed the edge with one hand, and vaulted effortlessly over the 3-meter-high wall. The evening wind carried a faint, unfamiliar scent. As night deepened, at 10 o'clock, outside the Gao family estate, Gao Yatinga, third-generation family member and a current university student, parked her car some distance from the main gate. She glanced at her phone, frowning. Strange, why isn't anyone answering? Stepping out, she walked to the gate and tapped lightly on the iron door, then waved her hand in front of the security camera. Everything around the estate was eerily silent, as if the world itself had come to a standstill. She quickly dialed another number on her phone. A few minutes later, the gates slowly opened, revealing the imposing courtyard within. Her face instantly went pale, and she staggered back in terror, letting out a scream. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, at the Pandora Special Investigation Unit, when Zhao Xiaoxue answered the call, her expression shifted. She hurried over to Maan Bong and reported quietly, "Team Leader Ma, something's happened at the Gao residence." Maan Bong immediately sat up straight, his face tense. The repercussions of this incident will be enormous. It might even attract the attention of international power players. His gaze grew distant, his voice heavy. As expected, it's happened after all. Zhao Xiaoxue continued. Last night, an unexplained incident occurred outside a road in Jian County. It may have been an attack on a Pandora user, possibly a counterattack from another user. The news spread rapidly through the phone lines, crossing the boundaries of powerful families and multinational corporations alike. Each call was like a fateful pendulum, sounding the alarm and signaling the arrival of a crisis. At the same time, in a luxurious downtown apartment in Hangzhou, cool moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious living room. Xia Lingling sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Suddenly, the door opened gently. She turned to look, and when she saw the familiar young figure, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Zhong Luoyuan paused for a moment, as if sensing something. He spoke softly, "I'm glad you're okay." She nodded. Xia Lingling was also aware of the changes within herself, changes that seemed connected to her first use of the siren ring's beguiling power the previous night. "Those kids from last night." Zhong Luoyuan sat down beside her, but before finishing his thought, he added, "Thank you." In preparing to leave Hangzhou, he looked at her, his voice sounding again. When he saw how calm she remained, a flash of disappointment crossed his eyes. but he didn't linger. Standing up, he opened his arms with a breezy smile. Before I go, how about a hug? Xia Lingling didn't refuse. She stood and opened her arms as well. As she moved closer for the embrace, an inexplicable sense of aversion welled up inside her. Still, she didn't pull away and murmured, forget it. I hope the next time I hear about you, it's because the whole world is cheering for you. Zhong Lunjin's hands paused. He patted himself off, turned with a casual air, and left, his figure disappearing through the doorway. Xia Lingling watched the closed door, her gaze distant and empty. Under the cover of night, elsewhere, Ma Tianyun received a call. For a moment, he was stunned, then collapsed heavily back into his chair, his face drained of all color. Mr. Ma, get the car ready. I need to go to the airport in Modu. At 10:30 p.m., Ma Tianyun stood in his office, his expression shifting between uncertainty and determination. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed quickly. Moments later, his new secretary hurried in. As soon as the secretary left to prepare the car, Ma Tianyun began pacing back and forth. He grabbed his coat, stuffed a few important items into his pockets, and strode out the door. A convoy of 3 black sedans cut through the night streets of Hangzhou. Sitting in the back seat, Ma Tianyun felt his heart beating faster, a vague sense of unease creeping over him. Forcing himself to focus elsewhere, he gazed out the window at the rapidly receding streetlights and the towering city skyline. Suddenly, a special phone in his pocket vibrated. Ma Tianyun quickly pulled it out, took a deep breath when he saw the caller ID, and answered with deliberate care. Good morning, Mr. Adam, he greeted fluently, a professional smile on his face. During the call, Ma Tianyun revealed everything he knew about Pandora. Yes, these extraordinary abilities do come from Pandora artifacts. With each one you control, you gain a new supernatural power. As the conversation went on, his forced smile faded, replaced by genuine excitement and eagerness. All right, Mr. Adam. They'll see you in 10 hours. As the convoy approached the highway entrance, the radio suddenly crackled to life. Up ahead at the intersection, several men and women in black suits stood waiting, their faces solemn. At the highway entrance, Maan Bong stood by the roadside in a gray jacket. His assistant, Zhao Xiaoxue, glanced toward the group and asked quietly, Team Leader Ma, who are those people? Don't worry about them, Maan Bong replied in a low voice. Let's take Ma Tianyun with us first. We'll question him, then hand him over. The aftermath of the Gao family incident had exploded like an invisible nuclear bomb, drawing the attention of the highest authorities. A modern military force land, sea, and air was about to be stationed in Hangzhou, officially under the Pandora Special Investigation Unit. Stop the car, Ma Tianyun ordered quietly, eyes closed. Meanwhile, in luxurious estates, villas, and high-rise offices across North America, France, and the United Kingdom, crystal devices lit up, projecting images of pyramids and the eye within. Figures seated in high-backed chairs appeared on the screens. Everyone, its name is Pandora. Just listen, what a beautiful name. So far, at least 4 types of Pandora have been confirmed. One that can change a person's appearance, one that can summon the dead, one that can control animals, and another that can turn someone into an agile thief or rather, a top-tier assassin. The man, who looked like a priest, spoke with a smile. Its origin lies in Hangzhou, in the east. Damn it, how could such an extraordinary creation come from the east? The priest continued. In Lighthouse Country, the 101-year-old Rockefeller, who could only stay alive by constantly receiving heart transplants from the young, tapped his fingers on the arm of his chair. Of all those who desired Pandora, he wanted it the most. Only the miraculous Pandora might offer him eternal life. At his level, wealth and status meant nothing. Immortality was all he pursued. Send our people to Hangzhou, whatever the cost. We need Pandora. Perhaps we should gain the trust of those Pandora users lurking in the shadows, let them work for us, and give them everything they want. That prominent family in Hangzhou was truly foolish. Why provoke someone with unknown abilities? Similar conversations echoed around the world. These were people who could command vast resources, sway the outcome of a medium-sized war, and influence the fate of billions. They held a meeting that lasted 3 hours. When it ended, orders were sent out and plans set in motion. The next day, Hangzhou, on the 59th floor of a skyscraper, Lu Yuan sat across from Professor Han Zhanbing. Wearing a gentle smile, Lu Yuan poured tea for the professor while recounting in detail the recent hunts and counterattacks. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Professor Han listened intently. When Lu Yuan gestured for him to take the tea, he snapped out of his trance, quickly accepted the cup with both hands, and replied respectfully. The local power was wiped out by a Pandora user. Professor Han sighed, then said in a serious tone, I'm not surprised. This is only the first incident, it won't be the last. Mr. Lu, do you know which family it was? The Gao family, Lu Yuan replied gently. Hearing the name, Professor Han didn't doubt him. A complex expression crossed his face. Old Master Gao Chongwen. I met him once a long time ago. He shook his head. Although news was spreading like wildfire among the elite, nothing had leaked to the general public. Mr. Lu, I think I need to revise my predictions about Pandora's development, Professor Han said. Oh, Please go ahead, Lu Yuan replied, taking a sip of tea with a smile. We evaluate Pandora in terms of its influence, lethality, and strangeness. So far, although the existing Pandoras are uncontrollable on an individual level, from a higher perspective, they're still just toys. For the first time, the sociology professor referred to Pandora as toys. Lu Yuan simply smiled and waited for him to continue. Han Zhangbing saw that Mr. Lu had no particular reaction and breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. Therefore, we can conclude that, at least for now, those who use Pandora are still at a disadvantage compared to the established elite, given the resources those elites control. Of course, that doesn't mean Pandora users aren't a threat at this stage. The Gao family is the most obvious example. His voice was calm, but his eyes gleamed with sharp analysis. As a result, we're likely to see open conflict subside for a while, or, to be more precise, become more concealed. Local powerhouses and influential families will start reaching out to Pandora users wherever they can find them. Han Zhangbing paused, his tone growing heavier. But when Pandora users reach a higher level, a new class of power will emerge, and a conflict with the old rentier class will become inevitable. That's a prediction I made before, and it still stands. By the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lu Yuan stood quietly, the blue sky and a few scattered clouds just outside. He wore a faint smile, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, simply listening in silence. As dusk fell, the city's neon lights began to flicker on. A black sedan slowly pulled up outside the Su family estate, its tires crunching softly over the gravel drive before coming to a stop in the center of the courtyard. Shen Shan pushed Shen Nanqi's wheelchair, following behind the butler at a measured pace. A light blanket covered Shen Nanqi's legs, and his sharp gaze swept over the security staff along the way, a subtle, meaningful smile appearing on his aged face. After the Gao family incident, not only Hangzhou but even the major figures in Beijing immediately ramped up their security measures. Guards, surveillance, and various security systems now formed a tight net, leaving almost no blind spots. Everyone was on high alert. Nansher, what brings you here in person? Su Shun, the patriarch of the Su family, greeted Shen Nansher in the receiving room. He poured him a cup of hot tea and got straight to the point. No rush, Su, Shen Nansher replied, shaking his head with a mysterious smile. Su Shun frowned slightly, about to say more, when footsteps sounded outside the room. The old butler hurried over and bent down to whisper a few words in Su Shen's ear. No visitors. I'm not seeing anyone, Su Shen said firmly, frowning. But as soon as he noticed the meaningful look on Shen Nanqi's face, he quickly added, Nansher isn't an outsider. Su, Shen Nansher spoke suddenly, his tone carrying unmistakable weight. You should see him. Su Shen's expression grew serious as their eyes met. After a moment's silence, he seemed to read something in Shen Nanqi's gaze. He finally nodded to the butler. Bring him in. Soon, a young man strode into the quiet Su family estate. When he entered the receiving room and stood before Su Shun and Shen Nansher, everyone recognized him as one of the Gao family's few survivors. Yet there was something odd about the smile on his face. He looked first at Shen Nansher, then turned to Su Shun. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out a black invitation and offered it respectfully with both hands. At the same time, his facial features began to shift in a strange, unsettling way. Mr. Su, my master invites you, the young man said calmly. Nearly 90 years old and just a year younger than Shen Nansher, Su Shun's eyes widened, his expression shifting rapidly. He stared at the black invitation in front of him, then abruptly turned to look at Shen Nansher, who was calmly sipping his tea. Pandora Management Committee? Su family, Hangzhou. After what happened to the Gao family, at this critical moment, who wouldn't be wary if not outright fearful of anyone connected to Pandora? The Su family patriarch sat upright and composed. When Lu Yang appeared at the door, a flicker of alarm flashed in the eyes of the nearly 90-year-old man. He quickly withdrew his gaze from Shen Nansher and reached out to take the mysterious invitation. Opening it, he saw only 8 characters inside, but even that made his eyelids twitch involuntarily. Pandora? Management? Su Shen's mind was racing. What kind of organization would dare use such a name? Are they reckless upstarts, or a hidden power truly capable of managing those with Pandora's abilities? Countless speculations flashed through his mind in an instant. Inside the Su family's sitting room, Lu Yang handed over the invitation and stepped aside, smiling politely and waiting patiently. He knew full well no one could turn down an invitation from the Mr. Please, have a seat, Su Shen said, hiding his swirling thoughts. Whatever the truth behind this Pandora Management Committee, he treated the invitation with the utmost care and turned to Lu Yang, gesturing for him to sit. Nansher, would you mind stepping aside with me for a moment? Su Shen glanced at Lu Yang. Seeing no objection, he turned to Shen Nansher and made his request. Shen Nansher smiled gently and nodded, leaning on his cane as the two of them entered a side room together. As soon as the door closed, Su Shen couldn't hold back any longer. Nansher, our families have been close since the Ming Dynasty, standing together for centuries. You and I grew up as brothers. His voice grew serious. Tell me, what's your connection to this Pandora Management Committee? with the Gao family, one of Hangzhou's four great families, having just suffered a disaster, and now this mysterious committee showing up at his door, Su Shen knew he had to tread carefully. One wrong move could spell disaster. Thanks to the Mister's trust, I've had the fortune to join the committee, Shun Nansha replied with a respectful gesture, his tone calm and steady. Throughout their conversation, Su Shun watched Shin Nansha closely and picked up on the same hint of reverence on his friend's face when he mentioned the Mister, just like the young man outside. The Mister? Su Shin probed. Is he also a Pandora user? Shin Nansha met his friend's gaze calmly. Su, our families have been close for generations. I won't hide what I can share. The Mister's existence is not for me to judge. In these turbulent times, being invited by him is a blessing, not a misfortune, for the Su family. As he finished, Shen Nansha raised a hand and pointed to the sky, then lowered his gaze, signaling he would say no more. Su Shun's eyes narrowed, understanding the message. Soon after, the two old friends left the side room and, together with Lu Yang waiting in the sitting room, got into two cars and disappeared into the night. A gentle spring breeze brushed against their faces. At a late-night food stall by the roadside, Li Chengbai ordered some skewers and a few side dishes. Once the food arrived, a man in a black trench coat silently took the seat across from him. When are we leaving? Li Chengbai asked without even looking up, picking up a skewer of lamb as he spoke. In a little while. Where to? Li Chengbai continued. Of course, if it's not convenient, you don't have to say. There's a cargo ship heading to Vancouver, North America, tonight. I might take that route. Zhong Lunyuan sat in the dim corner of the restaurant, his black trench coat accentuating the weariness on his face. His gaze lingered on the unopened bottle of beer on the table. With a gentle touch, the cap popped off effortlessly. He poured the beer into a disposable cup, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I'm leaving soon. Let's have a drink. Li Chengbai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, took the cup, and sipped. Watching Zhong Lunyuan down his drink in one go, he asked calmly, if you had another chance, would you still want Pandora? Zhong Lunjan's expression grew serious, but he answered without hesitation, before Pandora, I was just going through the motions working, commuting, earning money, paying off loans. The best I could hope for was meeting an average woman through a blind date, having a kid, and living a life with no waves. He looked Li Chengbai in the eye. These past 20-some years combined couldn't compare to the excitement of this past month. To glimpse the truth in the morning, and die content by evening so be it. Li Chengbai nodded in silence. After a moment, he asked again, how much do you know about that gentleman? That gentleman? Zhong Lunjan's gaze darkened. He shook his head. Perhaps he's a god. He put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, then stood and patted Li Chengbai on the shoulder. Don't mess with taboos. It's getting late. I have to go. If there's a chance, let's keep in touch online. By the way, if you can, look after my parents for me. I really owe them. Zhong Lunjan's figure vanished into the night, leaving only a slip of paper on the table. Li Chengbai glanced at it, then left the restaurant as well. Lately, he had felt increasingly constrained by his identity being an ordinary doctor limited his access to research resources and forced him to stay vigilant, careful not to attract attention from certain people. A doctor? A mysterious doctor from the underworld? Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, he walked along the street, headlights from passing cars throwing his shadow in and out of the darkness. It was 10 o'clock at night, on the 59th floor of a high-rise. Lu Yuan sat on a sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently stroking a lazy black cat in his arms. His eyes fell on three neatly arranged items on the table: a werewolf card from the game Werewolf, a championship boxing belt, and a battered Type 54 pistol stained with dried blood. Now that I've expanded the search, third-tier Pandoras are much easier to find, he murmured, then, without hesitation, injected 3 third-tier Pandoras into each of the items. A mysterious transformation began. The black cat, Lao Bai, lazily lifted its head and meowed. Once everything settled, Lu Yuan studied the newly transformed objects. When his gaze landed on the werewolf card, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, this is an interesting power lie. Pandora's ability is both strange and dangerous. Whenever the user tells a lie, that lie becomes uncannily real, as if it had always existed. The more logically consistent the lie, the more convincing the fabricated identity becomes, making it nearly impossible for others to detect. The only price to pay is that the user will eventually become lost in their own false persona, gradually forgetting who they truly are. As for this ability, well, it's rather ordinary. When the belt is worn, it enhances the wearer's strength, especially in boxing, allowing every punch to carry enough force to tear through the air. As for the Type 54 pistol, it's just about adequate. What makes it unique is that it can fire without bullets. This is because, once, an old detective accidentally fired a shot that missed its target, which somehow gave the gun an unusual tracking ability. Not bad, an unexpected bonus. After reading the information, Lu Yuan frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He fell into deep thought, and after a brief pause, his expression relaxed, the corners of his mouth lifting as he murmured under his breath, I suppose this will do, ding. Naming complete. Pandora 3012, Prophet's Card. Pandora 3013, Champion's Belt. Pandora 3014, Justice Pistol. At that moment, a black sedan slowly approached the building. Su Jia's patriarch, Su Shun, sat in the back seat, his expression grave as he looked out the window. Shortly after leaving home, he had started to sense that something was off. The car seemed to have entered a topsy-turvy version of Hangqing, with the streets of the east and west districts tangled together in a bewildering way. For someone unfamiliar with Hangqing, it might not seem unusual, but for Su Shun, who knew the city like the back of his hand, the dissonance was almost suffocating. It was as if he were trapped in a surreal dream, where everything felt disturbingly unreal, as if reality itself were breaking apart. They arrived. Lu Yong stopped the car, glanced at Su Shun in the rearview mirror, and said quietly, "We're here." Su Shun took a deep breath, feeling a bit more at ease. He hadn't brought his butler, and instead leaned on his cane as he followed Lu Yong out of the car. Looking up, he saw Shun Nanshi stepping out of another vehicle. Their eyes met, and Su Shun felt a sense of calm settle over him. Together, they entered the elevator and headed up to the 59th floor. When they stepped out, Su Shun spotted a figure leaning by the window in the distance, bathed in gentle, pale moonlight. The man was looking down at a book, but upon hearing their approach, he slowly lifted his head. In that moment, Su Shun's gaze was drawn to him. But just as he tried to get a better look, the man's figure suddenly blurred, as if some mysterious force was at work, commanding awe and forbidding direct attention. Late at night in Hangzhou, inside the meeting room of the Pandora Special Investigation Unit, a stern-looking middle-aged man appeared in the first video window on the screen, watching Maan Bong intently from afar. As his final gentle reminder echoed, Maan Bong stood straight and saluted the screen. When the video ended, the room fell silent. Maan Bong remained where he was, rubbing his brow in exhaustion. He hadn't slept a wink in the 36 hours since the Gao family tragedy, caught in one meeting after another. As the newly appointed deputy leader of the National Pandora Special Investigation Unit, his rank was just shy of a deputy in national security, but his benefits were already on par. As soon as he stepped out of the meeting room, his assistant Zhao Xiaoxua hurried over. "Chief Ma Qing has been waiting for you. She says it's urgent. Let's go." Maan Bong yawned and led Zhao Xiaoxua down the corridor to the lounge. Ma Qing sat at the long table, looking anxious. "Get me a strong coffee," Maan Bong told Zhao Xiaoxua before sitting across from Ma Qing. "What's going on?" Ma Qing hesitated before speaking. "Chief Ma, the night before last, I rolled a 5, but nothing good happened at all. I even bought a scratch-off ticket on purpose, but didn't win a thing, not even enough to break even." "The night before last?" Ma Yanbang's hand paused mid-sip, and he looked up at the college student in shock. At the same time, on the 59th floor of the building, Lu Yuan lounged lazily on the sofa, a black cat in his arms. Lu Yong stood behind him, while Shun Nanshi and Su Shun sat across, both looking grave. "Mr. Lu," Su Shun swallowed hard. "Are you saying that the Pandora we know now is just the lowest tier? That in the future, even more powerful Pandora will appear, possibly even forbidden objects that can alter the very fabric of the world?" This secret, which none of them had ever heard before, stunned everyone present. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. "That's right. So, Mr. Su, would you like to become the first external member of the Pandora Management Committee? If you join, they'll protect you, and no Pandora user will be allowed to harm you." "All Pandora users?" Su Shun asked, his voice trembling. Master Zu's breathing grew labored. That single sentence had revealed a shocking amount of information. Even Shun Nanshi and the other two quickly suppressed their turbulent thoughts. What kind of status does it take for someone to offer protection with just the word forbidden? Lu Yuan wore a faint, polite smile, but didn't answer. He understood that a family like the Zus, while not at the very top, had managed thanks to luck and vision to win his favor. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. "Of course, if you're unwilling, I won't insist," Lu Yuan added. "I'm willing. The Su family is willing." Su Shun replied quickly, a hint of urgency in his voice. "Not the Su family. You," Lu Yuan corrected gently, shaking his head. A flash of disappointment crossed Su Shun's face, but he quickly composed himself and nodded without hesitation. "I'm willing. I, Su Shun, am willing." Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "Within the next 3 days, please transfer $100 million to the account Nanshi provides." Although his tone was calm, as if it were nothing important, Lu Yuan knew very well that in this material world, financial resources held true power. After hearing this, Su Shun didn't linger. He exchanged a few words with Shun Nanshi, then tactfully excused himself and left. The next morning was bright and sunny. As usual, Lu Yuan dressed simply a white short-sleeved shirt, black trousers, and black-rimmed glasses. Carrying his briefcase, he had just stepped out the door when his neighbor, the single mother Shun Hongru, greeted him. "Good morning, Uncle Lu." Shun Hongru's voice carried a smile, her gaze involuntarily drawn to his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Even though they'd interacted before, she still found herself captivated by his natural presence whenever she saw him. "Good morning, Uncle." Wan came running over, quickly slipping her small hand into his palm. Bouncing along beside him, she looked especially adorable. She happily walked downstairs with Lu Yuan. Even though he could no longer pick her up from school, she still cherished these moments of holding his hand every day. "Bye, Uncle Lu." Wan waved at him, her face beaming with joy. Lu Yuan smiled back, stepping into the apartment building's elevator in good spirits. As the doors opened, warm sunlight spilled across his refined features. He casually placed 3 Pandora charms in different spots, then continued on his way to work. At Shuangwei Technology's HR department that morning, Nieshayu slumped into her seat, holding a bag of freshly bought breakfast. Her face was filled with frustration, as if she were about to burst into tears. "Seriously, Xiaoyu, you didn't get to deliver breakfast again?" Her friend, Kai Mingqi, peeked over from the next desk, frowning at Xiaoyu's gloomy expression. "Yeah," Xiaoyu pouted, nodding without much energy. Kai Mingqi lowered her voice, glancing around before whispering, "Did Deputy Director Lin run into Supervisor Lu in front of the plaza again? Come on, how can it be a coincidence every time? No one's that lucky." Xiaoyu nodded irritably. "It was just a chance encounter, that's all." "A chance encounter? No way." Kai Mingqi rolled her eyes. "Deputy Director Lin has been waiting out there for days just to bump into Supervisor Lu. And honestly, Xiaoyu, you're too timid. Why did you run away as soon as you saw Deputy Director Lin? You're Supervisor Lu's girlfriend, you can't just give up like that." Xiaoyu frowned. "He's always polite but distant with Deputy Director Lin. There's really nothing going on." Kai Mingqi pursed her lips, muttering, "Forget it. I guess Supervisor Lu is just out of everyone's league. No one can measure up, not even Deputy Director Lin." Xiaoyu pouted, but deep down, she couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. "After all, Director Lu always has lunch with me every day." Xiaoyu rested her head on her desk, quietly reassuring herself. Just as she finished speaking, Kai Mingqi reached out stealthily for the breakfast bag, chuckling, "Can't let this go to waste." Nieshayu rolled her eyes, but didn't respond. The morning passed quickly, and soon it was lunchtime. Nieshayu took a deep breath, steadied herself, and followed Director Lu toward the company cafeteria on the 11th floor. But as they approached the entrance, the rhythmic click of high heels echoed behind them, making Nieshayu tense up instinctively. "Director Lu." A cool, clear voice came from behind. Nieshayu turned and found herself face-to-face with Deputy General Manager Lin Xiuyue. Lin glanced briefly at Nieshayu before shifting her gaze to Director Lu and calmly said, "What a coincidence. Mind if I join you for lunch?" Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, a gentle smile on his face. "No, thank you. I already have someone to eat with." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Qiyu's eyes fell on Nieshayu. Feeling the pressure, Nieshayu lowered her head, nerves getting the better of her. She almost wanted to turn and run, but forced herself to say, "Oh, right, Director Lu, I just remembered I have something to take care of, so I can't have lunch with you today." With that, she hurriedly left the cafeteria, almost as if fleeing. Lu Yuan watched her go, his gaze lingering on her retreating figure for a moment. To him, both Lin Xiuyue and Nieshayu were like different spices in life. He wasn't about to give up on Nieshayu easily, but if she chose to keep her distance, he wouldn't go out of his way to hold her back either. Outside the cafeteria window, the sky was a clear, brilliant blue. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, suddenly letting out a quiet hum. As he looked up, "What is it?" Lin Xiuyue, and noticed the change in his expression, her red lips curling up as she asked sharply. "It's nothing," Lu Yuan replied with a smile, regaining his composure. Meanwhile, just 40 minutes by high-speed rail from Hangzhou, in the heart of Shanghai, a young man with an unremarkable appearance and thick glasses emerged from the subway station outside a landmark skyscraper. He stood before the towering trio of buildings, gazing up in awe. His eyes swept across this precious strip of land, watching the professionals bustling through, and he felt a surge of longing. Swallowing nervously, the young man was filled with emotion. Just a week ago, he had been an ordinary office worker. Then a stroke of luck changed everything, stumbled upon a magical hourglass that allowed him to enter other people's dreams. He stepped into the Shanghai World Financial Center, head bowed slightly, feeling out of place but determined. "Hello, my name is Deng Jiawei. I have an appointment," he said, his voice tinged with nerves. The receptionist smiled and nodded. "Mr. Deng, welcome. Please follow me." She led the way to the elevators, her footsteps echoing in the lobby. Soon, Deng Jiawei arrived at the 79th floor, home to JP Morgan Chase's Shanghai branch. The receptionist guided him into the company. At the same time, on the 93rd floor of the same tower, Guo Jiwen, CEO of JP Morgan Chase Greater Zhao region, stood respectfully in front of his desk and said, "Mr. Diamond, the target has arrived." A young, handsome Caucasian man sat in a chair facing away from the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at Shanghai's dazzling skyline. There was a hint of arrogance in his smile as he turned to Guo Jiwen. "Huh, as you Zhao people say, sometimes things just fall right into your lap." He stood up, eyes bright. "Let's go. I want to see this mysterious Pandora for myself." Shanghai, World Financial Center. 90th floor. Deng Jiawei sat on a luxurious leather sofa in the opulent reception room. His breathing slightly quickened. His gaze swept across the tastefully decorated space crystal chandeliers sparkled overhead, and the imported carpet felt thick and soft beneath his feet. He pressed down lightly on the wool carpet, a small smile unconsciously lifting the corners of his mouth. The reception room was empty except for him, waiting alone. After a moment, he stood up carefully and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the bustling city below. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, a young, handsome Western man, Jamie Damon, was browsing information on his tablet, occasionally glancing up at the reception room's surveillance feed. He turned and handed the tablet to a middle-aged man beside him, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. He was born to be someone's lapdog. Outside the reception room, Guo Jiwen looked anxious and spoke up in warning. Mr. Damon, according to the latest intelligence, even the most ordinary person can become incredibly dangerous with Pandora in their hands. Are you telling me how to do my job? Jamie Damon slipped one hand into his suit pocket. His charming features darkened instantly, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he stared down the Chinese executive from Morgan's Zhao district. I wouldn't dare. Guo Jiwen quickly bowed his head. Jamie pushed open the door and strode in, his face once again wearing a warm, friendly smile. Sir. Deng Jiawei jumped at the sound of the door, spinning around in alarm. Seeing the newcomer's aristocratic demeanor, he instinctively bent at the waist, stammering as he greeted him. Jiawei, my friend, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jamie walked over with open arms. Just call me Jamie, everyone does. Deng Jiawei was both flattered and nervous, responding cautiously, a hint of delight welling up inside him. All right, Jiawei, let's have a look at your Pandora. Jamie smiled. The Mirage Hourglass? Jamie's gaze fixed on the radiant hourglass glowing with a glassy sheen, carefully pronouncing its unusual name. So what does it do? Go on, let me experience its incredible power for myself. At Jamie's request, Deng Jiawei flipped the hourglass, sending the blue sand slowly trickling down. An invisible wave rippled outward in an instant. Jamie, seated on the sofa, let out a yawn and slumped back, drifting into sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on an island off the eastern coast of the Caribbean. Lost in the illusion of the dream, he completely forgot he was asleep, indulging in the extravagant life before him. Deng Jiawei appeared on the same island, wide-eyed and cautious as he took in the fantastical world. He tried to approach Jamie, but unexpectedly, Jamie, surrounded by beautiful women, suddenly turned. The handsome man's face twisted with suspicion, and he drew his pistol, firing 3 sharp shots. Bang, bang, bang. Before Deng Jiawei could react, bullets struck his arms and legs. At the same time, alarms blared across the island. Heavily armed security forces surged in from all directions, and the distant thump of helicopter blades filled the air. That overwhelming, chilling atmosphere seemed poised to swallow Deng Jiawei whole. He was just an ordinary person getting Pandora hadn't changed. Thatso had never encountered anything like this before. All he wanted was to get out quickly. His trembling fingers reached inside his jacket, but before he could finish the motion, a gunshot shattered the air. Jamie Dimon, a white man with striking features twisted in aggression, pulled the trigger again, the cold barrel aimed straight at Deng Jiawei. The bullet pierced his forehead, a burst of red blooming before his eyes, and the island in his vision shattered and collapsed. In that final moment of life, as if in a fleeting dream, he caught a glimpse of the former president of the lighthouse nation walking slowly by the pool not far away, a familiar figure that made his pupils contract in shock. In the guest lounge on the 90th floor of the Global Financial Center, 2 men on the sofa opened their eyes at the same time. Jamie Dimon was momentarily disoriented, but quickly regained his composure, a flicker of suspicion and surprise flashing in his eyes as he stared intently at Deng Jiawei across from him. Jiawei, I'm glad you could join us. The next second, Jamie stood up, a warm smile spreading across his face as he opened his arms to Deng Jiawei. In just an instant, he had realized the terrifying power of Pandora, even though its current owner looked like nothing more than an ordinary man. Jiawei, he said, affectionately putting his arm around Deng Jiawei's shoulders, his tone enticing. How does the position of senior executive at JP Morgan sound? 10 million a year. Plus, we'll set you up with your own apartment right by the Huangpu River. You'll have the best view in town. As for a car, I've got a garage. Take anything you like. A dream? This was an invisible force that could steal secrets through dreams. So could it also implant ideas? Or even kill someone in their dreams permanently? Pandora? Jamie Dimon, this enigmatic figure, shivered involuntarily. When he first heard about this miraculous artifact, he hadn't taken it seriously. But now, facing it directly, he could truly feel the chilling terror it brought. That afternoon, on the 15th floor of the Skyworth building, Lu Yuan lounged at his desk, fingers tapping lightly on the keyboard as he clicked through various web pages, his gaze drifting casually over the information on the screen. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, a faint smile curling his lips. It's already begun. Overseas giants were quietly monitoring the entire internet outside the firewall. Whenever their algorithms detected relevant search terms, it would trigger layers of alerts, and eventually, their teams would send out an invitation to the target. People like Deng Zhuoei ended up walking right into their hands. For now, the domestic network is still relatively quiet, but it won't be long before it's targeted too, Lu Yuan murmured. In fact, the real focus is probably the domestic net and especially the network in Hangzhou. In this era, the internet had already become a second world for people's lives and work. But as long as you left a trace online, the real giants would notice you. TSK. Lu Yuan swiveled his chair, looking out over the cityscape. The intensity of the hunt for Pandora's host hasn't let up at all, it's just taken on a new disguise. At the same time, under the blue sky, every provincial police chief and security director in Zhao State was attending an online meeting. Afterward, attentive government employees in cities across the country noticed that a new number had suddenly appeared in the internal phone directory. The prefix read, Special Affairs Task Force. And it wasn't just the phones. Members of the Pandora Special Investigation Team were taking up their positions across the country in an orderly manner. Since Pandora's point of origin had only been found in Hangzhou, apart from the top-tier cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, the farther a region was from Hangzhou, the fewer investigators were assigned there. Most were responsible for preliminary work and maintaining communications. In Zhucheng, Anhui Province, Mayor Zhang furrowed his brow when he noticed the sudden appearance of this special team. He put down his paperwork and immediately reached for the phone, calling several old friends and former superiors one after another. Yet with each call, his frown only deepened. Even those with significant authority knew little about this highly privileged special investigation group and avoided discussing it. Similar doubts and inquiries were unfolding simultaneously across the nation. As night quietly fell, Deputy General Manager Nieshayu walked through a private museum, her heels clicking on the floor as she followed behind Lu Yuan. She crossed her arms, her gaze occasionally lingering on Lu Yuan's back before quickly looking away. In the dim light of the exhibition hall, a faint blush appeared on her delicate, fair cheeks. Seeing Lu Yuan absorbed in the displays, she lifted her chin slightly and said, Director Lu, I didn't know you were interested in these antiques. These items are the result of my best friend's grandfather's lifelong passion. They may not be rare treasures in the traditional sense, but each one carries its own unique story. Lu Yuan simply responded with a brief, If you see something you like, I can ask my friend to give it to you except for her grandfather's most cherished pieces. Of course, Nieshayu offered. Before she finished speaking, she noticed Lu Yuan had stopped in front of a glass display case. She hurried closer and followed his gaze. Inside, a variety of small items were arranged, but Lu Yuan's attention was fixed on what appeared to be an ordinary antique key. A bronze key with a long shaft and a single raised tooth. Deputy General Manager Lin, I feel a connection with this key, Lu Yuan said, turning to meet her eyes, his tone gentle. Just this one? Nieshayu raised her eyebrows in surprise. There are many more valuable pieces in this collection. Seeing how unconcerned he remained, she couldn't help but admire him. No wonder she was drawn to this man. Given the chance to take something valuable, he chose only the simplest item as a token. Back at his single apartment in Binjiang District, Lu Yuan sat at his desk, thoughtfully examining the bronze key in his hand. Just a key, yet it holds the potential to bear a second-tier seed? He mused, pushing up his glasses as a bright smile spread across his face. Opening the system panel, the data was clear at a glance. Name, Lu Yuan. Souls, 1 gray soul, 1 white soul. Desire points, 52,500. The system prompt indicated that a second-tier seed required not only a gray-quality soul, but also 50,000 desire points. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan redeemed his very first second-tier seed. The moment the seed appeared, the old black cat's fur bristled, and it leapt toward the desk with its front paws outstretched. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, and, just as the cat was about to touch the seed, he swiftly transferred it into the bronze key. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.